Is it? Is it streaming? No, it's not. Now it's streaming, but there's that 6-second delay. So you will hear this in 6 seconds' time, and then you'll hear that in 6 seconds' time. But for the moment, I am going to let's see, episode 6. No, where was I? The Essex Boys. Summer of Love with the Essex Boys. No. Esoteric Greta Thunbergism. Bonus episode and Adam Weiss helped. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I did an episode about vampires. Zero did an episode about vampires. So this will be an interesting one. Let's compare what Zero had to say about vampires compared to me. Because I think
Yep.
him and I had a different take on it.
Going live, and we're live now. Welcome to 14 Words. We've got the fantastic Zero back again to talk about the Highgate Vampire.
Oh, you cut out?
I probably will cut out a bit for you because my internet isn't the best.
Alright. Yeah, well, the nights are drawing in, getting all dark and scary, so yeah, what better episode to do than the Highgate Vampire? Yeah, well, the nights are drawing in, getting all...
Yeah, so where do you want to start with the Highgate Vampire? Because you are more of an expert than me, I'll put it that way. Sort
of an expert, yeah. I've been into it for years because I find this stuff fascinating.
Well, my first brush with the Highgate Vampire was, do you remember, I don't know if you're down our way, but do you remember a programme called Central Weekend?
Oh yeah, what with when he disappeared at the end?
Yeah.
I saw that on YouTube. Yeah.
I watched that as a kid live, so I've always been kind of fascinated. But there's not a great deal about unless you read the book, is there?
Yeah, I got into it through the Jenny Gray's Gothic magazine, Oldolfo. That was the first time I heard about it, and I just thought, well, this is nuts. This is like, vampires walking around in North London, you know.
Actual Van Helsing, and he's a bishop too.
Staking him, or hunting him, staking him, cutting his head off with a gravedigger's shovel, and then burning the remains.
Because he's got pictures of the body decomposing, isn't he?
That's the thing with some of these people.
Well, he's got a picture, yeah, but some people say that was from like some film of Dorian Gray or something.
Oh, really? Is that what they reckon it is?
But well, before we get to the best one, the Highgate Vampire.
Yeah.
There've also been previous ones in Scotland, of all places. In 1954, there was the Gorbals Vampire in Glasgow's Southern Necropolis. And the Gorbals Vampire was a 7-foot-tall, iron-teeth creature that allegedly snatched and devoured 2 local boys.
Oh, blimey.
Which understandably sparked a mass vampire hunt for the fiend, with like hundreds of children scrabbling around the graveyard, like some of them are armed with knives and sharpened stakes.
Mind you, being in Scotland, it probably all started with a bottle of Bucky, didn't it, Zero?
But that was 1954, so that's pretty wild for 1954. I don't know. I suppose rock and roll was on the go then, wasn't it? Was that a bit?
Just about. I think Cliff was just pulling his drain pipes on for the first time in '54, wasn't he?
God, I don't want to change the subject. I was thinking about Cliff Richard the other day. Yeah, I think he's a fine, upstanding entertainer.
Just like all
of
them.
The way he had that little sort of like lisp, didn't he? He was like the British Elvis, weren't he?
I think that's what he was supposed to be, didn't he? My favourite. Oh, we're going way off topic now. But my favourite Cliff Richard story was he used to sing a song called Honky Tonk Angel?
I don't know.
And then he found out what honky tonk meant, so he stopped singing it.
Look, Cliff Richard used to live on Millionaires Row near Llandudno, and apparently he's got this like weird kind of elevator in his mansion that sort of goes down from his mansion to the beach. But there's a rumour that there's like a sub-level to it, like a sub-basement you can go down. But, yeah. Anyway, back to vampires.
Well, I don't know. Cliff might be a vampire. He's lived an awfully long time, hasn't he?
Well, they're all a bit weird, aren't they?
Just
You know,
hear
it's,
you in the background, Hobbit.
but
Okay,
in 1998,
so if I look at
Greyfriars
this, my microphone
Cemetery in
level
Edinburgh was
is
a scene of
peaked
another
yellow,
vampire
and the
manifestation,
desktop audio
or
is
contagion,
peaking
as
into
Sean Manchester calls it. I
okay,
prefer
look.
contagion. As more of
Bishop,
it.
Bishop, you've got to use
desktop
his,
version.
you've got to use his
Sorry.
proper title.
His Excellency.
His
That should
Excellency.
make it the same level as me, and if I turn it down a bit more,
The bloody Mackenzie
There we
vampire.
go. So I'm not going to
he
say
was, like,
much, John.
mooching around
I've been
in,
drinking,
the
and I want to get through this. It's going to be quite boring,
All sorts
so
of
you
weird
get to
shit was
be
happening,
bored
like,
with me,
cold spots,
as it were.
strange smells, banging noises, and people becoming overcome
Yeah.
by nausea, and even like cut and bruised by an invisible fiend.
So do these things tend to happen in like huge cemeteries then? Because I need to get some facts up about Highgate, because Highgate's absolutely massive, isn't it?
Yeah. I've never been there, yeah, but I'd love to have gone there when it was all overgrown. It's all been sort of tied up a bit now. But...
Yeah, you can go and see. What's his name? Marx's grave, the communist grave that you have to go and pay to go and see.
Oh, I didn't know that was in
Someone
Highgate.
tried to blow it up, didn't they, a few years ago?
Did they?
Unsuccessfully, I think they chipped a bit of his forehead off.
Oh dear.
Chip off the old
So
block.
yeah, we're gonna get back to vampires.
Greyfriars Cemetery, yeah, like over about a 3-year period. Like,
Oh, sorry, sorry. Highgate is 15 hectares. That's 37 acres.
Canal, yeah.
With they estimate 170,000 interments in there.
Yeah, no wonder it's bloody haunted with all them like ghosts.
That's what internment was
all
something
sorts
to do
going
with
on in
like
there.
being
I should imagine.
incarcerated.
So anyway, you're saying about the Greyfriars.
Back Greyfriars near Edinburgh, like over the space of 3 years, more than
All of
100
these
people
words
were
are
knocked
strange.
unconscious.
Interred,
Apparently,
incarcerated.
by this like invisible force or whatever, and homes next to the graveyard started having all poltergeist stuff happening, like objects moving around and
So yeah,
unidentified
let's do
laughter.
this.
That sounds
Got
incredible.
to rebuild
creepy,
these. I've already
unidentified
done
laughter.
2.
I mean, have you
So
ever heard
once
about,
I've done
like,
this, I've only got
screaming
another 3
skulls, you know,
designs to
where-
Yeah, the
redo.
screaming skull.
And then, of
where,
course,
like,
I gotta
house has
test
a
it.
skull or something, then
And hopefully
somebody
it'll
throws
work
it down the well, and
fine
they
the
just
first
start
time round.
screaming forever, don't they?
That's freaky stuff. Apparently, I never heard of this Greyfriars one, but apparently there was hundreds of witnesses to all this stuff.
So why
Two
did
failed
they?
exorcisms.
So why did they call it a vampire? Because it does sound to be more. It seems to be more like a poltergeist.
I suppose that's like the media, innit? They like a sort of. I suppose
Oh
it's
yeah, because
interchangeable,
it's
really.
hanging around a graveyard. Then they call it a vampire. Then don't they?
I suppose vampires can smash crockery and stuff. I don't know. I suppose it's interchangeable, really. I don't know.
I suppose it depends which myth you go by, doesn't it?
But what a strange thing! Like we're not supposed to believe in all this stuff, are we? But here we are with like hundreds of witnesses to all this stuff. I mean, given some of them might have been sort of crazy and making it up, but
Well, it was probably what was it? Swamp gas over Venus with a
Swamp gas,
with a mass
yeah.
panic.
Yeah, swamp gas over Venus. That is.
Ball lightning.
yeah, ball lightning.
You know, ball lightning that everybody's seen. So common, it's just everywhere.
Yeah, right. But after this,
Hello,
I don't know what
Alphabet
happened. I
Cat.
don't know if it's still going on.
I'm doing something fairly
2 years
boring.
later,
I'm
in
rebuilding some of
2004,
my
a group of
designs,
teenagers, led by 17
and I'm going to listen to Zero talking about vampires because I did a thing about vampires.
They broke into the Mackenzie
Wanna compare
Mausoleum
notes, you
where the
see?
vampire
Yes,
supposedly
like that.
lurked, cut the head off a corpse, and then used it like a hand puppet.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
That's
brutal.
kind of like as if maybe like the area just attracts people and sort of inspires them to do stuff like that, as sort of strange places do. But very well, that's all in Scotland anyway. But I wonder if that's still going on. But
You never know. What was that? What did you say it was called? I'll have a look, see if there's.
Greyfriars
I wonder if
Cemetery,
vampires
the
can
bloody
drink
Mackenzie.
vaxxed blood nowadays.
He was
Well,
the king's advocate
I
for
mean-
Charles II.
They probably can, but you wouldn't like to eat it. I mean, imagine that you've eaten an animal that's
Because
been
I don't know
poisoned.
about
You might get
You know,
sick.
'cause I-
So
Personally, I'm sort of game to believe anything, really. like vampires,
So
werewolves.
it's the vaccination
It's
campaign
easy
and
to dismiss
anti-vampire
these
action.
things when we're sitting in our
Get everybody to have blood clots so the
if you're
vampires
out
can
in
no
the sort
longer
of woods
feed.
and that, it's an altogether different thing.
I think if someone dumped you right in the middle of 30 odd acres of cemetery in the middle of the night, I'm sure you'd be up for believing anything.
Rather than throw all this stuff away.
I did do that once. I sort of dared myself to go to this local cemetery.
Actually, you know what? Why am I wasting my time doing this? Just throw it all away.
Anything you see is like a bloody ghost or like a zombie or something. Yeah.
I don't need that
stuff.
There's plenty of it. So just
really gets the sort
all.
of senses like keen, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've been on a couple of ghost hunts, but I think they were kind of like a bit too organised. There was too many people there. I always wonder whether like too many people kind of disperses them.
Yeah. So it's the best things just
I've
to come
never gone
across
on a
one
ghost
naturally,
hunt.
really. Sort of.
Is Hemi more woo-woo than I?
I'm still yet to do that. You see?
I mean, like, I go to stone circles in the middle of the night
I had one
when no one
walk
else
through
is
me
there,
once.
so
That was really odd.
guess
how did
we'll
that feel?
woo-woos each
I was
other.
sort of staying in this. I was staying. I was visiting this sort of
Woo-woo.
what they call, these National Trust country things. And
Yeah.
I've
just
been
walking
drinking
around,
fortified wine for
these
breakfast.
places anyway, because I'm sure like all these places
That
are
is
psychically
toast.
active.
Nice.
I just felt really odd, and I looked up at the window. I looked up at this window, and suddenly this sort of thing just rushed from the window, just went straight through me. I didn't see what it was or anything, but it was just like a whoosh, and then I just felt this cold thing go through me.
So right, back on track yet again.
The vampires, yeah.
Yeah, where did you want to start? Do you want to start with Sean Manchester, or do you want to start with the cemetery, or do you want to start with the vampire, or?
Well, maybe vampires in general. Like there's the old English tradition of the revenant, isn't there? Like the buried corpse that sort of rises from the grave and then starts hassling all the villagers.
Is that usually is a revenant something with unfinished business then, is it?
I don't know. It's a bit vampirish. I think they sort of physically attacked people. I suppose it might have been just people who were prematurely buried. I suppose they'd be understanding.
Sherry on your cornflakes.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. They go
even
it's just
classier than that.
Like they were just
Magnum
like
Jamaican tonic wine, free for £10 in
does it?
It's not a local packy shop.
The so-called rational explanation.
Well, he's Sikh actually, so he's not a packy. But
it's also,
my friend's working in this
I
corner
can't
shop
remember where
in
it's from,
town,
this
so I
myth,
picked him up from work and I just said, "I enjoyed that wine very much.
If you go to sleep
I'm gonna
without
buy
having
some."
a proper drink,
So they're 200ml bottles, so I'm not like buying free like proper wine bottle size things. And they normally sell for £4 each.
No,
So,
if you're
I think
not like alive,
the owner.
but you just go to bed.
I mean, if you've ever seen that issue of Viz, there's a character in it called Eight Ace,
come out your body and
the owner of the shop, he's a Sikh, and he sells 8 cans of 8 Ace for like £1.89 or whatever the price is.
He was sort of reverend. He's a bit. I think Sean Manchester sort of models himself a bit.
Sean Manchester's inspiration, isn't it?
Sure is nice not to have to be doing any work or anything, so I'm going to be enjoying my holiday whilst I can.
And the vampire in Europe, like in the late 1920s.
Yeah, because I've never really. Do we really have a tradition for vampires? Because most of the stuff I've read is kind of Eastern European, isn't it?
According to Montague Summers, there's been he lists loads of sightings in his books. Yeah, a lot of it's European, but there were English ones. Yeah.
Yeah. But it seemed to be kind of like Romania in that way, didn't it? With like most of where they seem to have most of it. Because then, France and a bit closer, it tends to be like your lycanthropes, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a good old subject. Yeah, the old lycanthropes. Yeah. Back to Highgate.
Back to Highgate. Well, it's our first episode together. I think we're just like teasing out some subjects.
Well, since Victorian times, at least, there's been unconfirmed sightings of this tall, dark figure in Highgate Cemetery in London. And if people don't know Highgate is like
my mum saw a ghost today, or rather a ghost
London,
couple.
it's kind of apart from London. It's sort of on a hill. It's very hilly, and it's sort of like
she
it's
saw
almost like
one
a
of
different- not
them.
country,
They're
but
both
it's
taller than she
different, you know,
was.
it's not
And one
like
of
the
them
rest
was
of
wearing an
London, it's
orange
sort of
shirt, and she says, "Oh, I have an orange shirt
Well,
like
it
that."
says here that I'm just going by the
And
Wikipedia here, but the cemetery comprises
she
of
walked
two
to
sites,
catch up
neither
with
of
them, but as
Swains
she
Lane
did,
and Highgate N6.
they were disappeared.
Next to Waterloo Park.
And there was no
the
holes in the
main gate is
hedges they could have
located
gone
on
through.
Swains Lane, just sort of
So I just said,
north
"Yeah,
of
you
Oakshott
saw a
Avenue.
ghost
There's
in the
also
middle
another
of the day,
disused gate on
in the
Chester
early
Road.
morning."
The cemeteries in the London
She
boroughs
goes
of
for early
Camden,
morning walks.
Haringey and Islington. That's how big it is. The nearest transport link is Transport for London Bus C11 Bus Brookfield Park, or Stop the Archway Tube Station.
Yeah, the east. There's two sides. Yeah, the east side is where Karl Marx and all those people are buried, but the north side's where the vampire's seen. He's usually seen just inside the north gate of the cemetery, that opens onto Swains Lane.
Oh, Jeremy Beadle's in there.
Jeremy Beadle.
Maybe it's Jeremy Beadle making jokes in the afterlife.
That's possible. Yeah.
He just whips off the old top hat and goes, "Hey, got ya!"
Wiggles his funny finger out.
Triggers. This is just some of the more Trigger from Mighty Falls North is in there.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought he was still alive, that
Yeah,
actor.
I was going to say, people are dying to get in there, aren't they?
People are dying to get in there. Yeah.
But yeah, I should imagine the plot there ain't cheap, is it? It's prime London real estate, isn't it?
But Highgate Cemetery, I don't know, for some reason after World War II that was left to overgrow, and it just got creepier and creepier over the years. So you had this massive, like, creepy, like, horror film set, and you could just roam about it at night, like, undisturbed. There was no security or anything.
A few of the Hammer films were filmed there, weren't they?
Yeah, quite a few. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which might possibly, like, be, that might have, like, added to this whole Highgate vampire craze. Like, if people are walking past late at night and there's sort of flashing lights and sort of people in cloaks.
I think,
about.
to be honest, I think they did. I think I read about it before, and they did most of their filming during the day when they filmed there. So.
Oh, that's the point. Yeah, they did that
Yeah.
switch, didn't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
But the actual modern Highgate vampire thing, that started in December 1969 when the witch and psychic investigator David Farron.
I know nothing about
Yeah, I was
Highgate.
going to say. So you've got. So
Didn't even
these
know
are the
that's
two
the
main
cemetery
people, aren't they?
where Karl
So
Marx
were do these two work together?
was,
Were they rivals, or what was the
toll-gated
situation between those
entrance.
two?
I think they were sort of uneasy friends at the start, and then I think they split apart for some reason, because David Farron
Sounds
doesn't
like a place you
know
could pick up some
he's dead
leftist
now, but
minge.
He claimed that it wasn't a vampire, although he sort of said it was a vampire, but then he said it wasn't a vampire. But Sean he says that's more of a shadow person thing, like one of these shadow people or spectres or whatever. But Sean Manchester, he says that it's an actual blood-sucking vampire, like mooching about. So I think that's where the split occurred, really.
So it's basically, so it wasn't over whether something happened there; it was over the terminology.
Yeah, they both agreed there's something there.
Well, yeah, Hemi mentioned
Farron
that
says
Trigger's
it's
buried
like
in
a
Highgate
spectre, but Manchester
Cemetery.
says it's like an actual
the guy was still
blood-sucking
alive,
vampire,
but-
like Dracula, which is
He's older than
pretty
what
wild,
I
really.
thought.
But it all started in
I am
December
drunk.
1969
It's
when
a good
David
way to
Farron
start the
saw
day.
this grey figure just inside the North Gate that sort of tried to suck his energy. And so he sent a letter to the local newspaper, and then in 1970 asking if anyone else had seen it, and then loads of people wrote in and said, yeah, I've seen it. And then it just sparked off from there, grew from there. But people seem to be seeing either different figures or the same figure that shapeshifts according to each person, because this vampire, whatever, he's either got red glowing eyes or he hasn't, or a top hat or a cloak, and sometimes it's monk-like with like a hood, and other times it's like dressed in a sort of suit with a sort of stovepipe type hat. So
could it be different? Could it be different entities, or are we?
I think it possibly could be. Yeah, I think it's a different type of thing.
I think ghosts wear the same outfit the day they died. I don't.
Appearing
I've never heard of
totally
like,
different
oh, it's
to
the same
different
ghost,
people.
but it was wearing a purple
its
toga,
main thing
and now
seems
it's
to be
wearing like
staring at you
a
and
red
sort of
dress.
hypnotising you and trying to draw energy.
I don't know why
Draw
there's the
energy
first
from
two
you.
items
So
of
it's
clothing that
like
come
a
to mind,
psychic
but
rather than the classic.
there you have
But
it.
Psychic sort of vampire.
there's this girl, isn't there? Doesn't
chiton.
the lot of the case centre around a girl or something?
There's not many people
There was two
in the British
schoolgirls
Isles
who
wearing
apparently were walking
tunics
through
and
the
chitons,
cemetery, and
really.
they saw people rising out
a
of the
bit too
graves.
chilly
and
for that sort of wear.
And one of them got.
do miss the
I'm getting a bit ahead of
Mediterranean.
myself here. One of them got bit, didn't they?
Hang on.
According to Sean Manchester.
That's going to be fucked.
He took a photo of the sort of vampire bite, but sort of obviously later on people have looked.
I'm
at the
going to leave
photo
those
and said, like, well, that's
deliberately
just like
blank.
tip marks, you know. It's not like a vampire.
I don't think that's the one I'm thinking of. Is it someone who lived near the cemetery, next to the cemetery or something? She did like the classic. She went downhill, anemia, that kind of stuff.
Oh,
Was
that's
it-
the one. Yeah, I forget her name, but
Is it Elizabeth? Is it?
Elizabeth. That's the one. Yeah, Elizabeth Vodger or something. Yeah. Yeah, she's the
Why
one
is
with
my
the
neck
felt
stiff?
tip-
Oh, okay.
I'm such an old man.
But according to David Farron, anyway, there was also like because it's not just a vampire. There was apparently a group of professional Satanists, as he called them, who were operating deep within the Highgate.
What, they get paid for it?
Yeah, well, just sort of like the more upper class, sort of serious lot, I suppose. Or they could have been adolescents, really. I mean, we don't really know, but
Well, they're all wearing hoods. No one's going to know who they are.
yeah, it's just like. But they were
Professional
doing weird stuff. That's what he calls them. Yeah, that's quite.
Was there an open briefcase on the altar? Is that how they did the professional ones? They had a briefcase with a robe and a dagger in it.
There's pentagram on it. Yeah.
Monogrammed pentagram.
But that was going on as well at the same time in this secluded empty mausoleum, like right in the centre of it, and they were seemingly doing necromancy or something like that. And at the same time, there's all other sort of weird occult stuff going on in Highgate,
And yet that works.
in Queenswood,
Okay. All right.
and that's been going on as well. So I just think Highgate's a pretty
Highgate,
pretty active area.
in the
Well, the problem is,
middle
like
of our
we said,
town.
it's a good 30 odd-
Highgate,
it's a good 30 odd acres,
you can find all
and,
sorts of scary stuff.
very
There's a cemetery in our town.
37 acres of ground. And
You
I
see
can imagine
scary
it's very,
people,
very hard
and they
to
do
police.
ghouly, ghastly things.
Yeah, I don't know.
So people are gonna go there, aren't they? Because the chances of getting caught in there are kind of pretty low, aren't they? Especially if you've got a group of spotters or something like that.
I'm tempted to go. I think we should round up a group of men, go
posse.
down there, sort this fucking vampire out. I reckon.
But I thought Sean Manchester sorted the vampire out.
Apparently, yeah, but apparently he's still being seen. So,
Oh really?
yeah. Well, we'll get to that. But
Okay. So let's should we like centre on the Sean Manchester element of it, or do you want to, or Sean Manchester and David Farron?
let's just if we set the scene, like Highgate is just a pretty strange place because there's all plague pits nearby in Queenswood with loads of bodies buried there. Apparently, even under the children's play area. So
Oh, nice.
that's just we've set the scene now. So it's a pretty freaky place. Because Farron he came up with the ley line theory because I'm really into ley lines.
Really?
He was saying like the vampire
This gets
travels
curiouser
along
and curiouser.
these points that goes through this Highgate Wood and Highgate Cemetery and Hampstead Heath, and that also goes straight through these two pubs, like the Flask and the Gatehouse, and sort of a black figure's been seen in there. So I think there might be
Wooden
something
steak,
to the
holy
height
water,
of
and
the ley line.
garlic. Yep.
There's two ley lines.
Accessories every
apparently.
Catholic should carry
They
on
cross
them.
in Highgate
Never know when you might
Cemetery,
get
so
be attacked
that's
by a
kinda-
blood-sucking
that'd be something
Protestant.
that- If someone was going to go search for the vampire, I'd look for the ley lines. So.
Or don't, if you don't want to find
Yeah, or just like leave it. Yeah.
just as a bit of a nice aside, I found on the wiki that, do you remember Dracula AD 72? That apparently that was inspired by the Highgate vampire.
Yeah, I think definitely. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, it's a pretty good film. Yeah, I was definitely inspired by David Farron and his Because him and his British Psychic and Occult Society, they'd hold vigils in there to try and find the vampire. And they tried to exercise it, like I was just saying we should do, but during these just weren't very successful. And during one of them, a female who was there said she was being strangled, and during the next one, the police turned up and arrested him. So it weren't very successful.
So who do you think is kind of? Do you think like David Farrant is like the main force behind this, and then like Sean Manchester's a bit of a Johnny Come Lately? Then is he?
You Johnny
No,
Come
he was definitely there at the start.
Definitely, he was there. They were both there at the start.
I think they played off each other really, because they had this like 40-year-old feud, didn't they? Kind of. Sort of that gets really tedious, but yeah, they just had this feud, and they're all like slagging each other off online.
So what do you know about Sean Manchester then? Because I don't. All I know is he's a bishop, but he's not a Catholic bishop, is he?
He's what's known as an autocephalous bishop, which is kind of like not
automatic
really
fish.
Or he's not ordained by the Vatican, but he's like an independent thing. But I don't take
non-denominational bishop. Well, if you're going to be non-denominational, you might as well be bishop, hadn't you? There's no point going in at the bottom if you're going to be on your own.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting subculture.
What I need in there.
They call them the wandering.
Okay,
bishops.
Let's do.
They're just like they all dress up in the robes and that, and all sort of. It's like a parallel to the Catholic Church. Yeah.
So is it actually a church he belongs to then? It's not just like some internet thing.
I think it's called the Ordo Sancti Graal. It's all to do with the Holy Grail and that. He wrote a book on it now. I haven't read it, but I like them both. You know, I don't take sides. I think they're both like great characters. It's just.
It's always better when there's a feud as well, because it just like keeps the thing going, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, it definitely does that. Yeah.
so that's three
was
down.
Manchester a bishop
No,
at the time,
another
or was
three
he
to
just,
do.
like,
So if I look
before he
here,
became a bishop.
I think he was more of a psychic investigator.
So there's no copper. Yeah, but anyway, stone.
I'm trying to find it. It's got
copper. So now I just got to do graphite, magnet, silicon, and
interestingly,
steel.
He is said to have operated in right-wing
1, 2,
circles as a younger man.
4, 5.
As a
done
sort
three,
of,
got another 5 to
he
do.
claims that was he was doing it as a sort of undercover agent
Ooh,
to gather intelligence.
Excuse me.
About 30 years later, there's
indigestion.
photographs
So I've done
emerged of him in his kind of Nazi shrine room.
Ah, yes, this is
in his church, in his supposed church, which is a bit. Yeah, so Kevin, his mate Kevin, took photos of it. And,
this is good. This is what I need to do.
But that's kind of curious. But.
So that's Sean Manchester. What are David Farrant's origins then? Do you know anything about him?
David Farrant, he was just like a. He says he was always interested in paranormal, and him and his mates used to go searching for ghosts and that. And he later became a witch, like an initiated witch, and
I
so
wonder the
like
same thing, Alphabet Cat. I don't know what happened to him, where he's going. No way of getting in touch with him.
That's what fascinates me. This interplay.
They should have been able to sort it, going at it from two ends, then, shouldn't they?
Yeah, it's a pity they didn't just. It's a pity they didn't just get along. Really, they could have done some amazing like conferences or something like that. But.
Yeah, I think. Do you think maybe they come along? They were like 30 years ahead of their time, or something. 30, 40 years ahead of their time. Do you think that's what it was?
I think that's a bit. Yeah, it's a bit sort of. It's probably too much for people, isn't it? It's
too much.
They like the paranormal, but they want it at arm's length, don't they? But
yeah,
when there's there's people staking vampires in cemeteries, it's a bit sort of like. Because he was banged up, weren't he, David Farrant? Yeah, he was like.
Was it David Farrant that was banged up because somebody died as a result of something he did, or was it?
No, I think someone did die in the cemetery. Someone died with all stab wounds and that. But I don't know whether people say that was the vampire, but who knows? But I think some mental patient sort of travelled for miles to go to the Highgate Cemetery, and he was found dead. Yeah, with all stab marks in his back and to his neck and that.
Oh, blimey.
Yeah, but because as this was all going on, there was all like vandalism going on in the cemetery as well. You know, people chopping heads off corpses and staking them and that. So, you know, the police were looking for a scapegoat.
I don't think the letter to the local newspaper really helped, did it? It just poured petrol on it, didn't it?
No, they both did court publicity. Yeah.
So when because there's something from 1975 you can find. Is it an interview from 1975 you can find on YouTube with him or something?
There's loads of stuff with him on the BBC and that, like walking about and with a stake and that. Yeah. I suppose that's understandable. I'd like to be that way myself. I'd like to sort of be a bit more media. I'd like to get paid to sort of stake vampires or something. You know.
Well, it's like
maybe Zero found his grift.
Because that Central Weekend is like mid to late 80s, isn't it?
Yeah. That's gonna turn around and bite you on the arse, I suppose, isn't it? Like it does with them.
Yeah.
I suppose that's all right in the 70s, isn't it? Because that was all funky, and that was. But once it gets to like the ironical sort of 90s and 2000s, yeah, they do look a bit clownish, really.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if do you still get vampire hunters about? I suppose you do. It's vampires have gone out of fashion now, though, haven't they? I mean, it's all about the Bigfoot and the ghosts now, isn't it?
They were massive in the 90s, weren't they? The old vampires. Yeah,
I'm going to save the game there.
What, Anne Rice?
It seems to me to be very pertinent that as I've gone to all this effort,
the
I should
real
really
vampire,
play test and make sure
they
my
twisted
blueprints
it
are
into
working.
the real vampires, weren't they? Whoever it was behind it, they were trying to sort of invent this sort of real vampire subculture.
Well, if there ever was kind of a real vampire, I mean, even like Nosferatu was quite cosmetic compared to what it looked, because it was supposed to be like a stinky, horrible thing, isn't it? An actual. If we were to talk about an actual real life vampire, they're supposed to be like vile, aren't they?
Yeah, as Anne Rice turned it around, didn't she? Made them all sort of sophisticated
and sexy. Brad Pitt vampires.
It's a good film. It's a good film by Abel Ferrara, who did Driller Killer. He did a good sort of real vampire film. It's quite realistic.
What's that one called? That. Can you remember?
I can't remember what it's called. I'm sure if you looked in his filmography, that'd come up. I think it was in 1995.
The words of the virtual.
That's a very good depiction of like what a real vampire cult would be like.
I think Near Dark
all
was
gritty in New York.
Do you remember Near Dark?
That weren't a bad
Near Dark, yeah, that was good, yeah. But anyway, Farron got like nearly 5 years for interfering with graves and all this sort of business.
So did he actually? Do you think he actually did it, or do you think they just like pinned the general stuff on him just to make us like?
I think he was definitely fitted up. I don't think he's the sort of person who
those two there, those two little bastards.
No, I think he was genuinely trying to find out what the Highgate vampire was all about.
Oh,
interestingly,
at
his 1970 trial, the judge was called Christopher Lee, as in the actor who played Dracula in that.
No, it can't be the same Christopher Lee.
That's a bit funny. But...
So two little bastards there.
I can't see anything that looks like it's obviously a vampire film. Was it mid-90s? Is it?
So those sorters are right. Yeah. Okay, so I know what I'm doing now.
Something night or something.
Aren't I glad I did this before, all the other stuff?
Driller Fear City, but that was
yes. I'm very glad, Hobbit. I'm glad you did this.
I think that was him who made it. Yeah.
Oh. Sure. Okay, so
do these names crop up? I'm always interested in names like the crop up in connection with this Highgate vampire thing, and there was this teacher and a city filmmaker called Alan Blood. Of all names, he was called Alan Blood, and he sort of tried to get in on it. He was saying, it's all me, you know, all this vampire stuff. That's where you were seeing us filming our vampire film. He appeared on the media a couple of times, and once you get all these names appearing, that turns more
all of these
interesting, like a cast of
archetypes
or something, like almost like some sort of tarot deck or something. It gets very folkloric, isn't it? Where all these sort of Alan Blood and Christopher Lee, and I don't know what's going on.
What about did you see about the exorcism when Manchester declared he'd hold an exorcism on Friday the 13th of March 1970? So how long did this actually go on for then?
Right, so
that's been going on since 1969.
And the top ones are
pretty much. It was very popular in the 70s, but it's still carrying on today. Because David Farrant's trial in 1974, that was at the Old Bailey. You know, that's pretty serious. But that was like the first sort of witch trial since that medium Helen Duncan's in 1944.
Did you know this one about the? They said they'd have a magician's duel, Farrant and Manchester.
Yeah, with sabres. Yeah, fight to the death with sabres in Highgate.
Is that what they said they were going to do?
That's what they did. Yeah. Well, I don't know if they did it. I think they did. Apparently, Manchester.
I have to retype all this thing.
Yeah, and he sort of laid low for a bit, and then sort of. Well, he wasn't dead. It turns out he wasn't dead after all. I don't know what they were doing back then. That's pretty crazy stuff.
There must have been some good stuff going around, wasn't there, for them two to be like that?
Well, yeah, I'm doing this now, so I've got
it says on the Wikipedia that the ghosts were described as a man in a tall hat, a spectral cyclist, a woman in white, a face glaring through the bars of the gate, a figure wading into a pond, and a pale gliding form, bells ringing and voices calling.
Stuff like this.
So you said about the disembodied voices as well, didn't you?
Yeah, there's a really strange one where this guy was walking past the North Gate and he saw this black clad figure in the distance, but then he suddenly heard, "Good evening, sir." Like in his ear, like as if this figure in the distance was doing some sort of ventriloquism or something.
Right, so that's that one done.
But that was crazy. That was a crazy time in the 70s, especially. Like there was corpses being dragged out and beheaded and staked. And it was like a headless skeleton.
Because they said a bit about people swarming the gates. People swarming the gates to try and sort the vampire out, weren't they?
That was the Great Vampire Hunt, on Friday the 13th.
The Great Vampire Hunt was just like a massive event then, was it?
That was the biggest vampire hunt in English history. Like, that was,
just gonna have to delete it.
The police had to be called, with dogs and everything, you know. It's crazy stuff. But that could have led to like the weird situation where the police could have arrested the vampire, maybe if he's like if he was a real like, physical Manchester cop, they could have arrested him, led him away in cuffs, you know. That'd have been pretty.
Well, so what do you think? So you got all the vampire lore. Well, I mean, what's bunkum and what's kind of real? Do you think? You've obviously got all the like movie lore. I mean, what do you think? How do you think? Do you think it's like sure Manchester did, where you have to exercise it, or do you think it's finding the corpse and staking it?
Well, it's like, do they actually like Dracula? Are they actually physical beings that walk around and have to drink blood to survive? It's a bit far fetched, but I'm not so sure. I mean, there's all these like sheep mutilations, things like that. I mean, that doesn't seem to be done by. I'm naturally inclined to think that's not done by sort of animals and that. All these strange, maybe something like a vampire's feed.
Well, the animal mutilations multi-part
episode. In the films, the ethical vampires.
It's not animals doing that kind of thing. It's too precise for animals.
Maybe they're like Bigfoot, because Bigfoot seems to be. He's like physical, isn't he? Sometimes, and then he disappears into nothingness. So maybe that's what vampires are. They can flip between the dimensions. Maybe seems a bit of a chore, doesn't it? Having to go around and feed off women.
Yeah, I think the probably energy vampire probably makes more sense than the psychic vampire.
There's been cases of mobile phone batteries and camera batteries like completely draining like quickly at Highgate. Yeah, so something's draining the energy. Yeah.
Do you think the 5G will kill off our ghosts then? Is that what?
I don't know what does the animal mutilations. I mean, yeah, they could be little green men.
Yeah, that might stop the vampire.
Could be something else entirely.
Yeah. Maybe that should be their advertising. See, no vampires.
I suspect it's the Greys doing it. Very
I just thought
precise
again this thing
surgical stuff.
in all this Highgate
Very
vampire
precise
vandalism,
and
one of them, someone took a headless skeleton and propped it up in the driving seat of the car with its hands on the wheels.
Jesus,
and that's what they tried to pin on David Farron.
So that's the one they tried to pin on him then. Because didn't Shaw Manchester say that he'd found the grave of the vampire, didn't he?
Apparently, he found the mausoleum in Highgate Cemetery where the vampire was resting. So he went in there with his colleagues and sort of exercised it, and then bricked up the entrance with garlic impregnated cement.
Interesting.
to stop it, but it escaped. That escaped after.
So this one looks like I've revised it a bit.
Obviously,
To deal with the funny
it was an Italian, wasn't it? Weren't bothered about the garlic.
But as people have said, there's this funny sort of scene of the vampire sort of dragging its coffin along the street, trying to find somewhere else to kip, sort of thing. which apparently it did. So that Manchester and his friends had to sort of hunt it again, and that's when
that's when they said they found it in a disused house, didn't they?
Disused sort of mansion, yeah.
Yeah.
And so he chopped its head off with a gravedigger's shovel and staked it and burnt the remains, which is a bit. I don't know how, if you burnt a vampire in the back garden. I'm sure that someone would have seen it. I don't know. But that's what he claims. Yeah.
Someone's getting a whiff of some gone-off barbecue. Barbecue doesn't smell right. What's going on there?
So now I've just got to do
that was
copper.
1970 when he first found
And
it.
then I'll test those blueprints before doing the
There's
others.
a thing of him on. There's like a reconstruction of the exorcism he did. You can find it on YouTube.
So he's kind of a believer that they are like the classic vampire, where they bed down somewhere particular for the night, but
Yeah.
they're not tied to one place.
He says that the Highgate vampire is the king vampire of the undead. That's what he thinks. It's like a king vampire, like any other vampire. It was like a real big wig. Yeah.
So if it was a king vampire, why wasn't it creating any other vampires?
You know what? I'm just going to leave that deliberately blank, and then if anybody uses my blueprints, goes, "Oh, why did you leave that bit blank?" It's
she
like,
was bit, and she died.
Try
apparently.
putting some in, then
And
save the
he went
blueprint,
to, I think
then
it was
try and
in,
use it, and you'll
a
find out
different
why.
cemetery, not Highgate, but he went to.
I think missing one
try
or
and
two
help
smelters isn't going to make much
by doing
difference
this
in the
white
grand
magic
scheme of
ritual.
things.
No, the Great Northern London Cemetery. That was where this Louisa, the victim, was buried. And at the time, all foxes were being found, drained of blood and that. But they were being found in Highgate Cemetery, so maybe she was going along the ley line or
That's
something.
interesting.
Attacking things. But Sean Manchester did this sort of white magic ritual to help her, and she appeared after loads of sort of like Hammer horror dramatics. But as he was like talking to her, he claims that she metamorphosized into a giant spider. So he staked her, and that was the end
I
of
wish
Louisa.
pressing
She was
tab
laid
would
to
move you
rest.
to the next field.
Which, I mean, this is what he claims. So, you know.
Is it like because didn't you say, I think this was before we started, you said he was kind of following the Dracula story.
Right,
So
so
if that was
those
the king
three
vampire, then
blueprints
she was
should
like
work.
Mina Harker, wasn't she?
Yeah, it's very
Again.
similar, isn't it? It's similar to that The Devil Rides Out film, isn't it? Because a giant spider attacks the good guys in that, isn't it?
Oh, did he say about a giant spider then, did he?
Well, that Louisa, the spirit of Louisa, or the vampire, physical vampire of Louisa, changed into a giant spider, yeah.
Oh,
tried to
God's
attack him. Tried to attack him, so he staked her, yeah. But having said that, I don't know, because I've read accounts of sort of giant spider type entities. So, like I say, is it happening on the physical plane, or are people so worked up that sort of it's happening on some sort of odd interconnected dimension?
Well, you know what they say about a fear of spiders, don't you? Maybe old Shaw Manchester's just a bit sexually repressed. Maybe that's fear of women. Fear of sex.
Yeah, so that one's working. Good.
It's funny you should say that, because in that what's his name? Malachi Martin is Hostage to the Devil book about sort of demonic attacks and things like that. He gives this account of this
That one's
female
working.
who apparently had sex with this like spider entity, so this spider demon. Well, that's what she claimed.
Ew.
Blimey, how does that work?
That's nasty.
I'm not sure. I won't fancy her myself.
Jesus.
Good,
But
so that's all working, right? So
Malachi
we'll save the
Martin,
game
I don't know
then.
what to make of him. That Hostage to the Devil book seems very straight up. It's not really sensational. He just sort of tells it as it is, kind of.
So what is that? Is that fiction then? Is it?
No, it's like a
Oh,
real life occurrence. Yeah, it's about 7 real life occurrences. Yeah, fascinating book. Yeah.
Well, have you ever heard that
So
thing
now-
about what's his name? Grant Morrison, the comic writer. Have you read about the stuff where he's dabbled in a bit of magic?
Yeah.
That one where he saw the big insect entity, didn't he?
Oh, I haven't heard of that.
Magnets.
Yeah, he was in a hotel
okay,
room, did like loads and loads of drugs, loads and loads of magic, and this like insect entity appeared to him. I can't remember, I don't think it was spider-like, but he was definitely insect-like. I can't. It's worth listening to. It's a really good anecdote.
Because Alan Moore, that other, he's like his rival, isn't he? Grant Morrison.
Yeah, they're like the Farrant and
Yeah.
Manchester of comics, aren't they?
Yeah, you got to have a good old feud on the go. But Alan Moore claims that I forget which title it was, but one of the characters he invented, he claims that
So all of
Alan
those
Moore
look
claims he was in
straight
this
and even
pub
to
or
me.
somewhere, and the character that he created in this
Ooh.
fictional comic book sort of
okay.
walked into this pub, and he looked exactly like the character he had invented.
Oh, blimey.
He says he sort of gave him this really sort of knowing smile, and then sort of walked out. So like, bloody hell!
Yeah.
Can you create people just by writing about them? Yeah, that's fascinating idea. Because because like I say, it carries on. Like the heyday was in the 1970s, but
Yeah, I
Apparently-
did see on the Wikipedia page they said there's between 1991 and 2016 numerous sightings of the vampire, and apparently at least one film has been claimed.
yeah, there was a real crappy film called The Highgate.
Oh, is that an actual film?
So all these look
I
normal.
think they actually mean
ish.
film of the vampire.
Oh right, I'd love to see that.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we can find that one out.
Because in 1994 there was a strange thing going at Highgate Cemetery with
Strange things happen.
Freddy
when you're
Krueger
going round the
dolls.
twist.
You know, from Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah. Have
you,
Apparently, lots
heard
of
of
Freddy
what, like,
Krueger
those-
dolls were found on graves. That was in 1994.
You know what?
So,
I
like,
think I'm
you
just
know,
going to
it still
redesign
goes
this.
on. Because a
Are you
house was
redesigning?
also like that was partly on the Highgate Cemetery grounds.
Yeah, I am.
So people say, like, you know, people often say, don't they, when you disturb the ground or start doing loads of earthworks, that sort of triggers psychic stuff. So that
Well,
seems
even like heavy decorating can in a house, can't it? If you've got that kind of house, it can.
that'd be interesting to talk to builders about all the weird things they've seen. I bet they've seen a few things. You sort of putting up a conservatory, the next thing I gotta cover it up.
Got some old grandma tapping you on the back.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, things have been seen 2004, 2005. People have seen it.
So is it the old school face through the gates type thing then that people are seeing?
Well, that should fit.
Yeah, the 2005 was where that bloke heard that "Good evening, sir" in his ear. That was right
I've
outside
got
the
to check
North
that.
Gate. Yeah.
Oh,
If
blimey.
anyone
Make
wants
all
to
this
find the
compliant,
vampire,
yeah.
go to the gate.
The North
opens
Gate
onto
then.
Swains
No.
Lane. Opens onto Swains Lane. Yeah.
So where's it? So has the location of the mansion ever been? Has anyone ever figured out where it is, or what?
Oh yeah, that burnt down. I think that was the one that burnt down. Yeah, and a dead body was found inside it, but I don't think it was a vampire. It might have been a tramp or something.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think that was the one that burnt down. Yeah, because in 2012, these people from somewhere called the North London Paranormal Investigations, they said they went to the North to the North Gates and actually communed with the Highgate vampire, or this psychic called Gemma,
Animal did V for Vendetta. He also did Swamp Thing, which was quite good.
She was conversing with this 7 foot tall.
I know a lot of people shit on
dressed like an
Animal, but
undertaker.
I've enjoyed the stories.
And
comic
apparently
books
he told this medium that he wasn't the vampire, but he'd murdered 4 people for sort of like vivisectionism. So all sorts of weird stuff's going on in there.
What's going on? Yeah, this is where I was going to recreate things.
I mean, there's dodgy stuff was always been going on there. There's that guy called John Russell Pope. He was a friend of Farrant's. He used to be the head of the United Temples of Satan.
But it's funny how you've got a pope is the head of the Temple of
Satan.
Satan.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, it's like you say with the names.
All these weird names keep cropping up. Yeah, it's odd. But he was also involved with Manchester in this like Nazi hoax publicity stunt thing. I don't know what they were trying to do, but yeah. But he was arrested. Like that John Pope was arrested and allegedly assaulted by police when he was in custody. So David Farrant sent 2 voodoo dolls in coffins to the detectives working on the case, like warning them to leave like Mr. Pope alone. But of course he got arrested for that and like banged up for that.
For scaring the police.
I mean, sending voodoo dolls to the police, that's a bit
yeah, that weren't a great move,
was it? It's asking for trouble.
That was
I don't know what
threatening.
can you get done for like sending voodoo dolls? I suppose you can get done for
Yes, you can. It's a threat.
Yeah, because it's intent, isn't it? It's threatening intent, isn't it?
Ah, that's the word. Yeah.
Especially if it's in a coffin. If it wasn't in a coffin, you could probably argue your case. But in a coffin is sending a very specific message, isn't it?
Because he was done for like he had a handgun as well with like ammunition. It's really strange. The charge sheet says like sending voodoo dolls to police, the theft of hospital bed sheets, and the possession of a handgun and ammunition.
Theft of hospital bed sheets.
Yeah,
what was that for? Was that for some sort of magic?
I guess it's government property.
Or was it just?
I think he was just found with these like dubious bed sheets. Yeah, because he had a massive like altar, didn't he, in his flat with this sort of devil face above it, and I suppose that didn't help when the police searched his house. But
so was he kind of a black magician? You said he did some white magic ceremonies, but he sounds more of a black magician if he's dabbling in voodoo and devil faces and things like that.
He had this Order of the Black Moon, it was called, but he says he's not a black magician, but other people say he is part of this rumour mill thing. That John Pope's a strange guy. He does Jack the Ripper tours now around London. He says he's descended from Robin Hood, and he's like the occult master and that. Yeah.
Right. Did you say? Because I think we're going to have to wrap up to get to Brutus's show. But you said you've got some more next week.
Brutus's show. Wow.
Oh yeah.
This goes back a bit.
Get to the cult of death. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we'll talk about the Kirk Lees vampire. Is there much to say about the Kirk Lees vampire? Speaking of Robin Hood.
Yeah, that's all tied into it. Yeah, definitely. I got about 100 pages of notes I've got to go through.
Oh, so is this going to be a multi-part series then?
It could be, yeah. No, but this is the real thing, isn't it, about the Highgate vampire. The Highgate vampire is great, but there's a lot more to it. Which we'll get into. Yeah.
So there's a lot more. So there's a lot more to it, as in round the edges.
We'd be dark magicians and shit.
Meat and potatoes of it.
The weird cults behind it all. Yeah, definitely.
So right.
God, that hour's gone quick, bloody hell.
Well, I think we've only done about 50 minutes. We can probably do about another 5 if there's anything else you want to talk about.
I don't know, really. I just think everything's bloody weird, you know. Like, I've always hated normality, and I used to think I was a freak because I hated normality. But the more I sort of look at everything's weird, isn't it? Didn't you think like? Even like printers and sort of electric lights, everything's just seems very weird to me. Or maybe I'm mad.
Even well, you certainly got a unique.
I think Jesus said, "Look at the world with a sense of childlike wonder."
It just seems like everything's I find if you stare
I
at
think that
it,
is a wise,
like the
wise
most normal
statement.
thing, like say a kettle, if you stare at it, you sort of, I don't know, I can't explain it.
Yeah, man.
There's more to a kettle than a kettle, isn't there? Sort of thing. Or there's more to everything than the surface.
Well, he's actually
of the
right
thing,
there,
isn't
so
it?
I'm not
Yeah,
taking
well, because
the piss out of him.
you got the kettle, you plug it into the wall, the electricity has to be generated, the
I mean,
coal,
like,
the coal that
how'd you
fires
get
the
the
power
materials
station
to make a
the
kettle?
electricity. Yeah, there's
It just goes to infinity, doesn't it?
yeah.
And people are strange as well. People are definitely strange.
Oh, people are definitely strange. Zero, you've got that one bang on.
Or just like I've noticed, like if
This all
someone
looks
comes to
straight,
visit
so I think it's ready for
and they
it.
stay a while, and then they leave, but they're, in a strange way, they're also sort of stay for a bit. It's almost like you can still they're still sort of there. Their aura, or I hate using that word aura, but they're sort of still there, aren't they, for a bit? And then
Incorrect data of
Yeah,
saucer.
do you think we?
No,
we must.
I've got to do
we
it
must
all
operate
again.
on more than one level, though, mustn't we?
oh, for sure, yeah. I think we're surrounded by all sorts of weird things. There's that old Kabbalist thing that says that if we could really see
I was hoping I
what's
could
all
just do it
around
quick
us,
and
we'll drop
easy,
down
but
dead
it's
in a
telling me
fright,
no.
you know, if we
You've
could
got
really
to do it
see
all again.
all these weird things.
Because I was
that are
doing it
around
using
us
the
all
insert
time.
sortus mod.
Well, you've also got. You're familiar with Rosemary Ellen Guiley?
I've read a few of hers.
Yeah,
books,
she seems to pin everything on the gin at the moment, doesn't she? You know,
Yeah.
like the was it the Arabic genie, isn't it? Because they live on. She says that they live on just a slightly different frequency to us, so they're almost here but not quite.
I wouldn't buy if I went. I'm never going to go to the Middle East, but if I went to the Middle East, I'd buy any like holidaymaker tat to bring home. And there's probably a gin in it or something. No, I wouldn't. God. Have we got time to talk about the haunted gong?
Go on, let's quick.
I could talk about the haunted gong, like things like, oh no, we're getting to. I've got it's 20 to 9. Maybe save it till next week.
Yeah, we'll do it next week. So what we're doing now is we are finishing up, guys. We are heading over to Brutus's channel. Brutus is talking about Adam Weishaupt of the Illuminati.
Amazing.
Don't forget, you can find me on Dope Movies and Shows. There'll be an audio version of this podcast available, and we will see you guys.
Brutus talking about something that isn't women. Adam Weishaupt. Right, so that was an interesting trip down memory lane. So what's the next one? Bonus episode, Adam Weishaupt.
Hello, you alright everybody? Welcome back to the Esoteric Exchange. As always, at the beginning of every show, I do like to clarify that this is a peace and love live stream. We're totally against violence, and this is love speech, not hate speech. We just like to have a little bit of a chit chat about some controversial
I don't believe you.
subject matters, but we love everybody. And I'm your host, Brutus. You can find me on Twitter, and you can find me on Telegram. Everybody's welcome and invited to come and join Telegram.
I found
Come
him
hang out with the
so
lads.
insincere when I met
We're
him
going to be
in real
talking about
life.
Adam Weishaupt today for an hour. Shows here every Thursday.
So what I'm going to do
9
now
till 10.
is just highlight this area,
And I've got
and that's fine.
my trusty co-host 00 is here, and a special guest Hemi. How's it going, lads?
Evening.
Hello.
That's okay.
So yeah, so let's get into it then. So yeah, I've been meaning to talk about Adam Weishaupt for a long time, because I really like. Where's my notes? I just lost my. There it is.
That's
I really
okay.
liked what E. Michael Jones had to say about him.
What was that?
Well, yeah. Let's hang on. Let's take a step back here. In case you don't know, because some
That's
people in
okay.
the chat don't know, or Grief doesn't know, and he's in the chat. So, in case you don't know who Adam Weishaupt is, Adam Weishaupt is the founder of the Illuminati.
That's okay.
He's the guy that
So,
founded
1,
the
2.
Bavarian Illuminati back in.
I was going to say correction, Bavarian. Illuminati, isn't he?
Yeah, well, it's the original Illuminati. You know, the word Illuminati has been very much popularized
Yeah,
in
that's
recent
working.
years by Dan Brown, I suppose. I'd love to do a show on Dan Brown one day. Just go through some of his books. 'Cause they're fun, you know.
Just
I
try that.
think he's misunderstood. He's probably some kind of Freemason or something, but he's I think his books are quite good fun. But anyway, he kind of helped popularize the term Illuminati, and now it's just
Incorrect
become
data
some kind of,
sorter, right.
It's become sort of a joke, hasn't
These
it? Like,
ones, they're saying
it was
it's
kind of really
incorrect
edgy to talk
data.
about the Illuminati back
So it's just
in
the bottom two, right?
what, early 2000s, and now
Well,
it's like,
Robert Anton Wilson did a lot to popularise it as well in the 70s with his Illuminatus trilogy. And
I might be able
that
to
brought it to
do the
sort of
next
public
few
attention
blueprints
more,
much more
yeah.
quickly now that I know
He's
what I'm
a
looking for.
Discordian, isn't he?
yeah,
Robert Anton. Yeah, because I listened to a bit of Nick Majerus, and
So
he
these
talks about
bottom two.
Robert Anton Wilson a
Let's
bit.
have a look at that.
I know 3 people who committed suicide after reading that Illuminatus trilogy. Just to throw that in there, yeah. So
yeah, isn't there, I think
heavy
there's a
stuff.
there's a documentary about them coming out soon, isn't it? The Discordian.
yeah, they've got the whole.
The other one, the cult of what is that group? Slack, Bob Slack, and
Oh,
that
Bob,
whole...
yeah, Church of the Subgenius, yeah.
That's it, Church of the Subgenius. Fucking hell,
Loudmouthed Americans, yeah.
what a bunch of lunatics. Yeah, I saw a trailer for a documentary that's coming out about that at some point. They're a bunch of weird guys. They're kind of connected with the Linux community in a strange way, because there's a whole distro of Linux called Slackware. But anyway, yeah. So I mean, it's become, the whole Illuminati thing's become a very popular kind of joke kind of term, but it does come from something very real. It comes from a group which, as I say, was formed by Adam Weishaupt in 1776 on May the 1st. Coincidentally, obviously, May Day. I mean, not coincidentally, I'm being ironic, but May Day is, the Communist Day. It's also the day that the Church of Satan was founded. But yeah, back in 1776, and the way
Well, for you numerologists, 1776 adds up to 20. Adds up to 21, which is the 3 sevens.
right,
The number of the Babylon woman.
yeah. Why is 21 the number of the Babylon woman?
Well, 777 is the number of Babylon, who's the consort of the beast, like from the Book of Revelation that Aleister Crowley adopted as his own persona, and weird sex magic stuff. And
Aleister Crowley said he was the whore of Babylon.
no, he said he was the great beast 666 out of the Book of Revelation, and his sort of wife or his consort is Babylon, like the Babylon who rides the beast in the Book of Revelations. Yeah. Although I think Crowley's terminology, riding, is more to do with having sex, but yeah.
I always thought Hillary Clinton was the whore of Babylon. But
She's a good contender, put it that way. Yeah.
maybe Angela Merkel. I don't know. There's so many these days, isn't there?
I think they all are. They're all Babylon beast riders, aren't they?
Yeah, maybe the whore of Babylon just indicates feminism. I think.
Well, what's the magical ceremony that he did to create the which one did because Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard created the which one did they create?
Moonchild, the Babylon.
The
working.
Moonchild.
Yeah, that was the Babylon working. Yeah, that's to do with all this stuff. Yeah.
And then didn't Crowley create one as well?
Yeah, that's a bit of a dodgy. I don't really want to talk about it. That's a bit of a weird subject to go into, because that goes into all stuff that can get channels banned and stuff. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
You know all about this stuff then.
Yeah, we could do a show if we done it very sort of tentatively, maybe.
Alan Moore.
I would have loved to have known
comic
more
series
about
on it,
that.
isn't it? Aleister Crowley. created
Unfortunately,
Moonchild.
Zero's just
Yeah.
It's
So that's telling me
the
that
League of-
blueprint's
the
okay.
League of something gentlemen, incredible gentlemen, extraordinary
Yeah.
gentlemen. What's it called? You know it, Hemi.
Yeah, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the last 3 books in
Oh,
that
tab
comic
doesn't
series,
work.
it goes from like 1913 to 1960 to anyway, there's like 3 or 4 of them.
It's 69 and is it 2012?
Something
I
like
think.
that. Yeah, it spans over like a century, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And it's about Aleister Crowley giving birth to like the Antichrist, who turns out to be Harry Potter. It's a bit like, what? And it's
So,
like shooting laser beams.
I'm not
going
going to save the game
like, what?
because I definitely have the
First
blueprint
rail.
there.
I know,
So
it
I'm
sounds
just going
funny,
to
but
go.
This Babylon work, and it's about having sex with aliens and breeding a human-alien hybrid, like I was
Let's
talking
just
about
go and
in
load
the
the
other
game.
show.
I have the blueprint.
That is what it's
so
about.
it's okay if I
having
lose
sex
it.
with aliens. You know.
Load game.
Yeah. But anyway, so let me just do my little spiel on Adam Weishaupt.
God, imagine
So-
Brutus collaborating
Yes, we
with
all know
us.
who he is. I just
I mean, he
really
wasn't
like the
throwing
way
us
that
under the
Michael
bus
Jones
to
talked
try and
about
get
him
more
in
fame
the
and
beginning
grift.
of his book, which is called Libido Dominandi. E. Michael Jones, in case people don't know, is a great Catholic scholar. He's kind of almost on our side. He talks about the JQ a lot, but he's not on board with race realism. But he wrote Libido Dominandi, which is very famous. And he also wrote The Jewish Revolutionary Spirit, which just tracks the story of the Jews through the centuries.
Angle
Very
too
interesting book.
wide.
And
it's that one
yeah, he
bastard
wrote
one
Libido
there.
Dominandi before he was aware of the Jewish question. But the whole principle of the book is basically that people
Oh, that's going to bite me on the
are
arse. I didn't actually
dominated
save the other game.
by their libido. So
Oh, let's see,
basically,
12,
the point is that the
12:37.
oligarchs, they use the sexuality of the masses.
Continue last
to
quit.
control
Let's,
them.
let's try that.
And sexual liberation is really just sexual slavery. So you think you're getting liberated because you can go and have sex with whoever you want. You don't have to get married. You can watch pornography. You can do gay sex. You can go to the gay disco, whatever. But you're not really being liberated because all that's happening is you're being chained by your lower desires, and they're using, the oligarchs that control this world are basically using your lower passions to keep you in control. So that's the whole.
So it said
synopsis,
angle too
basically,
wide, and it was on the
behind
bottom.
Libido
So let's just
Dominandi.
check these.
And
So this
the way that E.
top
Michael
could also be
Jones
the
tells
bottom.
it, he says that this entire process basically
Looks
started
okay to
with
me.
Adam Weishaupt. Because Adam Weishaupt, first of all, he was a Jew, which deserves mentioning, even though E. Michael Jones doesn't mention it.
Did you know he was a
And a
dirty
lot of people
Jew?
seem to miss
That's
this point,
the
but he was the
offender
son of a
right
rabbi. And he was raised by the Jesuits. And basically, the way that Mr. Jones tells it, he basically
So even though
took
it'll
the
take me about
philosophy of the
10 seconds to
Jesuits,
save, I
kind of
think
spun it on
that
its
is
head
prudent
and
insurance.
turned it into a system of absolute control. Because the Jesuits, they were formed in the Counter-Reformation, 1540, I think it was, Council of Trent. And they were formed by Ignatius Loyola, who was also a Jew, right? A converted Jew. So there's something about this Jewish mentality in there. But within the Jesuit order, they have these spiritual processes, these spiritual exercises. I think Ignatius Loyola actually published a book called Spiritual Exercises, and you can still read it today. But they have these spiritual exercises which are meant to clarify the mind and deepen your meditation. It's some kind of like deep psychological meditation on the Catholic mysteries. So the virgin birth and different things. And the idea in the Jesuits, as far as I understand it, is that you have like these confessions, and you keep these notebooks about your own spiritual development, and you pass this on to the person above you, and they kind of help to guide you internally as you go through this process.
Right, so the
Adam
blueprint's
Weishaupt
been
just
saved.
took that and basically spun it round and turned it into
There
something
it is.
evil.
412
He
magnet.
took God out of the center of it and turned it into basically, a confession where you write down everything that you experienced. He has these books. They're called the Quibus Licet. So everybody that was in the Illuminati, they were supposed to keep these notebooks, write down everything that they're experiencing and thinking and feeling, and then pass it on to the person that's above them in the hierarchy. And then all of the information, and then they pass it to the person that's above them, and so on and so forth. And so all the information gets brought together. And so you got Adam Weishaupt sitting at the top, and he knows what everybody's thinking. He knows everybody's deep psychological thought processes, what their weaknesses are, their strengths, etc., etc.
A bit like Scientology.
And so he knows how to manipulate everybody. And so it becomes a system of total psychological control.
So yeah, that one's
Adam
working
Weishaupt
now.
himself called it
Very nice. Little gap there.
analysis, something like that.
Yeah,
Analysis of the soul.
Save that.
So it's really
great. We're getting there.
I mean,
We are
obviously this was
getting
all
there.
around before Sigmund Freud appeared,
So
right?
now
It's
I'll load up the
predecessor
other
to
game.
psychoanalysis, but it's the same principle. It's like you have this system
And
of
once I've confirmed this works,
espionage,
because I'm
this
using it
system of,
myself, I can
spying
upload
on
it
people,
to the website
finding out
and say, hey
what's
guys,
going on in
here's my
their head,
blueprint. I've just
and
gone
using it
painstaking
to
detail, make sure it
control
works.
and to manipulate them in a
So
very,
have
very
fun.
disciplined way. So it's basically like the Jesuits but without God, and that's what he created. He created this thing in Bavaria, in a city called
Bavaria,
Ingolstadt.
Ingolstadt.
Interesting
I
enough, the
speak
way
German
that
better than you do, Brutus.
Jones tells it,
Yeah,
the only
because
reason
you're
he
a
got away
fucking
with
cunt,
creating it
innit?
was because Pope Clement closed down the Jesuits in 1773.
I'm not Pope
And so
Clement, I'm
Adam
Pope
Weishaupt ended up taking the
Inclement.
seat of the
Yes.
Jesuit in the university there, because the Jesuits used to dominate all the different universities. They were like at the head of learning. So he managed to become the professor of philosophy in Ingolstadt,
Ingolstadt.
and he just basically initiated his disciples and drew them in. And he drew in another guy. His name was Adolf Freiherr von Knieg, who had lots of connections with different aristocrats and stuff like that, and he ended up bringing people in as well. So we had this whole network. Another guy came in, called Joachim Christopher Bode, who just spread the movement to other countries. He ended up spreading it to Paris, also to Germany. Goethe, the guy that wrote
Right,
Faust,
so I've done.
ended
I
up,
was doing graphite. That
getting
was it.
initiated into the Illuminati. And they had this whole big thing, and it was growing, it was developing, it was big. But then the Bavarian government basically cracked down on it and smashed the whole thing. Famously, there was one character called Jacob Lanz, who was struck down by lightning in 1785, and he had a whole bunch of Illuminati manuscripts with
So
him.
I think the easiest way for me to do it
He got
is
struck
just
down
to
by
go
lightning. The government
like
read
this.
read what the Illuminati was planning
Yep,
to do, because they were
okay.
basically planning to overthrow the church, overthrow the government, this kind of thing. There's a whole internet
And
meme
it's
about the
telling me
25
that
Illuminati
all
points.
of this is
But if you
A-OK,
search for it, you
and
get
there's
lots
no
of
problem with it.
different lists, so I haven't really
So
found
it's
one
not
that's the
ready
real
for
one, if you know
blueprinting
what I mean.
just yet.
But they basically had all the same goals that the
Yeah, I know.
communists,
Bruce is not talking about
use
putting women in
to,
cages. He's talking about
formulate
the
feminism
Jews,
to destroy people,
Adam
take down the
Weishaupt,
throne, take down
in Ingolstadt,
the church.
the Bavarian
Very much like the
Illuminati.
Communist Manifesto, very much like the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Basically the same
I'm not going to
remit.
change anything of that yet. I'm going to come back to it.
So yeah, this guy got struck down by lightning. The authorities got involved, and they shut the whole thing down and threw everybody into prison. Adam Weishaupt had to run away. But they do say, and I haven't got to the bottom of this yet, and maybe we could. I've just
Let's
brought
just
another
check all
book.
this is correct.
It's called To Eliminate the Opiates. It's by Rabbi Marvin S. Antelam. But anyway, they do say that Weishaupt ran away to Frankfurt, and there he started hanging out with the Rothschilds, and that Jacob Frank was hanging out there at the same time, and these three people got together and kind of like formulated the modern world between them. That's not the way that E. Michael Jones tells the story. The way that Jones tells it, he says that it's because the authorities published these Illuminati doctrines that they became so popular, because the ideas spread. That's his take on it. But Jones is an interesting character because he kind of, he's kind of he's into literary theory. I mean, the reason he studied literature at university, so that's kind of his angle on the whole thing. He's not so much of a conspiracy theorist, but yeah, basically that's what the Illuminati is. This character Joachim Christopher Bode, we'll just call him Bode for short. He apparently went to Paris, and he was hanging out with a group called Lodge les Amis Ruins. Okay,
Good French there, Brutus.
one of the lodges in Paris, and he explained all of the Illuminati doctrines to them. So the two great conspiracy theorists of that age, Abbe Baruel.
E. Michael Jones was on Where's Millennial last Xmas, and he dropped the K word. Rose didn't look at us.
And who's that
He
other
said
guy?
clunge.
John Robbins. Proofs of Conspiracy,
Dirty
1798. These are like
Michael
two
Jones.
first conspiracy theorists in history. They both say that it was Bode who took the
You see-
philosophy of the Illuminati.
Well,
took
you're
it
probably
to
as
Paris,
being a homosexual, you'll
in
never experience
part
the joys
helped
of
the Great
clunge.
French Revolution.
Ugh.
So
E.
anyway,
Michael
it's
Jones, that is
basically
a dirty word to
the
describe a
starting
woman's
point for the
fanny
modern
parts.
world. And yeah, I just really like what E. Michael Jones says about it. Is that they've created this
Why don't
system
you
of
gay marry
control
him if you love him so
where
much,
you
Brutus?
look into someone's mind,
Name
get
dropping
them to
him all the time.
confess their deepest desires, and because you understand what they want, what their strengths and their weaknesses are, you get to manipulate them. And it just seems to me that this is the world that we live in now, because we've all got Facebook and Twitter and social media,
Speak for yourself.
and we're all basically being spied on by this big tech, dystopian kind of mega corporations that are just like poking their eyes into our life and watching what kind of emotions appear in our face when we're looking at the computer screen. You know what I mean? And so they accumulate all of this information together, and they not
Oh,
only
yes,
have
the cult
information
of
on how
Clunge.
what your personal
One of those
psychology is,
popular
they get
Middle
a
East,
psychological profile for the masses,
tribes.
and then they
Oh,
can
don't
use
have
that
any
to
vessels in.
formulate propaganda and to
Oh, that's gonna
manipulate
make
us
things
even
a bit
more. So we
unusual.
really live in this
Never mind.
in a world which seems to me to be
This
created
is why we
by
go over these things and revise
Adam
them.
Weishaupt, and that's my little spiel. So there you go.
Well, it's classical mind control,
Right.
isn't it? Like, get everyone to look
not
at the
nearly
same
done
screen at the
just
same
yet.
time. It's like TV, isn't it? Like, get everyone to look at the news at the same time. Everyone's looking at it. Everyone's thinking the same things. Everyone's taking the same frame of thought at exactly
Yeah,
the same
my
time.
supply ship
It's
just
just
landed.
classical
Very
mind
good.
control, isn't it?
So,
Well, it's getting more difficult.
No.
More difficult for them. It's not
Graphite.
getting easier, is it? I mean, before you used to have, 20 million British people gathered around, but the Morecambe and Wise, didn't you? Those days are long gone.
True, yeah. Well, I think, I mean, Weishaupt studied the
Graphites, that's it.
Kabbalah, didn't he? And the Kabbalah is the old pyramid scheme, isn't it? Like the old pyramid, the old Illuminati pyramid scheme. Right? The higher at the bottom, there's loads
That's
of
what I
people
want.
like us. But the higher you go up the pyramid, the weirder it gets, and the less people are involved. Until you get to the very top, where there's only a few people who know what's really going on.
A bit like
And that-
Scientology, where they don't
Yeah.
tell you the alien stuff until
Yeah.
until you get to the
right,
higher
so again,
orders.
save the
So you've
game,
got a few
loads the
people
new
controlling
one,
the rest
test the
of us.
blueprint
It's like the-
works. Once I've verified
The
it works,
Illuminati 13
carry on with the
grades
next
of
one.
initiation that's on the back of the pyramid on the US $1 bill. There's 13 levels to that pyramid, which
Do you
I
guys
think-
see that? Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, I think that those 13 steps on the pyramid relates to the
13
13
steps
levels
on
of
the pyramid.
hypnosis, from light trance at stage 1 to stage 13, where apparently you can consciously alter your DNA, and that's what people say is behind all this stuff. So, because we're not
looks like
just
I've got
flesh
a
and
bit of
flesh and blood creatures, are we? There's lots of other stuff going on with us, and if you can get to these deeper levels of hypnosis, which I think is what all these secret societies are about, then you can start changing world history and stuff like that.
You think they're really putting themselves in a trance I have to wonder about this. Like, how powerful does this stuff make them? Like, if you go to some kind of like Rothschild, Illuminati hangout.
I was using that bit to delineate borders between one section and another. And
I mean, does it like does it really charge you up for days?
Oopsie-doopsies.
You know, you just like, do you become like super focused and powerful?
I think
Oh, I wondered
with
about
this stuff,
that.
it doesn't matter whether you
alphabet.
believe
I
it.
was
They
told
believe
that
it,
Friday
and
the
that's enough.
13th is unlucky
Do you know what I mean,
because
Bruce?
of.
I don't know. I just wonder if it works.
burning
like,
of
like you
the
hear about
Knights
Aleister
Templar.
Crowley. I heard that he was such a genius.
No,
that
what I'm saying, Bruce, is it doesn't matter whether you believe it. It's
Collides with
you know
other objects.
they are empowering themselves by
All
believing
right, so
in
this
themselves.
bit
Do you
there,
understand
that's a
what I mean?
bit balky.
Right.
So the third one there, and that's
Sure,
it.
but I mean, I'm just wondering how far that empowerment
So it's
goes.
just
like,
that
Can
has
you,
gone a bit
can you turn
hawky-balky.
yourself into a genius? Because
Right.
I heard the story that
But yeah, I
Aleister
mean,
Crowley,
Judas being the
he used to
13th
blindfold
disciple, I
himself
didn't know it was the
and
13th
play
disciple.
chess against like 10
Oh.
people at the same time and win.
Call myself a
So,
Christian,
you know,
and I
obviously
don't
you've got
even
to
know.
memorize 10 different chess
All the
games in your
disciples,
brain
I mean,
and
there's
keep the
Matthew,
thing
Mark,
going, right?
John.
So that's
But
high. That's like super
Judas.
high IQ level stuff. So
Who
was he
else was
able
there?
to do that?
I'll have to read
of
it
the
again.
rituals that he was engaged
So
in.
it's the
Do
third
these
one.
rituals really turn you into a superhuman?
So it could be this one.
I
It
don't
could be
know because
look,
in
this
the end,
one
he
looks
died,
fucked,
in
doesn't it?
a,
It's
in a
definitely
nurse.
this
Was it a
one.
nursing home in Brighton? Was it where he died?
And I'll just
Yeah,
check the
Smackhead.
other one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, come
So-
on, come on.
So
that's a
you
bit-
have to what you've got to remember is that you have to pay for this stuff. You know, and I don't mean in pound notes. When you start dabbling with this stuff, you have to pay for it.
Well, when they're doing rituals like that, they're contacting non-human intelligences who can tell them things like what chess moves people are making, because they're not in our time stream. They're not in our sort of physical time stream. They can sort of see in the future and in the past, so they could tell Crowley what move their opponent was making.
Yeah. That was always my take on black magic. Like,
That's what it is, yeah.
Dark
my
magic.
idea was always
Dark
like if you look at the
magic.
Indian system,
Looks like magic.
you've got,
It's
for
actually
example, the
very
yogi,
dark.
and the yogi will
Dark
sit there
magic,
and he'll
dark
practice austerity,
magic.
and for years, you know,
The Crab
he'll have, like,
People
a
song
fixed
is one
diet
of the
and
best songs to ever
wake
be
up very
on
early in
South
the
Park.
morning and concentrate and meditate. And he develops a power within himself, which comes from within him, and that gives him great strength. But the guy that does black magic, he doesn't bother with austerity. He just invites ghosts into his body.
Yeah, well,
do
it's a
stuff for
shortcut,
it.
isn't it? It's a
It's a
shortcut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A dangerous one. Yeah. Because you're dealing
Right.
with things. Well, you're dealing with things that are more powerful than the human. So, who knows what their agenda is? You know, because people seem to think that you can call up a demon and get them to get you loads of money and that, but you don't get anything for nothing in
Collides
this
with
life,
other
do you? So
objects.
they've got an agenda. So,
Well, a lot of these rich types have kids dying left, right, and centre. Maybe that's the price they're paying for it.
well, they sacrifice the firstborn, don't they? That's in the Bible, isn't it? You sacrifice the firstborn to the demons. Yeah.
Is that in the Bible?
That's in the Bible, yeah, I think, yeah. Yeah, well, it is, yeah, I don't know
Is that what
exactly
they do
where.
to- Is that what they would sacrifice to Moloch?
Yeah, that you sacrifice your firstborn to the sort of demons or the gods or whatever they call them, yeah, to gain their favour kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah.
what interests me about this whole secret society thing is that they're not secret.
Oh, I didn't mean to do
Like, they
that.
give out their addresses so people can contact and join them. I mean, they're not like secret, are they? Because if they're secret, we wouldn't know about them. But
See, I've always thought about the Illuminati, whether the Illuminati are the sleight of hand. The Illuminati are the one that you know, like they're like the laser dot on the floor to a cat to us, aren't they? The real people, you've got no idea who they are. The Rothschilds and the Illuminati, I believe, are a sideshow.
Yeah, but that's why I like E. Michael Jones's explanation, because it makes sense, because it puts it in more of a literal kind of tangible way that you can taste. I mean, he's basically just saying that he takes all the occult stuff and ignores all that, and he just says, look, what these people are doing, it's just like a form of psychoanalysis where you have to confess all your deepest desires to the person that's above you, and then they use that as a system of control. So it's
Well,
Sounds like
sounds a hell of a lot like
Scientology,
Scientology,
Skull and
doesn't it?
Crossbones.
It,
Yeah,
sounds
I
like,
mean,
it sounds like the British public school system. I mean, that's like that's like a secret society. It's like a tiny amount of the population who all get
there
together
we
and
go,
brainstorm
yeah.
and sort of
Fagging.
bully each other and get this hierarchy thing going on. I think that's a secret society as much as anything else, really.
Well, it's probably just influenced by it, isn't it? Because you've got so many people, so many secret societies within that system that the culture's going to like spill over, isn't it? If you know what I mean. Like I was talking
It's
to.
like, I imagine like the Freemasons, they're like pleb tier, aren't they? They're not. They're, I don't think they carry any influence, do they?
It's like in Yale, you've got that Skull and Bones thing. So most universities have like little clubs like that. So if you've got like the top people behaving in that way, then the culture spills down on, you know, it trickles down to the people below. I mean, this is why I think the world is the way it is, because the people that run this planet, the Rothschilds and what have you, they're doing this dark, weird, perverted stuff, and it just trickles down into the masses. So we all end
Well,
up.
it's one long con game to make them think that make us think that they're more that there's something more to them than there actually is. In fact, they're just thieves.
It's the pyramid scheme, isn't it? Like you've got a few at the top controlling everyone down below. Yeah, it's the old pyramid scheme. Yeah.
Well, they're very smart thieves. You know, they're not stupid.
Well, their
think
families
that'll
have been doing
create
it
a
for years,
conflict,
haven't they?
so it's just,
It's just something they've got used to, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, they're in league with non-human entities. I mean, it's as simple as that. It seems to me.
I like how
They've got the
Zero
edge
pronounces
because they've got
human.
this, almost like an intelligence agency, like a demonic intelligence agency that can tell them when when it's time to buy shares and when to sell shares and things like that. They've got that edge.
Right, so that's the one which
because
was
they
definitely
sacrifice
fact and is
children,
now a bit less
basically.
fact. That's probably due to the fact that.
But what do you guys think, like specifically about this libido dominandi concept? Because this is a real revelation
it's on a
for me.
tropic
when
line.
Jones
That's
explained
why
this to
it's
me. And this is
skew
coming.
with.
This is like a very ancient Christian.
So that'll be
teaching. This is coming
okay.
from
No, this one up
what's that
here.
book called? City of God, City of
That
Men,
one looks okay.
which is by
That's St. Paul, is it?
no, it's not St. Paul. It's somebody in the chat. Look it up. But anyway,
So this
a
one.
very famous book written in like 400 AD, whatever. Very like foundational.
That
Christian
looks quite
concept.
nice.
The idea being that you either live
Right,
in the
let's try
city
this
of God
again.
or you live in the city of men. If you live in the city of God, you're serving God, or your energy, St. Augustine, yeah. All your energies and everything is being directed upwards towards that. But if you live in the city of men, you're just going to be controlled by your base desires. So the idea being that you have to serve, you don't have a choice. You're not independent. You're only small and weak, and you have a choice. You can either serve God or you can serve your dick, basically. And what E. Michael Jones is saying in regard to Adam Weishaupt, he's saying that Weishaupt understood this, the Illuminati understood this, and the oligarchs that run the world today, they understand this, and they're basically forcing people just to
Is that overwriting?
serve their lower sexual desires.
Might be.
But it's all dressed up as liberation. You know, it's all dressed up as the gay pride march or whatever.
So
I'm
save
free, I can do whatever I want. It's like, no, not really.
Okay.
You're just being controlled by your lust.
So
So what do you guys specifically think about that?
Saved.
I
Loads.
think what you were saying
She's
there,
like
like
a
serving
cunt.
God, I think that was the original aim of Freemasonry. Like, I don't know, do you lot hate Freemasons? I think Freemasons are pretty good. I think they're on our side. You know, I think they're.
I don't know. From what I've heard, once you start getting into the upper levels, that's when they bait and switch on you and tell you've been serving Satan all of this time.
I don't know.
Or
I see
Lucifer. I'm
Freemasons
not too
as
familiar with
patriotic,
these
nationalists,
semantics.
and anti-communists. Like they're trying to perfect themselves and maintain the divine order. It seems to me, but obviously they've been infiltrated just like everyone else. No, I think they're good Freemasons. You know, I think they're good.
But they want to build the third Temple of Solomon, don't they?
But
That's
that-
the whole
that's the
goal
ro-
of Freemasonry.
But there's all different branches. Like the Royal Arch branch of Freemasonry want to do the third temple, but there's all sorts of sub-orders in Freemasonry as well, like the Rosicrucians and the the Knights Temples. I think
So
they're pretty
that's
on our
now
side.
working.
I think they're
Didn't the Knights Temple worship the Baphomet?
Very, very good.
They invented
Well-
banking, didn't they?
A couple of dots.
What?
Oh
Jude.
God, yeah, I've lost
Must
my
have been from the
argument now.
previous
haven't I?
blueprint.
When being outside
All over,
Yeah,
mate.
did you know that, Brutus, that the Knights Templar invented banking?
No, the Jews invented banking.
No, the Knights Templar invented
Yeah, they did,
the
yeah.
first,
Yeah,
the
it
first
was-
form of
it
international
was our
banking was the
invention.
Templars.
But
So basically-
usury and
Basically, what had happened was
That
people
clever
going
tricks
to
and stuff
Jerusalem.
was done
So
by
this is
them.
probably where it comes from.
Look at
People
that,
going to
those
Jerusalem,
blueprint
what they
lines, all
do
the-
is that
so
when
there's
they
little
set
bits
off,
there.
it was
Okay,
a
so
piece
there's a
of
little
paper
bit
with a code on
scruffy,
it.
but as long as the
So what they
blueprint
do
works,
was
that's good.
The Knights Templars, because people
So,
get robbed left,
I've
right,
now
and centre.
got steel,
so the Knights Templar,
titanium,
what they do is they'd have like
and
way
high purity
stations where you can go
silicon
and pick some money
blocks
up.
to do.
So what
Okay,
what had
okay.
happened is you'd hand a bit of paper
So I
in,
just
then the
save
code
it
would get
there.
altered and you'd get your money.
All right, look, they definitely
And then
invented
I suppose I could
a
do it
form
again.
of
Oh, I can't be
banking,
asked
or
to
they,
do it
they
again.
invented a certain type
If
of
people
financial
complain about,
instrument.
oh, there's
But I
little
don't
bits
like
about
it
here
when
and
people
there,
go
well, you
around
can always
saying
clean it
the
up,
Knights
and then you can make
Templars
your own versions,
invented
can't you?
banking, because it's a bit of smoke and mirrors, isn't it? It's a bit of a way for the Jews to say, well, you didn't invent banking. No,
Well,
it was
is it?
the
Oh, come on, come on. Is,
But they
is anything
don't
the Jews
invent
actually
anything,
invented?
they just corrupt it.
They
and
haven't.
turn-
banking.
Name one. Name
Bank-
one.
Banking.
They copied that from the Knights Templar. Come on, you can't give them credit for anything, Bruce.
No, they were always
Everything
Yeah,
they do is a copy.
Hami's
is a
right on
pale
this one.
imitation.
They were always the money lenders.
The Knights Templars were the olden days SAS. They were like.
Oh,
they
hang
were
on.
like-
Let's get something straight here, right? We're gonna get into
Yeah,
the Knights
coming
Templar.
from the
Right,
closeted
let me just
homosexual.
Get the chronology down here, okay? The Knights Templars appeared because of the Crusades, and the Crusades.
That looks
started
like
in
it's going to
1090,
say angle too
roughly,
wide.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, England was invaded by William the Conqueror in 1066, and he was sponsored by the Jews to do it, and specifically by Jewish money-lending powers that were situated in Venice, because Venice was the merchant capital of Europe at that time, down in the Mediterranean. It's got a very advantageous position,
Well,
obviously.
money lending's different
So-
from banking. Look, banking's more complex than money lending, isn't it? Money lending, you just set up your store, you borrow money and you get it back. You lend out money and you get it back, don't you?
Well, that's the foundation of banking, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking
So,
about.
you hang on a minute, because you were just saying, oh, the Jews didn't invent.
Not
anything.
really, because that's usury, isn't it? Which
The
is
point I'm
like
trying to make is they were the money lenders long before the Templars appeared. Right, that's the point I'm trying to make here. Long before the Templars appeared, the Jews were the big money lenders.
but what we're saying is the Templars weren't money lenders; they were bankers. You handed your money into them, and it was safe, and you could go and get your money out elsewhere. So it was
Yeah,
like
they
proper
weren't in the
banking,
process of giving
not
out
just
loans.
usury.
Right. Okay, I see your point. Okay.
Yeah.
Although I'm sure
the
they would
Templars
have,
were
because
Christians, like devout Christians.
they're not
They weren't
stupid.
4x2s.
Yeah. No, I see your point, Hemi. I'm just. But I mean, I would say that money lending is like the heart of banking, isn't it? Really. I mean, that's what. But
I think
yeah,
it's become the heart of banking, and it's probably like caused by you know who, isn't it? So,
because I don't think people hate the banks because they are a place where you can keep your money. They don't hate them because of that. They
Well,
hate them because of the usury and the interest. So it just seems to me to be like.
well,
It's just
what
maybe-
you've come to think of as banking is not really banking. Banking
Right.
was like like co-ops and mutuals and things like that. There's plenty more. There's more than one type of banking, but the problem is that the type of banking you're talking about has become the supreme form of banking, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like within conspiracy circles, it's a way for like pro-Jewish people to say, "Oh, the Jews, they're not the bad ones. They didn't invent the banking system. It was the Knights Templar." Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why I'm a bit
Yeah, yeah.
like,
And that's why we should talk about this stuff. Get the truth out, discuss it all, and then explain why they did invent banking, but they didn't invent the modern form of banking, which banking has become. All the usury and the making up money out of thin air. The Knights Templar did it with gold they actually had, because they had to hand it back out again.
Knights Templar banking just arose out of necessity because the Knights Templars were formed to protect Christian. What do they call it when they go on walks?
Pilgrims. Pilgrims.
Pilgrimages. Yeah, it just arose out of necessity because they kept getting attacked. So the Knights Templars were formed to protect the Christian pilgrims, and the Knights Templar banking, it just arose out of necessity because they kept getting bloody mugged all the time.
Yeah.
You know. So.
Yeah, they probably just started. It's probably like most things. They probably just started out good, and then got infiltrated, and then returned bad. I mean, that's just the way these things.
To be honest, they were good and they stayed good, but they were much maligned over history because was it King Philip? Was it Zero?
Yeah, he just coveted all their money and land, didn't he? He just wanted to rip their land off, didn't he? Which he did. Yeah.
Yeah, but aren't they the ones that started worshipping the Baphomet though? I thought that's where the Baphomet comes from, the Knights Templar.
What's wrong with worshipping Baphomet? I don't know.
Yeah, isn't Baphomet him downstairs?
Fucking hell. What's wrong with worshipping the Baphomet?
Old Nick.
It depends what you mean by Baphomet, doesn't it? I mean, I see Baphomet as...
I'm going to get a picture of Baphomet. There we go.
I know, it looks pretty creepy, but I see Baphomet as just the interplay of female, male, positive, negative. It's just like
because Baphomet's both sexes, isn't he?
Yeah, it's just like
they.
I think it's just like Baphomet just symbolises the earth power, the earth current of. I mean, you could say that's what the Star of David symbolises, but possibly in a different way. I'm not sure, but.
Sorry, I'm just finding a picture. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is what these bad people worship. I mean, this is what. I mean,
well, they take it to extremes, don't they?
Well, don't forget as well, Bruce. We're in a post-truth era, aren't we? I mean, history's written by the winners. It's not written by the losers, is it? And the Knights Templar lost out.
Are you a disciple of the Baphomet as well, Hemi? Is this all coming out now? Is it?
No, I'm not into the Baphomet. I don't do Baphomet.
Well, these
worship.
These nutcases take it to extremes, don't they? I see Baphomet as just the natural forces of the earth, like positive, negative interplay. But they take it to extremes where it's like they go beyond good and evil, don't they? Like if everything's relative, then Baphomet is the relative god, and so we can do evil, and that's great because it doesn't matter because it's all just relative. And whereas I see Baphomet as just the natural forces of the earth, really.
Yeah.
Because the nutcases always take it to extremes.
Private family business owned by sole traders. My understanding of what the Knights Templar were doing was it was the form of like payment insurance.
I think a real
you go and do your trek to Jerusalem. You could get mugged on the way. So you just go to like one of the Templar offices,
like a group of people on a remote island,
your home country, and say,
"Look,
I'm doing a trip to Jerusalem. Here's my money.
Children are raised up and told
bank
they're
it
the
for
master
me,"
race.
and they'd stick it in their bank.
Maybe they could do anything.
And then
in that
they go
sort of situation, like a real secret society where.
So of course they charge a fee for that. Because, in order to keep our service running and the protection we offer, we take 10%, or whatever the fee was.
Jeffrey Epstein's private
and here's a promissory note. You go to the banker in Jerusalem, and he would exchange this note for 90% of what you've just given me.
Didn't the Illuminati start off as quite a pure thing, didn't it? Because I read a bit of the.
Oh, they did kill people.
It was always about control and overthrowing the government and overthrowing the church. That was what it was always about.
They killed people and hung them from trees with like notices pinned to them and that. It's a bit serious stuff. But I was just going to say about Jeffrey Epstein's private orgy island, like the degenerate version of Baphomet Illuminati. Like that island is actually called Little St. James in the US Virgin Islands, which is quite an interesting choice of names, really, considering they're supposed to be all paedophiles and stuff.
To be fair, they probably didn't have much choice in the name. It was probably named that years ago, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it sort of suits.
Kind of like Los Angeles, right? The Angels. I mean, it was named that. It was named that way because it was created by Catholics, and now it's like the city of demons, more like
Pedo demons. Yeah.
Pedo team.
yeah.
I spent
laugh
last
about
night
it
reading
now,
Leo
but,
Leo
yeah.
Zagami's Confessions of an Illuminati, and he says that the Illuminati are split into two camps, like essentially, like the Vatican on one side and the Jews on the other. But because they're both concentrated on Jerusalem, that's created a sort of strange sort of tension, because you've got the sort of Vatican on one side, the Jews on the other. But they're all centered on Jerusalem, aren't they? And the third temple and the Messiah. And so apparently they're infiltrating each other's groups, where different types of people already meet and interact, like anarchists and far rightists, hippies and terrorists, celibates and sex perverts. So there's this sort of tension thing going on within the Illuminati where no one really knows what side they're on, I don't think, really. And it's
They've all been played by the Jews, aren't they? Ultimately.
But what about the Vatican, though? I mean, they're quite a serious contender in this Illuminati thing.
I hope this
But again,
works.
Well, they've just been infiltrated. I mean, they've
well,
been
exactly,
brought down
yeah.
like everything else, especially with Vatican II. Basically, the Jesuits took over. That's what everybody says. I don't know. I mean, we'll have to do a show on it at some point. But that's basically that basically seems to be what's happened.
Well, the Vatican are losing, aren't they? In the fight for power from the Second Vatican Council, and Pope John Paul VI speech in 1972 when he said that the smoke of Satan has entered the temple of God, and he knew what was going on, and something evil has infiltrated the Catholic. I don't want to diss any Catholic listeners, but it's pretty obvious that something evil has infiltrated the Catholic Church. And
you can still be a
some
Catholic
sort of homosexual
and agree with that.
cabal where they're all shagging children, and I mean, it's just
Yeah, I saw the current Pope walking around with a crucifix, a rainbow-coloured crucifix the other day.
oh my God, yeah.
Jesus Christ, what are you doing, mate?
Well, in 1998, there was a double murder-suicide in the walls of the Vatican, and that's a definite sign of demonic interference when there's murder and bloodshed inside the actual walls of the Vatican. I mean, that's what Pope John was on about. I think he knew what was going on.
Vatican City per capita has the highest crime
Do you think
rate
there's
in the
do you
country.
think there's the basement in the
Mind
Vatican with all
you-
the secrets in it? Zero.
That's because there's
I
fairly
think they know
accurate
more than they let
record-keeping
on,
there.
for sure, with the second.
I'm sure the
third
crime rate
prophecy
in
of
Central
Fatima,
African
they
Republic,
certainly,
Ghana,
they're plugged into this
probably even
supernatural
higher,
realm,
but,
if we're going to call it that.
you know.
Well, there is a library there, and you don't,
Uh,
and it's difficult to get access to it. So they've definitely
It's
got
fa-
a whole bunch of really old books.
Is Fatima the young girl that saw the Virgin Mary?
Yeah.
She saw the Virgin Mary in Fatima in Spain or Portugal, I think it was. And
Oh, was it three girls in Fatima then? Was it?
I think that was
3 children.
That's it. Yeah.
her and 2 boys, weren't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And they supposedly received this amazing prophecy of like future world history, but the Vatican has only
What I'm
released
doing
part
here is
of it.
redundant because this design doesn't
Yeah.
depend
They
upon
saw
drones. It just
The
uses
Virgin Mary 3 times.
vessels
They saw it once,
because it's getting all of
and then
the
they went back. They
ore
told their
from
parents, and then
off-world.
a crowd came, and then they did it again. And the 3rd time, there was a massive crowd of people. So it's like a real proper.
So nothing's saying
miracle.
that the sort of
Yeah,
data
I
is
thought everybody
improper.
saw nothing except for the children, didn't they?
No, the sun went strange, didn't it? I think. I think
did
we're-
it?
I think we're talking of something slightly different. I think the prophecy of Fatima was
I think
received by a
gonna
nun, wasn't
leave
it?
that bit out, and then somebody
One
can
nun.
always
She
go,
became
"Oh,
when she grew up.
I
she
can
became
fit
a
a
nun.
that's
bit
right,
extra
yeah,
in there. I'm
she
going to
had
do
nun, yeah,
that."
she grew up, yeah.
So,
Yeah, and
still.
she wanted. Apparently, she was supposed to keep it a secret or something, but then a bishop told her to write it down, ordered her to do it, or something like that. Yeah.
'Cause at the end of the day, it's good versus evil, isn't it? At the end of the day, with all this Illuminati stuff, it's good versus evil.
Yeah. Well, I would say that Baphomet character looks pretty fucking evil to me. But
I don't know. I always see Baphomet and the devil as a kind of folk.
So now I've just got to do silicon and
Who would you want to give
titanium.
your
So
children to? Would you want to give your children to that fucking thing in that picture, or to a picture of Jesus? Do you know what I mean?
I
Like,
got
you're
it.
gonna have babysit your kids at night. You're gonna invite the Baphomet round.
Excuse me.
Sometimes I think you just have to
Alcohol
take
is a
things
good
at face
start to the
value,
day, but it's
right?
made me one
Just
bit
look like a fucking
sleepy.
demon.
Yeah, but the devil, or the devil Baphomet, I think he's a folk hero. He gives us the power to fight against the bloody elite. Surely. You know,
Are you going to go into some Yahweh stuff now? Are you Zero? The Yahweh's the evil god and the devil's
My
here
way,
to save us.
Yahweh.
Don't get me started on that. But yeah, it's like
Hang on.
I think that
No, that's
Satan's
not one.
on our side.
That's the
I think he's
one.
our mate. I think he is.
Oh God, here we go.
But
Hang on, so God is evil and Satan's on our side.
no, not
Yeah,
not,
look into Yahweh when you get 5 minutes, Brutus. You'll see it's like
No, I would
everything's
actually-
upside down.
I would actually agree that Yahweh probably is the devil, and my take on it, and I'm going to have to reread the Egyptian myths to get to the bottom of this because it's been ages since I looked at it. But the way I understand it, when it comes to this whole Yahweh and the Tetragrammaton, this magic name of God that the Jews worship, the way I understand it is they want to know the name of God, right, quote unquote God, because they want to control him. Because like you watch all these Hollywood movies, and
So that
like, these
is
horror
working.
movies, and in the horror movies, I've seen this situation played out time after time again. There'll be some evil demon, some kind of poltergeist or something. He'll be possessing somebody.
I'm sure
and
somebody
causing all
will take
kinds of
this
trouble.
design and then they'll
And then what
further
happens is
refine
they
it.
figure out what his
You know
name
what?
is.
Good on
And once
them.
they know
They
his
can do
name,
that.
they're able to control him.
In fact, I'm kind
So
of hoping somebody does.
I reckon, at the heart of Judaism, they want to know the name of Yahweh. They want to know the Tetragrammaton, because then they can control the king of the demons.
no, they want to control God, don't they? I mean, they're so arrogant. They argue with God, don't they? Like Moses argues with God in the Old Testament, and lots of other prophets. They have an argument with God. You know, well, the arrogance of that. You know, but
Yeah.
it's
But
good
that's
against
what,
evil,
that's what I think they want to do. They just want to. It's just a form of demon worship,
So this bit looks a
dressed
bit
up as
screwy,
something
Louis.
holy. And that's the whole idea behind it. It's like, yeah, we'll pretend we're really spiritual and pure, but actually we're worshipping Satan.
Well, Yahweh is Satan, and
Yeah, I
and
totally agree.
I think the devil is the good guy who's trying to tell us about the evil Yahweh in the book of Genesis. And of course, the victors write the history books, don't they? As it's often said. So
Hang on, you just said Yahweh's Satan, but Satan is the good one, guy. So what's
no, Yahweh's Satan, but the so-called devil that the Christians say is the devil.
Oh,
is
look
actually
at
the
that.
good guy.
There's some
He's trying
conflicts.
to tell us. He's trying to wake us up, like we're trying to do. And he's saying that. Well, it's the whole Gnostic thing, isn't it? That Yahweh is evil and Satan's good, so we should worship Satan, and maybe that gives
have to
us the
figure
edge
that one out.
against all this mind control that's going on.
But you just said Yahweh is Satan.
Yeah. Yahweh. I know Yahweh's
No,
Satan.
no.
Yah-
Yahweh is evil, but Satan is the good guy, Brutus.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know about that.
Great deception.
I mean, I like the Christian. I like the Christian understanding of God. I don't like the Jewish understanding of God. So that's where everything gets a little bit confusing. Like, I like the concept of a all benevolent, powerful being that watches over us and cares for us like a father. I don't like this fucking genocidal, psychopathic God, which is described in the Old Testament. So it's kind of like two different.
Yeah, it's the whole
gods,
whole
isn't it?
Gnostic thing, isn't it? It's like God, the actual number one God, the creator, is good, but the Yahweh is a sort of, he's just this evil thing that's sort of trying to encroach upon the world, isn't he? He's trying to sort of deceive us that he's God, whereas he's not. He's just a demon. He's just like a big demon that
In that then, do the Ten Commandments enslave us then? Do they?
That's a tricky one. That is, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you follow that to its logical conclusion, that means the Ten Commandments are enslaving us.
But it's like the Talmud, isn't it? The Talmud has lots of like really good stuff in it to disguise the really evil stuff that's in it. So you got the Ten Commandments, which looks good. But on the next page of the Bible, God's saying we should kill everyone and rape their virgin daughters and everything. So
Also,
it's just like
the Ten Commandments, they ban idol worship, don't they? So they're basically saying you can't know what God looks like, even though God created man after His own image.
I thought it was false idols. Is the commandment, isn't it?
well, you can't worship
shan't
anyone except
bear
the demon
false
Yahweh,
witness.
can you? It's like it's just like that's a bit of a rigged game, isn't it? Really. I mean,
Yeah.
But that's what amazes me when you have these silly vicars, having Muslim services in the church. I mean, that's literally breaking one of the commandments, isn't it?
yeah, well, they don't care, do they? Church of England. I mean,
God no.
they're just a bunch of social workers with like funny robes on, aren't they? Really?
It's social work.
That's all they've become, isn't it? I mean,
He's
they don't
right.
talk about Satan or anything, do they? It's just fucking
He's
insane.
absolutely right.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
there was a oh god, my mind's gone. But I think they sort of cancelled or they wrote to a lot of the bishops, and a lot of the bishops said they don't even believe in God. Back in the 80s, in the Church of England, you know, they were saying that's just.
No,
like,
this is the argument I was having with flipping Claire Core last Saturday. It's like she's talking about this whole Islamic secular Quranism, and I was just saying, like, you're fake. You know, why don't you just say you're a Muslim? She's like, I don't have to believe in God to follow secular Quranism. And it's like,
So,
well, you
like,
just
The
you're just
Sharia
being a big
version
fake.
of
You're like one
Church
these
of
fake
England,
Christian
then.
because that they like the church, they don't believe in God. Like,
Oh, does she wear a bin bag then?
I mean, she's just.
Well,
like-
if you just live in your way, I mean, that's no bug roll and wearing a bin bag, isn't it?
yeah.
That's like the Church of Satan, like Anton LaVey's lot. They say they're Satanists, but they don't believe in Satan. I mean, how fucking stupid is that? You know, I mean, like,
How fucking nihilist is that?
it's like, well, actually, yeah, I am a
Anton
Satanist,
LaVey
but I
is
sort
a
of,
member
don't
of
believe
that
in
tribe,
Satan,
so
because like
Yeah.
it's all relative, like.
it all makes sense when you just
I'm
go,
American and I'm
yeah,
a bit
he's a member
thick
of the
and-
tribe. Right,
Yeah.
moving on.
Sorry, Americans,
Well,
but you know,
Anton LaVey is a bit 4B2, isn't he?
oh, he's definitely a 4B2, yeah.
Yeah. So that's it. He doesn't
Oh,
believe
he
in
is,
Satan.
yeah.
He believes in Moloch, doesn't he?
Well, and that Church of Satan was actually founded in 1st of May. Again, here we go. It's the Illuminati.
They love that May Day,
May Day.
don't they?
It's just
That's
another
big,
4x2
big
business
celebration
venture,
for
wasn't it?
them.
I mean, he charged people to attend the rituals, you know, it's just a business venture, you know.
Oh yes, May Day, a beautiful
Were
celebration
you on the
holiday
show when we
where
had that guy on?
we slaughtered
that guy on from
thousands of
American Satanist
children
guy?
after
No.
raping
Hemi.
them.
Were you there, Hemi?
It's beautiful
Remember we had the
holiday.
special guest on? Kaz,
I
what's his
missed
name?
I missed that one. I'd have been
Thank
I'd
God
have been
they
there if
put
I'd
it
have
on.
known he was on. Was that a good one? Was it?
Well, he hangs out with Tom Kaczynski, and yeah, because I was just going through Tom Kaczynski's like website. He's associated with a few websites, and I was going through it, trying to see if I could get some guests on, and I found him, and yeah, he's into the whole Church of Satan thing, and he's into this whole kind of might is right type thing. He's into that book written by
I
that
like
guy
these
with Red
pagans that
Beard.
say
You
might
know,
is right
that
and
book?
then get all bitchy
Yeah,
like,
Ragnar
oh,
Redbeard,
Christians
yeah.
brutally
Yeah,
oppressed
Ragnar
our
Redbeard,
ancestors and
all that
forcibly
kind of thing.
converted them.
He just said that the whole Church of Satan
What,
thing.
so they used force. So
just about
they
evolution.
used their
It's
might.
just about
Is might right or,
evolution and this
or
kind
is
of
it
thing.
is it not?
Only Anton LaVey could take Satan out of Satanism.
But I think they
I
use
love
it. I think they use it as a cover, don't they? They just say no, we don't really believe in the devil. It's all just a bit of fun, and that's the way that they get away with it, isn't it?
Bruce never
how
laughs.
long is it before they go? You know
There
what?
he is.
You know,
Everyone
I
else is
think
having a
obey
laugh,
the
but
Lord,
Bruce
do
is
as he
like,
teaches.
"Oh, this is really serious. We've got to talk
Just
about
go
this in a
on.
serious way. And Be serious.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's evil,
And if
though,
you're
isn't
not
it?
serious, then
Like
then
the
are
Church
you
of
even
Satan,
nationalist?
it could be seen as like a
Ooh.
clownish thing, but it all connects with this evil stuff that's going on with the Illuminati, like the Ordo Templi Orientis and the Temple of Set. I mean,
Yep,
they were
put that
both
down to
either led
10%,
or
there you
founded
go.
by spooks, like military intelligence people. And so you get all these people, they join these satanic groups, but I think they're just fronts for mind control or espionage or maybe both combined.
I'll go over
sort
these
of
again
thing.
and check
Well,
them.
if you have the sexual
Make sure.
abuse and the hallucinogenics, then you've got the recipe for MK Ultra, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's all that everything's relative. There's no good or evil. Everything's relative. That's why I like the Freemasons and the Knights Templars, because I think they're on the side of the light. I really think they are.
Well,
Let's
can I
just check.
can I try one more time since
Yeah.
we're coming to the last 5 minutes? 'Cause I've tried twice already. I'm going to try one more time, try and get you two to answer this question. What do you think about E. Michael Jones's point that he's making, that sexual liberation is a form of control? What do you think about that?
Yeah, he's right.
I
Because
agree.
in my mind, that kind of cuts through all the different bullshit arguments, and it gets right to the right to the heart of the matter.
Yeah, social
That this is
engineering.
what they are pushing on us. They are pretending that they're liberating
You
us
tell
by
people
saying,
that hedonism
yes,
is
you
more
can go to
important
the
than
gay
making
disco,
families, and
you can
then
have a girlfriend,
you've just done a
be
form
a
of population
transsexual, or
control.
whatever you can. But actually, it's a form of control because you're just getting somebody
Incorrect
addicted to
data.
vice.
Right.
I'll agree with you sort of, but
So
I'd
where is
say
it
it's
red?
more like a form of distraction.
It's red there.
It's like bread and circuses, in a way. How
and
about
it's
that
red
with the
there. So 1,
Yeah.
2, 3 down, and
Partly,
then 1, 2, 3
yeah.
up.
I agree, but I think there's another side to it. Like, yeah, obviously, like the
So
the
let's have a look
liberal
at this incorrect
communist
data of sorter.
4x2 have sex with everyone is great. That certainly locks you into the materialistic, vulgar, just low thing. But couldn't it be said that the far right is also a control system where if everyone doesn't want to do that, then they're locking themselves into this tiny little kind of
No,
non-degenerate
it's that one there.
space where they can't kind of contact maybe their deeper, more interesting levels of mind.
Okay, so just double
Could
check
it work?
this one.
Could it work both ways? Like, obviously, sexual degeneracy is bad, but surely, like uptight,
It's now
bow-faced,
kosher.
far right living could be equally as bad because it locks you into a kind of. It locks you into a kind.
far right living. What do you mean? Like getting married and having a family and kids?
Well, just kind of maybe sort of just shutting the doors to kind of more interesting, perhaps, levels of mind or practices, maybe. I know
Do
it's a
you
big.
think maybe the level of surface we live on is everything is distraction? Do you think that's preventing us from speaking? I mean, people don't get bored anymore, do they? But maybe boredom was a time for self-reflection and maybe a bit of meditation as well.
I suppose what I'm saying is maybe the middle road is the road to take. You can be far right and be traditionalist, but maybe have the odd interesting experience. Maybe.
I don't think you have to have sex with lots of people in order to have interesting esoteric opinions. You can still get married and have kids and read books. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
it's tricky.
I'm pretty sure that's going
Do
to
you
work.
really
So
need to go to an orgy?
nearly
and
done it
worship
all.
Baphomet
Nearly
in order
done
to
it
have
all.
spiritual
So the last one we need is
realizations? Like, might you just get,
titanium,
like, married
and
Well,
I
it's an
think
experience,
that's it.
isn't
Yeah.
it, Bruce?
So if I just go into my Forge World book, yeah, I need titanium.
Well, I'm far right.
Don't knock it till you tried it, Bruce. The old midnight Baphomet ceremony.
Oh dear. We're gonna have an in real life meetup one day, 00, where you take us to the Baphomet church.
Not that one then. Hopefully
I
there's
can
another
show you-
Find
section
some ley
somewhere.
lines.
Yeah.
Zero wants to go to Highgate. I think we should all go to Highgate. All get to Highgate together.
I could
What's
show
that
you.
like?
I could
Yes,
show
let
you
us
some
go
very
to
interesting
London.
druid sites, like
London
Bandy North
town.
Wales. Yeah, very interesting. But that's not Baphomet. That's just ancient.
I've only got
Britain,
one
ancient
section that
Britain
does
religion.
titanium. I am surprised by
North
this.
Wales. Do you speak Welsh?
No, I don't know.
Ah, that's a shame.
Yeah, very surprised.
Do you remember that? Do you remember that old Not the 9 o'clock news sketch? Come home to a real fire by a house in North Wales.
So let's.
Yeah.
And North Wales
All
is
right.
great.
Yeah. Do you think? Oh, we're going off on a right tangent now at the 1 hour mark. But do you think that King Arthur was Welsh? 0-0. Last question for the night.
Oh, I don't know. I've looked into it, but the trouble with King Arthur is that there's about 10 sites where he's supposed to be buried, so I can't make head nor tail of it, really.
Have you ever looked into Alan Wilson?
Yeah, I've looked into him. Yeah, he's good. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big.
I think you've just got to go to these sites where the Druids actually were and just commune with them. I think commune with them and.
Didn't Merlin's tree in where was it in Wales that got cut down, didn't it?
Oh, really?
No, that was
Yeah.
in Glastonbury, weren't it? The Glastonbury Thorn.
No
that was cut
incorrect
down,
sorted
My
data.
nan was Welsh, and she told me a story about it. I can't remember whether it was
So
like
let's try
Swansea,
it.
Cardiff. It was one of the big cities, but it got cut down, and that was the tree that if it got cut down, disaster was supposed to befall Wales or something.
No, I don't know about that.
Yeah, my nan told me that story.
All right. Well, we've
But
reached the hour mark.
I'm not
Go
a
on.
Baphomet worshipper. Don't get the wrong idea or anyone.
A bit late for that, mate. It's a bit late in the show.
Right. So now that
I
should
think you've let your
be
mask slip.
Oh,
0-0.
God. No, it's just
everything working.
I take the middle
so if
road.
I go
you
to
know, I take the
You've
middle
let your hooded robe slip, Zero. We're
Yeah.
on to you.
this one here.
Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah, a bit worrying. But anyway, right then, lads. So I don't exactly know what's going on with the show, but I'm sure we'll be here next week for another show of Esoteric Exchange. And yeah, thanks everybody for watching.
And that never happened.
Good night. Good night, Hemi.
Yeah, thanks for the
Good
chat.
night.
Thanks, chat people and everything.
Good night, Hemi. Good night, Zero. Good night,
Yep.
Ree Monroe, Spiritual Mamza, Mr.
Collide with
262,
other objects.
Patrick Bateman's been in.
Patrick Bateman, the Moog. The Moog's in North Wales too. There you go. Another Welshman. Do you speak Welsh, Moog?
I think Dissonant said he was up for Highgate.
Where
I'm
is
in-
Highgate?
I'm into the Highgate.
Highgate
vampire.
Cemetery. It's North London.
Let's go
M6.
sort him out. Sort out the fucking vampire. I reckon.
Yeah, we're gonna do it.
Sort him out, like. I reckon.
Yeah.
Completely without disturbing any graves, though, Zero.
Yeah, Laura Biden.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. but proper-
Ethical vampire removal.
yeah. Proper Van. What's that guy called? Van Halen stuff. Yeah.
Oh, Van Helsing.
Helsing. That's it.
Whoops.
All right
Didn't
then.
mean to hold
All right,
on
night
shift
then.
there.
Good night. I'm pressing it off now. Okay.
And just trim this bit back a bit. Okay, so I'm gonna need to cheat in order to magic up these things I need. So just and let's see. Just wait for it to load. Right, so need that one will work well, and unlimited items need that. So now, if I go here and let's magic up some blue belt. Oh yeah, wants me to do that. What's the one that says it lets me craft things without any need? No crafting material requirement. Let's do that as well. Right, so got that. Then we have a horrible day, the day we went to Blackpool. Don't know why that song's just appeared in my head right now, but there you have it. 19 frames a second. Well, there's a lot of graphical demands here. Let's make sure we've got some of these as well. I doing this by hand because I'm not running it modded. The reason I'm not running it modded is I'm making sure it works in vanilla. How strange that in vanilla but it's become a term. So I'm going to revise this blueprint once it's finished. Actually, do I have to wait for it to stamp out, or can I just do it now? Do I just say, yeah, do all that, copy, and then call that Forge World Graphite. Forge World Graphite will override existing file. Good, good. Takes your coal and turns it into carbon rods, and I will actually save that as Forge World Graphic 2. So I can always rename that afterwards. So save the blueprint. There we go. Oh, excuse me. So let's just fly over here to remind myself what I've got and what I need. So just wait for all those construction drones to come. There they come. Let's have another Fortean word.
Yep.
Fairies. There we go. Starts quiet.
Right, and we're live. Here we go. Welcome to
Oh, there's no
14
theme
times
tunes.
number 9, and this week we are talking about the little people, and we're not talking about midgets. We're talking about fairies.
Yes,
When he
the
says fairies like that,
Very,
I heard
very strange
fairies,
thing.
but he didn't say
That's a
fairies. He
subject
said
that I think a lot of people
fairies.
think is a bit twee, but once you get into it, it opens up loads of strange avenues. People think is a bit twee.
Yeah, because I thought that, and then it's like some of it gets really, really dark, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's really right. Really evil, some of it. Just fairy. I don't really like the word fairy. Shall we call them
The Fae.
the
Is it
fae? Yeah,
The Fae? Are we going to call them the Fae from now on?
because they're not just little beings with wings, are they? They run that whole gamut between like small, shy creatures that dislike humans, all the way up to large.
Okay, well,
friendly
you know, someone
creatures
can
that
just
are
go
good
in
to
there
them.
and see.
So-
Oh, that bit can be deleted. And that
I
bit
think
can
it
be
was like, wasn't
deleted.
it some sort of like plot device that made them go small
Some plop device.
in literature?
Yeah, maybe I wonder if they're human size to begin with, maybe.
Human.
Where was the first fairy seen?
Not criticising him
can't
for
find
saying it
out.
that way. I find it
I got back
interesting.
to 1500s, I think, is I found some stuff about fairies.
Is that in England? Or?
Yeah, I can't remember what I don't think it was an actual report, but I think in literature they're about during the 15th. Actually, when was Shakespeare doing his
That
thing?
was it? That's either 15. No, it must be 1790, I think.
Oh, was it? So it's
1790?
before that then.
Ah, the sound of the
Yeah, I
ring,
just
ring
wonder whether they're around
mobile phone noises.
like really ancient times, like cavemen times, whether there was some kind of nature spirit there, and maybe they appeared in a different guise to them. Maybe they just appeared as balls of light or
Well, you
glowing
had the
beings.
well, like I mean, the Greeks must have had like woodland spirits and stuff, mustn't they?
Yeah, I suppose I didn't look into that.
Because
Yeah.
you got like Pan, haven't you? The satyr and things like that, haven't you?
Yeah, I suppose ancient Egypt, they had sort of things like that as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
I couldn't find much about England. Most of my stuff I found was in Wales, was the Welsh stuff, because every single district, it's always a bit different, isn't it? So I think we've got to be talking shapeshifters here, I think. If everyone in different districts are seeing different
Collides
shapes.
with other
people,
object, angle
shape
2 wide.
fly.
Oh.
They must be shape-shifting, but what do they really look like?
Well, where was the...
Jesus,
if I
pull
get
that
the
that away
Wikipedia-
from the microphone,
Look, I looked at the
please.
little Wikipedia for little people, and then you have...
So where's the red bit?
So you have the Native American people. The Native Americans had their own race of little people who lived in the woods. So the Aztecs had their own little people. The Inuits, the Iroquois.
Too far, angle
Cree.
too wide. So bit right at the
Aborigines.
top is
They
red.
own, didn't they?
Putwudgie? Is that Wampanoag?
And-
Who are they? Is that more Indians? Is
Any
it?
here?
Ah, is that Aborigines? No. I'm sure the ancient.
So just
doesn't
that
quite
bit
try.
there, right at the top
I think
of the
they're all
bottom.
Native Americans. Who else do we have? And obviously in our mythology we have fairies, brownies, dwarves, gnomes. Tommyknockers were a type of fairy, weren't they?
Yeah, they were in the Welsh mines. Yeah, the old Tommyknockers. Yeah, or they
Yeah.
called them the knockers. The knockers in Wales, down in the mines. Yeah, I wouldn't fancy meeting one of them down in the mine.
So were they
dark.
were they pretty were they nasty then, were they, or?
Yeah, I think you had to avoid the knockers. Yeah, I think they foretold like disaster. They'd knock on the seam of the rock of the coal when it was just about to collapse and that. So maybe they were good though. Maybe they were warning people.
Yeah,
Hard to tell, isn't it?
here you go. In Cornish folklore, the name comes from knocking on the mine walls, as happens just before cave-ins. Usually
Yeah.
the creaking of the earth and the timbers giving way. To some miners, knockers were malevolent spirits, and the knocking sound was them hammering at walls and support to cause the cave-in. And then others said they were just
How does
practical
it cause
jokers.
the angle to be too wide?
Yeah, it's the thing, isn't it? It's tricky to
That
know
all
what's
looks
like
fine.
Mothman, isn't it? People say Mothman was evil, but other people say Mothman was trying to warn about that bridge collapse. And so, yeah, they definitely
Let's
seem
just do
to
it all
appear
again.
when
Well, if you're,
something bad's going
if you're
on.
always around just before something kicks off, you could go either way, couldn't you? Oh, apparently they're also called knackers.
Well, the knockers were knackers.
And the knockers were also called the Tommyknockers were also called knackers.
Maybe you're knackered if you see one or something. You're about to be knackered if you see one. The
Oh, so
mine's going to fall on your head.
In the 1820s, the Welsh and Cornish miners took Tommyknockers to America. So in Pennsylvania, you had Tommyknockers and things like that. Some got called Cousin Jacks. Cousin Jacks is notorious for losing tools as they were for diving out of shafts just before they collapsed.
I have actually seen a fairy. I know I mentioned before I saw a gnome, but that's not fun. That's not funny. But I did actually see a fairy, like a beautiful female fairy.
Zero
not
lives in a
too
different
far away
world
from where I'm
to most
sitting
of
now,
us.
just in these woods.
So when he says he's seen these
Did you
I
hear the
wouldn't look
music? Because apparently you
I
hear
couldn't believe him.
music with them as well, don't you?
I've had the silence before, the Jenny Randall's Oz factor, when everything goes quiet and like you think something's going to happen. But every time I've had it a few times, every time it's gone silent, nothing's happened.
That can only be a
Once
good thing.
I was just walking through these woods. They're not very big woods, and I wasn't looking for fairies or anything. I just sort of turned my head and looked at the tree, and there was this beautiful like woodland fairy like formed from the bark of the tree, and that just sort of like undulated for like a few seconds, and I thought, bloody hell, is it a proper fairy in this tree trunk? And then, of course, I looked again, and it was gone. What?
Well, that's what they're supposed to be like, aren't they? If you take your eyes off them, they disappear, don't they?
Yeah.
So-
You ain't seen one then?
I haven't. Although I'm a believer, I've never actually seen anything.
Yeah. So you might well not you specifically, but people might have seen like a wisp going in the woods. They might have seen like a wisp of something out the corner of their eye, just missed it, sort of thing. Yeah, I think they're definitely there. Yeah.
And then obviously they're related to the leprechaun as well, aren't they?
The elves as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So Before we start into kind of actual lore, let's talk about. Did you want to talk about the Cottingley fairies and get that one out of the way?
Yeah, it's a bit embarrassing for old Conan Doyle, wasn't it? Yeah.
He didn't detect that one, did he?
You're supposed to be like Mr. Big, weren't you, in the old psychic investigations? Yeah. Although I suppose back then, I suppose maybe I'd have believed it. Photography was sort of still sort of in its infancy, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean they obviously look like cutouts, don't they?
Yeah, that's the trouble, isn't it? Yeah.
Because even didn't the girls say they were all real except for one? There's one last picture that's not that they said was real. The rest of it was faked.
Well, no, that really odd one who's doing that little dance with his leg in the air.
Yeah.
That gnome one, yeah, gnomish sort of one, yeah. What a strange time that must have been like.
Conan Doyle was obviously a believer because he was also a member of the Fairy Investigation Society as well.
Oh, was he? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's strange.
So you got the fairy. So in 1927 they created the Fairy Investigation Society. I think it died for a bit and then it came back. So it's still about today. You can actually email them.
Yeah, I looked at their website. Yeah, there's not much on their website, is there? We should do some magazines or something.
They need to do something like that, or a snappy website, or just like a
No,
tell your own
make one
story
from
section
scratch.
in like a forum or something. Like that's what they need, like a forum in there or something like that, don't they?
Yeah, maybe it's just like one bloke doing it or something.
Yeah, it does seem to be kind of a one-man band thing. So in 1955 to 1956, they did the Great Fairy Census. Oh, here you go. Here's some of the famous members. Walt Disney was a member of it,
Oh.
and
What
also
did they get up to then?
I don't know any of the others. I don't know the others, but there was a woman called June Kynaston who was the author of Nude Dancing for Health.
I saw that dodgy right-wing nudism stuff, innit? Nudism movement. Well, it might dodgy, I don't know.
like the old Rambler.
Yeah, the old naked,
Naked
Rambler,
Rambler.
yeah. Is he still going? Is
Why
he?
wouldn't
Yeah.
that?
Oh, well, he's either
he
out or
won't
he's in
fit.
prison. I think that's just pretty much how his life goes now, isn't it?
Yeah, there's having a bit of autism going on there. Or
Why
something.
wouldn't that?
Yeah, he's a good old-fashioned English eccentric, isn't he?
Yeah. But I suppose in Ireland and Iceland, people still believe in fairies, like really seriously, don't they?
I think is it in it's like the Nords. They still heavily believe in gnomes, don't they? Because I've read stories before where like diggers have just stopped in their tracks because there's like because there's a gnome there.
Build on a fairy path or dig up a fairy fall. Abuse a fairy bush or tree. Nah, definitely.
Have you,
Bad
where's
idea,
where's
isn't
that park where they've like cut the little doors and windows into the trees so it looks like the fairies live there? Have you ever seen those pictures? I
It's
can't
somewhere in England, isn't it? Yeah.
Is it somewhere in London or something?
You can buy them on Amazon, can't you? The fairy doors, yeah. Just give them a little little home, yeah.
Right. So
That's just a parallel.
see
I
if
love
this one
parallel
works.
worlds, and fairies are the sort of ultimate parallel world, aren't they? Just really, really strange.
I was
Yeah,
like
'cause it's-
when
so
when
then
he says,
then you've got the
science- yeah, it's really
what are they
strange.
called? Changelings, haven't you?
Or changelings.
Right, so
yeah.
the third one down, the third
I
one
want one of
down.
them.
So what happens when the changeling grows up, or does it disappear, or what?
Apparently, because I said it differs with different districts. Though some, I think in Ireland especially, the changeling's really ugly and deformed, isn't it, with sort of a hunchback and like pretty useless, really. But in Wales, apparently, fairy and human offspring were sort of like quite beautiful looking. They were light and fair, and like just like us, really.
Oh, I found the Wikipedia. So it says a changeling is typically identifiable via a number of traits. In Irish legend, the fairy may appear as sickly and won't grow in size like a normal child, and may have notable physical characteristics such as a beard or long teeth. A little baby with a beard, that'd be fucking strange, wouldn't it?
I think in Ireland there was a custom where to stop your baby being swapped with a changeling, they'd get a tree trunk and sort of carve a baby and like stick it in the cot instead of the baby and stick the baby somewhere else, so the fairies would come unstuck. Really, they'd try to swap their child for a tree trunk or a carved tree trunk. Strange what people do, isn't it? I mean, obviously they must have believed it.
Some people must have done it, mustn't they?
I don't know if it's so strong in Ireland now, but Iceland, they really believe in it, unless they're just doing it as a sort of holiday, tourist thing. But I don't suppose many tourists go to Iceland. I don't know. I suppose they still do it.
Oh, so it says beauty in human children and young women, especially traits which evoke brightness or reflectivity, such as blonde hair, blue or silver grey eyes, are said to attract fairies, as they perhaps find preciousness in these perceived traits. But this is pretty dark. In Scottish folklore, children might be replacements for the fairy children in the Tithe to Hell, which is best known from the Ballad of Tam Lin. According to Scottish myths, a child born with a cowl, a part of the amniotic membrane across his or her face, is a changeling and soon will die.
Oh, yeah,
is of fey birth. Yeah.
Cool.
Alright, that should work.
Yeah.
I just love this whole parallel world aspect of it, because they're also called the gentry, aren't they? The fairies and the secret commonwealth, like a whole secret world of with its own kings and queens and princes and feasts and that. And apparently that idea dates back to Shakespeare's A Midsummer's Night's Dream. Or that sort of parallel secret commonwealth.
Yeah, that's seen as like that's when fairies kind of changed a bit, wasn't it? With that.
And that's that whole strange sort of period of John Dee and everything. And Shakespeare's putting this fairy land in the British side and John Dee around the same time as creating the British Empire. And there was a lot of weird occult stuff going on back then. Very few. I haven't seen much written about it. There's a few things, but I mean, they were just like occultists, weren't they? All these like Queen Elizabeth II, Queen Elizabeth I, Shakespeare, and that. I mean, he was plugged into it. John Dee. What an odd thing! Like, was the British Empire created by magic and maybe with the help of the fairies? Who knows? But
yeah. Yeah, because it's
Apparently
like when they stealing all these babies, they've got to take them somewhere, haven't they?
that's like the whole alien abduction thing. That a lot of them say that the abductees are having been impregnated by aliens, and maybe they're fairies in a different guise.
What, did fairies used to stick things up people's butts?
I don't know. I haven't actually read anything of it, but I suppose you'd keep quiet about it back in them days. I suppose, yeah. But female abductees claim to have had phantom pregnancies where they're abducted and they get inseminated by an alien or some hose pipe or something. They are actually pregnant, apparently, but a couple of months later, the pregnancy disappears, as if someone's whisked it away. I mean, that's fairy stuff, isn't it? Really?
Well, that's another thing from abduction stories, isn't it? Where they go, they're on the ship and you get an alien woman shows the man a young child and says that it's his, don't they?
Yeah, and they sort of in the subsequent abductions, they're sort of the baby's like stuck in their arms, isn't it? As if they've got a sort of bond with it and sort of teach it stuff. In Wales, like the offspring of a human fairy baby, that was actually the cause of a lot of fights in the country fairs, where like someone who was light and fair would be pointed out. They'd sort of go like, he's a changeling, he is, and that was renowned for starting like big fights at the Welsh country fairs.
I wonder if that's kind of like some sort of racial memory, and that's kind of why gingers get the rough end of the stick. I wonder.
Gingers are a bit. I don't want to insult gingers, but yeah, I mean, it could be some sort of, maybe they originally were alien, not alien. I can't stop saying that. Fairies and a fairy human, not a race, but maybe they're sort of the descendants of that. They haven't quite got bred out the fairiness. But although I haven't heard of any ginger fairies, no, I'm sure there's some Irish fairies with ginger. That's
I'm sure they insist they're strawberry blonde.
yeah. We'll have to mention the haunted gong. I mentioned it at the end of the last show, but
Oh, the haunted gong. Oh,
I haven't gone.
what's
I
that?
don't, I don't. I hate coming out with all these anecdotes because I get paranoid. People think I'm making it up, but it's all true.
It was really in my
I don't-
mind.
Yeah, it's like people think, oh, he's making all this stuff up, but this stuff doesn't happen like every day. I'm not living in some like freaky cartoon world. It only happens like about once every 6 months or so. But while we're on the subject of fairies, I'll tell my haunted gong story, but I have to. About 2005, I think. My mate, who was a musician, because I was collecting cymbals and gongs at the time, and my mate came round and said, "I've got this gong for you." I thought, "Oh yeah, let's have a look." But it looked like it was about, I don't know, about 16 inches in diameter. It looked a bit like one of those holiday tack gongs you get by on holiday. It looked like a crap one. But I gave it a couple of bangs, and that was actually quite a good one. And he said, like, the only thing wrong with it is, like, there's a bite out of it. You know, like a gong is like, I don't know what you call it.
They're
The
brass.
flat
They're
yeah,
brass at
there's the
least, aren't they?
brass and copper and
Yeah.
mix, isn't it? But there's the flat surface, and then it's like hammered round to an edge, so there's an edge round it. And there was a little sort of bite out of it. It looked like just as if like a little creature had taken a bite out of it. And I thought that was odd, and because he knew more about gongs than me, and he said like if a gong's damaged, that's the best place. Yeah, so kind of the best place for it to be really, because it won't affect the sound. And I thought, oh yeah, I bought it off him, and I didn't think much about it. And then I was doing some track or something, so I was banging it quite a lot. And I was banging it for about 15 minutes, and then I thought, there's lots of like, there's like hundreds of tiny little transparent creatures running across the floorboards, and I thought, nah, that's not is it? And then I sort of kept banging it, and then I thought, no, there are lots of transparent creatures that you couldn't like see them, but you could see them. It's hard to explain. It's as if you were seeing like if a plane goes through the clouds, that leaves a sort of trail behind it. It's like that's what you could see, and I thought that's a bit odd. And I got a bit scared, so like I stopped banging it, but then I sold it to my friend. But I didn't tell him about the transparent creatures.
Yeah.
I sold it to my friend, and like a couple of weeks later, he sort of, I saw him again, and he said like, "What's that bloody gong you sold me? Like every time I bang, I see these transparent creatures on the floor." And he was seeing exactly what I was seeing. And, that's the haunted gong. You know, it's still hanging on his wall. Yeah, I should buy it back, really. But
Well, you don't want to know what they are, do you?
it's just like maybe they're fairies. I don't know. But
Maybe they were there anyway, and the gong just showed them up.
possibly, yeah. I got the feeling that was must have been used in some sort of ritual or something to call these things up. But I think that happens a lot. Like haunted objects, you know, when people buy them from auctions or that. I mean, we don't know what they've been used for, do we? Like, so and that's not really. It's getting off the topic of fairies.
Well,
but, yeah.
I had a friend, and it was a couple that me and my ex used to know, and she swore blind that she had little people in her house, but she was kind of scared of them, and it was like almost like it was something they very rarely talked about. But it was like almost like they were like under siege from these little people, because they'd never actually mention them when they were in the house or anything like that.
Yeah,
So
people
that was
don't
really
do it. It's
odd.
the It's the British sensibility, you know. We don't talk about it. You know,
Well, it was
things
almost,
get so bad.
like she felt if you mentioned them or highlighted them that they'd do something like nasty.
Yeah, it's probably a good thing not to give them power by thinking about them. Yeah, but British people are so strange like that. I knew a couple in ages ago in the 80s, and I I was actually in the same house. They were doing a Ouija board in the loft, and
Yeah.
they didn't tell me what was going on, but I was actually in there with other people getting stoned in the room below, and they did it. I don't know why I can find stuff funny, but I find it funny. But they were doing this Ouija board, and then everything went really bad, and she started talking in a man's voice and stuff, but they wouldn't believe it, sort of thing. And you know, they do a Ouija board, and then this woman, she was a nurse actually, and she started talking in a man's voice, so like when they were driving around in the car and that. But they just sort of like brushed it off, sort of like they didn't want to believe it. And
Yeah.
it got so bad until eventually they had to take it to a priest, I think. And it's the British sensibility, you know. We don't want to know, do we?
Well,
We
I had some.
ignore it.
There's some girls at my school that were the same sort of thing.
Ouija board. I've never done a Ouija board. I stay away from Ouija boards. They are just freaky things. Really odd things. Just a bit of cardboard with a few letters, but that causes so much weirdness.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like I think there was a group of girls at my school did one, and they ended up having to go to the local priest about it because it was really like
Yeah.
fucking them around.
I know another guy who did one. Him and his mate. I think they were at school as well, and they got all this like Latin. They did it for about a week, I think, and like right at the end, they got this like Latin text come through, and they took it to their. They wrote it down as it was being given to them, and they took it to the RE, the religious education teacher,
Yeah.
and he said like, handed him this bit of paper with all this Latin on it, and he said like the religious teacher read it, and then his face went white. And he just sort of like really like, oh my god, where'd you get this from? And like,
Oh shit.
that's fucking freaky, isn't it? Have you ever done a Ouija board?
No, because they scare me shitless.
Now they scare me. I'd
yeah.
never do one.
I wouldn't.
You're opening doors for
I
that.
would, yeah. It's like throwing the old front door open opening in probably more like doing it in an inner city centre, isn't it?
Yeah. That's why I tell people, it's like you wouldn't go down to like the dodgy area of town into like the dodgy pub, but yet you open these doors to these like dodgy bad part of town spirit world, don't you, when you're doing that stuff? People are so odd, aren't they?
Speaking of dodgy spirit world, do you want to talk about the island of Iona? Where's that?
Yeah, the Iona.
Yeah, where's that?
Stay away from fairy mounds.
Yeah,
Stay
yeah.
away from fairy mounds.
So what
Shall I
did you
go for it?
I haven't got.
Oh, you do it.
I've actually got any details, but on the island of Iona, there's a fairy mound, isn't there? And
Famous one, yeah.
And the one that I found, there was someone who used to apparently hang around. Hold on, I can't find it. But there was something.
Nora Fornario was her name, wasn't it?
There was another one. I read one about a vicar as well. So more. It's apparently like quite a common thing, isn't it?
The fairy mound in Iona's got a lot of history of witchcraft and things like that. That was in 1929 when she was an occultist, Nora Fornario. She was found near the fairy mound on the island of Iona, naked, with bloodied and swollen feet, but sort of with a strange cloak wrapped around her and a knife in her hands.
Yeah, I've just found this. 17th of November 1929 it was.
Yeah, she was a member of the Golden Dawn, or the offshoot of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Apparently she'd used the knife to carve out a crude cross out of the peat, over which she was found, with a look of abject terror on her face. Sort of dead, kind of like. And she was 33 years old, and that's the freaky number, isn't it?
33.
He spent her time walking around Iona and like going into these weird long trances, and which last for days. And, her former housekeeper was quoted in the Scotsman as saying, several times she said she had been to the far beyond and had come back to life after spending some time in another world. Well, she went there completely, didn't she? Eventually.
Yeah, because what they're saying on this website is that the fairies could be the pagan dead.
I think that's what a lot of so-called demons are. I think, yeah, just like ancient ancestors, yeah, like worshipped back in the olden days, and just they've gained power from the attention. Like energy follows attention, and now people think they're demons, but I think they're just us, yeah, just our ancestors. That silver jewellery turned black overnight, which is probably a bad omen, I suppose.
Oh, or you bought some shit.
The vicar, I think you're thinking about Robert Kirk, aren't you?
That's the one I'm talking about, but that wasn't Iona, was it?
No, that was in Aberfoyle in Scotland in 1692. Yeah, he was actually found dead on a fairy mound.
Yeah, because apparently he used to like sit in there listening to the music or something, didn't he?
He'd lie on the fairy mound with his ear to the ground and listen to the fairies and that. On Doon Hill.
If you listen to this story here, this is Mr. Noy, a farmer in the district of Berrien, became lost and bewildered on the moors at night, a common motif in fairy folklore, which may be an embedded code in the story for the protagonist entering the altered state of consciousness necessary for interacting with a supernatural reality. Noy is missing for 3 days before being found by a search party sleeping in a ruined bogie, Cornish term for a cowshed, on Selina Moor with his horses and dogs tied up nearby. Incredulous at the passenger time, he was convinced he'd spent no more than a few hours sleeping. He tells the story of what happened to him after becoming disorientated on the moor. After finding himself in an unknown stretch of woodland, he heard music and saw some lights way ahead in a clearing. So here you go. This is where you start getting the UFO similarities, don't you? Missing time.
Yeah. If anyone's interested in the similarity between fairies and UFOs, read.
Oh, I had my microphone muted all that time. Zero said that thing about attention and energy, and I always remembered it as energy flows where attention goes.
The horse wasn't willing to go on, so he tied him to a tree, took his course through an orchard towards the lights, and came to a meadow where he saw hundreds of people, some seated at tables eating and drinking with great enjoyment apparently, and others dancing reels to the music of a tambourine played by a damsel dressed in white who stood on a heaping stock. A heaping stock. I don't know what a heaping stock is. Just beside. Do you know what one is?
No, I don't know what that is.
I'll tell you. Just beside the house door, which was only a few paces from him. The revellers further off were all very smartly decked out, but they seemed to him, at least most of them, to be a set of undersized mortals, yet all the forms and tables with drinking vessels on them were all in proportion to the little people. The dancers moved so fast that he couldn't count the number of those that footed jigs and reels together. It almost made his head giddy only to look at their quick and intricate whirling movements.
Yeah, the whirlwind, yeah. That happens a lot in the Welsh stories, yeah.
Also, it says the damsel turns out to be Grace Hutchins, an old flame who had died 3 years before after getting lost herself on the moor. Removing Noy from the fairy Neville's, Grace warns him, "Embrace not, nor touch flower nor fruit, for eating a tempting plum in this enchanting orchard was my undoing." People believed, and so it seemed, that I was found on the moor dead. It was also supposed that I must have dropped there in a trance, as I was subject to it. What buried for me, however, was only a changeling, was only a changeling or sham body. Never mind, I should think, for it seems to be that I feel much the same as when I lived to be your sweetheart. So
he was like an involuntary a fairy abductee, weren't you?
Yeah, so it seems that do you think there was some sort of like rip, or the veil between the two worlds was like thin there or something?
The fairies dancing in a ring, creating a kind of psychic whirlwind. That's mentioned a lot. Yeah, so it's as if they're creating some. I hate that word, interdimensional portal, but yeah, I think that's what they're doing, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's interesting that he was a involuntary one, but this woman we just talked about and Robert Kirk, they were voluntarily. That seemed like they were voluntarily like going to these fairy mounds and actually listening, physically listening for the fairies, because that's why apparently that Robert Kirk, the Reverend Robert Kirk, was killed, because he'd revealed he'd listened. He'd be lying on the ferryman, like gathering all this knowledge, and he wrote that book, The Secret Commonwealth,
Yeah.
quite a famous book in fairy lore, and that's why he was killed, because he revealed their secrets. And apparently, he's buried at the graveyard at the foot of this hill, where he used to lie listening to the fairies. But people say his body isn't in the coffin, because there's just stones in it, because the fairies took him away, whisked him off to fairyland.
Well, maybe
punish him, I suppose.
Maybe that body, unless he knew enough and he managed to get himself a passport to the land of the fairies.
Yeah, maybe he's having a good old time there.
Following that other story, it could be a changeling body in there, couldn't it?
My God, yeah. Apparently, Robert Kirk first met the fairies earlier when he was the parish minister at Balquidder out of Fairy Knowe, which is Scottish for Fairy Knoll, like just behind the church. So, if you want to go, if anyone wants to go look for fairies, go there.
Oh, how about this one then? It says, my grandmother, Marie Lebras, has related to me that one evening an old fae arrived in my village, Caduliac, Finisterre? That must be, I think, not quite sure what this is, and asked for hospitality. That was about the year 1830. The fae was received, and before going to bed she predicted that the little daughter, whom the mother was dressing at night, dressing in night clothes, would be found dead in the cradle the next day. This prediction was only laughed at, but in the morning the little one was dead in her cradle, her eyes raised towards heaven, and the fae who had slept in the stable was gone. So that could be a changeling then, couldn't it?
Yeah, well, like you say, there's a definite connection or similarity between alien and fairy abductions. There's always like strange lights and some sort of mind or perception manipulation and missing time. It's just the same as the fairy, all happens with fairies, but it happens with aliens as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They've got to be the same thing, haven't they? Like just appearing in different guises.
Well, it seems they've changed with the times, doesn't it? Because before they used to be dress in like very plain clothes and things, didn't they?
Red and green, weren't it? Like red and green jerkins and that. Yeah. God, I don't want to come out with another anecdote, but I've just remembered another thing that happened to me when I was a child. Oh God, I got to say it now, bloody hell. But when I was like about 9 or 10, I used to play with my cousin and his friends. That was like, if you can imagine, like occupied houses in a square, but the house in the very middle of the square was like derelict, and we used to play in there, and that as kids do. And I swear to God, one day we were playing in there, and suddenly this other sort, he's like slightly older, about 16 or 17. This other guy was there, dressed like Robin Hood, with like chamois leather, like red and green, like chamois leather.
Yeah.
And he had this like star. This sounds crazy, but this did happen. But he had this like star in his hands, and he was like throwing it up and catching it, and that's it, really. Just a strange thing. Not much to say about that, but yeah, just. I'm sure loads. I can't just be me who has these strange experiences. I think everyone does, but they forget it, or they sort of dismiss it, kind of thing. Like when we're children, like playing as children do. I'm sure loads of people have stuff like this happen.
Yeah, because they do seem to appear to children, don't they?
Just like I say, this British thing, we don't seem to give it any credence.
Children
do
don't have the filters on reality that
Another
you
thing
learn
about
to
the
build as
fairies, when
adults.
they're all partying together,
So
having
there's
these revels,
all these things which we
with these
selectively
dances
forget
feasts. I
and
mean, that's very similar to the
misremember,
medieval witches' Sabbath,
and we
isn't
just
it?
learn that as
As if there's
as
some
an
kind of
adult. You
connection
just
to that as well.
there's things you filter out, and
And then you got the
you
Friar
do it
Garrett
unconsciously, and
toast,
it says
where
like
fairies
not
are all
pertinent.
well, at least since
Because
Victorian
otherwise
times,
you'd be trying to
fairies are
do
depicted
stuff and
next to or
you
sitting
just
on
get
Friar
overwhelmed
Garrett
with all the
toast.
information coming
Those
in.
are they the red ones with the spots?
Yeah,
on?
So it makes it
scary red
easier.
and white ones. Yeah,
Yeah.
I did some once. Yeah. It didn't seem to work, but I just ate them raw. But I chopped them up and we ate them raw. But apparently that's not. If you want to do, I shouldn't say it really, but don't do this at home, kids. But if you are going to take Friar Garrett mushrooms, you've got to slice them really fine and stick them in the oven on a low heat for about half an hour, and that makes some sort of chemical change occur, and just eat a little
Yeah,
bit.
it converts the
until you start
ibotenic
tripping.
acid into
So
muscarine.
I'd stay away from the old Friar Garrett.
Yeah.
I know people have
Ibotenic
done them
acid
and
will make you vomit.
They've had a good royal.
The alternative is you get someone to eat the raw Friar Garrett
The Friar
mushrooms,
Garrett toadstools,
and then you
which is
drink their
salmon.
wee, because that will do the
suggestion
same job.
that
It will make the
there
same
was some
chemical
sort of drug
process.
drug sort of subculture where I don't know, you took Friar Garrets and you entered the witches / fairy world, the other world, and that begs the question: that were some of the witches' familiars actually fairies, kind of thing? You know, the old witches' familiars. Maybe they were fairies. There's some sort of ancient folklore thing that we've sort of lost touch with.
Well, the fairies are magical. I mean, maybe the witch had something over the fairy or something like that.
Yeah. And then we've got the elf bolts. Let's get on to the elf bolts.
The elf
Like
bolts.
those small, the elf bolts, the fairy arrows that are found all over Britain, and people were saying
Right,
like
that's
they're small
now work.
triangular flints.
So I've just confirmed my Forge World
actually found in
blueprint does
a lot of
work.
countries, but
Great, so
especially
I'm
in
going to tab
Scotland.
out the game just for a
People
bit.
believe that these were like the arrowheads shot by the elves, which usually like killed cattle when they used them to kill cattle for some reason. The old elf bolts.
Yeah, I've read some. I can't remember which creature it was, but they used to like upsetting cows, didn't they? I think
Witches used to curse cows. They were into cursing cows, weren't they? I'm gonna curse your fucking cow, you know. I suppose that was quite heavy though, cursing someone's cow back in them days.
Yeah, if you kill the cow before they can eat it.
Like a year's worth of bloody meat, you know, or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's not only that; it's your milk supply as well, isn't it?
Apparently, if you find an elf bolt near your cow, you can cure it by touching the cow with the elf bolt, which it was supposedly been hit by, and then you give it water to drink. That you've dipped the arrow into it, but I don't know. That gets a bit sort of like yokel cider stuff, doesn't it? Like out their heads on cider and sort of all that stuff. A lot of this
No,
folklore.
didn't save it.
I love folklore, but a lot of it is kind of like people like getting a bit creative with the truth, you know. But associated with elf bolts are elf locks in hair, where you'd find your horse kind of like with knotted hair.
Yeah.
They said that was like an elf lock. Like the elves had like locked it into knotted their hair. It's a sign of being pixie led. And the horses are ridden by the elves or the fairies to exhaustion. Yeah.
Oh, here's a
If
fairy.
you're a human,
I found a thing about
if you're a
fairy
human-
theft after you finished your bit.
just like if you wake up and you've got a knot in your hair, like an elf lock in your hair, that's supposed to be a sign from the fairies that you're being dirty or lazy, because the fairies like cleanliness. But yeah, it's the old elf locks. Yeah.
Because what did the what they called brownies? Didn't they used to clean the house, or they were horrible to people who didn't have a tidy house?
Yeah, they punished people who didn't clean their houses. Yeah,
Yeah.
which is a bit much, really. But yeah.
So it says the elves have got a worse name for stealing than they deserve. So far as taking things without the knowledge or consent of the owners is concerned, the accusation is well founded. They neither ask nor obtain leave, but there are important respects in which their depredations differ from the pilferings committed among men by jailbirds and other dishonest people. The fairies do not take their booty away bodily, they only take what is in called Gaelic the torad, i.e. the substance, virtue, fruit or benefit. The outward appearance is left, but the reality is gone. Thus when a cow is elf taken, it appears to its owner as it's suddenly smitten by some strange disease. In reality the cow is gone, but only its semblance remains, animated as it may be by an elf, who receives all the attentions paid to the sick cow but gives nothing in return. The seeming cow lies on its side and cannot be made to rise. It consumes the provender laid before it but does not yield milk or grow fat. In some cases it gives plenty of milk, but that milk yields no butter. If taken up a hill and rolled down the incline, it disappears altogether. If it dies, its flesh ought not to be eaten. It is not beef, but a stock of alder wood, an aged elf, or some trashy substitute.
God, that's mental. That is like,
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah,
That happens a lot in the Welsh stories. Like the fairies were known to steal things. Like they steal little like objects from the house, and obviously also unbaptized babies. I forgot to mention that. Like when a baby's swapped for a changeling, they're usually unbaptized. So. If the fairies are like stealing stuff, maybe there's like big stashes of treasure like hidden in caves or something.
Well, that must be why you get the stuff like the leprechauns and their piles of gold and things like that.
Yeah. Because in the Welsh stories, they often appeared like in two or three fairies would appear in broad daylight, kind of thing, and they'd talk to you. And
yeah,
they didn't like to be touched. But,
in the fairy
they
census.
talk to you, but
oh, sorry, after you.
I was just going to say, they appeared in broad daylight and they talk to you, but they don't like to be touched. That's in Wales, anyway.
What, do they disappear when they're touched?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, don't like being touched.
The other thing is they disappear as soon as you turn your back on them as well, don't they?
Yeah.
You've mentioned that bit.
Fleeting little things, yeah.
Little buggers, aren't they?
There's a good story I read the other night for that. When this guy, it was at the full moon, where obviously it's like when they appear more often, and when the fairies dance in their circle and make this whirlwind.
Yeah.
And obviously don't go too near it, because if you go too near the whirlpool, like if you go too near the UFO, they'd throw a charm over you, which like makes you invisible to any companions, and you'd have to live with the fairies for the rest of your life. But,
well, this reminds me of. Have you seen much of the 411 stuff? The missing 411.
Oh yeah, that's freaky stuff.
Did you ever read that story where the guy said he was there? They couldn't find him, but they found him very near to somewhere they'd already searched. But what happened was the bloke said he was there, he was shouting, but no one could hear him.
Yeah, that's that phenomenon, isn't it?
So that's very, very similar to that, isn't it?
There's a terrifying one in Wales. I think that was like in the 1800s, where like there was this family in the garden, and suddenly this young son was like whisked off up into the air, and he was saying like, "Help me, help me!" And he was only like 6 foot in the air, but no one could see him. Yeah. And he's going like, "Help me, help me! They're taking me away!" But no one could see him, And then he just disappeared, Like, fucking terrifying, yeah.
Bloody fairies.
Yeah, it's like pretty heavy stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't go near a UFO or a fairy whirlwind. That's like the
watch
the
out
moral
for
of
it.
the story, isn't it?
Well, I wonder if this.
So
kind
now,
of
Soul
bleeds
Troll's
into the,
power.
do you remember the green children that were found in is it Woolpit? Was it?
Oh yeah, green children.
They said they were taken away by a whirlwind, didn't they?
I don't know about that. Yeah, because that's only about 20 miles away from Rendlesham Forest, isn't it? Where they appeared from. Yeah.
Oh, is it? I thought it was. I always
yeah,
thought it was in
Rendlesham Forest. Yeah.
I always thought they were found in like Cornwall or something. But it's actually.
It's Woodbridge.
Oh, it's the other side. Oh, it's the other side. Is that
no, Woolpit in Suffolk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Woolpit. Where they used to. It's named wool pit because there was a big pit where they used to throw the wolves and kill them. Like,
Oh yeah.
it's 20 miles away from Rendlesham Forest. Yeah.
Well, Peter Pan kind of follows all the fairy myths, doesn't it? You've got your kind of secret commonwealth there, haven't you? You've got your do fairies
He's
have
a
a
fairy,
lifespan?
isn't he?
Yeah.
Peter Pan's a fairy, really.
Well, he was kidnapped, wasn't he? So he was. So he was.
Almost.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose I don't know. If you ever get pulled into a fairy dancing circle whirlwind,
Yeah.
or if you're foolish enough to run into one on purpose,
Yeah.
you'll be instantly surrounded and concealed from view from your compatriots. So, in Wales, anyway, if you're stuck in a fairy whirlwind, you have to be got out before the cock crow at dawn, and then if that happens, you're all right. Apparently, like there's no harm done. But how they got people out of the fairy world, well, that's not funny. But it's not funny if you're in a fairy whirlwind, but it seems funny talking about it. But if you're stuck in a fairy whirlwind, you have to have like two or more strong men. You stick a long stick of mountain ash into the middle of the circle. So when you sort of dancing around in the fairy whirlwind, you come round and like grab the stick of mountain ash, and then you get pulled out by your mates. I think because
Sounds like fun.
fairies don't like mountain ash for some reason.
Well, isn't ash what you're supposed to kill a vampire with as well? It's funny how the same sort of substances keep cropping up over and over again, isn't it?
Yeah, mountain ash and hawthorn, isn't it? Hawthorn stakes, yeah. Why wouldn't they like mountain ash? Because they're not supposed to like rocky places either. Or in England and that, fairies aren't supposed to like rocky places, but they must like rocky places in Iceland. So
Well, they don't have much choice, do they? I suppose they've adapted, you know, like the Galapagos tortoises and things like that.
yeah, I suppose they adapt to their surroundings.
Adapt to the environments, don't they? But I know the Scandis are very.
What about contact and fairies?
How do you?
Is it wise? I don't think it's very wise, is it?
They're not exactly truthful.
I
are they,
was
from what I've
told
read?
by. Yeah, I think you got to have your wits about it. Yeah, but I was told like if you want to contact the fairies, it's all to do with the second sight. So they say it, but I don't know what people mean when they say the second sight, because I suppose they mean like seeing from your third eye, I suppose. But
Yeah, I
you
was
got
going
your
to say it
first
must be the
sight, I
third
suppose,
eye.
isn't it?
Third eye's in the middle of the forehead, isn't it?
Yeah. But I was told, like, if you want to see fairies, go out into the woods, or before that, you've got to like subtly shift your visual focus by staring into a mirror, but not staring into a mirror, but you kind of like subtly just change the way you look, kind of thing. And apparently, you can see your aura in the mirror if you do it right.
It sounds like Douglas Adams describing flying, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You just got to throw yourself at the ground and miss.
I like the idea though, like subtly sort of changing the way you look. Like, I don't know if you go cross-eyed or whatever, or just sort of like defocus.
Well,
maybe.
that's another thing that's kind of ubiquitous across the paranormal, isn't it? Is the mirror, isn't it?
Yeah, the old mirror. Yeah.
You know, you got things about vampires can't be seen in mirrors. What's it? Cover all the mirrors when you have a dead body in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just portals to this other world, like Ouija boards, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not too keen on mirrors myself. No. I don't like having one sort of around. Yeah. I don't cover them up, but yeah, they are freaky things, really. Because ghosts are often seen in sort of like portal type shapes, like doorways and windows, aren't they? And I suppose a mirror is like the ultimate portal, isn't it? Because it reverses everything, doesn't it? And it's just the thing that if you do weird things happen. So if you've got like a piece of glass mirror that's reversing everything, That's like that Devil's Toy box, isn't it? I made one of them once.
What's it? I don't know what a
The
devil. What is
the
a
Devil's Toy box. It's like a cube. You get like six small mirrors and stick them together into a cube. So it's like a box with like all on the inside is mirrored, so it like stretches into infinity.
Yeah.
And people have made them and said they've heard like screams coming out of it. And that. But I made one. I didn't hear any screams coming out of it. But the one I made, I used mirror tiles, but they had like curved corners, which is, I think that fucked it up a bit because it's not like.
Is it like is it like a sacred geometry thing as well? Then is it?
Yeah, because if you get 6 like mirror tiles and form them into a cube, if you look into it, that stretches into infinity.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty weird thing because if you've got one in your room, like everything's normal, but then you've got this Devil's Toy box there, which is like very unnormal, just like in the midst of all the normality.
So do you actually close? Do you actually close it up? So you literally put.
Yeah, you
mirrors
seal it
on
up. Yeah. And people say people use them for EVP experiments and things like that. I've never had any weird stuff happen with mine, but I've still got it actually. Yeah, it's in my bedroom. Yeah.
But
there's some good videos on YouTube about them. A lot of them are probably like bullshit ones, but it's good freaky phenomenon.
Creepypastas are quite good these days, aren't they? Some of them are quite convincing.
Oh, I love creepypasta. Yeah, it's great. Isn't it? There's sleepover party rituals. Yeah, I love it. Yeah. Bloody Mary.
My favourite one was that one. Do you remember that creepypasta about that kid that watched that really weird, kind of slightly creepy kids program?
I didn't see that one. No.
Ah, great! And the reveal at the end is like the kid was just sat in front of the TV screaming at white noise.
Oh God, yeah. Have you heard of the Midnight Man? That's a really good one. You do this ritual. Is he called the Midnight Man?
Yeah.
I think you stick pins in the door or something and say like, "Midnight Man, come and visit me," and you have to like sit in the corner or something. That's great. Yeah. Look up the Midnight Mask. It's a great little scary thing. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like the Slender Man. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah.
We're getting a bit off topic here, but.
I've run out of notes.
Off topic is fine. I'm enjoying every moment of this. I hope you guys are too.
We'll freeform for a few minutes then. I mean,
I just love.
This bit's going to take a while.
Do you think the Slender Man could be a tulpa?
Weird one, isn't it? Got those kids to murder their mate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stabbed their mate, but she survived, didn't she? But
yeah,
tulpas are like the elephant in the room, aren't they? But I think they're created every day, but like I say, we don't, or people generally don't want to believe it, do they? But it's true.
Well, that's what I wonder about Slenderman, whether he's kind of like a mass tulpa.
Well, it was created as a sort of tulpa, wasn't it? It was created as an online competition, wasn't it?
Yeah.
To create a scary thing, and then, of course, everyone gets into it, and energy really does follow attention. So if you got
energy flows where attention goes.
Putting their attention on this Slender Man, they're feeding it energy, and yeah, it's either gonna create itself or some sort of demon type thing is gonna hijack the sort of thing that's there. This sort of like raw chaos force type figure that's there, and take it away. Yeah. Now I forgot what I was going to say. Now. Tulpas, yeah.
I did actually find a bit about a fairy funeral.
That sounds good. Yeah.
So this person says, they say, but fairies die too. Those that living in the fairyland on Selena Moor. This Selena Moor sounds like quite an interesting place, doesn't it?
Where's that?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't. I think it's West Country. I think somewhere. We're not immortal, according to Grace Hutchins' testimony. There is a relatively common folklore motif of fairy funerals or burials, which might muddy the waters on the theories that the fairies are the dead. William Blake, a firm believer in the world of the fairy, previously claimed that to have observed the fairy funeral where he saw a procession of creatures the size and colour of green and grey grasshoppers bearing a body laid out on a rose leaf which they buried with songs and then disappeared. So here's another one from Cornwall. Richard beheld the beer born between 6, whether men or women he could not tell, but he saw the face of the corpse was that of a beautiful female, smaller than the smallest child's doll. It was, Richard said, as if it were a dead seraph. So very lovely it did appear to him. The body was covered with white flowers, and its hair, like gold threads, was tangled among the blossoms. The body was placed within the altar, and then a large team of fairies with picks and spades began to dig a little hole close by the sacramental table.
That's what? God, I'm joking. That's wild. That is, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just get this in. If anyone's interested in fairies, check out Robert Kirk's The Secret Commonwealth of Elves, Fauns and Fairies, 1815. There's W.Y. Evans Wentz, The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, 1911. And there's probably more pertinent to us is Janet Board's The Traveller's Guide to Fairy Sites.
There's also, I'm pretty sure you can find witness testimony if you look up the Fairy Investigation Society.
They do investigations.
I don't think they do investigations, but they did that census in 55 to 56, and I think they've put some of it up. There's some great little stories about.
So what I'm doing right now, as it's doing building this blueprint for me quite slowly,
So,
is I'm just on the website uploading all the blueprints so people can publicly access it if they want to use it themselves.
And the sun was setting and casting reflections in the water, which at that period of the year was high and reached the top of the long grass at the sides. This made them wonder whether they were victims of optical illusion, but the only reputation being that not only one but all 4 of them were able to observe these creatures whose clothes were of various colours: red jerkins, green breeches, yellow jerkins, mauve breeches. In the height they were approximately 9 inches, and both bodily and facially bore resemblance to humans. On seeing the 4 men who were traversing the path near the water's edge, the little people darted into a nearby mustard field.
That's wild, that is, yeah.
Yeah, where is it? Trying to find the shorter ones. One very still evening about the year 1921, while sitting on a seat in Westcliff, Essex, with her 2 sons, aged 9 and 11 respectively, Mrs. F.M.A. Southwell could hardly believe her eyes when she saw a number of gnomes in a large tree. They were about 7 inches high and were very busy gesticulating and pointing to each other, completely unaware of the human trio in their vicinity. The little creatures and their clothes were colourless, yet the jackets appeared darker than the trousers. The latter seemed in one piece with the soft-looking shoes they wore. They also had some kind of headgear. The tree was very old with many branches, but the gnomes seemed to be treading on air between, underneath and above the branches. Miss Southwell did not fear them at all, yet did not find them attractive. I kept opening and shutting my eyes, she said, in case it was an illusion, but they were absolutely distinct. During this time she had been sitting in an amazed silence. Then the 9-year-old child said, "Let us get away from here." "Why?" she asked. "I seem to see little people in that tree." Mrs. Southwell then turned to the other boy. "Do you see anything?" "No," he answered. He told me. So far I had not said that I had seen the gnomes. I found it curious that one, not the other, my boys had seen them.
Oh, I love it, yeah. Great stuff. That's this other world, isn't it? It's got to be... there's another world, isn't there? Just beyond our senses that sort of like interacts with us sometimes. It's probably interacting with us all the time, but we filter it out. But
I don't know whether it's when you catch it unawares, or whether that's when they appear.
So that's when I saw that fairy in the tree. I was just like, I wasn't trying to do anything. It just happened. You know, I wasn't trying. Yeah.
Well, not,
that's when these things happen.
I'll say more like not you, them, when you kind of catch them off guard.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Because if you're going out, like these like feral ghost hunters, as people call them, yeah, they're not going to find anything. Feral ghost hunters, yeah. Go out and just like no spirit's going to interact with them, are they? They're just a bunch of idiots, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right.
I just love this other world. You know, it's true, isn't it? Like, people call it the spirit world or the astral plane or the other world, but it's real. It's a real thing. It's like flying dreams, isn't it? Like flying dreams. So when I have a flying dream, I flap my arms like a bird, and then I go straight up. Every time I have a flying dream, I flap my bloody arms like a bird, and I go straight up. And every flying dream I've had, I fly over a sort of populated area, so like people can see me flying, and they're all pointing up at me and going, "Oh, hello, he's flying." And I'm going, "Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it?" And I don't know what's going on there, some sort of Freudian thing. But every dream I have to like show off that I'm flying.
I'll tell you, I usually find when I'm having a flying dream, as soon as I realise I'm dreaming, I crash. I don't know what that says about me.
All the best dreams I've had like that, I always bloody wake up like right at the bloody end of it. I met the Magic Mushroom King once. I was walking along this country road in this lay-by, and then the Magic Mushroom King appeared. He was all dressed in black, and he had like this silver brooch on his lapel, like the Magic Mushroom brooch, and and he was the Magic Mushroom King. And I was just going over to see him, and I bloody woke up. Every time I wake up, like,
want some shrooms?
Good, you know?
Yeah,
Get some shrooms.
It's when you kind of, I don't know whether those kind of dreams are kind of made to almost wake you up, because you realise what's going on, and then that's the point at which it slips away, isn't it?
So that's the whole thing of lucid dreaming, isn't it? Where you sort of force yourself to keep doing it. But I've never had much success with that.
No,
I'm the mushroom man.
I had to go astral projection. I just couldn't get on with it.
Yeah, the thing with astral projection is like,
I wonder if magic mushrooms are role to play in these experiences.
Sort of like imagine
I think when you've dabbled as much in the other realms as Zero has, then you kind of have a foot in both this world and the other one.
I always imagined it was more like you're like crawling out of your body. Is the way I kind of imagined it, but I just couldn't get to that.
Right, so the thing is, this is working now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save the game, cheating like a cunt, yes.
Where I was stuck.
And then I'm going to
it's too weird to try
exit, and I'm going to relaunch the game. So, one moment, please.
I think the thing is, if you think about it, I think that's probably when you can't do it.
Yeah. There's a chaos magic technique that's really interesting, where you don't visualize like a separate astral body and try to transfer your consciousness into it. That's when you sit down or lie. Or it's preferable to sit down. You close your eyes and then visualize in your mind's eye everything that's in front of you in the room.
That's the one I tried and I couldn't do it.
Yeah. But you keep doing it until you can like visualize everything in front of you with your eyes shut.
Yeah.
And apparently, eventually, you'll be concentrating on a point in the room, and then you'll just be there. You just be there out of body, like instantly, like that.
Right. So one moment, please. I'm going to check that
I don't know
my
whether
blueprints are uploaded.
Because I'm trying to apply a scientific method to something.
Yeah, looks like it.
Ethereal.
Yeah. You seem to be more of a skeptic than a believer, I think. Or not a skeptic in a sort of like ignorant way, but I'm a believer, as the monkeys said. Monkeys sang once. I'm a believer. So it's just like, I don't know. Like I say, if you do weird things happen, and it's just whatever they are. You know, it's tempting to say it's all just a creation of ourselves, a creation of the subconscious mind, but I don't think it is. I think a lot of these so-called entities or whatever are
so
like
let's get back into the game, shall we?
I don't think they're parts of, you know, stuff we've created or parts of
So
our
we'll start
subconscious we've
modded.
visualised or anything.
Well, that's kind
They really
of
seem
that's
to be,
that's
really.
part of imprisoning us, though, isn't it? Insisting that this stuff doesn't exist.
We're not allowed to think of these things, are we?
No.
The old control system, yeah.
Well, it's
But
like,
at the same
when you watch the
time-
evening news and they talk about this stuff, you get the old X-Files music on, don't you?
Yeah.
Don't you?
And prior to that,
It's like
used
the
to be
funny
the
thing at the
Twilight
end of the
Zone
news
theme when
broadcast,
ever someone talks about the
But the thing is, the
woo-woo.
people are telling us that they're bloody doing this stuff, aren't they? Like behind the scenes, yeah.
Probably are. They're probably going to Eyes Wide Shut parties and all
Hmm.
sorts. Aren't they?
Well, they are, yeah.
Excuse me.
Oh, that's another thing. We'll have to get onto that in the next show. Eyes wide shut parties. Yeah.
We'll have to. We'll have a conflab after this and work out what we're doing next week. So we have done.
I might have a guest for next week. Actually, yeah.
Ooh,
No,
Interesting
exit.
guest, yeah.
I'm going to load
so
another
we have a
mod
guest next
which will
week.
make this bit
So,
much
I can't-
quicker.
I can't. Yeah.
So,
Got it. What were you going to say?
I won't say what his name is because I don't know whether he wants to be anonymous or not. But yeah, that'd be a good show. Yeah, if he comes on. Yeah.
Right. So. This is the end of this week's. We will decide what we're doing next week, and we'll try and let you know through the. Don't forget, there's the Telegram t.me/40 words. You have my other podcast, Dope Movies and Shows.
so now,
I'm sure you'll find me somewhere else on the internet.
faster
as well.
drones. There we go.
That's
So
it.
start. And that was the episode about fairies. So that's very good. I enjoyed that. That was actually quite interesting. I
Right,
don't think.
everybody. Welcome back to the Esoteric Exchange.
No.
As always, at the beginning of every show,
L. Ron Hubbard in England. So we've done more than one episode on L. Ron Hubbard. Sometimes these subjects are worth
Hi guys,
revisiting.
you're here, 14 words, episode 10, doing L. Ron Hubbard in England. This is my first show on my own, and bit of housekeeping to start with. Don't forget that I do my movie show, Dope Movies and Shows. Tuesday
go.
Tuesday
The
nights
drones are going fast
from
enough.
7 till 9. We're doing Land of Grub and Glory.
Land of
that's
grub
with me
and
and Mosley talking
glory.
politics.
Eat some
And-
jackanory.
If anybody wants to become my new co-host for TM Words, just DM me. I am Hemmingford Gray at tutanota.com. I am Sir H Gray 12. Sir H Gray on Twitter. At Sir H Gray on Twitter. I'm also Sir H Gray 1290 at gmail.com. If you want to just let me know, or if you just want to feedback on the show, just let me know that way. So,
yeah,
right,
let's
so
put the,
this week
my
we're doing
cheats back on.
Scientology in the United Kingdom. Obviously, we like to be a British podcast here, so I'm just going to cover the time when L. Ron Hubbard was in the United Kingdom. L. Ron Hubbard, as you know, is the founder and creator of Scientology. Rumour has it was a bet with Robert Heinlein, the sci-fi author. L. Ron Hubbard, so called, the L actually stands for Lafayette, so his full name is Lafayette Ronald Hubbard. That is one heck of a name, isn't it? So let's dive into this. So Scientology in the United Kingdom is practiced mainly within the Church of Scientology and its related groups, which go under names including
Good, so let's
Urban
automatically
Academy
put
of
the
Personal
drones in them.
Independence,
That one was probably already there
Scientology
before.
Life Improvement Centre, the national headquarters and the former global headquarters is St Hill Manor in East Grinstead.
So this one, let's have a look,
Which
see when it
for
fills up.
7
Yeah,
years
it fills
was
up
the
with
home
drones.
of L.
Great.
Ron Lafayette, the Pulp Fiction author who created Scientology. Right, so the time he was here. So I need to stop saying so.
I say so a lot.
The Church of Scientology. Currently they claim they've got 118,000 members, including 15,000 regular participants. But in the past, they reckon they've had up to 200,000 members. However, in the 2001 census, which you should be able to find online, no problem, which included an optional question about religion, it gave us an actual figure of 1,781. If you guys know anything about Scientology, you know that one of the things they do like to do is they like to inflate figures, facts, anything. It really is a really interesting religion to have a look into. Right, so
You said so again, Hemi. Naughty, naughty.
So, as you know, in
So-
America, the Scientology has got.
It's
full,
easier when you've got a
religious
co-host.
status
It makes it more
after
conversational
a
and,
campaign against
and
the
real, if that
FBI
makes sense.
to do so. Apparently, there was a lot of dirty tricks went on, a lot of intimidation. But the UK government still hasn't classified the Church of Scientology as a religious institution. The church's application for charity status in England and Wales was rejected in 1999 on the grounds there is no public benefit arising out of the practice of Scientology. I'm pretty much, if you know about Scientology, that you know that most people consider it a cult. And the church didn't appeal this decision. However,
So let's get this forge
the
up
Church of
and running.
Scientology got itself a victory when it was actually made exempt from a UK value-added tax, or VAT as we call it, on the basis that it's a not-for-profit body. As a result of this, Revenue and Customs reportedly had to return several £1 million worth of past VAT payments to the institution. In December 2013, the UK Supreme Court ruled unanimously that the London Church of Scientology Chapel was a place of meeting for religious worship and should be registered as a place for marriage. A government minister expressed concern the decision might affect the future legal status of Scientology. Also, if you know about, also with Scientology, it's a very creeping religion. So they'll get one decision, and that one decision will maybe be pulled in at a later date and widened out. So it might be one worth worth keeping an eye on. So the church itself is not a charity, but several of its related organisations do, including Greenfield School and Narconon, which is their drug treatment centre, which has its own controversies, shall we say. So that's that, Narconon. So the governing organisation of Scientology in UK, the Church of Scientology Religious Education College Inc., CORSI, is a corporation that is actually registered in South Australia. Australia has Scientology in Australia has managed to put down some pretty hefty roots. While the court judgment there recognises Scientology as a religion, CORSI itself is not actually registered as a charity. In 1999, the Church of Scientology provided documents to the Charity Commission, including a letter purported to originate from the Ministry of Defence that confirmed that Scientology is an officially recognised religion in the Royal Navy. However, 2012, the Navy Personnel Management Manual, Chapter 31, Religions and Faiths, makes no reference to Scientology. The prison service in England and Wales does not recognise Scientology as a religion, but prisoners who are registered as Scientologists may practice their religion and are given access to the representative of the Church of Scientology if they wish to receive its ministry. Under Scots law, Scientology ministers have been authorised to perform marriages in Scotland, even prior to the December 2013 Supreme Court decision. So as you know, how Scientology started, it started with a book called Dianetics. Various things happen with Dianetics. You can look into it.
So there's a couple of people who have private messaged me in the past saying, "Oh, hey, could you update your blueprints, please?" And I've done so now. So they'll get to benefit from my work as well. Aren't I nice?
So, down to L. Ron Hubbard's time in England, from 1957 to 1959, Lafayette lived and wrote at Fitzroy House in the West End of London. The house was sold off in. Hold on one second. I'll just get get a picture of the man himself up. There he is, the man himself, Mr. Lafayette Ronald Hubbard.
So do a bit of research.
So, right, I've lost my thread. So, 57 to 59, Hubbard was in Fitzroy House in the West End of London. But the house was sold off in 1968, but later brought back by the Church of Scientology, and now it's a museum in honour of Hubbard. If you want to go and see the great man and his works. Right. So, after he left there, 1959, the global headquarters of Scientology, they then moved to St Hill Manor. That's the manor there, pictured.
Gonna do a bit of
some very nice looking place it is too.
Now, let's just have a look. What is it I'm looking? Oh yeah, craft without.
So,
all components can be
moved into
crafted
St
by
Hill Manor.
hand. That's what I need.
So we've got a brief history of St Hill Manor.
Yeah.
If you have a look at St Hill Manor.
Oh, just a minute.
This is according to Scientology, so there could well be some embellishment here. So, while internationally renowned as the home of L. Ron Hubbard, the founder of Dianetics and Scientology, St Hill Manor is also among the most historically significant estates in Sussex. The first
Okay, and I'm back in the room. So there was an issue with I gave my sister my old phone, and she's talking with my mum, and my mum said, "Oh, the phone's not working." I was like, "Well, what do you mean?" I tried. I sent her a text, and she texted me back, and so I rung her on the landline, and I said, "Right, so you saw that text. I saw you reply back to it, so that's working, and." We know the landline can ring the phones, and I can ring the phone, but it just says it's not been possible to connect your call. It's not got reception. Where she lives, it's one of those black spots, and that's unfortunate. But the thing is, she's got WhatsApp. I gave her Signal as well because I said you may not want to use WhatsApp in the future, and tried to explain that Facebook aren't a good company, but she was just giggling and was like, "Oh, you believe conspiracy theories." But yeah, and I said to Mum, I said, do a video call with her and actually try that. But yeah, so it was a case of, you've given her the phone, and now you have to be tech support. I'm just like, why? What? I mean, do people do this when like you sell them a used car and they're just like, "Oh, well, I've been using the car now for 5 years and the aircon's not working anymore." It's like, well, maybe you need to regas the aircon. Or, "Oh, I've been driving the car for 10,000 miles and the tread on the tyre's wearing out." It's like, yeah. Well, what shall I do about it? It's like, well, what do you normally do about when tyres wear out? So, I don't know if Signal's more secure than WhatsApp. I just assume anything that's on Apple or Android is inherently insecure. It's just that WhatsApp is on Facebook, and they publicly state that we do data analysis, and your text messages, the video calls, everything you send on it, we analyse for reasons. Whereas Signal says we don't do that. And, well, Facebook has a long track record of shitting on people's privacy rights, and Signal doesn't have a long track record of that because they're a relatively new company. So they may get bought up by Facebook, Microsoft, someone else, and made shit, like Microsoft did with Skype. But that's yet to come. It's always been a thing. I've always been tech support from fan. I'm just going to go up just a minute. Me, 1 moment, please. Right, okay, I'm back now. Got a laptop with Ubuntu on it recently, got using that now. Brave fans both for him. Yeah, my dad's the same thing. I got Linux Mint for him instead of Ubuntu. And he uses Firefox on it still, and he's happy with that, even though I've shown him Brave and it's better. Weird thing is, he plugs the HDMI out into the telly, and he watches stuff on YouTube on it. His last thing he was watching was something called Sapphire and Steel, and he said back during the 3-day work week there was like rolling blackouts, and so some of the episodes he never got to see because of the blackouts. So he'll watch that, but he doesn't plug the laptop battery in. Then after about an hour, it says battery level critically low, and I said, don't do that. You're shortening the life of the battery. And he says, oh, I don't mind. I was like, okay, well, it's your property to use as you see fit. So he plugs the battery in, but then he says, oh, it's really quiet and it's coming through the laptop speakers and I can't fix it. So for whatever reason, when he does it and he doesn't plug it in, the taskbar deletes or hides the sound mixer icons. So I showed him and said, well, look, I can right click on this and I can go into this submenu and it will reset the taskbar, and then you get your sound manager up and you can, because like the volume was set to 25%, and he says, oh, I can make it louder on the telly, but then if I go through and then it's really loud and it's still quiet, it's like, yeah, or alternatively you could just not unplug the laptop when watching things, so that you lose the volume control and you're not using up the battery's life. Yeah, I wasn't really watching Sapphire and Steel. I came back from a training and I was just so tired. I was just zoning out, really. But yeah, it was an interesting premise, whatever it is, and he's enjoying watching that. And he also watched this thing called, because I was showing about all these engineering channels I watch where like people are modding cars or they're working on engines and doing things with like manual timing, you know, pre-sort of ECUs. And he showed me this channel called Lord Muck, and I think Lord Muck's job is he's an agricultural mechanic, so he seems to really enjoy restoring, getting old JCB diggers and tractors working again. And so a lot of his videos are just about like him doing his job, but he also does videos where he has a whinge about things. And I gotta admit, I really enjoyed well, you say I should be an engineer. I was an engineer, and it's one of those it's one of those things. I always admire my friend, and he says, well, I wanted to understand more about engines because I like cars, so I stripped apart the old broken lawnmower we had, and I cleaned the carburettor, cleaned the pistons, and put it all back together again, and now it works. And I was amazed that he took the piston out of the cylinder and managed to put it back in and didn't introduce any dirt or grime into it, and got it all working. And I thought that was a major accomplishment, and so I congratulated him on and he says his favourite thing was the smell of slightly burnt two-stroke exhaust, where you got that sort of mixture of unburnt and burnt petrol fumes, and I got to admit, it's quite a nice smell. So he says if he could wear it as a perfume, he would. But yeah, no, Lord Muck, quite interesting. I enjoyed his rant about the new Land Rovers, saying like he always buys new Land Rovers, and once they're out of warranty, he sells them on. And but the new Land Rovers, they don't have commercial versions, so he would get like a commercial bodied Land Rover where you've got seats in the front, and then the back is like I suppose like a covered pickup truck, really. It's just somewhere where you can sling generators and tools and not worry about like you've just put a bunch of chisels or some bricks onto some leather seats, because you don't have leather seats there. And also the dog can go in the back Whereas, you know, if the dog's just been out on the muddy pig farm somewhere, you know, you don't really want that on your leather seats. And yeah, you could get like just a normal one, which starts at an expensive price because Land Rovers aren't cheap, and then take the back seats out, and then adapt it for being commercial. But then you're looking at close to £100,000, and I suppose what he didn't say in that, I'm guessing he's patriotic, what we've been called Lord Muck and such, is you'll have to go for an alternative commercial hauling vehicle like a transit van or a Toyota Hilux. So, yeah. But I guess the other advantage with the Land Rover, mind you, if you've got a trailer, you have to go at slower speeds anyway, is if you've got a commercial van, commercial chassis, it's classed as a commercial vehicle, and therefore your speed limits are slower than if it was like a car which looked like a van, if that makes sense. So, like for example, a single carriageway, maximum speed you can do on it is 60 miles an hour. And a lot of people get caught out when they're in the van and go, well, it's a single carriageway and I've got windows in the back and it drives like a car, so I'm going to go 60 miles an hour here. And then suddenly they get flashed by the speed camera. And I think, how does the speed camera know that what you're driving isn't allowed to do 60 miles an hour? I don't know. Maybe it's just with man in the van, but yeah. So, oh yeah, I was going to carry on listening to L. Ron Hubbard and Hemi's solo show. So let's listen to a bit more of that.
This record of St Hill appears in 1567 when Stephen Board of Cuckfield left his will 1 cottage and 12 acres of pasture held by Thomas Nicholas of his manor of St Hill. The Old English translation of saint is singed or burnt, a reference to the practice of clearing sites through burning. It will be another 150 years before St Hill, by then spelt in its Latin form, which is Saynt, I think, would appear again in public records. The entry dating from 1715 cites acquisition of the property by John Crawford of Ardmill in Scotland.
Oops.
Crawford went on to build a family home
Oh,
on the
never
site of the
mind.
present
I'll
St
just
Hill Manor, completing construction in 1733.
delete all that.
Today, a
that
watercolour
crud.
of Crawford's Jacobean-style house, painted by renowned landscapist James Lambert of Lewes, resides in the British Museum's Burrell Manuscripts collection.
See those pauses where he has to like make himself
eldest son and
open
heir,
a
Gibbs
bottle to
Crawford,
drink.
pulled down the Jacobean house to build a home of domestic comfort and luxury.
I always admire
After
people that
hiring
can be
local
stand-ups and talk
stonemason
on
Henry
by
Pocock,
themselves.
Construction
But it's
began on
much
the Grand
easier if you've got
County
somebody
manor
else
that
there.
stands today. The structure, a fine example of the late Georgian style, was built with locally quarried Sussex and sandstone. While
Oh,
the building's
I was going to do that thing.
Cannot be fully confirmed. Surviving construction records strongly suggest the manor was in part
Instant
the work of
research.
Benjamin
Let's
Henry
make sure I've got
Latrobe,
that
most noted
enabled.
for his designs
So,
of the United States Capitol building and the White
instant
House.
research is number
Maybe this is the
4.
reason that Lafayette decided to buy this place. There is a story about him buying the place, because apparently Lafayette bought the place. Apparently he bought it for £59,000 to pay off a gambling debt from the previous owner. So
That is a lot of
according to
research.
Crawford family history, St Hill passed from the Gibbs to the oldest son Charles, who in turn bequeathed the estate to his only son Robert in 1814. Robert, the last of the Crawford line to reside in the manor, served as a magistrate and was instrumental in establishing East Grinstead's first railway line.
Oh, okay.
By the late 19th century, St Hill was home
Cue
to
that one
Dr.
up.
March Cruikshank, a physician decorated for service to the armed forces and a renowned microbiologist who founded one of the first bacteriological laboratories. Under Cruikshank's stewardship, the estate greatly expanded, first with the east and west wing additions to the manor house, then with the building of the south lodge and gates in 1892, the north lodge and stables 5 years later. The lake and lily pond, now started the swimming pool, were also constructed over the course of Cruikshank's residence.
Loads and loads of construction drones there.
During the Second World War, Mrs. Neville Lasky lived in the mansion. She opened its doors to convalescing Royal Air Force officers, patients of Sir Archibald Mackindoe, a pioneer in reconstructive surgery working at East Grinstead's Queen Victoria Hospital. Then, in October 1945, Mrs. Margaret Biddle, wife of an American ambassador in Europe, purchased St Hill Estate. Whilst only owning the manor for 2 years, she made a great many upgrades to the 30-room mansion, not the least of which was modernising the plumbing. However, the addition Miss Biddle is most remembered for is the whimsical mural she commissioned for the manor ballroom by artist John Spencer Churchill, nephew of Sir Winston Churchill. St Hill became the home of the Maharaja of Jaipur, India, in the late 1940s. During his decade of ownership, the Maharaja added a number of fine antique Indian and European fixtures to the residence. L. Ron Hubbard acquired St Hill Manor and some 60 surrounding acres in March 1959. The manor served as Mr. Hubbard's home and worldwide headquarters for Scientology until 1967. In commemoration of L. Ron Hubbard's centennial, 1911 to 2011, St Hill Manor underwent meticulous renovation and restoration by England's premier conservation design firms. Welcome to St Hill. Right, so that's a little bit about St Hill House. So St Hill House is in East Grinstead in Sussex. So it's a manor house dating from 1733, which we know. This is the most famous of the church's advanced organisations, delivering operating thetan training up to level 5. The estate contains a castle built by Scientologists in a medieval
Look how serious Hemi is when he's just talking all on his own.
Hubbard developed security.
It's like me.
Era,
no humour, no camaraderie.
St Hill. So, as you know, security check. A little bit about Scientology. Scientology is a thing where you use the I can't remember what the machine's called for the life of me, but you use the machine, which is basically a lie detector.
The dildo-matic.
You get asked over and over again the same questions until you get what's going clear, which means that the needle on the E meter goes clear, which means it stays in the middle and doesn't move. So what happens in security check-ins? That's when you're asked more advanced questions, which means it's harder to go clear. So again in 68 the Scientologists tried to have their East Grinstead Chapel officially recognised as a place of religious worship. Which is a bit of a thing you see here. They just keep trying all of the time to become a religion.
I'm hoping once this is all
in
done,
68 they were rejected by the Registrar
it will start to go a bit faster. Because as it is, I'm getting 11, 10, 16 FPS
versus Registrar General XP Seagadal. The judge commented that Scientology was more of a philosophy of the existence of man or life rather than a religion. So the definition of religion that was functional in the Seagadal case was that religion is concerned with man's relation to God, and ethics are concerned with man's relation to man. The two are not the same and are not made the same by sincere inquiry into the question, what is God? Religion was defined as requiring faith in and worship of a God.
I'm gonna turn off the unlimited thing. So which one's that? Let's Control F4.
So also, if you ever want to look round East Grinstead, Scientologists own several shops in East Grinstead High Street and are active in the Chamber of Commerce. They run an annual medieval fair at the Manor, which sounds like it might be worth a look. When Religion Inc., Stuart Lamont's unfavourable book about Scientology was released in 1986, all the copies available in East Grinstead were bought up by one man. Again, more of the tricks involved in Scientology. They do all kinds of. Tricks. Yeah, if you want to look into it more, it's well worth a look. It's a really, really interesting religion.
That was a bit more fun. I was saying that
so
occasionally when I
the properties around the town, one of the
hang
communal
on,
houses
just a minute,
burnt down
Henry,
in
just a minute.
1991.
Occasionally, when I put the phone into charge, it will turn on and off randomly. And I said, well, there are spare batteries. It could be the battery itself. And there's 2 other batteries, so you use... There used to be 5 batteries. I gave the phone to my mum, and then she lost 2 of them, because, of course. And she also got rid of the phone case. She says, I don't like it. And I was like, well, okay, but you never replaced it with another one. So, yeah. Anyway, my sister's using it now, and it mostly works. It just has a habit there. It likes to turn off occasionally. So, yeah. Try the new battery.
Since then, the church has been prosecuted by the local council over fire safety. The Independent newspaper acquired documents in 1993 suggesting the Scientologists had deceived council inspectors, pretending one dormitory housed 50 people, when in fact there are 130 permanent residents. During the 70s, the church's intelligence operations were directed from St Hill by the Guardian Worldwide Jane Kember and her deputy Mo Budlong. These include Operation Snow White, which was a campaign of burglary, infiltration and wiretapping of US government offices and the IRS, and various dirty tricks against opponents. Kember and Budlong were extradited to the US, where in November 1980 they were sentenced to 2 to 6 years in prison. So this is Van Dyke. So in a House of Commons speech on 25th of July 68, Minister of Health Kenneth Robinson said Scientology's practices were a potential menace to the personality and well-being of those so deluded as to become its followers. He described Scientology as so objectionable that it would be right to take all steps to curb its growth, and so introduced a ban on the immigration of foreign Scientologists. It would be nice if we could do that again today with other invasive religions, wouldn't it? Until then, the Hubbard College of Scientology had, as a recognised education institution, been allowed to receive foreign students. Foreign Scientologists already in the country were not allowed to stay. According to an internal document from 1976, some of the church's intelligence staff got round the ban by giving false information to immigration officials. Hubbard left the UK permanently in 1969, moving Scientology's world headquarters to a fleet of ships. This is also known as the Sea Org. The Home Office told him not to return, so he's right up there with Lauren Southern and Richard Spencer. Scientologists denounced Kenneth Robinson's remarks as insane. In retaliation against him, Scientology publications listed Freedom and Scientology, and Freedom conducted a libel campaign beginning in 1968. According to these newsletters, he was responsible for creating death camps to which innocent people were being kidnapped to be killed or maimed at will. Robinson successfully sued for libel, prompting a total retraction and subsequent substantial damages. This is another common practice you see in Scientology time and time again. They do like to wage lawfare. If you watch the amazing not amazing, it's a bit dated now. But if you watch the documentary We Are Legion, it shows how Scientology actually defeated Anonymous, or certain parts of Anonymous. So there was a government inquiry in 1971 which recommended lifting the ban on Scientologists coming in the country, by which time 145 people had been refused entry. The ban was not immediately lifted. The church took out multiple writs of libel against the Department of Health and Social Security, who in 1977 prepared a confidential report released to the public 30 years later to assess their position. According to this report, young people were being alienated from their families by the disconnection policy. So you've got what's called the disconnection policy, where what happens is people do something wrong.
We're your new family. You don't need your old family.
They have any.
Your old family held you back. We only want what's best for you,
or something like that. So what they can be called? They can be called suppressive persons. So suppressive. What's that? Hold on. Right. So you have. So suppressive persons, which can be abbreviated to SP, is a term used in Scientology to describe the antisocial personalities, in scare quotes, who, according to Scientology's founder L. Ron Hubbard, make up about 2.5% of the population. So a suppressive person is somebody that can cause trouble. Also, so you can be labelled an SP, but you can also be labelled a PTS, which is a potential trouble source. So basically, what happens if you're if you're a suppressive person or a potential trouble source, you'll get drummed out of. So you will. In some cases, some people have been punished for this, which includes being locked up, washing floors with toothbrushes, that kind of thing. Either that, or if you can get away, you're then labelled a suppressive person and disconnected from your family. So when you're a suppressive person, anybody who's still in, if you're out of the church and there are other people that are still in the church, this means that you're then not allowed to talk to those people. So you got the report now. So according to the report, so people know, so the government know about the disconnection policy. So now there's another policy which is called fair game. All of these policies are written down in documents, and when someone's labelled an SP or fair game, all of these things are written down in documents in like the laws of Scientology. So and they even tell you how to go about dealing with people who are suppressive persons, and how to go about fair game. So in '65, Hubbard formulated the Fair Game Law, which states how to deal with people who interfere in Scientology's activities. These suppressive persons could be considered fair game for retaliation. So, in the words of Scientology, by fair game is meant may not be further protected by the codes, disciplines, or the rights of a Scientologist. In other words, a person who attacked the church would not be protected by the church or granted the rights of Scientologists in good standing. In December of that year, Hubbard reissued the policy with additional clarifications to define the scope of fair game. He made it clear that the policy applied to non-Scientologists as well, declaring, "The homes, property, places and abodes of persons who have been active in attempting to suppress Scientology or Scientologists are beyond any protection of Scientology ethics, unless absolved by later ethics or an amnesty." This policy letter extends to suppressive non-Scientology wives and husbands and parents, or other family members, or hostile groups, or even close friends. In his introduction to Scientology Ethics, published in 1968, Hubbard wrote that no Scientologist could be punished for any action taken against a suppressive person or group during the period that person or group is fair game. He made it clear elsewhere in his writings that the policy would be applied to external organisations, including governments that interfered with Scientology's activities. He told Scientologists, if the Internal Revenue Service, in refusing the FDC founding Church of Scientology, Washington DC non-profit status, continues to act up, or if the FDA does sue, we can of course Committee of Evidence them, and then if found guilty, label and punish them as a suppressive group and fair game. No one is fair game until he or she declares against us. By declares against us means either, you know, not letting them get their way, or just, you know, not wanting to be a member anymore. The dirty tricks, and there's plenty of great stuff that you can watch. There's the documentary Going Clear. There's also Leah Remini's Surviving Scientology. I can't remember what it's called, but that's a really good series if you want to know more about Scientology. So Scientology is a massive it's a massive subject. It's not just it's not just explaining what happened when, but it's also explaining what they mean when they say certain things. Scientology even has its own, it's like de facto language. The way they use language is completely not what you'd expect. So right, so So 1980, the Home Secretary reversed the ban, saying in Parliament, "My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Social Services, is not satisfied there is clear and sufficient evidence for continuing the existing policy with regard to Scientologists on medical grounds alone. Once the ban was lifted, applications by foreign Scientologists to come to the UK were assessed individually. However, all the applications were refused because of Scientology's non-religious status. This was changed in 1996 when the Home Office labelled Scientology a bona fide religion for immigration purposes." So again, they still haven't got the final piece of law in their back pocket to say that this stuff is sorry, lost my thread. My right honourable friend. So they don't actually. So at this point, they haven't actually got religious status, but they're gathering more and more bits where they can kind of a bit here, a bit there, you know, in their corner about religion. So in '84, Hubbard contested his own exclusion from the UK, but this was reaffirmed by the Home Office when he refused to discuss his conviction in France for fraud. So, in 1971, there was an official inquiry into Scientology in the UK, and it was carried out by Sir John G. Foster and published in 1971. The report made its case with L. Ron Hubbard's own words and reprinted a number of internal ethics orders. It continued that it would be unfair to ban Scientology outright. It appears according to Scientology that the only ethics there is a place just a little bit away, just outside London. It concluded that it would be unfair to ban Scientology outright, but asked for legislation to ensure that psychotherapy in the United Kingdom is delivered in an ethical manner. He regarded the Scientology version of ethics as inappropriate. So here's another thing about Scientology that you'll find out. Scientology's great enemy is psychotherapy. They absolutely hate psychotherapy because many of the practices that they do and many of their practices are kind of they're cult. It's cult like and brainwashing type behaviour and blackmail and with what they call sec checking and the just regular checks. What it is you're telling Scientology your innermost secrets, and all of that stuff is being written down and it's being filed. And by innermost secrets, you have to bare your soul. If you've murdered somebody, if you sexually assaulted somebody, anything like that, the chances are, if you're in Scientology, you've given that up to them, and now they know all of it. Your deepest, darkest secrets. And it doesn't have to be something serious like that. It could be like the little stuff, like affairs. Gay thoughts, because they've also upset the gays as well. Scientologists have, because they're not keen on homosexuality. I don't know if that's changed. So 1977, the FBI raids the Church of Scientology's US headquarters. Documents seized in that reveal that an agent had been sent to investigate Sir John Foster in an attempt to link him to Paulette Cooper, the author of The Scandal of Scientology and victim of Operation Freakout. Operation Freakout. Yeah, so Operation Freakout, I mean, there you go. Here's another story in itself. You got Operation Freakout, which means a Church of Scientology covert plan intended to have the US author and journalist Paulette Cooper imprisoned or committed into a psychiatric hospital. So this was 1976 they were doing that. Also, the documents showed that also Lord Balneal, who had requested the official inquiry, was also a target. Hubbard had written, "Get a detective on that Lord's past to unearth the tidbits." So, 1984, a custody dispute between a practicing Scientologist father and an ex-Scientologist mother came to the High Court. Although the father had stated he would not raise the 10-year-old boy and 8-year-old girl as Scientologists, obviously you remember the guy's a Scientologist, so he would say that. Mr. Justice Leahy ruled that they should reside with the mother. This would not otherwise have been the case, since it meant disrupting the status quo for the children due to the prospect of Scientology's baleful influence on their upbringing. So it appears that over here in good old Blighty we seem to be pretty woke to the SQ, the Scientologist question. So this case, it reached conclusions about many aspects of Scientology. So the case said that evidence was given how the disconnection policy had broken up families and relationships. Mr. Justice Leahy read some of Scientology's internal documents into the record. These include training routine lying, the Guardian's order describing ways to investigate and smear traitors, and other documents relating to fair game. He concluded that despite the ostensible cancellation of fair game, deprival of property, injury by any means, trickery, suing, lying, or destruction have been pursued throughout, and to this day with the fullest possible vigour. Evidence had been given of instances of mental breakdown during auditing courses. The case produced evidence that a rehabilitation project force, an internal punishment system involving physical labour, was in operation in St Hill. So what they do as well with Scientology is they twist language. Rehabilitation project force. Just think about what that means and what it actually means. So rehabilitation project force is not for rehabilitating people, it's for punishment. This is what you got to remember when dealing with cults or anything cult like, is that even current social justice warriory is that language does not mean what you think it means. When you listen to something, when you listen to something and it doesn't sound quite right, listen to it, break down the words. It's one way to not get sucked in by this stuff. So Leahy also ordered Scientology to stop harassing the mother and her partner. Right. Mr. Justice Leahy revealed his conclusions in a public hearing because of their significance. So here's what he said. Scientology is both immoral and socially obnoxious. In my judgment, it is corrupt, sinister and dangerous. It is corrupt because it is based on lies and deceit, and it has a real objective money and power for Mr. Hubbard and his wife and those who keep close to him at the top. It is sinister because it indulges in infamous practices both to its adherents who do not toe the line unquestionably, and to those outside who criticise or oppose it. It is dangerous because it is out to capture people, especially children and impressionable young people, and indoctrinate and brainwash them so they become unquestioning captives and tools of the cult, withdraw from ordinary thought, live in relationships with others. What you got to remember, when a judge comes out with something like this, it is really serious. That's not your everyday kind of language for a judge to be using. A church spokesman described the judgment as a travesty of British justice and alleged there had been no opportunity for Scientology itself to submit evidence. Mr. Justice Leahy had observed Scientology's lawyers had been in contact with the father and had opportunity to answer the allegations made in the case. The judgment was taken to the Court of Appeal the next year, where it was upheld. So other cases that there are. So 1966, newspapers highlighted the case of Karen Henslow, a 30-year-old woman who had a history of psychiatric problems but had been recovering, who appeared to suffer ill effects after going to St Hill and taking part in Scientology practices. The case was taken up by newspapers which published a disconnection letter from Karen to her mother, and by local MP Peter Horden. Hubbard responded to the case next year by sending out a letter to every member of Parliament complaining of libellous attacks from the newspapers, with a lurid turn of mind. So here you've got Karen. She has psychiatric problems. So when you're in the Church of Scientology, you're not allowed to take psychiatric drugs, because your only real problem is going clear. If you can go clear, you can become a superhuman being, which means it's mind over matter, which has in quite a few cases turned pretty nasty. So, in the 70s, the church attempted to sue Geoffrey Johnson Smith, MP for East Grinstead, over claims he made on BBC TV that families were being alienated by the disconnection policy. In court, he produced evidence of specific cases which are not disputed by Scientologists. One of the witnesses against Johnson Smith was William Hamlin, MP, who had taken a course at St Hill to find out more about Scientology and described the course as first rate. The jury decided Johnson Smith's comments were substantially true and made in good faith. Well, what a surprise! An MP bending the knee for someone who could possibly have put money in his back pocket. Mental health, according to a memo on the 6th of May 1971, Hubbard blamed the National Association for Mental Health and the World Federation for Mental Health for attacks on Scientology, and named Mary Appleby, the secretary of NAM, as the ultimate source. Starting in 1969, the NAM were the target of mass infiltration campaign by Scientologists who tried to take over key offices and change the organisation's policy on psychiatry. The large numbers of new membership applications just before a deadline raised the suspicion of existing members and led to a mass expulsion. The Church of Scientology sued unsuccessfully in an attempt to get their members reinstated. In 1988, Scientology connected group the Citizens Commission on Human Rights, CCHR, conducted a defamation campaign against Professor Sir Martin Roth, the Cambridge University Professor of Psychiatry. Material provided by the CCHR falsely alleged that the experiments run by Roth had damaged patients' brains with huge doses of LSD. Led to more than 20 deaths in an Australian hospital and maimed human subjects in Canada. The Newcastle Times, which had published an article based on the CCHR material, admitted the falsity of the allegations and paid substantial libel damages in 1990. Again, this is a further evidence of the Scientologists going after psychologists. So then we go into Operation Snow White, which is not an operation by the police. It was an operation by the Church of Scientology to neutralise unfavourable information in government files internationally. Project Witch, the UK branch of Project Snow White, was directed at the UK branch of Interpol, the Royal Navy and various government ministries. Among the documents seized in the 77 raid show that Snow White was a memo from Jane Kember, the Church's worldwide head of intelligence. Kember announced that Scientology agents had obtained a Metropolitan Police report on the Church and had asked for related documents so that a lawsuit against the police could be mocked up. So 2006, a new Church of Scientology centre opened on Queen Victoria Street in the City of London next to the Faraday Building. David Miscavige, chairman of Scientology's Religious Technology Centre, came to the UK for the ceremony. Local dignitaries who also attended the opening included Chief Superintendent Keith Hurley, the City of London Police lead officer for faith issues, That might be something we might talk about, the City of London Police, because that's very, very interesting. Hurley's speech thanked the Scientologists for their efforts on the 7th of July attacks and described... So 7th of July, that'll be the 7 attacks, and described Scientology as a force for good. This prompted the anti-cult group Family Action Information Resource to openly criticise Hurley. The next month, FOI requests by the Guardian and Daily Mail revealed that more than 20 city officers had accepted dinners free entry to Mission Impossible 3 premieres or other hospitality from the church, including meetings with Tom Cruise. Nearly 2 years later, the City of London Police issued a court summons to a teenage protester refusing to take down a placard calling Scientology a dangerous cult. They later dropped the case on the advice of the CPS. 2007, it emerged the Association for Better Living and Education, a Scientology-connected charity which promotes Narconon and Criminon, had paid for stalls at the Labour and Conservative Party conferences. The Labour's decision to accept the money was taken by its NEC, and a spokesman described it as purely a business transaction. TV. I didn't know this one. Television adverts for the Church of Scientology were aired in the 1990s on Super Channel, but in February '93 were banned by the ITC after complaints. The ban was lifted in April '96. Later that year, the church produced an advert in which many people of different nationalities speak the word trust. It appeared initially on the cable channels UK Gold and UK Living, and moved to Sky News and other channels, this being the UK's first ever national advertising campaign for religion. Heber Gents, president of the Church of Scientology International, came to the UK to launch the campaign. The Advertising Standards Authority censored the church for a poster campaign saying they had cured over 250,000 drug addicts. Again, more evidence of them inflating figures. The figure was a count of everyone who completed the detox program, the Church of Scientology's detox program, including those whose drug exposure was infrequent use of alcoholic drinks or prescription drugs. So the ASA just carried on hammering the Church of Scientologists. So then it's an ad from the Guardian got pulled up by the ASA. The ad was banned by the ASA for substantial evidence claim of helping 24 million people. Two other grounds claiming misleading facts in the ad were not upheld, including the church had educated 19 million people on the facts about illicit drugs and made tens of millions aware of their human rights. So the Church of Scientology said to this, the Advertising Standards Authority found the church's 2015 ad accurately reported its campaign to educate people away, blah, blah, blah. So back to Elron, who I haven't talked about for quite a while. So I assume because of heat in America, Hubbard moved to England in 1959 and stayed there until 1967. So while he was here, things that happened in Scientology. So he bought St Hill Manor, which I've talked about already. The FDA raided the founding Church of Scientology and seized 100 of the church's e-meters as illegal medical devices. That was in 1963. 1965, the Church of Scientology was banned in several Australian states, starting with Victoria. The ban was based on the Anderson report, which found the auditing process involved command hypnosis, in which the hypnotist assumes positive authoritative control over the patient. 66, Narconon was founded. Hubbard declared South African Scientologist John McMaster to be the first true clear. So 1967, that's when L. Ron Hubbard founded the Sea Organisation, or the Sea Org. The Sea Org's a nice little thing. You only sign a billion-year contract when you join the Sea Org. And then also in 1963, OT3 is made available to Scientologists. So what happened in Scientology is you had the original plan for Scientology where you went clear. So basically what happened is then, so people pay so much for auditing, so much to reach each level, so then they go clear. So what happens? So once you're clear, that's the end of Scientology. You don't need Scientology anymore. So what happened was people were going clear. So then you have to have an extra level. So people keep doing their auditing and keep paying the money in. So then you have to have OT3, so you go up to OT3 in 1967. So I'm not sure where they're at now, but there are still levels being added onto it. So for these are I assume British authors that Scientology has fell out with. Cyril Vosper, who was a Scientologist for 14 years, became disillusioned and wrote a critical book called The Mindbenders. In 1972, the church sued to prevent publication, claiming that as a condition of taking the special briefing course at St. Hill, he had agreed not to divulge its content to anyone. So Lord Denning dismissed the case, arguing that the material was sufficiently dangerous for the public interest to override a confidentiality agreement. So you've got Roy Wallace, a sociologist of religion who investigated Scientology in the 70s, wrote The Road to Total Freedom, a sociological analysis of Scientology, traces its evolution from a cult to an authoritarian religious sect. Before publication, he made 100 edits in negotiation with the church, although this was not made clear in the book itself. The church denounced the book as bias-selective, would later describe it as fair and reasonable. After the book's publication, a Scientology agent had visited Stirling University, where Wallace was teaching, and tried to get him to implicate himself in the drug scene. Subsequently, forged letters, apparently from Wallace, were sent to his college, implicating him in scandalous activities, including a homosexual love affair. Journalist Russell Miller wrote a biography of L. Ron Hubbard entitled Barefaced Messiah, which was published in 1987. He was spied on while researching the book in the US, and his friends and business associates received visits from Scientologists and private detectives. This is another thing Scientologists do. They employ a lot of private detectives to do their dirty work for them. Attempts were made to frame him for the murder of a local London private detective, the murder of singer Dean Reed in East Berlin, and a fire in an aircraft factory. All small stuff. Senior executives at the publishers Michael Joseph at the Sunday Times, which serialised the book, received threatening phone calls and also a visit from a private investigator, Eugene Ingram, who worked for the church. Another private investigator, Jarl Grieve Einarson-Wolf, told Sunday Times journalists that he'd been offered large sums of money to find a link between Miller and the CIA. Stuart Lamont wrote Religion Inc., which was published in 1986. It began with the church's cooperation, but Lamont refused to let their representatives review it before publication. So then he gets a campaign of phone calls and letters from Scientologists, including legal threats. Private detective attempted to get damaging information about Lamont from his ex-wife and other people, posing as bank representatives, contacted his neighbours. A Scientology spokesman accused Lamont and his publishers of exaggerating the response to generate publicity. Paul Brachy was a journalist at the Evening Argus in East Grinstead and later the Daily Mail. He had revealed in 2007 that after he started investigating Scientology, he was subject to what he calls a vicious smear campaign, including defamatory leaflets, threatening letters, faxes, and an attempt to find his ex-directory telephone number. John Atack, an ex-Scientologist who left in 1983, wrote the book A Piece of Blue Skies, Scientology, Dianetics, and L. Ron Hubbard Exposed. So he provided help to other members in leaving the organisation, as well as acting as an expert witness in various cases concerning Scientology. So in response to that, his house was repeatedly picketed by placard-carrying Scientologists over the course of 6 days. They were probably what's called squirrel busters. These are people that hassle people that leave constantly. 1997, Richard Ingram's co-founder of the Private Eye made negative comments about L. Ron Hubbard in a column for The Observer. Scientology internal facts from the United States leaked to Observer to journalist William Shaw, called for an operation to discredit him and to write a response. He listed details of his personal life and told the recipient to find, investigate and document scandals Ingram's is for sure part of. And Andrew Morton wrote an unauthorised biography of Tom Cruise. He was the guy that did the Diana one, if you remember that. It alleged Scientology had almost taken over the actor's life and he was in effect a number 2 person in the church. The church denied this and the book was not published in the UK for legal reasons. Cruise's lawyer Bert Fields gave interviews in which he denounced the book as poorly researched and a rehash of tired old lies. The Complex, an insider exposes the covert world of Scientology, an Irish book by ex-Scientologist Don Duggan, was removed from Amazon and other booksellers in 2008 after complaints it's defamatory, which the publisher denied. 2020 Television made 2 documentaries in the Big Stories series for ITV for Inside the Cult. An undercover reporter joined staff in Poole and East Grinstead and was invited to join the Sea Org. The church said the programme took everything out of context. In the S-Files, broadcast on 28th of November 1996, former staff at Poole confessed to financial malpractice. The family of a young ex-Scientologist blamed church harassment for contributing to his suicide, a charge countered by spokesman Mike Rinder. Mike Rinder is now a leading anti-Scientologist. In advance of the first broadcast, the Church of Scientology took out a private prosecution against the reporter, producer and production company, which was eventually thrown out as abusive. They also tried to ban the programme but refused by the AG. At around the time, cars belonging to the team had the windows smashed in and the reporter's mobile phone was cloned and used to run up huge bills. The staff said these were part of a harassment campaign in response to the documentary, although no connection with Scientology was ever proven, and the allegations were denied by the church. So, Channel 4 did a documentary called Secret Lives L. Ron Hubbard, which was in 1997. Programme makers had all kinds of forms of harassment. Eugene Ingram, the private detective I mentioned earlier, visited friends and associates and members of the team, spreading rumours, saying they were involved in crimes including money laundering. Scientologist agent phoned friends of the doctor and producer, posing as a member of a survey organisation, and tricking contacts into revealing their addresses. Those who did were visited by private detectives. It's not known how the agent obtained the numbers that the programme makers had dialed from their private phones. During the making of the programme, crew said they were trailed by private detectives in the United States, Canada and England. A film crew calling itself Freedom TV made unannounced visits for the home to the homes of the program makers to film them. The church said it was investigating whether the program was part of a campaign to extort money from them. You've also got the John Sweeney panorama, which is absolutely brilliant. That's where you see John Sweeney shouting at Mike Rinder. that's well worth a watch. So yeah, the Church of Science, you should be able to find that somewhere. John Sweeney losing his temper. He was screaming at the face of spokesman Tommy Davis at an industry of psychiatry of an industry of death exhibition. As he had with Secret Lives, John Travolta personally appealed to the channel's executives to cancel the broadcast. Church of Scientology was also responded by distributing its own documentary on DVD. When the Panorama team were filming in the US, Scientology representatives followed and repeatedly rang them. Unknown men trailed the team, one appeared at John Sweeney's wedding. Sweeney later complained of being chased around the streets of Los Angeles by sinister strangers. In LA, the moment our hire car left the airport, we realised we were being followed by 2 cars. In our hotel, a weird stranger spent every breakfast listening to us. When the crew returned to London, church executive Mike Rinder was sent from the United States to lobby the BBC, even camping out at their offices. Private Eye has also had trouble from them as well. That's... So they were spoken about Narcanon. So yeah, so there you go. That's some part of the history of Scientology in the UK. So right, that is me done for another week. I'm not actually sure what I'm doing next week or who I'm doing it with. I am going to be joining Brutus in a bit. We are talking about somebody. I don't know who. So if you go over to Brutus's YouTube channel, you'll find him over there. And this is me signing out for the evening. Don't remember, kids. Don't forget, kids. Stay spooky. There we go. Go live.
Right.
All this time I've had my microphone, so all the fun pitter patters I've been saying, you didn't hear any of it. Didn't hear me talking about how great it is I got this planet working up and running, and how I've got I'm not building a factory for sorters and belts. Sorters are the arms which move things to and from a belt. So yeah, that was good. It's just family keep popping in and out and saying, "Oh, can you help with the phone? Can you help with this? Can you help with that? Can you do this? Can you do that?" And how do you explain to them that? Not really. I'm having a day off, and I don't want to do anything. Unfortunately, it's all well and good saying I want a day off, but there's always something that comes up. But I'm having some me time today. There's nothing wrong with me time. So anyway, let's have a listen to another 40 in words with the Mark II theme tune.
Right, so
Do.
we should be up and running on one of those streams.
Yeah. Oh, and the television that needs programming. The oven. It's like, hey, this is to do with electricity. You can fix it.
Yeah. Is everyone catching
But this
up?
is vaguely mechanical. You must
There's two
understand
waiting
it.
now, but yeah, hang on.
Right, so we should. Where's the other chat?
There's just the same one there. What was there before on your YouTube?
It should be. There's one that's up and running, and I've. Okay, North Heathen's found it, and he's going to pass it on. So we'll just wait for it to fill up a bit. So, how many?
That's good. We're building up the tension.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, they're going to be jumping at the bit. We got 2 in. I shall chuck the link everywhere that I can think of. Jesus, I got the fucking wrong graphic up. Right,
Gasp.
so turn that
Rude
graphic up. Turn the
words.
Pour another vodka.
Put the
I'll be back in about 2 minutes.
No problems. Go get a drink. Go get a drink. Let's wait. Let's wait for her to fill up. Alright, it's up. We're up. So how are we doing, chat?
You're doing well, aren't we, chap?
Right, we've got 4 watching. Sorry about that, chat. For some reason, I'm just incapable of turning a notification into an actual event. So how are we doing, guys? Just wait for Zero to get back. He's just gone to fetch himself a drink.
Wow, 2 gigawatts of demand. I think I need to realistically contain my.
I'm ready.
We're ready?
These hubs
Yep.
are drawing far
Have we
too
got
much
everyone
power
here?
for what can be done.
Yeah, looks like everyone's in the chat. We got 1 waiting, so that looks good. Yeah.
Apparently, we've got 4 watching now.
Yeah, we're doing fine. We're building a Dyson
link
Sphering
in Telegram
Hobbit.
and everywhere.
Exactly. Oh look, I'm going to be out of belts, so I can't do it. Well, that's all right. That can come later. So let's just go over all of these and make
Right,
sure that
do you want to kick off?
let's not demand
Yeah.
too much. Yep, let's not demand too much.
Right, so what did you want to start? You want to start with remote viewing, did you?
I'll just start. I'll say a bit about magic. Just like about 3 minutes, gonna.
Yeah.
Just so people know where I'm coming from, sort of. And then we'll go into remote view and yeah.
Whack this all down because it
Okey-doke.
can't support it. I can always bring it back up later.
Twitter,
But
see if we have any new viewers from Twitter. Right, so now
So what's
So,
the
are we ready
demand
to start?
now?
Yep, definitely.
Go for it, then.
355 megawatts. That's not so bad. That's probably like tenable.
Are we on?
Yeah, we are on.
We're alive.
We are live.
Right. Hello, everyone. We got an exclusive for you tonight. You won't hear about this stuff on the BBC, so. Right, political sorcery. Before we get to that, I want to say that regarding magic and the paranormal, I'm sure everyone here knows this already, but it's not a vague, abstract thing. Like, magic happens right here in living. Aside from all the fakers and the mentally ill people,
So where's the
there's
coal?
the real
There's
stuff,
the coal
and
deposit.
there's no doubt about it when it's there. Like,
So I will be using that
Terence
coal for
McKenna
power
said,
as
you
well.
can kick the tyres and you can honk the horn.
Well,
And,
as another thing I always say is like, it doesn't matter whether you believe it, they believe it, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, it's belief. Belief is the key. Yeah,
Mm.
and serious people are into it. That they've gone beyond whether magic's real or not, whether it works or not. They know it works, and they're involved in perfecting it. And I just want to get that out of the way, in case anyone thinks this is all sort of airy-fairy stuff. It's not. It's very real stuff.
And as we found out the other week, airy fairies aren't even that. That wussy.
Well, airy fairies, they're airy-fairy, but they're real airy-fairy. So what are we getting to here? What am I trying to say?
So there's some
I'm a bit
coal.
pissed, but
It's always a good way to start.
I think you
What
need to.
I'm
I think you need to lubricate your live
Yeah.
stream, don't you?
I'm pretty lubricated, yeah. Well, but what am I trying to
It's
say?
not demand it.
Like,
And then this
what I'm
one
trying to
I
say
want
is
to
there's
do
more to human
that.
communication than all the surface stuff. Talking about the weather and everything, like the police develop an intuitive kind of sixth sense after some years on the job, and army soldiers, when they're trained to kill sentries, they're told not to actually look at them while they're sneaking up on them, in case the sentry somehow senses that the enemy's close. So I'm just saying, like, there's obviously more to us than meets the eye, isn't there?
Well,
There's other things, other levels.
In my job, I won't reveal what it is, but like I have to find where I've got to go and do my job and stuff. But I find like a sixth sense clicks into that for finding like addresses and finding where what I'm looking for is and things like that. It's I think I thoroughly believe it.
It's like sussing people out. That same sort of thing, isn't it? We use our intuition to suss people out. It's not what they say or.
Ironic that this is going to
we
be
just suss
burning
people out,
coal
by,
or refined coal
some
in order to make
strange,
power, and it's like
probably
right
ancient
next to it you've got lava.
power
It's
that we
like
don't realise
surely that could
what
be tapped
a lot
for
of people
power.
don't realise we know, like love telepathy, where partners or good friends sort of literally read each other's minds, don't they?
Well, you also get doppelgangers, don't you? Like airplane pilots that are in real trouble have kind of appeared to the missus and things like that, haven't they?
Yeah, really strange stuff like that. And now I think about it, the opposite of love telepathy would be hate telepathy, where like you see someone and you know that someone isn't someone to be messed with. I think martial artists are good at that. They sort of exude this I don't know what it is, a power or a thought maybe that just says don't mess with me, and it's in our minds. You know, when I've seen people like that, there's something in my mind that says like don't mess with that guy. Like, not that I'd mess with him anyway, but that must be some sort of thought that they project into our heads, like maybe without knowing they're doing it. I just find that very interesting. When two people meet, what am I trying to say? Nah, that's not it. When two people meet, there's almost
There's
as
chemistry.
if there's someone else there, some sort of third
Two
being, isn't
people
there, that
falling
sort of
in love.
interacts or
Doing what they do
interacts.
together forever.
But this
Two people
sub-level
falling
of,
in love.
consciousness
Sexual
leads us into remote
congress.
viewing.
Do 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 do. That's not really what the song's about.
When
but
we
anyway.
get into this other state, when we pay more attention to these deeper levels, that's when we can remote view, which is basically remote viewing is just a fancy name.
Oh yeah, in a bit I need to get
Finding-
onto the old
finding out stuff that we really should
voice
be able to
chat
find
thing
out.
so that I can join my chums, but it's a bit too early for that just yet.
Well, Uri Geller was a big. Isn't that how he? Didn't he allegedly start working for by working for the CIA? Didn't he?
That's what he claims, yeah. He claims he made his money in that by doing map downs, and didn't he, for like the CIA and big oil companies. He is quite rich, so yeah. Strange character, isn't he? Like one. It's like everything else in the psychic field, isn't it? Like half of the people, he's great, he's genuine. And the other half say, no, he's a complete fraud. Whether they're doing that on purpose to sort of muddy the waters.
I think the problem with that area is that there's a lot of bullshit artists.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Come to my remote viewing weekend.
Yeah.
500 quid a week.
Yeah. I was gonna say only $999.99. PayPal taken.
Reductions, yeah, for like unemployed or whatever, yeah.
Well, I don't know whether you heard. Did you hear the Doris Stokes episode? I mean, she was a bit of a bullshit
I haven't
artist.
heard that
wasn't
one
she?
yet. No, look.
Well, she used to do a thing where basically what had happened is because she was quite famous, she'd have quite a big mailbag. So what had happened is like her little helpers would go through the mailbag, they'd make notes and stuff, and then that person would get invited to the show, and then what do you know, Doris Stokes manages to talk about exactly what they wanted to talk about.
Gosh, really accurate, was it? That's horrible, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's like
Doris
really.
Stokes, God.
Yeah.
Amazing, it's
A
like
lot
a
of them are like
vacuum
that,
cleaner,
though, but
just
a lot of
pick
them do
up
that
all that
cold
debris
reading,
on
don't
the
they?
surface of
Yeah.
the
The
planet.
cold reading's pretty cool, isn't it? To sort of like be able to find out so much about someone just by looking at the way they sit. And
I've always wondered with. I mean, we're going into a
So that
medium
planet's
program
red
now.
now, thanks to
I've always wondered with
Foundation.
mediums whether it's telepathy or actually speaking to spirits.
I think it might be a mixture of the two, yeah.
Because they
Some
don't.
of them are accurate.
The spirits don't actually say anything, do they? Literally, all the spirits do is like give facts about themselves.
Yeah. Well, they
There
show
are
pictures.
very few where they go, pull out the panel behind the fire and there's a wedge of notes behind there. Anything you never get no
Yeah.
stuff like that, do you?
I suppose there's very rare cases of those where there's a haunting that sort of like hovers above a certain spot
plenty
in the
of coal
garden,
here.
maybe pointing down,
Yeah.
down into the earth when someone digs. But
I think we need to get back on track. We get
Yeah,
further
right.
away from political stuff. Where were we? Did you want to talk about?
Oh, we will get there.
Yeah,
Remote viewing.
remote viewing.
The people in charge, the powers that be, are very, very interested in it. The MOD, the British Ministry of Defence, they officially researched remote viewing between 2001 and 2002. You can read the documents online. They apparently attempted to recruit 12 known psychics via the internet, and they were completely shit, and they didn't find anything. So
Didn't it happen before that though? World War Two. Wasn't there supposed to be a big psychic war on during World War Two? Wasn't there?
there's all that stuff, yeah. All the I'm not sure that was remote viewing. That was casting a spell against Hitler, wasn't it, to stop him from invading?
Because I assume it was. I assume that kind of magic went both ways, didn't it? I assume it was some sort of magical war, wasn't it?
Yeah. But then again, I don't think Hitler wanted to invade us anyway, did he really? So,
No.
because if they're claiming it after the fact, that's the story, isn't it? But,
It's a bit like what you wearing that rubber nose for, to keep vampires away. Well, I don't see any vampires.
yeah, because they're notorious. I don't want to insult people, but people do make stuff up, don't they? All these people get carried away. Maybe that's a polite way of putting it.
Well, there's also a disinformation war going on about.
Oh, certainly,
in my opinion, there's a disinformation war going on over World War Two, because they also they want Hitler to appear like he's a crank.
Yeah. Well, they want them all to appear like cranks, don't they?
Yeah.
And we're the sort of upright good guy,
Yeah.
the sort of jolly hockey sticks and all that sort of business.
Yeah.
But there's this guy Bob Curry, who's a former SAS person. I think he was involved in the famous Iranian embassy siege, but he's now come out and claiming that he's a psychic. Bob Curry, yeah, he's wrote a book called The Psychic Soldier, the true story of one man's psychic journey from childhood to the SAS and beyond.
Listen, I mean, like you say, you're talking about honing instincts and things like that. I mean, SAS training is one long honing of instincts, isn't it?
I don't doubt the guy. Yeah, he seems pretty genuine from what I've seen.
I used to have a graffiti. I used to have a graffiti book, and my favourite bit of graffiti, and it was the SAS smoke more embassies than Hurricane Higgins.
Fucking hell. There's that great song, "Don't Mess with the SAS" by
Operation Nimrod. I don't know anything about that alphabet.
Yeah, song. That's great. Don't mess with the SAS. Brilliant song. Yeah, I'm getting carried away here. Across the pond, we got another special ops guy, David Morehouse, the world's leading remote viewing teacher, as he's claimed. And
well, I haven't seen it, but there's that film, The Men Who Stare at Goats. Isn't that about the CIA and the psychic stuff?
I read the book. Yeah, I don't like that guy.
George Clooney.
No, what's his name?
The bloke that wrote the
guy
book.
who wrote it. Yeah, he's like really. He takes the piss. I don't like that. He's a smarmy little sort of like. Well, we know what he is, but he takes the piss out of stuff, out of like this serious stuff. You know, I mean, we'd have a joke about it, but we know it's serious. We know it's serious behind all that, but he just takes the piss.
Well, we take a light-hearted approach. People like that sneer at it, don't they? It's beneath them, isn't it? The psychic stuff.
Yeah, it's just a good story to them, isn't it? Like a good freaky story.
They probably think it's some sort of propaganda win, don't they, rather than actually using it for what it is.
Yeah, well, they're all told what to do, aren't they? These famous journalists to get a name. Yeah, that's not really their voice, is it? They're probably just told what to do, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly.
But this remote viewing stuff, like, what is it? What is it? Not necessarily remote viewing, but where do actual thoughts come from? Like, no one knows, do they? Like, where do thoughts come from?
Well, where are they physically?
I demand an answer in the chat. Where do thoughts come from?
Where do thoughts come from?
That's a good question.
It just arrived. No, we don't want. I don't know. Maybe on a Saturday night we can have thoughts, but where do they come from? They just arrive, don't they? Like when they're called for, they arrive, but they also arrive out of the blue.
Oh, in my more introspective moments, I've always wondered where physically thoughts are.
Yeah.
I mean, are they actually just stuff that's made up in your head, or are they actually a place?
It's bizarre, isn't it? It's one of those like fascinating questions, like philosophical questions. Where do they bloody come from? And where do like amazing inventions come from that suddenly pop into someone's head?
Well, I was going to say, slightly back to the dream thing again. A really good book to read if you like your fantasy is Clive Barker's The Great and Secret Show, because that's all about quiddity, which is kind of a far off magical place, and the war for it. That's quite a good book if you want to read something interestingly.
Oh, right, I'll write that down.
Fantasy, yeah.
That's like sometimes. It's like really good thoughts pop into your head, don't they? Like a while ago, or a few days ago, I was looking at that Extinction Rebellion logo, and suddenly it just popped into my head that logo can be read as the Roman numerals for 9 and 11. Like that can be like IX and XI, 911.
Yeah.
So is that some sort of code in the thing?
There's
I found their secret.
Number again.
Have I found their secret, or was it like unintentional in this thing? But maybe no one knows that means 9/11. But have I remote viewed their real intention?
What's going on?
Christ, God's own's going deep in the chat. He said, "I think synesthesia plays a role here. Lots of premonitions take the form of a hazy sensory overlay on a clearly differentiated material reality."
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit pissed. I'll have to study that one. I'm a bit too thin. No, I think I know what you mean. I think you know what you mean. I know what you mean, mate.
Synesthesia when you can see sounds, isn't it?
Yeah. Things go on. Things go on with us that we don't know that we know, kind of thing. Like we do. We've got abilities that we do, but we don't know we're doing them. We don't know we can do it, but it happens anyway, whether we like it or not.
Well, I know we've spoken about like Ouija boards before, and they just give me the heebie-jeebies. I've never had an experience. I've never had a good experience. Never had a bad experience one. But they just like my gut says don't go anywhere near one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, mine does as well. Yeah, I've never. I would never do one. No. I'll do other
I think
things, but I won't do Ouija
Alphabet
board.
Cat,
They've got
in regards to thoughts,
all
they
these
come
teenagers
from
use
a
that sort of, like,
place
pent-up
which is not
sexual energy and
material,
excitement.
and our brain is able
That's
to
creative
tune into
doorway,
various
yeah.
thoughts at a
What do you
time.
think? There's something different about
People
like
call it the Akashic
pubescent
records.
energy because
An analogy
that's
I put to this
that's
is
what Poltergeist used. Don't
say
they?
you've got a radio and
It's
it's
like the
tuned
whole
to Classic
creepypasta
FM.
thing,
If
yeah,
you were
like
to
the
dissect the
sleepover
radio,
party
you would
games
find
that they play.
various
There's all
electronic
that-
components,
all that pent-up sort of sexual
capacitors,
energy and
and
excitement.
crystals somewhere
They
there.
do some sort of like
more than one
creepypasta
crystal,
ritual,
by-
like the Midnight
actually.
Man.
And you'd find some
ritual and stuff
magnets.
like
Or
that.
bloody,
Yeah, that's
you got
us.
Bloody Mary, and you've got a lot of the classics like
Yeah.
Bloody Mary, haven't you?
You'd
You
also
got
find a
Slender
power
Man, haven't you?
source.
But
You would not find an orchestra, nor would you find the composer. It's not. It's not that the music is coming from the device. It's that the music is. What's the word I'm looking for here? It's got an ability to receive the music, and because it's tuned to Classic FM, that's why you hear classical music from it.
And apparently, the asked Bloody Mary.
If you want to hear
to,
dog
like,
shit,
have a
you
go
can
at
tune
this
it to
leader of
97
this
to
bigger
99
gang.
FM.
And apparently, he was found dead with all shards of mirror.
That's
Ooh.
not a
Like,
bit
as,
of a
if, as
joke.
if Bloody Mary had appeared. Yeah, it's in some like respectable folkloric journal.
So
yeah.
our brains, I think, likewise
That's
are
pretty
like a
good, yeah,
two-way
but
radio
that's-
where
they get
they
results,
can
don't
send
they,
and
kids?
receive thoughts.
Definitely. I
This
wouldn't
could
like
explain
kids to kind of
telepathy.
Put it that way, or sort of like
And
send a hostile current.
The brain's able to do a lot more than the
That's the
radio
thing- that's the
does.
thing with you.
Barriers, that?
Well,
That's
I'm
the thing
saying
with
that
a few
these
horror-
thoughts
a few
themselves,
horror films,
especially
isn't it? A
like,
child's imagination
especially when someone
being
says,
the,
"Oh, they were ahead of their
being the
time."
Carrie,
monster.
innit?
Yeah, they were. They
Stephen
were
King's
ahead of their
Carrie,
time.
innit?
I was thinking more. Have you seen a really old film, an older film called Paper House?
No, I haven't seen that.
But that's like a thing where they go into this child's imagination.
That sounds interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's kind of half psychological, half horror. It's quite interesting.
I've got to have to write that down as well.
I've never been one for writing things down. When I do, I forget about it, if that makes sense.
Well, what we're talking about, thoughts. We must have access to. We've either got access or we've got potential access to this Akashic record, as they say, or collective unconscious.
yeah,
or,
there we go. Akashic records.
I'd
Yeah.
say everything.
Somebody's already mentioned the Akashic record.
Oh, right, yeah. They're on the same wavelength, yeah.
Thoughts. How
But
do
I
they
think
work?
we're-
Does anybody know?
We're
Yes.
potentially in
Indeed.
contact with everything, all knowledge.
I
like
think
past,
I'm gonna
present,
do another
future,
one of
everything,
these.
I think. 'Cause that's where all these like weird inventions come from. Like. But how do we do it? How do you do it? How are we going to remote view? I think it's just a matter of practice.
So do you think remote viewing is anything like
I think
astral projection? I've always thought, because I always try and think of things kind of in a scientific way, so I think it's kind of for me it's on the same scale as astral projection. It must be, mustn't it?
I think it's a very doable thing in that area. If that's the, I think you definitely do astral projection, yeah. But I don't think we have to do all these like stuff that these people say at these like remote viewing weekend brainstorming sessions. I think we can just
only $499.99.
I think we can just do it. Like I reckon. Say I laid in bed and I sent my oral awareness out. You know, like pushed my oral awareness out to see how far I can hear in the distance. Just sort of like send it out, like, and then maybe after I get good at that, I pick a target and then send my mental awareness out instead. Like
Well,
someone recommended
speaking-
pick the front page of the next headline of the next day's newspaper, so you can check if you were right or not.
Speaking of oral awareness, have you ever heard of the story about that deaf guy that can walk around and do everything because he uses echolocation? He clicks.
Oh right, yeah.
He clicks.
What, a blind guy?
Yeah, and he actually teaches other people how to do it now. I heard it on I think it was like an NPR type show. Really interesting.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
Yeah. He said basically what it was his mum never gave him any limits when he was a kid. So he learnt this echolocation thing. He smacked into a few trees and fell off his bike a few times. But he actually rides a bike using echolocation.
What, he's like makes strange beeps or something?
He clicks.
He clicks, bloody hell.
Like that. He uses echolocation.
That's crazy.
Mr. and Mrs. Click Click
but
Dirt.
he says, but using that, he says he can see. So that must be some dormant sense within us, mustn't it?
I say he's just doing it, isn't he? Yeah.
Well, everyone has that
Viewing
sense. I mean, that's why you've got
He's just
binocular
sort of like
hearing.
Got the urge to do it, and he
it's
does
just-
it. Yeah.
We don't even really think
But
about
sometimes
it.
I'm
Like, you can
lying
hear a
in
sound
bed,
coming from the
sort of
right or
half
left,
awake, and I seem to see it in my mind's eye.
but then
I'm not
noticing
asleep, I'm not
like the
dreaming,
change
but
in
in my
pitch,
mind's
the
eye, I
Doppler
seem to
shift
be,
as
like,
it
travelling down a
comes and
street.
goes.
And surely that's remote viewing. Like I never
You don't really
developed
need
it.
to because you
That's
get a
that's tricky
hunch,
stuff.
Yeah, because I
and
think
then you
you'd
look
have
with
to-
your eyes.
You'd
Your
have
eyes
to work
confirm
out some sort
what
of
the hunch tells you or told
way of-
you.
proving it, wouldn't you, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, that's what I say, that's
Even if
what's
it's
good
just for
about-
yourself, you'd have to find some way. Yeah.
You try to read the next day's front page headline newspaper. You can check it when you wake up the next day, but I suppose that would be like remote view in the future, which is probably a bit more tricky than remote view in the present. But who knows? Maybe it's just as easy to remote view the future as the present. I mean, if we can just forget our limitations, son. Just forget our limitations. Like, you need limitations. Like, forget them and just do it. Because it's like the poetic state, isn't it? The poetic visionary state that you can get to in various ways of doing it, like fasting, sleeplessness, and that state. I know that state very well. That sort of poetic visionary state. But I never seem to use it for sort of like remote viewing or sort of more interest like that. I'm happy to just ride the waves of it, you know, because I don't really know what to do. What do you remote view? Say you get good at remote viewing, but you can remote view.
And how do you know you're actually remote viewing and not just making it up?
Yeah, it's just like. I mean, I suppose if someone paid me and said like remote view, but again, what could you possibly remote view? I suppose you could remote view the racing results, but maybe people do. I don't know.
So what are we trying to get back towards?
All right.
I think we've tangented.
I've got a few techniques I want to run. Something I was thinking about to do is like just before or after. This is like an experimental remote viewing technique. Like just before you go to sleep or just after sleep, sort of ask a specific question, like in a tarot card divination. Like just ask some specific thing, and then like write down whatever appears. And maybe if you get any like partial or whole words or phrases, like type them into an internet search engine and just see what comes up. Like say you get like a half a word or a phrase, put it into Google or DuckDuckGo and just see what websites it comes up with. Maybe you've almost got it, but you can't get the whole thing. But Google will supply the whole thing. Maybe that'll lead to some really interesting sort of websites you don't usually visit, kind of thing. Anyway, that's one technique. Like I'm gonna start doing it. I think. Psychic surfing.
Psychic surfing. Surfing the psychic web.
Or maybe I don't know. Maybe people.
Yep, 4:15.
When
That's
you're
why
in
I
a half
got
awake,
the
half
noise at the
asleep.
back
So I
up.
sometimes get sort of like half
A quarter to 5.
I'm gonna
That's
start putting them into Google, right?
that's what's called lucid dreaming, isn't it?
But I suppose lucid dreaming's remote. If you can actually prove it, but that's the thing, isn't it? Prove like it's like
I think it's kind of like being on the bog. You know, when your brain's like freewheeling, and then you come up for the solution to world peace, and then you forget it, don't you?
Because it's like, how do you prove it? Like, say I have a dream tonight. I have a dream of an earthquake, maybe. And I've had a dream of an earthquake. But how do you know? How do you prove it? Unless you like see a news report of the earthquake, you won't know. Like, I might have an accurate dream of an earthquake, but unless I can prove it the next day on the internet or in a newspaper, I'm not going to know whether I've had a true dream or not, am I? It's tricky. Because you could have like a true dream, but you've got to like prove it in the real world, haven't you? I bet loads of people have like true dreams, like prophetic dreams, but they don't follow it up and they don't.
Well, I think it's kind of the opposite that skeptics try to tell you, because the skeptics try to tell you that you'll believe anything, when in fact I think it's the opposite. I think your brain will try and talk you out of anything, won't it?
Yeah. All right. I'm on the wrong stream here. Right. Sorry, everyone. Right.
You're on the old stream.
Ah. Right. That's all right. Sorry, everyone. I'm a bit. I can see the chat now. Right. Yeah. I've got the latest chat. Right. We've broke the third wall. The fourth.
Yeah, we do. We are like Deadpool.
God, I'm really too pissed to get through all this.
So remote view. We're trying to get. What are we moving? What subject are we moving? What subject are we moving
remote
towards?
Viewing, isn't it? Remote viewing's boring. Let's get on a psychic attack. That's a lot more interesting. Right, psychic attack. Right, what's psychic attack? Christians have long been talking about spiritual warfare, haven't they? The fight against preternatural evil, whatever form, usually demon.
Usually in the form of heavy metal or Dungeons and
Heavy
Dragons.
metal music, yeah.
Or Dungeons and Dragons.
But I laugh, but God, I did some magic mushrooms once. And
just
some
once.
wanker put on Slayer's Rain in Hell LP. Bloody hell, did the atmosphere change? Like, you know? Everyone freaked out, or I freaked out. I sort of ran out of the house. So, yeah.
Yeah, because there's like that. It's not only the heavy guitars, you've got all that dripping and stuff as well, haven't you?
I was spiritually warfared by society.
Skeletons of society.
Right,
All I
spiritual
see are
warfare. That's the
NPCs.
British. I'm not knocking it. I think it's a real phenomenon. But the opposite to spiritual warfare is when magicians do it against each other, and they have these magical battles, don't they? Like that famous one in the 18th century, Abbe Boulin against Stanislas de Guaita in France in the late 1880s.
Excellent pronunciation there, mate.
Battle.
You talk like a native.
Sort of highly strung French intellectuals kind of like freak out. They're having this magical battle in there.
Yeah.
All good stuff, really. And there was that famous battle.
Somehow I think Zero's probably done
Samuel
magic mushrooms more than once.
In 1985, when they were sort of sending demons to
Yeah.
fight each other.
Oh, that's our Zero,
So,
all right.
you know, it's a very established thing.
Oh, you forgot the one.
I think-
You forgot the magical battle we've already talked about. The Highgate Vampire.
Yeah.
Man.
All right, the Highgate Vampire between David Farron and His Excellency Sean Manchester. Yeah, that was
His
that was a
Excellency.
psychic. There's an audio record on David Farron's website about that. Yeah.
Is his website still up? Because he's dead now, isn't he?
Yeah. No, his website's still up. Yeah, there's some great stuff on there. A lot of leaflets and that you put out in the 70s. Stuff. So where were we? Magical battles, yeah. Because magical battles, like in the so-called olden days or in the Victorian times, they only really had the magical. They only really had their magical powers to fall back on. In the 50s, the Soviets started getting into weird psychotronic experiments, didn't they? All that. What's it called when they move stuff with the mind?
Telekinesis.
Telekinesis. There's all those weird films there, people sort of like moving stuff about. So magical warfare became sort of like technological in the 60s.
Stephen King's. Well, there was a couple of films and books about it. It was like big in the 70s, wasn't it? So obviously you've got Carrie, you've got what's the other one? Firestarter's a little bit like that, isn't it? That's about she can start fires with her mind because of a drug developed by the CIA. There's also that film, The Fury. Do you remember that one?
I heard that one.
There's a big psychic battle in the end, and some bloke gets spun around until all the blood flies out of his body.
Right. Oh, I like a nice 70s.
Kirk Douglas is in it.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, I like Kirk Douglas. Yeah, Hell Dimple Chin, yeah.
Yeah.
There was that famous book, weren't there? That Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain. That was 1970. That was published in 1970, and that really like put it into the mainstream. Again, like we say, there's a lot of psyops going on, all that stuff. Like the Russians might have been making up all this stuff to sort of freak out the Americans that they've got all this like psychic powers.
Turns out The Fury was done by Brian De Palma, the same bloke that did Carrie. So he was on a bit of a psychic streak.
Oh, right. Oh, I hadn't heard of that. I'll have to check that one. Someone recommended Demon Seed to me.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. No, you watched it yet?
That weird sort of like they were talking about the climax, about that weird sort of like thing.
Half
like
robot, baby.
I have to watch that. But you know, that fascinates me. This 1970s magic battles or psy-war, whatever we call it, that started getting into technological machines. Actually, like these psychotronic machines that apparently were being used against each other. You know, in the Cold, like that paranoia Cold. Anything went back then, didn't it? Like all sorts of weird stuff.
Well, didn't
that's right.
L. Ron Hubbard have a magical
It's a good
battle
film.
with,
I think
Jack Parsons.
I got
And he won.
Hemi and
I think so, yeah. Or Jack,
Nutsock to watch it for dope moves and shows.
No, I think Hubbard won because Hubbard ended up with his wife, didn't he?
Yeah, and then that's right. Jack Parsons conjured up to sort of bring him back to shore in an attempt to get his wife back. But
We're doing one about
I don't think that was successful.
robots or something like that.
That's crazy what goes on, isn't it? It's like these highly strung sort of like people. They're getting into all sorts of weird stuff.
Well, when you look at L. Ron Hubbard, I mean, that's just absolute will to power, isn't it? He created the Scientology out of thin air, didn't he?
Yeah, that's nuts. Some of that stuff.
Yeah.
God, some of the higher levels.
Xenu.
Just the actual text, the textual instructions that they give him is just like total gobbledygook. Like,
Yeah, the alien
can't
prison,
make head nor tail of it.
the alien prison planet, and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's just
Xenu.
there really is a sucker born every minute. There's probably good stuff.
Oh, just me
I've got one
and
of his
you.
books that's quite good.
Xanadu.
How to Be Happy, I think it's called. That's sort of like quite good.
I thought you were going to say Battlefield Earth. That's supposed to be a stinker of a movie, that isn't it?
Have you seen the film?
No, I haven't seen it.
I've seen that, yeah.
John Travolta's in it, isn't he?
Oh God, yeah. Right, back to the old psychic.
Another
Cold
tangent.
War, psychic Cold War madness.
Zero's back, listeners, and so are the tangents.
But you got all this psychic war stuff going on in the 70s, like the Soviets against the USA. Of course, once the Soviets said that they're really good at psychic warfare, the American squareheads have got to come up with something to sort of fight it, haven't they? So the US military instigated Project Stargate,
Well,
remote viewing thing.
MI6 must be up to it as well. Must have been up to it as well, mustn't they?
I think so. Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah, the British Occult Bureau. Yeah, definitely. But the Project Stargate, that was going from 1970 to 1995, and that was all about remote viewing.
So Project
Which,
Stargate
again-
wasn't about the TV series then?
No, they ripped it off, didn't they? But again, it's like this stuff. You never know whether you're being bullshitted or what, do you? Because like with this like remote viewing stuff, that Hal Puthoff, all these guys, like half the people or the people involved say, it's really good. Yeah, we got all these results, and apparently, according to the actual CIA, the whole thing was absolutely useless, and they didn't get any results of use whatsoever. So it's all like, I suppose if you're going to do it, you got to just do it yourself, haven't you? And like find your own results. Like...
I think if you put an ad in the paper looking for psychics, I think you're going to get cranks. I don't know how you go about finding a genuine psychic, but I think putting an ad in the paper and offering money for it is probably not the best way to get a genuine psychic.
That's what the British MOD did when they did their remote viewing thing. They just like picked people off the internet, I mean, that's crap. I have actually read the whole boring document, the whole PDF. But it's just they're crap. They didn't find anything. They didn't get any results whatsoever.
But I don't know whether is it because they're like deeply soulless people. I mean, they're getting out what they put in.
I think they're just trying to rip gullible people off, aren't they? With these like weekend. We keep going back to these weekend remote viewing things for £490. Because there's loads of suckers, aren't there? All these suckers, they love to be sucked, or they love to suck on the bullshit, don't they?
Well, it's back to the psychics again that we did an episode on. We were talking then about the times you got these people that are desperately trying to get hold of a loved one or something, aren't they? And they're kind of ripe for the picking, aren't they?
Yeah, it's like the whole spiritualism thing, isn't it? After World War One, it's just playing on people's fears, like shameless.
Yeah.
God. But remote viewing, if you can remote view a target, then I suppose you can remote influence a target, can't you? Like that's what Uri Geller said he was doing, wasn't he? He said like he'd turn up at these American voting things in the White House or where they do it, and apparently he's sitting there trying to sort of remote influence someone to tick the right box. And
didn't he say something about going on airplanes and sitting next to people and copying the contents of their briefcase by remote viewing?
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
I'm sure I've heard a tale like that about Uri Geller.
Because that whole remote influencers thing with like Uri Geller in there, that was sort of like.
Okay, I'm back. I thought
sort of like that Joe
was hungry.
Spy sort of stuff, isn't it? Like James Bond sort of.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know
Robert
Vorkin because I didn't see him in it, but so he did actually do the voiceover. That's cool.
Those targeted individuals,
freaky, but cool. Yeah.
There's a whole group of people in it who claim they're being remote controlled by these sinister unknown groups.
They're also having, aren't they, having like music pumped into their heads remotely
sort of
and
like
things like that, aren't they? Yeah.
They like to say it's weaponised octopus, which is like a really ominous phrase, isn't it? I'm a victim of weaponised octopus.
Oh, nothing much. Just peanut butter sandwich, some water. I can't be asked to cook. I did a lot of cooking yesterday, so I'll have leftovers later on.
They sort of like get
or a tuna mayo sandwich, whatever takes my fancy.
Like go to the supermarket and like come home again and sort of claim they're being like victimised by psychic attack. But you look at the footage, it's just someone going to the supermarket and coming home again. No one's doing anything, It's like, I don't know.
I think it could be they just got schizophrenia.
Yeah, that's just it. Like, targeted schizophrenia. But as I was researching that for this show tonight, I found like covert hypnosis. That's quite sinister. Covert hypnosis, aka ambush hypnosis, which apparently is very real.
But not everybody's susceptible to hypnosis, though, are they?
News, propaganda,
Shall they
all of
say
that stuff is a
I
form
think
of
I'd be-
ambush
there's some
hypnosis.
stuff that's sort of like,
I almost think like
Stuff
the
like that,
that the
I
BBC
believe
does at the start of all of its
stuff.
news
So if
things.
someone covertly
That is like a
ambushed
form
me
of
with hypnosis,
Pavlovian training.
I'd be well under. But apparently, Joseph Stalin had this guy called Gang Messing, and he ordered him to hypnotise this bank teller to give him like 100,000 rubles across the counter. Apparently, that was successful. Kind of like this guy like walked into the bank, like ambush hypnosis the bank teller, and he gave him all this money. And when he was told what he'd done, he apparently had a heart attack. Like, but probably because Joseph Stalin probably thought Joseph Stalin was going to like whisk him off to the gulags or something. That was on a site called www.pri.org.
Well, speaking of people convincing themselves to die, have you ever read about?
It's been a long time since I've
is it the
watched the
African
telly, and
hound
I
guns?
rarely watched
Yeah,
ITV at the
stick
time
people.
because I just
Yeah, where they
something about
where they chase
ITV
people
just
down
made me
across
feel like
continents and everything, don't they?
it was going to make me
Yeah.
stupid.
And then point a
watching
stick
it.
at them and kill them.
I think the last thing I enjoyed watching on ITV was Joanna Lumley went on a tour of the Nile to the source, and that was good.
I read
that was good.
I read one story that they actually kept a bloke alive, but they had to put him into like an iron lung, and that's but this bloke had actually convinced himself he was dying so badly. The only thing that could save him was an iron lung. But then they convinced him. Then they convinced him that the white man's magic was more powerful than the witch doctor's magic, and then he made a full recovery.
Because in some of the African tribes, they got that loop of tree bark or something, and when someone steals something, something goes missing in the village, they line them all up, and they've got this. The witch doctor comes out with this hoop of like vines, sort of like tied together, and they put it over the head of each suspected person.
Yeah.
And like it goes along the line. Because the thing is, like, if you're the guilty person and the witch doctor puts the loop over your head, that tightens up and strangles you.
Jeez.
So by the time it gets like a few ways along the line, like someone says, "Oh, it's me." Don't put the loop over my head. Like, that's a really good psychological thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
But this ambush hypnosis, though, that's pretty scary. That's
So-
another thing I thought.
So of all the the alphabet agencies, have they all looked into this ambush hypnosis? Then have they?
Oh, I think so.
Neurolinguistic programming, as well as the sort of other
that's
thing,
in my
that's part of
long
ambush
article that I don't know if
hypnosis.
we're going to get to.
Well, that's the
CIA.
programming part.
We've done an hour
hypnosis.
already.
Got to get them into a
CIA
trance state
into
first.
all that, yeah. But I think that all this like madness that's going on today in the members of parliament, like, I think they might have been ambushed hypnosis. Like, I seriously think that they might have been. Because like most like dirty politicians, they're all being blackmailed, aren't they? But
Yeah.
I think like the clean politicians, they're being blackmailed as well, or they're being blackmailed just by the threat that they can be blackmailed at any time. Like they took into a room and said, like, if you don't go along with the program, we'll hypnotise you to have sex with a child or an animal, and you won't even know you've done it.
Yeah.
But we'll have all the photos. They go to all these conferences, didn't they, and like stay in hotels and drink in the bar. And
Yeah.
I think
Then they've got
they could be ambush hypnosis.
chuck 'em a roofie, aren't they? What's that phrase
I've
from a
got
film I heard once? It's something about being caught with a live animal or a dead girl. I think it was the phrase.
Fucking hell,
Yeah.
God. I've got a note here that says mobile phone masts hidden inside church towers since at least 2002. Oh, that was
Church towers, they make false trees to look like them. It's
Yeah,
also
I've
weird to have a mobile
they
phone
know
mast
people
in
don't
your
like
church
them,
tower.
and they've got
Yeah,
to
I've seen
the
them.
fact
Yeah.
that they're doing this stuff.
All these sort of like sincere worshippers
Interesting.
worshipping God, and there's all these like mobile
Very
phone masts
interesting.
beaming like 5G signals into their heads, kind of like. That's not good. But... Anyway, now I'm in like right or the right mood. Like I was going to say, like talking about all this psychic attacks is awkward because when I was in it a few weeks ago, I was in a totally altered state of consciousness. But now,
Really?
myself and you and all the listeners in the chat, we're all in this normal state. So if I talk about it, I could sound like a complete prat, but.
You're on a paranormal program. Nothing's weird.
Yeah, I know anything goes. Yeah, but
Yeah.
because that's the thing that bugs me, sort of like annoyingly, because of like this magical state of consciousness. It is very similar to psychosis or paranoid schizophrenia, and it's kind of like it uses similar brain circuits to do what it does, and I suppose it probably uses exactly the same brain circuits, like, because there was an interesting article by Andrew Collins who said that like autistic people are natural magicians who obsessively plan rituals and repeat words and gestures, which is what they do, don't they? They obsessively repeat things over and over, like just like casting a magic spell. So
Yeah.
there really is a thin line, like madness and genius, or madness and magic. And, it's kind of, it's
It's a
tricky to
bit
talk
of
about
magic,
it. It can easily sound
magic.
like just crazy.
Do-do.
Oh, do you remember that scene from Hellraiser where they get the guy that thinks he's got bugs all over him and put him on the mattress to bring the bloke back to live?
Maybe Zero had to retire from this whole
I've seen
shindig
them
because
all,
he
yeah.
needed to pursue a career in
attacks himself
dope
with the knife,
smoking.
doesn't he?
That sounds familiar, yeah.
Yeah, that's a kind of like using the mentally ill, isn't it? Because he does that. He uses the mentally ill to get to open the gateway to hell, doesn't he? In Hellraiser 2.
But I'm a bit miffed with old Clive Barker for that one, because he ripped off that Possession film, didn't he, by that Andrei Zublexi, that I think he's a Czech filmmaker. Like, he ripped the plot off from Hellraiser from that guy, like that film called Possession, because there's exactly the same plot pretty much about this demon that needs some woman to lure people back to her flat and sacrifice them, so this demon can sort of like form a physical body. Yeah, I don't think he's ever said he got it from that, but that's a definite rip-off. Because he made loads of money off Hell's. Possession is called, yeah. Andreas.
1981, is it?
Yeah. Brilliant film, actually. All the actors act like they're psychotic in it. Like they're not acting; they're sort of like acting as if they're like totally mad. Like all the actors are totally like crazy in it.
Oh yeah. He didn't even.
Sam Neill's in it. Yeah, Sam Stripe.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Well, he played Damien, didn't he, in Omen 3?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I did think of that. Yeah.
I wonder if Sam Neill's getting typecast.
That's one of the
as
first
this
films I
sort of
saw him in. So whenever I see, I always think Damien first.
Yeah. Good old film, that.
Yeah, because Possession was 1981, but Hellbound Heart, which is the book that Hellraiser was based on, wasn't done until 86. So it's highly plausible that he ripped it off.
Although, to be fair, maybe he didn't know about it. Maybe it was like parallel things. But yeah, I'll say if you're a Hellraiser fan, definitely.
Well, he's actually finishing Hellraiser off, isn't he, Clive Barker? There's the Scarlet Gospels.
There's about 8 now, isn't there? 8 of them.
Yeah. No. I mean, in books there was only ever 2 books. There was there was the Hellbound Heart, and he's just recently finished it off with the Scarlet
this
Gospels.
is news to me.
Have you ever heard of a character who's called Harry D'Amour? He's a psychic detective.
Nah.
Eagers
I
don't.
enjoy
watched the
listening
films
back
out
to
really-
these old episodes.
Yeah. I think Harry
pick up
D'Amour's
all
in. You ever
sorts
seen
of
The
interesting
Illusionist?
things on them.
Is it the one with that dude from Quantum Leap in it? Scott Bakula.
Oh god, I'm out of the loop on all that. I'm more of a Phantasm guy.
This one's turning into a film night.
Well, it's all like psychological.
Yeah, I mean they're all. I mean, if you say about art coming from like the nether regions, it's not nether regions, but like an ethereal plane. I mean, I don't know, but I don't know whether do you believe there's like a psychic net on the Earth where kind of everybody are kind of linked in some way?
Yeah, collective
I think so,
unconscious.
yeah, I think we're all in. Yeah, definitely. That stuff where you know, like someone's, you know, your friend's gonna phone just before they phone and stuff. Like, yeah, definitely. I think everything's in contact. Yeah, I think that's probably like the basic rule of magic, that everything's in contact. Yeah, for sure. Because everything must be in contact, I suppose. Like, if just by the fact of the world as it is, everything must be in contact. I'm ignoring we're ignoring the chat. Sorry, chat. I'm a man. I can't do like multitasking.
I don't know. Chat's going mad. Chat's going mad tonight.
I'm trying to be chatted up by the chat.
I think Gas Can's a Scientologist because he's talking about engrams. Norse Heathen's a fan of Phantasm.
Oh, Phantasm, yeah, totally.
Yeah, that's a hard film.
Phantasm 1 is an absolute classic.
What do you think? Do you think it's diminishing returns after that? After the first one?
I enjoyed the sequels.
Right. I thought that developed a bit. With
That's
the
same night.
Stuff.
2 is the same night, isn't it? It's set the same night, I think.
I watched it.
Yeah, it's been a while since I watched it.
I'm a huge fan of Phantasm. Hello, Brutus. Yeah.
Hey, Brutus is in.
Here, God. Engrams, yeah, gas can engrams.
Yeah.
Engrams. Nah. Engrams. Yeah. Mental maps of unsolicited persuasion.
So you're saying about psychic? We're getting further and further away from. I've teased that we were going to find out what happened when you disappeared on us.
Oh right, yeah, bloody hell, yeah.
That's what everyone's here for.
Let's do 5 hours. I was going to talk about I was talking about psychosis. There's a thin line between madness and magic, and I was going to say well, I'm fucking pro psychosis anyway. Pro psychosis anyway. If I wanted to form like an elite occult group, I'd recruit from psychiatric hospitals. I really would, because that's where all the real magicians and shamans.
Well, I have heard the theory that paranoids get schizophrenics see the world as it actually is, and that's why they're like that's why they're the way they are.
Yeah. The real magicians have been caught by the system, and they're banged up in psychiatric hospitals. And they've probably been studied by the powers that be to make them see how they tick, so they can like rip off all the sort of insights they've got. They've probably all been ambushed hypnosis, in therapy or whatever. But all right, let's get to my mysterious disappearance. Yeah. I'm going to sound like a total prat, but here we go. Because it's like I said before, like when I disappeared, I was in a very strange state that happened once a year. It usually happens once a year, where things just go haywire and the normality just goes out of the window, and I seem to be able to sort of plug in to this like sub-level of reality that I agree that mad people plug into, that schizophrenics plug into, but they plug into it in the wrong way, in that they let it rule them rather than controlling it, which is what I do. So because when you think you're under psychic attack, it's often just people's own fears, their own paranoia, because you can spook yourself out, can't you? Like if you get into like the occult or UFOs, it's very easy to spook yourself out. And maybe that's just some sort of natural thing, like weeds out the men from the boys kind of thing. Like you get into the occult or whatever, and you freak yourself out, and like most people give up then and turn Christian or whatever. But you know, some people who've got the matter inside them, they carry on with it. And this real psychic attack that only affects like weak-minded people who have in effect ineffective defence systems in place, like due to their lifestyle and character. Like they take loads of drugs and they're very weak-willed.
Yeah, because drugs break down your psychic defences, don't they?
Certainly, yeah. It certainly breaks down your defences, yeah, because psychic attack is just non-physical bullying. It's just like being bullied by people, and psychic attack is a very real thing. Like, I had it really bad in my teenage years. A few other magicians I spoke to, they've said that they were like really psychically attacked during their teenage years, as if somehow some sort of group is keeping tabs on us, sort of thing. Like they're keeping tabs on people, and they're trying to divert them from their sort of destined path. Like, because they certainly diverted me.
Oh, you're gone. Zero's gone and knocked himself out. Hold on, chat. He'll be back in a sec.
Oh, Zero got too close to the
Hopefully, he
truth.
notices fairly quickly. Right, let's have a look at chat then. Zero's become a completely bland average person for a fortnight. He's back now. Yeah, I think Zero's mic's cutting out because of my poor internet. I hope he notices soon. Unless it's his internet. Zero.
Hello.
Zero's just knocked himself out. We haven't finished yet.
Are you still live?
Yeah. Zero's just disappeared on me. It just seems
Are we-
getting
are
to
we-
his...
Alright.
Are we live? Ah, Zero's back.
We live.
Zero, you there, mate?
So that's working.
Are you there, Zero? Zero, talk to me.
Hang on. If we listen carefully, we might be able to hear his voice that he's basically using via telepathy.
I don't need telepathy, I need his voice to get a podcast. He's been abducted.
Oh mate, why don't you just, I don't know, can't you just use like spirit animals or something?
Zero.
Capstan,
How's
a...
things?
We're doing alright. What do you think of the show so far? Or should I not ask you that?
I was tuning in and out. It was alright. It was okay.
I think Zero.
SAS.
I think Zero might be having some internet problems.
Do.
Oh,
I think
I
it's
can...
actually.
Ah, you agree? You're coming back. You're
What
back.
is this?
You're back. It's
Right.
Capston's been in your stead.
Oh no.
I've had a solid skeptic in your stead.
We need a voice of sanity here, I think, like, desperately.
Mate, I literally clicked on the live stream because I've had quite a long day at work today. Got home Friday. I went, oh, they're live. Clicked on the live stream. SAS psychics, man. Like, I think they just come out of the service, and yeah, that's plausible. I'm like, cool. And then sort of went and checked my emails.
we ain't got to the good bit yet. There's a good bit coming up.
Yeah,
It's
right.
gonna take like about 3 hours to go through, I think.
Right,
Oh, mate, I'm still in there with that bird, by the way, Gray.
I don't think people listening to the podcast need to know that. She might be
Are
listening.
you actually still live?
We're still
Let's have an
live.
intermission. Let's
Are
have
you,
an
are you actually still
We
live?
are actually still. Don't
Capstan's
worry, I'll edit
always
this out.
surprised, like,
let's
oh,
have a normality intermission.
I tuned into a live stream, you still live?
I told you we were still live. This is,
My good friend
this is levels
Capstan
of
has the
professionalism that should be
autism.
possible.
Why are we so useless?
I'm gonna have a fag. You have like a normality intermission.
Oh, crying out fucking loud.
Oh, Jesus. I did tell you repeatedly that we are live. Zero.
That doesn't count. That doesn't fucking count. You fucking dick.
Jesus Christ. David Icke doesn't have to put up with this. I bet David Icke doesn't have shit like this. Come on his podcast, does he?
David Icke's got a girly handshake.
That's it.
I've been told.
He's got
That's the
arthritis.
most brutal put down that I've ever seen of David Icke.
I've been told firsthand that he's got a girly handshake.
Has he-
But he might have
is-
been having a bad day.
Is he the wet fish? There's nothing worse than wet fish handshake.
He's got
is there?
arthritis. He hasn't got a strong
fuck it
grip.
out. I give it time. The chat delay. I've already got my first roast, and it's.
Oh no, have they started on you now, Capstan?
Yeah, Dissident Thoughts has already got his in. Anyway, I'm gonna go and have a cigarette as well. I've got to be up for work tomorrow, so I think I'll just leave it there before I do anything else.
Jesus Christ.
Like, fuck, I didn't say her actual name because that
Yes.
would have been fun.
Yeah, let's just hope she's not listening.
Shut up. Just stop that.
Capstan, put the shovel away and step away from the microphone.
I don't know, but I've just got this common urge just to keep digging. I don't know what it is. It's something that's just come over me.
Just hand me,
Oh, no.
just hand me the shovel. Just that's it. Just let go of the shovel. There's a good boy.
Oh, I know what we can do. There's been a chat that says Hemingford should give his thoughts on lookism and Chad aesthetics. Mate, that's going to take an entire podcast, isn't it?
What's lookism?
Oh, mate, you don't... Oh, God. We're gonna have to have a chat about that.
Okay.
Basically, you know how sort of incels have their own forums and they
Yeah.
worked out what women find attractive.
Yes, I am
in
approaching a 6-hour marathon, and then
Yeah.
come the thing,
It's
I'm
things
still
like,
going to
you
be
know,
doing it
maxilla
because,
projection depth.
like, there's
all that
14
kind of
words,
shit.
which is going to be
Oh, dear.
simulcast.
Oh yeah.
So I'm having a lot of
I
fun
haven't seen
today.
you get
It's my
roasted
day
this
off.
badly in a chat for a long while.
Just shut up before I shut down your podcast, you little bitch.
You already ruined
Someone's
it.
gonna get offended.
Jesus Christ! I'm surrounded by amateurs. Right. Goodbye.
Right.
Goodbye,
Okay, yeah,
Mr.
I'm
Stanley
fucking off
Campbell.
now. Goodbye.
Right, where were we, Zero? For that
I was
extremely
trying to
rude
talk
interruption.
about the psychic attack where I saved the British nationalist scene in the UK, but
Insufficient required items. You can click the
well, I
button
didn't save it,
bottom
but
right of the
there was other people involved. But
manually locate these items.
what am I trying to say here? That's like I've been put off my stride by this normality intermission. But so see, I'm laughing now, but it wasn't funny at the time. But laughter's good. Laughter's good. It dispels all this sort of weird shit. But psychic attack. When a few days, God, I'm too pissed. I think I'm fucking psychic. No, I'm a professional. I'm pissed, but I'm a professional. I'll try
Yeah.
and get through it.
Just channel your inner Ollie Reed. Just
I
do
was
that.
feeling-
Is it the left hand path where you actually pretend you're someone? You want to take on their characteristics.
Yeah. Oh God, I can't think of it. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
God.
what you need to do. You
Insight
need to,
rolls.
you need-
Insight rolls. Yeah.
visualize Ollie Reed here.
I was feeling. Oh God, I do sound like Oliver Reed. I'm so pissed. But no, I was feeling. Oh no, we can't descend into like a madness thing here. But right, let me gather me forces. Hang on a minute. Right, a few weeks ago, but just before I disappeared,
Where is
I
it?
was sensing this psychic attack, and it was
I
a
don't
real
see it.
psychic attack because I knew what it felt like from when it attacked me when I was psychically attacked.
Why don't I
in
see
my
foundation
teenage years.
there?
I knew exactly what was going on,
It should
and
be
how can
there,
I
but
explain it? It's like you sense this like approaching tide or current, and someone else has described it as a tightening apprehension.
Do you know what? The only time I've ever had that was before Princess Diana died. I was reading the papers and I could feel like a crescendo building.
You can feel
I know,
it. Yeah.
I know the feeling. That's the only time I can ever remember feeling it. But I was reading like, because Mum and Dad used to get the papers every weekend, so I'd read through the papers, and I could feel like something building.
Yeah.
It's
almost like the feeling you get just before a thunderstorm. It's like the atmosphere changes, doesn't it? You think, bloody hell, the atmosphere's changing and something's kind of on the horizon.
It was kind of weird. My feeling was more like, I'd probably say it was more like a rush or something. Like I could feel like building up to a bottleneck was what was like the feeling I had.
But with me, it's sometimes accompanied by. The only way I can explain it is like a mental nausea.
Components.
It's like you feel
Foundation.
kind of like
There it is.
just odd, like something's building up. And
There's
you think, like,
foundation.
it's almost you feel like mentally nauseous.
Way there in the corner,
that
one on its
something,
own.
like very powerful is building up, and it's going to like break out into something. Like I say, that broke out into all these telegrams, all this discord on the Telegram channels that we're members of. There was a definite discord.
Look at that red dot
like
there.
People leaving
That's the
groups,
Forge world. It's red
groups
because
being deleted, new
like,
people arriving,
Mars is red,
causing
and
drama.
that makes
I won't
sense.
mention any names. There was these dodgy postings, sort of thing, wasn't there? And I thought this is a fucking psychic attack. This is like I knew it was happening, and then someone added me, like 2 people added me to these really dodgy sites on Telegram. Like fucking hell, all these fucking. Well, we know who they are, don't we? You know, all these like dodgy sites where it's probably not a good idea to be a member of. So I deleted myself from them, and I just thought like there's a psychic attack going on. So, you know, people could ask in the chat. Maybe they're asking, yeah, fake it till you make it. Yeah, definitely. But this wasn't faking it till I make it. This was like real, like straight there. I know the feeling. I know what's going on. Like, I know what goes on with this sort of stuff because I've experienced it before.
So do you just know there is a psychic attack, but you don't know where it's from or anything like that?
Ah, yes. The thing is, like, the less spoken about it, the better. Because if I talk about it, then the people who are doing the psychic attack are going to know what I know. Like,
right, okay.
Me and a few other people know where it's coming from, and we know the techniques involved that they were using, but we're not going to talk about it.
Right.
Like, just to say that we know, like, if they're listening, which they probably are, we know what you're doing, and we know. So, like, fuck you. So, like, but apart from that, like, people could ask me, like, well, how do you know that you know? And I would reply, like, I just know. It's kind of like a direct understanding, like it's beyond trying.
Let's try this blueprint without that. Now it works.
It's like, it's beyond trying to know, trying to suss it out. You just know. It's like when you meet someone for the first time and you instantly dislike them intensely, like for some reason, for no conscious reason, but you just know that. Like, you just know that you're not going to get on, don't you? You know,
well,
that sort of thing.
They set off
you
for want of a better phrase, they set off your spider sense, don't they?
Yeah, the old spider sense, yeah. And conversely, you sometimes meet people and you instantly like them intensely.
Or you feel like you've known them for years after just meeting them once,
So like the whole soul crew, the whole soul gang sort of thing, like past lives, like we were friends in past lives and stuff. You just know. And I just knew that there was a psychic attack going on. Well, I can say that, I will say, like, that was either coming from Russia or it was coming from China, but we've decided that it was coming from Chinese people in Russia. That's what we've decided at the moment.
Interesting.
So that's going to raise a few hackles saying that, but...
Dissident Thoughts wants to know if you're a shaman.
No, I'm an anarcho-gnostic. I'm an anarcho-gnostic. I am an anarchistic gnostic who doesn't give a fuck what anyone else says. All I'm concerned is with my fucking thing, like my thing, totally autistic, totally like psychopathic. I'm only interested in my thing. I will not accept anyone else, whether they're anyone else's opinion, whether they're psychiatrists, fucking bearded occultists with shaved heads. No, I'm a totally fucking anarcho-gnostic because that's where it's at. And
Zero hath spoken.
How do we know? We just know. We know. There's
Here
a
his
group
proclamations.
that is monitoring things, and I'm part of it, and more will be revealed. I'll put it that way. More was going to be revealed.
But
And
more
they're
didn't
not
get revealed,
part of
unfortunately,
any
for
right-wing group.
Zero had to...
Babu's got a question for you. It's turned into a Q&A now. He said, ask Zero if he believes that Christ is Nordic.
I'll have to think about that one. I don't believe in Jesus Christ as a person. I believe in Jesus Christ as a matrix of information and help and assistance and great comfort that was created by the creator, the great architect of the universe, and was put here into people's minds to assist us. I don't believe in Jesus Christ as an actual physical being with any attributes as Nordic or
So you believe he's a totem then, do you? Totem, is that the right word?
Like he's a I don't want to say he's a tulpa or thought form because he's more than
No,
that.
I said a totem. I mean, he's like a
totem.
like a symbol is what it is.
He's very real. Jesus Christ is very real, but he wasn't. I don't think he was a physical person who was nailed to the cross. I think that's very, very, very sadistic sort of thing to get into, all that sort of. But Jesus Christ is definitely real. He's as real as anything else in this world. But with this stuff, it's like you can clarify it. It's like when there's a haunting going on. Like if people want to know how you suss out this psychic attack was going on, it's like a haunting. If you're in the vicinity of a haunting, if you just go to the place and observe it, it will show you a sign. It can only show you a sign because that's just the way things happen. Right? If something's going on and you ask for a sign, it will show you a sign. It's like, I just asked, like, well, when all this was going on and I was in this very heightened state, I just asked myself, like, how do I feel? And like, what is causing it? And you just take it from there. It's kind of, it all sounds like mad, but when you're in this altered state, everything is important. It's like, and so I deleted all my online accounts without warning, just to shake up the energies and to see what happened afterwards. Because it was kind of like, if you do stuff like that, it's kind of like unexpected. Like the people who were doing the psychic attack probably expected me to just like carry on and like not mention it. But I thought, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to delete all my Telegram accounts, all my email and YouTube accounts, to just shake everything up and like see what happened, kind of based on the intelligence agency technique of like when they're trying to see what's in the air, like an airplane that's using radar blocking. Like you can't see the actual radar, but you can look for the trail that it leaves in the atmosphere behind, and that's how you see what's going on, kind of thing. If that makes sense, kind of. You can't see the actual thing, but you can see the trail it leaves in its wake, kind of thing, in the clouds, kind of thing. It all made perfect sense when I was in this altered state, but
sounds a bit like when he was describing the transparent creatures he saw, sort of saw, because they're transparent.
Yeah.
When he was banging on the gong.
Sorry, chat, I can't.
Which is kind of like what you do with radar. You're banging a gong, and then you see if there's any reflections.
You're in an altered state, not a heightened state at the moment.
I think I'm in an altered state now. God, my voice is going. I don't talk this much in like a fucking month or so. Like, you know. Anyway, I was doing this, this thing I just mentioned, and I was like I was doing all this stuff. I was on Telegram, quite active. I completely stopped it all without warning, and I thought, right, now's the time. I can see what's missing. I was asking myself, what's missing? There's something missing. And when I could find what was missing, I could follow it back to its source, kind of thing. And but anyway, this psychic attack's been dealt with. Like, it's over. Me and this other group, well, these other people, the silent majority, shall we say, the silent majority, we've dealt with it in an act of political sorcery. And that's the end of my notes for this particular segment. Although, oh God, shall I mention it? I don't know. It's totally separate to this, but I suspect that, let's say, name them as they are, I think the Jews and the Muslims are doing black magic against each other. And the UK is stuck in the middle of it, like caught in the crossfire.
You think they're against each other?
Because fucking crazy, aren't they?
Because
I
think their two cheeks are the same as, to be honest. I don't. They're very, very
Yes.
Or do you think they're too
Yes.
similar, and that's why they're warring?
But it's like warring brothers kind of thing. You know,
Yeah.
like, what do they call it? Familial rivalry, brother rivalry. And it's like, they both want power, don't they? They both want to control the world. So they are part of the same thing, but they're also just got their own... they want to be it, don't they?
Yeah.
We can't have the big brother rule, and we want to do it. You know, the younger brother wants to rule, don't they? And I was just thinking it would be interesting to know exactly how many victims of Islamic terrorism in the West are Jews. Like, how many actual victims are Jews, and how many victims are actually Muslims?
Well, we know for sure
see.
because you can. We know for sure with 9/11 because you can see all the dead, and there are very few Steins or Bergs, aren't there?
Is that right? Oh, I haven't
Yeah.
actually looked at it.
It's a thing. Yeah, you can have a look through the. I'm sure you can find it online somewhere, but have a look through the list of the dead in 9/11, and there are very few of the surnames that we know to look for, if you know what I mean.
Right. So it's kind of just Westerners then who tend to be victims.
Yeah.
Because I think this is separate. It's totally separate.
I'm going to need to
psychic war going on
flatten
between
a
these
large
two groups,
area.
These two groups.
It's like
and,
this part here.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
And
So
we're stuck in the bloody middle of it, aren't we?
So do you think England is significant territory then?
England is very significant because we're an island race and we're cut off from the rest of Europe until they built that bloody Channel Tunnel, which I think was a magical act.
You think it was a magical act? Oh, you dropped out again. I think Zero's having some internet issues tonight. Right, so hold on, chat. I shall have to at Zero. I don't know about a psychic attack. It looks like he's having an internet attack tonight, lads.
Oh, it's 5:30. Let's see if I can get onto the.
What's chat saying?
Not just yet, but I will go into chat.
Let's go back a bit. I
Maybe
didn't have a
about
look at the chat
6-ish.
earlier. What are we saying? So, how are we doing then, chat? I'm sure Zero will be back shortly. Yeah, I think they got him. They fight dirty with him. Zero, are you there?
So now let's have a look at the blueprints because I got two, haven't I? Nearly. Going to need a bit more extra area here.
Yeah, we are think we are to yeah, I was doing good until Zero's internet shit the bed. Cody. Left and right paths. Yes, we are going to get around to left and right paths. We're going to get around to stuff like Alistair Crowley. We've got what we are doing for next week, if any of you lads want to join in, is we're going to do ghost stories. So if anybody has any ghost stories, they can we'll get some guests on telling their own ghost stories. We'll do like a campfire chat type of episode.
Whoa, spooky ghost stories. Whoa. With spooky ghosts. And spookier guests. Woo!
Yeah, I think what we're gonna do with Alistair Crowley is we're gonna break it up into sections. We're gonna see if we can find some some way of dividing it up. Because obviously you know Thursday is Halloween, so we're gonna have some ghost stories around the campfire. No, we're gonna try and find some real life ghost stories, make it even creepier.
Ooh.
So I think what I'm gonna do, because we've lost Zero, we've been going for a good hour or so. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call it an end to the stream here.
No, oh, how could you?
And it's good night from me when I end the stream. So good night all. Don't forget you can find me on Dope Movies and Shows. You can find the 14 words if you want the audio version of it. You can find that on. I'll have a look at the 2 seed line story, wee babbo. You can find me on Dope Movies and Shows. You can find me. You can find 14 words is all. Both of these shows are on Anchor. 14 words you can find on Anchor. Obviously, look for my anybody who's listening on the audio podcast. Look for my YouTube channel, Sir Hemingford Gray, and that's good night from me, and it's good night from Zero.
And that's it. Just very abruptly cuts off. Ugh, these early shows, rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Well, I'm going to go into the chat for a bit. So, Land of Glooming Glory, just going to pop on, and there's me on. So, if anybody wants to join in and say hello and say, Hobbit, why are you doing a 6-hour plus stream? Well, it's my day off, and I'm enjoying it the way I know how, which is gaming. I'm going to do some games, going to play computer games because I'm gaming. Just look at us now, we're gaming. Some things are way more important than cars and girls. Just look at us now, start counting. Look at all the hours I've made my Forge World. Oh yeah, that doesn't... Where can I put additional, like, power facilities? But on the other hand, look at this. My facility, what makes these, it's working now. Oh, that's great. That works. So here, you're going to demand conveyor belts, yeah, locally. And then you'll make that available for remote supply. Great. That is good. Now, what about sorters? What's the one that makes sorters? Where is that? That's the one. Can it fit in there? Yep, can fit in there. So let's fly over. Need to make splitters as well. Do I have a facility that makes splitters? I did have it in the previous game. Thought I had it. Maybe it's in Ping Pong Ching Chong? No, no splitters there. Ooh. Chat, I'll be right back. Be right back, chat. Need a loo. And we're back in the room. So, one moment. Click there. Oh yes, none of that's working. So, do we have... Yeah, we've got some factories. And it's complaining about a lack of power. And a lack of smelters. Not smelters, sorry, splitters. If I turn that there, then that should really drastically reduce the amount of charge it needs to recharge. I'll just have to ramp that up later on. But that's good, so it's making all the things I need. And that's a big demand. You know what, I think I should have a... where is it? There it is. There we go. And so if I say this one, request those, yeah, 1,000 will do, like that. Then just have a simple bout going out, like so. Yep. And then, oh yeah, those. Just like that. Now, so now I can just pop that in there, like so. And that will take care of power needs on this planet. There we go. So now there is sufficient power on this planet. All of its needs. We've got plenty of refined oil here, yep. And that's just stockpiling into these fluid tanks. There might be room here or here. Or maybe there's room above? Let's have a look, see if there's room above. Of course, harvest up all of this as well. Thanks, Alphabet Cat. Like I said, I was really looking forward to today. I was like, I've got nothing planned, just later on going to be doing some 4TN, which is really just interrupting Ian as he tells his story and making a couple of jokes and sometimes interjecting with something pertinent, but mostly I'm there just to have a little piss around. Some people really like to treat podcasts as work, and oh god, the idea of doing this for 6 hours as work, unpaid, I'd end up like unwashed. I'd be very upset. I'd be like, I've done all this work for you guys and I don't get any pay for it, or I don't get enough pay. It's just, yeah, it's a pretty shit situation to be in, isn't it? I feel pity for the guy, but he is very petty, so he's a contemptible character. So let's see, if I do that, too close to the power facility, need foundation support. So let's get some more foundation. It's great, and now I've figured out that you can make multicoloured foundation. It makes things so much prettier. Right, so I've done that. So now I can go blueprint, and these I made myself. As you can see, quite logical layout because I am a logical guy. Oh, I see, yeah, because that's in the way of that. No, it needs to be lower down. Oh, so like, can't put it there. I could possibly stick it in there. Yeah. Going to need more of the hidden resource, which is soil. So by flattening out these areas, I gain soil, and then by filling in other areas, I require soil. Such is the way of landfill, or foundation as they call it here. And that's it. No more foundation. Right. I think that's... I can do more in this plan, of course, but I'm going to go to another one. So, not that one. Because that's our smelter. We're going to go to safe 1. Let's just speed on up. And, yeah. In fact, what I might do here is I'll use the bulldoze feature on this planet and choose orange as the foundation colour. Bright yellow orange to represent lava. So there's a bit of... I meant to like leave that on the other planet, but now it's here, so... Yep. Do I have any? I don't know. But there's plenty of foundation there, so now let's go and choose a colour. The colour is going to be... I want a different sort of orange. Can I get a different orange? Yeah, that's the colour I want. Uncheck to skip paving already paved areas. Add a green line around equator and blue lines around lines at meridian points. Adding foundation. And so just wait for it to do its thing. So it's doing its thing. And then when this number counts down, all of this will be foundationed in. If that makes sense. It makes sense to me. So I just have to wait for this number to count down, and I'm not going to do anything in the meantime because we don't want to jinx it. 9, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So you can see it going down there, and it takes its time. Of course, it takes its time, but eventually we'll get to where we want. So just wait for that to keep on doing its thing. Keep on counting down, and 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and there we go. Bulldozer is done. I don't think it's giving me any more soil, but look at that. See, that's beautiful. So I've got a nice clear planet to be working on, and I think we are going to do a few things here. So first of all, like that, there. And what we got? Well, it still needs copper, so it's not getting copper sent out. That's interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. So there's 4 of each. Let's do that then. Like that. And this one will go up here. Like that. That and that. There we go. And let's just connect these ones out. And pop one of those there. So now, there's iron and there's copper. So we'll do another one of these, and like so. Put one there, and then what can I do? I think what we'll do here is just do that. Connect those two together. So this one will have iron, and it will have copper, and you'll demand antimatter fuel rods, 1,000 of which you shall have. Come on, 1,000. There we go. Right, so now we need power. First things first, so we'll have a slow belt, because fortunately antimatter fuel lasts a long time. It's a great mod, that. I just love the fact that paves everything over, and now you got this, and you can see, look, you can see where the sun goes in and out. It's great. And there it is. Do that, pop it there, and one of those, because that's all I got. That sorter's overkill. It never needs to sort things in that quickly. But hey ho, it's what I have in my inventory, so it's what we shall use. And just do that there, click, 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 click. And then if I can, no, it says collide with other objects, so I can't put anything there. So now that this is done, we need something to go in there. Well, first of all, I can use the antimatter fuel in my storage. So pop that out, pop it in there. There we go. And I'll just magic up some more in a bit. And then I'll have a facility what does the prisms, because without prisms I can't make the things needed for a wireless power tower, which is the long range one. Then I've got to go onto my forge world and check why am I not getting copper, because I'm mining copper, so why isn't it demanding any copper? This is the bit where I find my forge world. I've got everything you need except copper. Ooh, that would not be nice. But in the meantime, we can do this. Oh, That's unfortunate. Right, so that's in there as it should be. And it seems there are things which are demanding copper, so let's follow this one. And it's going there, and that's where it wanted it. In the meantime, we just offload some of that. Offload a bit of this. Pop that into my inventory. And where's the there it is. Put some coal in there. There. So let's have a factory here on this planet. And do I have one for prisms? Let's have a look. Ping pong ching chongers. All this stuff is in Chinese, so I call it ping pong ching chong. I just look at the pictures, try and figure out. Ping pong ching chong diamond. That's a good one. We'll have one of those then. And we'll upgrade it so it can use the next one. Yep. Upgrade that section as well. And that's demanding kimberlite ore. Okay. So that's an advanced facility. Probably don't need that now, so I'm just going to delete everything. That's only really useful enough if I find a planet which has got kimberlite ore as a mineral. But I wanted prisms, and I don't see something for prisms, so... no. Oh, storage fabricator. Yeah, that's a good thing to have. That's nothing, so just get rid of that. Let's see. What do we need? I mean, no, it's only one input for this, so let's delete that. Just check. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Well, that will be useful, so let's have one of those. And let's go just facilities. I'm going to downgrade that to level 1 factories because that's all I have at the moment. So let's go remote demand for that and remote demand for that. No copper. I need to investigate why. Oh, there is a tiny bit of copper. Okay. So why aren't we getting more copper? That's a good question. That's one which should be addressed. Yeah. And that's getting plenty of fuel, so that's good. And do that, do that, do that. So I don't have a facility to do it, so I think, no, this is something I need, and I need it in every game. So it's time to make a facility that makes a prisms. So we're going to go over here, right into the night side of the planet. Hey, that's working, that's good. No, I haven't made it yet, so I've got to make it. Wow, this is simple enough. I mean, I pop one there, like that, yeah. Make sure it's got some power, like so. So we request in glass, and we output a prism. So, remote supply me with glass, please. And these won't warp because there's no space warpers in them, but they'll head towards safe 4, and they'll get that. Let me. 2, 3, 4. That's what we need. So now, let's go, yeah, one of those, which will be nice and slow. Can't do anything about that really. Well, I can. I've got a facility that makes factories, but I need to do like this and that and all those things. So I need to build up the entire industry in order to get there. Yeah. So we will have prisms. That's what I want. Prisms, prisms, prisms. Give us a prism. Like so. And then if I go here, just do that. And this is a very standard design I've done over multiple playthroughs for all sorts of components now. Not on that one, but in this one I'm going to request 2 things. First of all, warpers, as and when they become available. Yeah. And I want you to request conveyor belts. So let's see if we get a conveyor belt come through. And it seems at the moment we get nothing come through. Well, we could stand here waiting, or we can be the change we want to see in the world. Now, let's go ahead and carry this on. And then so that's 4. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So I can do 2 more of these lines. So let's just do that now. There are keyboard shortcuts to that, but I haven't configured them yet. It's not Control-C and Control-V, which would have been nice. Right, so there's those bits done there. We're going to be getting to the stages where we can't expand further that way. So because it can't expand further that way, in a bit, I think what I should do here is make this bit rise above, like that. So let's see, yeah, so I need to do another one which again does the same thing. So I'll do that raising up one, do that raising up another one. And that. And now Can that come out sooner? Let's find out. And then this one. So it's going to be strange in the future builds because it'll be, why are you doing all this in and out weaving? And I'm sure there's probably a more efficient way of doing it, but that's it. That's my basic recipe. It just goes like this. And I could probably just copy it, delete all these factories, and put in a new factory with a different recipe. But that will do... let's try that again. That will do it. And that's nice and compact, so we're going to do just components, prism. I think it's redundant to put in ILS on it, that big tower, because of course it is. All the factories are like that. So prism, no, I'm going to call it make prism. I'm going to call it make prisms. This will make prisms. There we go. So now I have make prisms. And I don't have any... can I request factories? Let's see. Don't have any of those. Can I do that? Don't have any of those. Do I have that? Can I request any of those? So the answer is no to all three. Not going to get far if I don't have factories. Or assemblers as they call them in this. No, that makes foundation. That makes miners. That's good. It's actually making miners. I need a facility for gears. Yeah. So let's have a facility for gears. I think that's somebody else's design. I just blatantly stole. Because look how neat and symmetrical it is. My designs aren't like that. I like symmetry, but sometimes I feel it's overrated. There we go. So that's demanding plenty of iron. Good. And let's make sure it has a slot for wall pourers. Like so. Yeah, I mean, this design doesn't even use up all of the stuff. I mean, to me that seems a bit inefficient, but hey ho. Oh, hello, Hemi. I'll swap over. Yeah, I'll swap over to the other one then.
Oh, wasn't it
Hello, guys.
+1?
I'm streaming at the moment, so I can like stop the stream or something if that helps.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you. I thought you was in there.
No, I've been doing a marathon Dyson Sphere thing, so yeah.
Well, we're just discussing the specials. So.
The special stuff.
Special needs.
I have special needs.
Special needs child.
He's looking like a ghost town. That one.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was going to see the Beat last month in Guildford, and that was cancelled. So but hopefully this one won't be. I do like that. Yeah, Bad Manners. We went to see Bad Man. I always go to see Bad Man. I see them every year. But you came, didn't you, Dom? I think the one time or twice.
Yeah.
Have you been
We've
to
seen Bad Manners.
Yeah, it's really good.
Is
Yeah,
Bad
they're
Manners the one where he says lip up fatty?
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fatty lip up.
I saw him at a Northampton Town versus Southend game. He was singing before the match. It was, was it Southend or was it Margate? I can't remember.
I think he sponsored Margate.
Down to Margate.
Board of Margate.
Do 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 do.
It's been Cobblers versus Margate.
Down
I think that's where he had
to
his
Margate.
hotel, which was his hotel for fat people. Or the beds were extra big, and the portions of food were extra big.
Where's this place? Sounds like my place. Let's go.
Fatty Towers is closed now.
Oh, hello, Mad Flash.
Ah.
The lead singer of Bad Manners. Bust the Blood Vessel.
In celebration.
It wasn't the same seeing him all thin, like when we last saw him.
They got some good tracks though. I do like they've got a good. The set is good, and a lot of the songs I do like the up tempo ska punk. Of a lot of them.
And he seems to use. I think he uses kind of like I guess like quite young people. So I guess I don't know if they're.
He does, yeah, in the band, yeah.
Are they permanent members or are they like session musicians?
It varies. Some of them you see repeatedly, and others come and go. But you know, when you see Bad Man,
is American about ska music. They think ska music is music with trumpets in it.
Well, trumpets feature in them, but that's not the be-all and end-all.
Well, the official definition of ska is reggae with a rock beat.
Yeah, I suppose they're thinking of.
So rather than the offbeat like reggae, it's
and then late 70s. Well, late.
The two-tone label ska kind of got its own sound though, didn't it? You know, although that kind of wave of ska. Yeah. Whereas before it was just kind of black American stuff.
What might be interesting in that is because prior to reggae, there was rock steady, which is what they were playing in the Jamaican dance halls.
The thing with reggae, it was 70s reggae in the UK. Obviously, it was quite boring. You couldn't really dance to it. And then you had punk, which was shit music, but you had the energy of punk. And then in the inner cities, the black and the white youth, you know, they weren't fighting. They came together. Their music came together. So you had reggae and punk. So the music of reggae and the energy of punk, up tempo, and that's what two tone became. Not like today, where black and white people hate each other. You know, so we're told anyway. Yeah.
There's still there's still some good ska punks bands these days, sort of multiracial, like King Prawn.
Yeah.
And
you know, that's what they should do these days. Not take the knee. That won't solve anything.
I think
that's what it is now. Take the knee.
United under ska, is that what you're saying?
I think the thing you identified with the reggae music is like it's kind of just like sort of stuff you're going to listen to when like smoking a spliff, like especially dub reggae. I mean, dub reggae is proper psychedelic. I do like that. I used to listen to a lot of Alpha and Omega.
I miss S Club 7. Just saying.
S Club 7.
Was out to S Club 7 the other night.
The Reynolds girls.
Reach for the stars. Wagwan ganja, man.
No, Hemi, I was saying in the chat the other night, one of your music ones, we could do a ska night one night. Couldn't we play some ska tracks from that period?
Oh, I'd be alright. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah.
Oh, I went into.
Or some of the lesser known ones, not baggy trousers and all that. Some of the more obscure Madness and
yeah, I'd like that.
Selector, that would be better, yeah. And
But,
do that bit of talking in between, give a bit of background into it, you know. So yeah.
You know, I said Dave's working in the corner shop.
Yeah.
I went in there and I picked up some Magnum tonic wine, Jamaican tonic wine, and I noticed they had this promotion, like a little sticker on.
Full of Asher on the 45.
Yeah, and he had on the countertop a sticker saying Wagwan tonic wine, and it's like, so it had all the Rasta colours on it. I just thought, oh, okay, so it's called Wagwan. And I thought, oh, very urban.
Did you put that picture somewhere? Because I've seen a picture of that stuff lately.
No, I didn't. I just saw it. Yeah.
I saw like an advert for it the other day. This is weird because I saw an advert for it the other day.
Oh, okay, yeah. It just because I always heard that and I thought, oh, that's one of those funny Jamaican patois things they say. Wagwan, blood clot, bumperclad.
I believe it means what is going on.
Oh, I see. So, Yes, there's a beverage called What Is Going On.
Yes. It's called What Is Going On.
Well, what is going on, dear chap, old fellow?
What is going on?
Just what is going on? What events are transpiring here?
I would just like to know, what is going on?
What has transpired?
What has transpired, my good man?
I've been listening to some classic 40 words today, so people on my channel have been enjoying like a sort of repeat episode. And I had the first one you did about Scientology and L. Ron Hubbard in the UK.
Oh, that was awful. That was awful.
You
because Thingy dumped me in it. It was like about an hour before I was ready to go. But I was like, oh fuck, I've got to do. That was like the first time I'd run everything completely on my own without someone to cover for me during the gaps.
I was going to say, you're so serious on your own. You don't, you don't have me interject.
I don't mess around on my own.
No one to riff with, is there?
Yeah, that's it. But the other thing is, you say so almost as much as I do in one of my streams.
Yeah. It's what because you fill in gaps. You're buying time. You're like, oh shit, can't leave dead air. I think that was. I think if you cut
a few gags.
I think if you
a few
cut
gags in
out,
there.
I think if you cut out and so, I think that episode would be about half an hour long.
I must admit, I did get a few chuckles in that episode. That they.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Alphabet Cat says in it, we also listen to Zero's drug-fueled ramblings on there. I quite like it where he says, I did magic mushrooms once, and then Alphabet Cat says, I doubt the veracity of this claim. I think it was more than once.
You got the pictures, Hemi?
Just sorting it out now.
Yeah, I skipped.
Is he,
It's not. I think there's not that many pictures, and they are in order. But I think I got the numbers. I think I skipped the numbers. So it goes
Have you read the latest
4.
Have you read the latest 14? Have you?
I've got the one, Liberace. Have you seen that one? That one's got Lock. That one's got a Lock Maram.
Has it?
Hospital. Yeah, I got that one. That's.
I've got it around here somewhere. I was talking about. Is it 409? Is the new one? Is it?
The latest one I've got it's about Liberace doing a show from space or something.
Oh, I think there's one after that. It's about the Immortal Baby.
Yeah, I've not got that
Oh
one.
wow, what's that?
Yeah.
That sounds fascinating.
How a 1930s New York cult raised a child to live forever. I'll have to flick through it.
Right. Did it actually live forever or did it stop?
I kind of doubt it. They never do, do they?
Was it the Golden Child with Eddie Murphy, wasn't it?
Yeah. I want the knife.
Hopefully I go to Loch Ness in the new year, that'll be good. I intend to go to Scotland on holiday, so spend a few days
Your
there.
camera with you.
You're going to chuck a log in there and take a picture.
I'm going to take my camera, I'm not very confident, but...
If you do see the monster, make sure to put your camera out of focus.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'll make it in. If I see the monster,
Yeah.
no, I will take some good footage and make $1 million. But
when you see it, especially when it like crests its head and definitely looks like the monster, just make sure to like film your shoes because that's what people be interested in.
Yeah.
If you put like a you could float a turd in there and put like a little leg man next to it to show the scale, and then just take a sort of blurry photo of it.
Get a man with an erection to do backstroke in the lock. That would be good, wouldn't it?
Nessie's got a stiff neck these days, right?
Yeah, so he'd have to fluff himself up first.
Yeah.
Why are there fleas all in my room? Why have I got fleas everywhere? There's flies everywhere in here, like the Amityville haunting. But, yeah, so that would, in the new year, I hope go to Scotland, I think. Go for Scotland for a week. Because fuck getting on a plane at the moment, it's not worth it, is it? It's just too much hassle. Self-isolate, get stuck, yeah, fuck it, drive up to Lochlow.
Dad was saying it's near enough impossible to even get a...
more time. Really? I'm going camping the week after next.
Is it safe going up to Scotland at the moment? Given this,
I've got to go in the new year.
Scottish Nazi party.
Yeah.
I'm going camping the week after next in the New Forest, so I should hope I haven't booked yet, but I'm sure I did check availability and it seemed alright.
Your Ouija board again, are you?
No, I'm going with my bird, so we won't do that.
Last
But
time, all those beer cans that got thrown about, weren't you?
the ectoplasm that they produce.
Yeah.
But no, we mean to do that again. I don't know if I've got time to go with Dom actually. This because we went
I've
last.
never seen ectoplasm with carrots in it before, though.
Yeah, and a cup of tea and a sandwich. But yeah, I won't be. I'm going with my bird. Week after next. I'd like to get another trip in before the end of the year, but I'm a little bit pushed for time, to be honest.
What's your favourite birds? Mine are great tits.
Yeah. I'm a tit man,
Mine
yeah.
are British tits. Definitely British tits.
I'm a tit man, yeah. So.
That's one of my favourites, Mark Collett.
I saw a blue tit once.
What was it called?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a bit of that. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, so hopefully get that done. I wouldn't mind going actually. If I will do the Ouija board, if I can go with.
Oh no! Don't mess with that shit. Do not.
Too
mess
late.
With that
Too
shit.
late. Too late. Too late.
Do
I
not
have.
net. Oh,
Too
no.
late. Yeah. Too late now to tell me that. And I've messed with it, mate. I've messed.
No,
I've
don't
done
mess
it.
with that shit.
Yeah, been there, done that. I got the T-shirt.
Ian loves it. I mean, if you had like the box from Hellraiser, you'd be playing with that as well.
If I can get that to work, if I can get that to work.
Why don't you just literally invite a demon inside you, for fuck's sake? Might as well,
I want to, and I'll make millions. I will be so rich if I do that. I want to be.
Sell your body to the demon, right?
Yeah, I hate work. I hate going to everything all the time. If I can get a demon, have a demon, prove it, get it on TV, get the scientists in, say, look, a demon, give me the cash. Fuck going to work. I'll stay in bed all day wanking. So that's what. Innit? That's what you want.
I don't think the demon wants to wank though.
Oh, unless it's one of those succubus.
Yeah, you don't want a crucifix in your chuff, do you?
So what powers would you demand that the demon grant you?
Oh shit! Did you see that? Did you see that fucking idiot's letter to a demon the other day?
No.
Did we talk about this on the show? Yeah.
Which one was this? Was I on it? I've been on for a while, have I?
You were on. I don't know. No,
Elmer's Faces was the last.
It was Jodie Lee, I think, because we were laughing at it.
So tell us about your Luigi board experience. What happened?
Well, I bought it. It looks nice, and I think I'm gonna put it. I think I want to use.
You haven't done it yet. You haven't done it yet. Then.
Oh, I have done it, yeah, a few times, but
Okay, alright.
it does look nice on the wall. So I might just turn it into a picture, but it didn't work. We did film it. We actually put it on the show last year. We filmed it and we went in deep into the New Forest with it.
An episode about his New Forest.
Yeah. Yeah, there's lots of ghosts and hauntings, black dogs, there's black dogs there. Yeah, so we thought best place to do it is there. Got the video camera out, did it one night, cameras, and got the candles lit. Called upon the presence, but it didn't work. So we will try again though. We're not going to give up, but I'm a little bit disillusioned with this. Yeah.
Are you baptized by any chance?
Baptized? No. What's baptized? No.
You
need to be baptized? No, not no.
No. I mean that might.
Circumcised? What you mean circumcised? Circumcised?
Yeah, you've been circumcised. That'll get rid of it.
Yeah, that means. You are a demon if you're circumcised.
Yeah, I've still got a hoodie, I'm afraid. So, but as you get older, you're advised to, aren't you? So I'm thinking
really?
maybe. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but they're always
yeah,
advising you to lock bits off of your body. I mean, it's.
Yeah, it's like cancer and stuff like that. So might be worth.
Inject that, you'll be fine. Don't worry about
it. Yeah. That's the first case of foreskin cancer I've ever heard of. Like.
I remember as a child. I was unaware of the word circumcised. I was unaware that word existed. I remember talking to my mate and I said, have you noticed some guys, they've got a permanent helmet?
Ah.
I just remember saying that to my mate. You noticed some guys got a permanent helmet? I didn't know. I was unaware that word existed.
This is a new anti-Semitic canard. Men with permanent helmets.
That should be the name of your memoirs. Permanent helmet.
Yeah, when he gets all the demon money, that's what his memoirs will be called. Permanent helmet.
Is the episode up on the old interweb?
It is up, and I've put it on my Twitter, so I get in quite a few followers actually on my Twitter. So.
Oh yeah, I retweeted you, so.
Yeah, I put on the.
I should have put in that. I'm in this.
The episode is called Lochmorra Monster. My Twitter is called 40 and Travels, but spelled.
Have you seen the you seen the
I did it.
Twitter thread by comedian James Felton suggesting the Loch Ness Monster was actually a whale penis.
How does that get into? That doesn't make sense.
Sightings of sea serpents.
Nah, there's.
No, it's a fair size.
Don't know. Hold on, I'll show you. I'll see if I can find the.
How does a whale penis end up in an inland lake?
Well, kids.
No, but at sea. At sea.
Oh, I see. Okay. Have you ever looked into like mermaids and if they're real?
Not really, no. A little bit, but I think that's a bit silly, isn't it? You know, I think half woman, half fish is a bit silly, whereas you know, an existing, obviously things.
What's the relation between the priests of Dagon?
Why shouldn't we know that plesiosaurs used to exist? So maybe.
Well, they say mermaids might be due to really drunk sailors seeing seals and getting horny.
Yeah, well, what it is, the seal has gets seaweed stuck in his head, and that looks like here. And they've been at sea for 6 months, and
God,
sometimes I hate Arkham Razor. Now he's looking
they
at
probably
penis.
they probably drag one on board and stick a wig on it.
So I'll put a picture in the. I found one. That's not the best one, but Loch Ness Monster, Ian.
Could be, couldn't it?
Loch Ness
Is
Monster.
that his penis?
It's a big one, isn't it?
That's whale penis.
What?
And he hasn't got a permanent helmet either.
Yeah.
That looks nothing. What? Wait.
I just learned this week that there's various Catholic churches and Orthodox ones as well, which claim to have the holy prepuce of because Jesus was circumcised as a baby, and they're like, wow, it's the Son of God, and already you're doing your demonic torture ritual on him, just sexual abuse. That's great. Did a mohole suck the penis of God?
Some dude's got one as a trophy on his wall.
Blimey, look at that. That would impress. That would impress.
That one in the water. That one in the water looks like a pink dolphin diving.
Yeah. That's
one of those cheap ornaments.
Maybe it's like a camouflage.
Yeah. No, but last week I saw that Blackfish, that film, the documentary, and they wank a whale off in there. They get, it's about getting. They artificially inseminate the whales in Captain. It shows you them pleasuring the whale to get his sperm.
That there, that's just the way the image was. But the blue whale ejaculates 40 gallons of sperm when mating only 10%.
40 gallons. Shit.
I bet each sperm is the size of a puppy.
Every sperm is sacred. Every sperm is good. If a sperm gets wasted, God gets most irate.
Is that a fossilized whale penis? Is that like, what the fuck is that?
I don't know. It's like a trophy one, isn't it?
I've seen
these whales.
Fossilized walrus penis.
Like that must have. Does it come out of its body then? Because that looks fucking Jesus.
Yeah, it kind of is kept inside until it's needed.
Jesus.
You wouldn't want that scraping along the coral, would you?
I'm not even going to describe half the shit I'm seeing on here when I look at the one. It's some sort of furry picture or something, and it's the dad and it's the male with his dick out. No, it's two male killer whales doing a 69. And then there's like a baby whale sucking on the end of one of the dicks. Jesus fucking Christ.
And that's, you know what that's called, don't you? That's called Rule 34.
That's called F4 the internet, yeah?
But I didn't even know that existed. I didn't even want to know that existed.
It does now. Mate, it's the internet. You'd be surprised. You just type random shit in and you get like results.
Yeah, it's like not much of it is scientific, lads. I'll tell you that much.
It's funny, isn't it? That you can think up the weirdest shit in your head, and you just know if you Google it, someone else has already thought of it as well.
That's where the real money is.
I had to put safe search to moderate, and then it cuts out all the furry stuff.
Oh no.
That looks a bit more like the Loch Ness monster, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Pink rocket. It looks a bit hentai, doesn't it?
I feel sick after watching that. I'm so sick after.
It's like a thumb, like.
I heard the name for a whale penis is a dork.
Yeah.
See, that could be the head and neck, couldn't it? The head and neck of a sea serpent,
Yeah.
and the back
you
there.
go,
See?
fucking whale on its back, mate. There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Solved
Yeah.
again.
Solved again. Let's just cancel the show, guys. We solved it.
Yeah. That's
So,
more right.
in the end, the summary of the mystery is my dick.
My whale dick. My humpback whale dick.
Well, I suppose if this is like about whale penis, then it's my dork, but it's not quite the same ring to it.
Nah. Fucking hell.
I'm finding some mortal baby bollocks.
Baby bollocks.
Not a mortal baby bollocks. This a mortal baby bollocks. This story.
You need to look on the dark web for that. Or baby bollocks.
No.
There was werewolf terror in Nigeria, but then it turns out that someone had just put a stiller from another film in there.
Oh, Hemi, your audio sounds a lot better than Tuesday, but you're quiet or quieter.
Let's put a bit of game on. Is that a bit better? Hello.
Yeah, I think that's a bit better. Ian is coming through the loudest.
I'll reinstall.
You hear me okay?
Oh no,
Can you
Ian,
hear me okay?
you're loud and clear. You're fine.
Good. That's good. That's what I like.
Oh, good.
The headset I stole from work, so.
You mean the one which you're giving extended QA analysis to?
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. See, unfortunately, stole and theft have stigma attached to them, but you know, there's all these bullshit terms one can use.
What I used to was you nicked a computer.
Yeah.
This was not advanced. This wasn't Phoenix. This was before then. But you know, one day I stole the motherboard. The following day I stole the hard drive and the power supply. And over a week I actually had a computer at home and put it together.
It's like Johnny Cash's song "One Piece at a Time," but instead of stealing a car, you stole a computer piece by piece.
Did you get away with anything
yeah.
from BG Group?
Not really. Only the phone. But there were loads of phones going with
Remember,
it. So I had the
don't
phone
do-
on it, but,
No doxy
I got
details.
shitloads of peripherals. I got like mice and headsets and stuff.
yeah.
That Immortal Baby thing, it's about someone called James B. Schaefer, and he had a little known cult called the Royal Fraternity of Master Metaphysicians.
Not bad.
Running out of power.
Charge it up. I think the cat has put a dead animal in my studio because there's flies everywhere.
Oh, that's
I'll have
nice.
to find that. I'll have to find. Yeah, fucking. I reckon he's hidden a bird or something.
A tribute to Master. Have this rotting corpse.
I got 4 cats at the moment. Just can you believe it?
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. 4 cats. You can't have too many cats, though, can you?
Well, you can.
Comedy gold, aren't they?
I mean, if you have more than 2 cats, you're officially a cat hoarder, and that's that. Where you get toxoplasmosis and you start going crazy.
Didn't intend to. We had 2 cats, but then my partner's daughter, not my daughter, my partner's daughter and her boyfriend are staying at the moment. And they've got 2 cats, so they've also joined us. Double the cats.
So you're amassing a horde of cats and whittling them.
The immortal baby bit, yeah. Still reading. So here's a bit from a news article. So Oakdale, New York, November 25th. 5-month-old baby has been adopted by the Royal Fraternity of the Master Metaphysicians in an attempt to prove their belief human beings can live forever. Central figure in the strange experiment is a red-haired, blue-eyed child named Jean, who James B. Schaefer, leader of the metaphysicians, said would be reared to demonstrate that man is an immortal being. Schaefer said the baby's poverty-stricken parents, whose identity it did not disclose, had asked him to adopt her. He said she would be fed a vegetable diet and her training rigidly controlled, with no one permitted to speak to her of death or disease. The child, he said, is being cared for by a private nurse in the old 110-room Vanderbilt mansion on Long Island, obtained by the fraternity in January 1938, and christened Peacehaven. Schaefer and his fellow metaphysicians believe illness and death, blah blah blah.
You know, Hemi, I've got your user volume set to 200%, and you're still quieter than Ian.
Thought I was loud.
No, you're normal.
Right, okay. Yeah, I thought Hemi was
Right
bit
to Hemi,
quiet.
yeah.
Hold on.
Thought he was a bit quiet earlier, but not too bad now.
I'm guessing it's stuff to do with...
Better now.
That sounds about the same.
Just making sure. Oh yeah, I've got it the right way around.
Mm.
Right, hello. Is that any better?
It sounds about the same.
Hello.
Yep.
Going straight into the red.
Not too bad.
Oh, that's weird. Oh, in which case, let me have a look at Ian. And Ian is set to 100%. Okay.
Yeah.
So, you know what? I'm just going to put my headphones on and turn the volume up. How about that?
That might be where the problem lies.
That'll save me absolutely deafening everybody. According to mine, I'm going into the red.
That's weird. So, there we go. I've just turned my volume up and... Because
There's that.
Yeah, you're fine.
I went for a beer just now. My mum told me a fact about the Loch Ness monster. Apparently some saint saw it in the 6th century.
Yeah. St. Columbia saw it the first sighting.
Yeah.
That's where it started, yeah.
Oh, was that on your thing, yeah?
I'm not sure, because that's a bit of I think it could have, I may have mentioned it, but when we did that program, but yeah, I don't think that's not really a story you can read too much into. The thing with him, he met monsters everywhere he went, so that was.
Is he like H.P. Lovecraft of the 6th century?
Yeah.
You know, he meets some Italians and he starts thinking of fish monsters.
He was always expelling demons and shit, so
Oh.
Bound to get one right eventually.
Did he enjoy like a spicy curry and stuff if he's into expelling demons?
Yeah. Well into that. A ring stinger.
Mm.
So.
Oh, they're tall tales, these Christians.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the kid ended up back with her mother.
Okay.
And then Schaefer and his wife ended up doing a double suicide.
Ah, that's nice.
There's
I love stories with happy endings.
There's a good TripAdvisor on Loch Ness as well, where someone gave it a bad review because they didn't see the monster. Yeah, it is. I posted it on my Twitter.
Yeah, that's what everyone should do. Just to see
Yeah, it was pissed off because didn't see it. Gave it.
Oh, is that you in the chat, Ian?
It's me. Yeah, you can see what I've done there. It's
14
clever,
travels.
isn't it? Sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thought it through.
That's a very clever name. I enjoy it.
Yeah, it's fucking good. Ages to come up with that.
I'm gonna post an amusing emoji on there.
Yeah.
These emojis just take hours to load. How do people rate them?
Maybe if they use them every day, you got like a cache of your accurative ones. Like, I don't bother with emojis. Talking in symbols is a bit too abstract even for me. It's all hieroglyphics.
I only use them to show that I'm being funny or sarcastic. There's no way of doing that.
Oh yeah, that's always
by
fun.
Text, otherwise.
I do like the vomiting one. The vomiting one is good. I use that sometimes.
I tend to use like
Yeah, that's a good
watermelon and fried chicken emojis quite often. Because those foods are.
Mad Fuzz, I put it in general if you want to have a look at it.
I can't fucking get rid of them.
Wait, did they want?
Who's drinking what? I'm on the Goose IPA tonight. Anyone drinking anything good?
I'm on the water side, so far it's Budweiser.
Water. Goose
Ah,
IPA, 12 bottles for 12 quid.
I heard that. I heard that Budweiser is like making love in a canoe. It's fucking close to water.
Fucking close to water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. But what I did, I bought 10 litres of lime cordial.
It was cheap. It was 20.
Oh yeah.
I think it was 20. I think it was
10 litres of lime
$24.
cordial for 15 quid. So if I've got if I'm drinking a shitter lager, I just stick some lime cordial in. It's much better.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I did find there was no way on earth to make Kronenberg taste any better. I tried
that's very
I tried lime in it. I tried everything. There's no way of making that taste any better.
Yeah, it's a bit sickly. I find that.
The one I don't like is Hobgoblin. I've got mates who enjoy it, but it's just too much going on. I don't like it.
I had some Hobgoblin. I thought it was I had the Christmas one. I thought it'd gone off.
Yeah.
It's a shame because it's got a really cool label on
Goblin,
it.
yeah.
Like a little goblin, do you?
I'm actually drinking out of a Hobgoblin pint glass as we speak.
Oh.
But, yeah.
Stolen from a pub.
I don't like. No,
Yeah.
I'm not. I like to eat. I like to eat under the table, but I'm not a gobbler. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I should eat. I was thinking of a tuna mayo sandwich.
Yeah, that would be a nice thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fish supper. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've got some fish in the fridge.
We bought a new Breville a couple of months back. The new Brevils, you can actually take the little bits off so you can clean them properly, not like the old one where it's all.
I remember when the lady was giving a sales pitch, and I'm like, is he actually genuinely paying attention?
Yeah, weren't you, Hobbit, when I bought it?
Yeah. You bought me some razors as well and some jam, so that was good. I was getting mixed messages like he's giving me strawberry jam and razors.
I don't think you're ever going to talk someone I don't think you're ever going to talk someone into buying a Breville, are you? I think it's something you either want to buy or you don't.
But it was so fun listening to her pitch, and she's like, "Oh, bless her, she's actually genuinely trying." So much of like this corporate like.
What's the new word for UFO?
What's that?
They're UAPs now, an unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Nah, I don't like it.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
Phenomenon.
That's a bit like that. It might be like that.
It's like when they realised global warming wasn't selling, so they sexed it up by calling it the Climate Crisis Emergency Mega Showdown Apocalypse.
2017 edition.
Yeah.
Boogaloo WrestleMania.
The clumps.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how long before like Climate Crisis Emergency Apocalypse will lose its appeal, and they'll have to come up with some more extreme language like child abuse climate crisis or something. Like the climate crisis is so bad it's abusing children. And if you support global warming, then you're a paedophile.
The climate crisis is so bad that it's disappointing Greta Thunberg.
Oh,
The-
no!
The climate.
crisis, dissatisfaction.
Oh, the climate crisis hate crime. It's racist.
I've got something she won't be disappointed with.
What, you've got like a bean burger?
I'll give her a climate crisis, she won't forget.
Ah. Actually,
A global warmer.
Who's going to look up climate crisis in the Urban Dictionary and see if it is actually?
Oh.
I'll do her from behind and then slap her around the face with my semi. She'll like that.
I just imagine a climate crisis is when you're shagging a bird in the ass, but she's got.
She's legal, isn't she now? I'm not saying this.
I think that'd be like a.
Don't worry, you're not doing a Brutus.
And when you fuck her, she says, "How dare you?"
And she turns around and looks at you like Donald Trump.
Yeah.
She wants that. She gives you that. I want more.
Well, yeah. Can you can't hear anything or what?
Oh, I can hear you.
But man, you can hear you talking about nailing some alcohol fetus syndrome shit. Fuck, man.
I was gonna say she looks like jailbait, but that's because she's been on puberty blockers, also known as vegan diet.
Oh.
There's a upgrader on the back on the window, like a sticker. But no, like, fuck you, thanks, man.
Food away, though, don't she, the old gal? Do you remember that one when she was on the train? There's fucking piles of it, weren't there? She weren't worried about fucking over-farming, was she?
Well, that's the thing, though. I mean, with
Wrappers.
vegans have to eat like all that food because there's hardly any calories in it. Like, I remember the guy at work, and he was on a raw vegan diet, and he was pretty much like eating half of the day, and he was shitting the other half of the day. Yeah.
You said he was hitting the other half.
Yeah, and I was just like, I had to go to accounts, and it's like, why are you ordering so much toilet paper? And it's like, right, not to be a bit too delicate about this, but one of the guys is raw vegan, and he has a lot of fibre in his diet.
Do you know Adolf Hitler wanted everyone to be raw vegan?
Yeah, that's why we had to defeat him.
I thought it was vegetarian. I thought it was a veggie.
Yeah, butter was on the verboten list. Butter was verboten in
was it?
Nazi Germany.
Yeah, he just describing soya beans as Nazi beans because it's the protein of the Nazi youth. And I'm just like, he wanted all the cute animals, which I love eating, to starve to death by eating all their food.
And murdering all those innocent plants.
Yeah, Hitler literally did a Holocaust on rabbits and pigs.
The real Holocaust.
Yeah.
Have you heard of that TV show called Alone?
Oh, what's Alone about?
It's they put all these cunts in the middle of nowhere to like fend for themselves, and there's one left, and it's the real deal.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's called Alone in the Wild, isn't it?
No, just Alone. Alone.
Oh, there's over here. There's a version of it. It's called Alone in the
No, yeah, that's not it. This last one was fucking hectic. Like, you should watch it. They're trapping rabbits and getting fish, but the more the snow comes, there's too much snow for the snares. You can't set the snares, and it just gets ridiculous. It basically becomes out-starving the other people, whoever's got the most fat.
Oh dear. I mean, you see, that's why I enjoyed like when like Ray Mears was in the Arctic Circle and he's showing how to make a fire, and you see how fat Ray Mears is. You know you're going to be all right if he's foraging with you.
I've always said, you know, people go, oh, who would you like to be stuck on a desert island? And people go, oh, like Kelly Brook, you know, all these fit birds and everything. No, Ray Mears, mate. You'd have a 4-bedroom house and you'd be living like a king, wouldn't you?
You know, we used to have the cops find like criminals who went in the woods and shit, tracking them down.
What, Ray Mears?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He'd be like, there's a track here. He's like a fucking engine, mate.
I mean, that survival program in this.
It's 7 o'clock.
Oh, we can't talk about anything now. Well, except the show.
Mate,
We can talk.
I'm gonna sabotage you.
The music.
Write the theme tune, sing the theme tune. Imagine the things. You know, I always like that episode where Bush Tucker Man meets Ray Mears and they're drinking in the canoe, and you can tell they're very drunk towards the end, and it's just like there's two men who respect one another.
That's when Mears teaches him about holding the ember and that mushroom on the wood.
Oh yeah, the ember mushroom. That's cool.
That really works. I've done that heaps. You just walk around with it.
Yeah.
You have to have it in a billy can though, or something.
I like the one where Bush Tucker Man, you see, he got a fuel leak on one of his jerry cans, and he finds this acacia gum tree and makes like a putty from it, and he repairs the leak from that. And I just thought, oh, that's so cool. There's literally glue out in the jungle, or wherever he was.
Pretty sure I currently don't know anyone else who knows Bush Tucker Man, mate.
Oh, I love Bush. As a kid,
I remember the Bush Tucker Man.
Yeah.
He used to eat Wichita grubs all the time, didn't he?
Oh, he was. He's actually not the original. The original's a fella called Malcolm Douglas. He was the king.
Oh, okay, because I heard that Bush Tucker Man, he was like commissioned by the Australian Army to say, we need somebody who can tell us what's poisonous and what's safe to eat in this. So
Yeah, he trained army on bushcraft and that, but Malcolm Douglas is earlier than him. He was like making movies in the 70s, so I seen it when I was a wee tacker and that.
Ah, yeah.
He did one called Across the Top in like 1970. He was originally shooting crops, and then he became preservationist for crops or something.
Yeah, because there was an
I remember the 80s TV guy who did about. Was it like a 15-minute program or something?
I think if you look up Malcolm Douglas, there's some like clips of like his later years. He died in a car accident about 10 years ago.
That's a shame.
But there's ones where he's like making like damper and bread you leave overnight. It's like, hey, just leave it overnight. It's like, who the fuck's leaving bread to rise overnight when you're camping? For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
It was a guy called Les Hiddins did the.
That's Tucker Man.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's Bush Tucker Man.
Yeah.
I remember.
We live?
Yeah, we're live now.
Cool.
When your bird comes round your house, do you say welcome to Fort Ian?
I do, yeah. I always say that. So.
When you're engaged in, not to be too vulgar, an act of Congress, you see things are about to get spooky.
No, I never said that, no.
Oh, you should.
Yeah, I'll say it next time.
Oh, you should try it. It gets their clunge well wet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be surprised.
Yeah.
I know.
And draw on the ectoplasm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ghostly activities happening here. Come on.
Yes.
That just reminds me of South Park. Spooky ghost.
Oh, it was a ghost. Spooky ghost.
A strange presence in the room.
Indeed.
Anyway,
You may feel the Holy Spirit come upon you. Sorry.
Are we going to talk about male penises now?
Yeah, so should we kick off? We've got quite a lot to get through tonight, so should we kick off with the Loch Murrah monster, yeah? Yeah? You ready? Alright, let's kick off then, yeah, start, yeah. So, alright then. So Scotland is the most mysterious place in the UK. Numerous ghosts, phantom black dogs, Bigfoots, knife crime, and the Wicker Man. Most Scottish lakes has...
Big feet?
There is a Bigfoot in Scotland. Bigfoot. There is a Bigfoot in Scotland, though.
No, I mean the plural.
Yeah.
Bigfoots, big feet.
Is
You
it-
say potatoes. Who says potato? I've never heard anyone say potatoes, but
Only if they're doing that song.
someone does say it. But yeah, alright then. So anyway, so most Scottish lakes has its mysterious lake demon or kelpie. The most famous of which is the Loch Ness Monster, which we're all familiar with. But tonight we're going to look at one of the lesser-known lake monsters of Scotland.
Can I
We're
just
gonna head
interrupt you
west and
there?
Investigate. We're going to investigate.
Ian, what's
Yeah.
what's the collective noun for a group of Bigfoot, big feet? Is it a stampede of Bigfoot or a trample?
An imagination of Bigfoots.
An imagination of Bigfoots. Okay, yeah.
Bullshit of Bigfoots.
A bullshit Bigfoots. Yes.
Is it an athlete? An athlete's a Bigfoot.
Bunch of cunts, basically. But anyway, okay, so tonight we're going to investigate the Loch Murrah monster, nicknamed Morag. Lend us a pound for Miss Sporran. So let's have a look then. So let's go to the first illustration. We can see there. That's a. It's not a photo.
Isn't that?
It's a unit of currency.
That sounds like Newcastle, but actually.
It's a unit of currency up north.
If you lend it to a Scottish person, you won't get it back. So just be careful. So anyway, we got the picture there. That's not actually an actual photo. That's a drawing there. But that's Morag there. That's what Morag looks like.
Looks like a whale penis with some ecto.
Yeah.
Oh, spooky!
Pre-cum coming from the end of the bit there. So anyway, so we'll kick off to start with. Let's run through a bit of background of Scotland's second most mysterious loch, so the people at home can get a bit of a feel for the place. So, Loch Murrah is situated about 86 miles to the west of Loch Ness in the Highlands of Scotland. Bootsmon. The loch is 11.7 miles long, with a surface area of 10.3 square kilometers, which is considerably less than Loch Ness. It's deeper than Loch Ness, with a maximum depth of 310 meters, making it the deepest lake in the British Isles. Due to its remote location, it doesn't have many residents and doesn't attract many tourists. Even so, over the years, reports of a mystery beast lurking in the depths of the loch have emerged, similar to the reports of the more famous monster in Loch Ness.
Offline wants to know, is that monster crying in that picture?
Yeah. No, that's pre-cum, that is. So, yeah, so just dripping out there, just ready, lubricating. So anyway, see you, Jimmy. So.
It looks like that whale's got hyperspadias, by the way.
Yeah.
It's got an off-center eye.
Yeah. So anyway, so what we'll do, we'll kick off, and what we'll do then, we'll kick off, and let's have a look then at go to the next picture there, Hemi, and we'll just have a look at the home of Morag, just get an idea of the sort of place we're looking at. Yeah.
I think that was
so
Barbados or something. Water's nice.
Yeah, looks
not like Loch
exactly.
Ness.
Not Loch Ness is a fucking shithole, but Loch Murrah is much nicer. An idyllic place of unspoiled natural beauty, good for bird watching, fishing, a good place to take your girl if you want to get off with this. So you can do that.
Get a stinky finger.
Exactly. You know, a bird actually shat on my car last night. So
that's lucky.
Yeah,
I'm not
taking her.
With her.
Well, I'm not taking her out again anyway. Doing that.
What? So
you reckon if you took a bird up to that loch, then you'd hear some mysterious moaning, would you?
Yeah. You could penetrate her there. That would happen. Anyway, so you know, getting a feel for the place, getting a feel of you know, the sort of remote location where it is. Go to the next picture there, Hemi, if you could. Picture number 4, I know, and we'll have a look at the map so we can just get a bit of an idea of where it is in relation to Loch Ness. We can see Loch Ness there to the right of the picture, and Loch Murrah to the west on the coast there.
So I always thought loch was just like the silly Scottish word for lake, and there'd be these big round. They look more like just kind of drowned valleys, really, aren't they?
It is, yeah, and it is really a lake, you know, but with Scotland has to be a bit different, doesn't it?
No, I
so
think lochs are like lakes that are closer together, are they not?
Yeah.
Certain patterns.
Yeah, maybe they are, but maybe they are, but who really gives a shit?
Maybe you have to
know,
get to a certain width to be a lake.
Yeah.
You haven't got a certain
Has anyone tried a deep fried Mars bar?
I've had a battered Snickers bar because I prefer.
I've had deep fried cream egg.
Really, I've had a deep. I was in Edinburgh and I had a deep fried Mars bar. It's actually It wasn't actually too bad, I thought. So,
Well, that's why I mean I prefer Snickers to Mars. So I said, can I have a battered Snickers bar? And they said yes, and I was like, oh, it's gorgeous. But it's one of those things like if I eat this more than once a year, I'm going to end up very fat.
I had a fanny battered Snickers bar. So that was.
You should have had haggis, mate. That's what's delicious.
Yeah.
I mean, I like black pudding, but I think I'll pass on haggis.
Fucking try it, can.
No, I had a black pudding. I sampled black pudding, you know, man of the world. But anyway, let's move on. So anyway, there we can see then Loch Ness. There, if you get an idea, people can see, you know, Loch Ness there, Loch Moran, pretty close. So basically, if Nessie and Morag wanted to meet up for a pint, they wouldn't have too far to travel there. So, what we can do. What would that look like, though? Let's look at the next picture there, Hemi. Let's go to the next picture. We'll see Morag and Nessie hanging out together. Let's have a look there, and we'll see what that looks like. There we go. Look at that, eh? Two monsters side by side.
Was Morag in Family Nest?
Morag was in Take the High Road. I don't know if you remember that one.
I didn't watch either of those programs, but yeah, probably was. But yeah, there they are. They're having the right laugh, or maybe they've got. Looks like they got the ump with each other there, eh?
Yay!
So
Way.
One's going to the. Is Jekyll one saying to the? Oh look, that guy's got his camera. He's got his camera out. Quick, put your head down.
What is the Loch Ness Monster's favourite Black Eyed Peas song?
Ooga Booga gives me that watermelon for free.
Yeah, I got a feeling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're a shit band, but I'd throw one up Fergie though. Okay? Give her one. And when I see Fergie, I mean Fergie the singer, and not Fergie the Manchester United manager, or Fergie the Duchess of York, who's a fucking pig. So.
Well, does she eat a lot? Does she eat a lot there? The Duchess of...
Fergie the singer or the Duchess of York?
Yeah, the Duchess of Pork.
I don't know. She's no oil painting though, is she?
No.
Anyway.
Saying she's a watercolour.
Yeah, but Fergie the singer is a lesbian though apparently. So that. By me. Yeah, by me. I got no problem with that. Just don't rub them up the wrong way.
Oh, I found out why.
Do a quick Pornhub search.
Yeah.
Whilst you're on about that, I found out recently that the reason domestic abuse is so domestic violence is so high amongst lesbians is because they're in a sexless relationship, so they just end up like hammering at one another.
It's also because they've all got like they're constantly making sandwiches and they've got no man to make them for, so they're surrounded by all these sandwiches.
Is lesbianism like the female version of incel? I think I might have cracked the code.
Staying on that though, I've forgotten how to spell clitoris. I've been racking my brain. But it was on the tip of my tongue last night. Yeah, but I used to have an American girlfriend. She was very strict. She would say no, we're not going to have sex tonight. Period. And I'd be like, yeah, right, that's fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Remember that Mickey Flanagan one where he's in the car with his American girlfriend and he's going, she invites him in for a cup of tea. So what? You want me to come in your ass?
I think no, but come on, gynecologists, they do a great job, don't they? So thumbs up to them. So.
Nah.
No, you know the difference between a gynecologist and a genealogist, don't you, Ian?
No, what is it? Tell me.
One looks at your family tree, the other one looks at your family bush.
Yeah, my friend had a vasectomy, but he doesn't give a toss. But anyway, all right, okay, all right, we've had that fun. So come on, back to the subject. Come on. All right, so yeah, so back to the monster. So what we'll do now then, we'll look at some early reports of Morag from the pre-monster boom of the 20th century, prior to when the film King Kong came out and put ideas into people's heads. So let's have a look then. Yeah? So references to the legend of Morag can be found in Scottish folklore, where the monster's appearance is seen as a bad omen of upcoming death and disaster. An interesting quote was uncovered in a Victorian book of Scottish folk tales published in the 1800s, and it reads as follows. Morag, harbinger of death, giant swimmer in the deep green morar, loch that has no bottom. Here it is, the monster lives. Though folklore...
Basically, 80s heavy metal band lyrics.
Well, it's interesting, though folklore is generally full of bullshit and wank. It's interesting that the aforementioned monster is seen and believed by some in the modern day. So that's like, you know, interesting that that's something is being reported from the loch. What about the bagpipes, though? They sound fucking awful, yeah? Anyone likes that shit?
Turkish invention. Well, say they come from Turkey. It wasn't Turkey back then, but you know.
All right. So, well, they can go back to Turkey. Anyway, all right then. So, other texts of this period describe Morag as the infamous water kelpie, the horse-headed demon that drags its victims to their watery grave, whilst other accounts describe Morag as a mermaid-like creature with long, lustrous, cascading hair and big tits.
Because the kelpie, you think it runs around. It pretends to be a horse, doesn't it? Then you jump on its back.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, you think, oh, I'll have a ride on that. And
in fact, it's the name of someone's horse in the Witcher books.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. No, it's yes, it is often associated with Scottish lochs, and though it doesn't look like the plesiosaur creature that is reported in the modern day, it's just one of them things. Well, interesting to see an unknown creature has been reported from centuries gone by. The Morag is also described as the skull-faced Grim Reaper. These reports are too old to be taken seriously, and the lines between fact and fiction are blurred. Yeah. Hobbit?
No, got nothing to say. Oh, I was going to say something like Morag, not to be confused with the other Scottish celebrity, Ballbag.
Yeah, Ballbag, that one we all know. Ballbag, yeah. Or the Crankies, of course. Eh?
Jimmy Cranky,
anyway.
Scottish Prime Minister.
Yeah. They used to go to swingers parties, apparently. But,
I miss going on swings.
Yeah, because it wasn't really a school. I don't want to spoil it for you, but it wasn't really a schoolboy. It was a woman dressed up as a schoolboy and a grown. Yes. Yeah, they used to you know, have orgies and whatever. Anyway, all right then. So, an interesting book published.
Didn't it start from a sexual fetish? You used to get to dress up as a school uniform. And you said, no, not that one. I meant the girls' school uniform.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be the first time, would it? So, anyway, an interesting book published in 1937 called "Afoot in Wild Places" by a guy called Seton Gordon tells tales of yesteryear in the Highlands. He said he had talked to the old people of Morar. They told him that 50 or 60 years earlier they would see a boat without sails towing one or two other boats on the loch at dusk. Some of them thought that they were seeing the motorboats of the future. Stupid fuckers. While others said it was the beast of Loch Morar playing on the surface. So again, you know, early report.
One of the two, you know.
Well, some people said it was the beast, so obviously there was people knew of some kind of beast in the loch. But anyway, another report from the olden days.
Back in those days, didn't they?
Well,
they knew about
you know,
even back then, didn't they?
no, but you know, there could be something in this though. There could be an unknown creature. Maybe, you know, we don't know. Giant otter, something. Another report from the olden days was recalled in 1971 by Lexi McLennan, an old lady in her 80s who lived by the lock. She recalled as a child she and her mother saw Morhack. She said it resembled an upturned boat, and as they watched, another popped up beside it. Hawkeye the new.
Is that how you tell a monster it's ugly? You tell it looks like an upturned boat. Is that like
Well,
the version of a back end of a bus?
yeah, sort of, but you know, obviously it could be, if you look at the monster there we're looking at, the upturned boat is the back of the monster. Underneath you've got the flippers, the tail, head and neck. So, you know, you've got to use your imagination a bit. So, in 1931, a Scottish Privy Councillor by the name of Lord John Hope didn't see the monster, but he had an unusual experience during a fishing trip to Loch Morar. He said the following. In September 1931, myself and my friend, Berkeley Sheffield, and my brother took a local skippered boat out onto the loch in the hope of catching some trout. We cast our lines into the deepest part of the loch. I was fishing with a fairly long trout rod and was using a metal spinner as bait. Suddenly, something took the line, which was heavier than anything I'd ever experienced before or since. The line was taken directly downward at such a pace that it would have been madness to try and stop it with my fingers. In a few seconds, the whole line had gone and the end of my rod snapped. Whatever the animal was, its enormous weight had prevented me from being able to lift up the rod at all. The three of us started to piss ourselves laughing at what had just happened. The skipper of the boat didn't join us in our jest, though. He looked very serious and was shitting himself. He mumbled something and said we'd better go back, and we headed back to shore.
Ah, well, you know, Scottish is just a dour, miserable bunch.
That was in 1931, so...
Oh, I think I went for a swim that day.
Yeah?
Whoops. It caught me.
Anyway, so, you know, peculiar, eh? We all know that, we all know what kind of fish are there, and it could a standard trout do that? No, doubt it. So something more mysterious is in the loch. On the 27th of March 1934, Loch Morar resident Charlie MacDonald was out on the loch in a small rowing boat when he saw a long neck and small head rise about 8 feet out of the water, 50 yards in front of him. He likened it to a huge eel. The neck was about 1 foot in diameter and black in colour. Could have been a whale on its back, but there's no whales in Loch Morar, so the beast was in view for about a minute before it submerged. So there we've got some early reports from Loch Morar.
When are we getting reports from Loch Ness then? Ian? What sort of years are we getting reports?
Well, they're the sort of 30s, and if you look at the film King Kong, when did that come out? I think that was 1930, early 1930s, King Kong. That was when people started to see prehistoric monsters. That film gave us the imagery of a sort of Plesius or that kind of thing. Put ideas into people's heads. Though we see the film now and these special effects are shit, at the time, they were cutting edge, stop motion photography. It was like, you know, blew people's minds basically. So, but yeah, we got some early reports there. So there's, you know, definitely some kind of presence in the loch. People were seeing something. But what was it? Let's go over to Dom and have a look at some more contemporary reports, and let's see if we can untangle the mystery of Loch Morar. Dom.
Okay. About 7 p.m. on the 30th of July 1948, John Gillies was taking his boat full of tourists on a trip to the loch. He had been operating these tours for 25 years. One of the tourists, Frank Fleet of Liverpool, spotted a movement in the water about a quarter of a mile away. John Gillies then came out of the boat's engine room and looked at the disturbance through binoculars. The disturbance seemed to have been caught by a creature of about 25 feet long with 5 distinct humps. The sighting had multiple witnesses. They said the humps did not appear to be undulating as you would expect from a serpent-type creature, but were static. No one saw a head or a tail, and the creature moved slowly, about 4 miles per hour, leaving a slight wash behind it. It remained in sight for several minutes.
Shit. Yeah.
Yeah. It almost...
What could this be?
Inanimate objects floating.
Could be a log.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Series of logs.
Could it be people caught up in the Loch Ness hysteria?
It could well be, actually.
May have had an influence, but it could be a real monster.
That's why I was asking about dates. Do the old dates for Loch Morar they correspond to Loch Ness dates?
So I guess the later you go, the less likely the things are likely to be authentic, basically.
Loch Ness kicked off in the early 30s. That's when it really got popular. So 1948. So yeah, people would be aware of that, but it's still, it still doesn't mean there's not a monster there. So keep moving on.
Kelly says in chat, he says, last century they had a Loch Ness monster. This century we've got thousands of cockless monsters.
Quite true.
How was the Morag Mafia back then? I mean, it could have just been people in body bags, right? Floating in the lake.
I mean, could it be? I mean, have all the locks got their own story, or there's only a couple of locks have their own story, or?
Pretty much.
I'm just trying to work out whether it's like a hysteria that spread throughout Scotland,
No,
or whether it's just
a lot of them. Most Scottish locks have got some kind of legend, but Loch Ness and Loch Morar have got a lot more, and also theirs have come into the modern age. A lot of Irish lakes have got monsters as well, and also a lot of American lakes, and we can look at those in future shows as well. But yeah, it is there are lake monsters around the world which are seen, even photographed and filmed in the modern age that we can look at. But it's not just Loch Ness and Loch Morar, but I think Loch Ness and Loch Morar are the most active on the lake monster front.
Apparently, Lake Michigan has got a monster, which is the governor of Flint, Michigan. Have you heard about that? Anyway,
I know he does. Probably all the lead they're fucking chugging down in their water, isn't it?
Yeah.
Flying my beer. Yeah. Carry on, Dom.
Yeah. Okay. So in the 50s, Mrs. Julie Parks gave the following account of her experience with Morag. When I was about 10 years of age, I was playing at the front of our house, which is on the shore of Loch Morar. I glanced out at the loch when I saw what appeared to be an upturned boat coming along the loch quite near the shore. I watched it for a little while, and then I called my mother out. She stood with me and watched it travel westwards until it vanished out of sight. We thought it might be an old boat and mentioned it to my father later that evening. He brought to our attention the fact that the slight wind that day prevailed from the west, expelling the boat theory. It must have been something more mysterious.
Strange. Should have had something better to do.
Weird thing about this is none of the Loch Ness reports describe it as being like an upturned boat. Where all of these are describing it as an upturned boat.
Well, no, a lot of them do actually. A lot of the Loch Ness sightings do describe it as an upturned boat. There are also multi-humped and long neck and head plesiosaur type sightings, but no, it is common for the Loch Ness description to be an upturned boat, and similar here.
Also, Mrs. Parks' brother, Duncan MacDonald, also had a sighting some years later. His sighting is classed as the best Morag encounter, and we'll cover that later on. So, in September 1958, Dr. George Cooper was on holiday with his family at Loch Morar. Cooper was a distinguished scientist, author, painter, and photographer. And one morning of the vacation, Cooper spent about 2 hours sketching the loch. During this time, he saw what we thought was a submerged log drifting slowly westwards. The object was about 50 yards from the witness and swam in what is described as an S-course. Then all of a sudden, the object disappeared. Cooper said, 1 minute the thing was there, the next instant it was not. Cooper's daughter, Susan, was also present, and she saw it go down in a swirl of water. She said, trying to rationalise the sinking at the time, I suggested that it was probably due to the log being waterlogged, and it was just floating above the surface. A sort of long curve, slightly higher in the centre. I more or less convinced both of us that this was the reason. As Cooper was making sketches of the log at the time, he included the object in one of his landscapes, so we can see it in the next picture.
Let's have a look at Cooper's sketch. Should be good. Go to the next picture there, Emmy. Let's see what we got. Picture number 6. And there it is. A floating turd on the surface, bobbing about. But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? So there we go.
Could be a freshwater crocodile, maybe.
It does look like a crocodile, doesn't it?
Floater. There, go now.
So, upon hearing about the monster investigations taking place at the log in later years, Susan rethought her sinking log theory and was open to other more mysterious explanations. So, yeah, basically she was influenced by all the other stories and thought, oh, I'll better make mine more.
Now she can get a bit of notoriety out of it. She's going to throw her hat into that particular ring.
Yeah, so Dr. Cooper said that the object was grey in colour, was 8 to 12 feet long, 9 inches high in the middle, and its shape was like a flat ellipse. He thought the shape may have changed during its slow progress, having at one stage being higher at one end. The texture was like the rough or semi-rough surface of a tree trunk, and definitely not shiny.
Fuck, someone's got a docked.
Mate.
Yeah, go on.
Go on.
Sorry, go.
Yeah, go on.
You would have thought a doctor would be the best witness you could have, an educated man of science, a pillar of the community, someone who uses logic, and you would believe what they said. An interesting fact to remember, though, is...
Like an upstanding pillar of the community with someone like, say, Harold Shipman.
Yeah.
him and another person that Dom will come on to now as well.
Yeah, or the person that
yeah, someone's
the
found
best piece of evidence for the Loch Ness monster, the classic black and white head and neck photo, and this was recently uncovered as a hoax, and it was always been referred to as the surgeon's photo because it was taken by a doctor. So yeah, anyone can get up to hijinks.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a big shame, isn't it? That the picture that we all know was taken by a doctor. We've always looked at it in the textbooks, and it turns out it was just a hoax. So yeah.
Was he a GP? I mean,
he was a gynecologist. He was actually a gynecologist.
Right,
so
in the Hyde area.
He was a gynecologist, so thumbs up to him. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah.
Second time I've used that one. So yeah. So
over to you then.
Yeah, the mystery is picking up momentum then after Dr. Cooper's sketch that we can see there. So, yeah, so we'll move on then. We'll move on to a little later in the century. So, into the 60s. So let's have a look at some of the more recent sightings. So, in July 1963, local headmaster Adam McCollum and his wife were taking a holiday at a cottage on a hillside overlooking Loch Morar. At about 11:15 a.m. one morning, Malcolm sat in the living room flicking through a porno mag that he had found under a hedge. This was before the days of the internet, so you would have to use this kind of literature. As he got to the reader's wives section, he looked up and glanced across the loch. He put down the jazz mag and said the following. Out in the middle of the bay, I could see an object that looked like an upturned boat, but I was sure it was not that. Yeah.
Hey,
Here we go again.
What if it's a monster hiding under an upturned boat?
Oh god, this is like some philosophy shit. It's like, well, if I don't see
remember-
the cow behind the rock, does the cow actually exist? It's like,
Well,
Philosophy. I was going to say Scooby Doo.
I've been under an upturned canoe, and it's quite a good laugh. You can
yeah, but
breathe
we
and walk.
really underneath the canoe. We couldn't see you.
Yeah. Scooby Doo as well is worth having a look at Scooby Doo because you can learn from Scooby Doo. I did so.
So what really
Anyway.
should have happened is we should have whipped the upturned boat off and they're going, I knew it was you, it was the Loch Ness Monster all along.
I'll find the janitor under the upturned boat.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay then.
Damn
So
kid.
anyway, so he was reading a porno. And then anyway, he saw that object. He said, okay. So McCollum continued. At this point, my wife joined me. She saw the object, and we discussed what it might be. Too big to be a fish? And the wrong colour. It was still to be a number of fish, and no splashing. Wrong shape to be a boat. Could it be a log? I then got some binoculars for a better look. At this point, a local resident came and asked me if we had seen the same thing as he had. Whilst trying to focus, I found the object had disappeared, leaving no trace on the surface. As far as I could estimate, it had not changed position during the period I was watching, and it had not moved or altered shape. At the time, I had not heard anything of a monster or abnormal creature in the loch. Upon our return to the house, my wife's...
If it didn't move or change shape, it was probably a upturned boat then, wasn't it?
Well, it did disappear though, so it was there 1 minute, gone the next, so... But anyway, upon our return to the house, my wife saw the copy of Razzle I was looking at. I said it wasn't mine, but she didn't believe me. I was in the doghouse for the rest of the week. So, there's again, mysterious things going on at Loch Morar. Given additional details, Mr. McCollum said the object was about as long as a 14-foot dinghy and greeny-brown in colour. So, yeah, keeps
They
happening.
keep getting bigger and bigger, don't they? It's weird.
Well-
you notice they've all started to get bigger and bigger. These accounts, like.
Yep. So,
And also, I find it a bit weird how they're always able to kind of specify it was this many feet long.
Yeah.
You know, it's,
Well, no,
it is,
I-
if you,
I
I,
suppose
I wouldn't know how big something
is.
is.
Into coming up with a length, though, aren't they?
I suppose if you're a country person, country people, they're familiar with the size of things. Rural people, they do inbreed with each other and marry their sister and things like that. But in terms of actual measurements and estimations, they are good at that. Anyway, let's move on. In May 1964, Mr. and Mrs. Alec Patmore had been standing on the north shore of Loch Morar with their 2 children. It was about 1 p.m. in the afternoon, and the loch surface was flat calm and there was no wind. About 200 yards from the shore, they saw a movement on the loch. It was a large object moving eastwards at about 20 miles per hour. The object had 3 humps and was dirty grey in colour. There was also a rolling wash caused by the object. Patmore said, it looked like the wave of a small boat at speed, but the movement of the water was like a large vessel, like a midget submarine just breaking the surface, i.e. a deal of displacement. We judged the length of the hubs above the water as 10 feet each, and their height about 4 feet or 5 feet high. The sighting lasted for about a minute when the hubs appeared to submerge. Patmore continued, both my wife and I are convinced we saw a thing moving through the water, but have no idea of its real identity. So, mystery there. What could it be?
What?
Let's move on.
What are they saying? It's like 30 foot long this time now.
Well, that one, yeah, it could be. It's 30 foot's about right, isn't it? Yeah, about 30 foot.
Jesus.
But if there's a number of creatures, some of them are bigger, some of them are smaller. It could be a family. Like, have you not seen the family?
With 4 foot lumps as like deviation between the 10 feet in between them.
Exactly. We've not seen the family nest. They're all different sizes. You've got the mother and the father and the baby. So, you know, you can use these things as guidance. Okay, so in August 1964, William Fotheringham and Alexander Easton were standing on the north shore of Loch Morar when they encountered Morag. Fotheringham said, about 200 yards from the shore, we saw a huge hump on the surface, between 3 and 4 feet out of the water and about 5 or 6 feet below. Colour black and shining, you know, how a fish looks when held in the sun. This lump looked the same as if some sort of had some sort of scum on it. I could not estimate how fast the hump was moving, but it was very fast. The reason I know this is because of the heavy black wash. Because of this wash, there must have been more of the object under the water. It was a lovely summer's day with heavy mist over the water, and the loch was very calm, and this is why we saw it so plain. Both men watched the object move around, submerging into deep water. It was around 3 p.m, so, you know, they're seeing back of an object. Not really the head and neck sightings. Alright, there are the odd head and neck sightings coming, but on the whole, you know, a submerged object with a back breaking the surface. Anyway, so yeah, there definitely does seem to be something in the loch. Let's move on.
Have you got Emu in the room with you? You two fighting over the mic? Is that what's going on there? It sounds like you and Emu are fighting over the mic here.
Who, me? Oh no, there's no emu here. Where's yes. Anyway, okay. So, from 1962 to 1969, Captain J.S. Metcalf and his wife Dora lived in a house called Swordlands Lodge on the banks of Loch Morar. Let's have a look at the this property then. If you could, Hemi, let's go to the next picture, number 7. Have a look at Swordlands Lodge on the banks of Morar. Let the people at home see, and there we go.
Actually, no road leading to that place. How the fuck do you get to it?
Probably is under the
No, is that how you drive up to the house? Is it?
There's probably a road or something behind it under the foliage, but it looks like quite a good property. You have a good party there, and you know, overlooks the lodge. So yeah, quite a nice place. So Captain Metcalf was a distinguished sailor, and his wife was a mathematics graduate from London University. She built up a computer business, which was later taken over by International Computers Limited. So they made a few quid. And if you look at the property there, so you know, it's a fair size. I would think that would you know, you'd have to have a few quid to buy that there, and
I don't know, because of where they are, they go for a bit cheaper sometimes, don't they?
I would think so, but you know, it could be. It's good to get away for. It's good, you know, remote location.
Next to nothing, didn't it?
Yeah. But
about 200 grand or something, 250, where that's all like that.
I mean, one of those is probably equivalent in price to a cardboard box on the streets of London.
Yeah.
At least in a place like that, you know, you're away from all the fucking idiots and arseholes that live. So you know, I would. So it's got that as well. But good place to retire to. But anyway, okay.
It'd be a good place for a group of teenagers to have a wild party and
a group of stoners
murder them to death one by one with an axe.
See, I came back at the right time then.
Maybe the monster. Maybe the monster could go on the rampage there. But yeah, so.
You have to climb a hill first.
Or good place for Alistair Crowley to buy, like he bought the property in Loch Ness, wasn't it? A similar type of place.
Haven't there rumors that Nessie's walked before?
What, came on
the
on a road or something?
Yeah, there is actually. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Nessie was fighting on the road.
But you'll never see a Nessie in the
Nessie has been on land
No.
a few times. Yeah. Anyway, okay then. So So there we go. You've got the idea there of where the Metcalfs lives. I'm sure the property is still standing, maybe a hotel or something these days, something like that. But anyway, so in 1962 they retired and went to live at Loch Morar. The couple would spend much time fishing the loch for salmon, and Mrs. Metcalf had a bird table at the front of the house where she encouraged wild birds to come and feed, often sitting or standing for long periods so that the birds would come close. So if you look at the front of the property there, the bird table was probably there. Mrs. Metcalf had a bird table and also a good view of the loch. It was during one of her bird feeding sessions that she first saw what would become such a familiar sight that in the end they hardly bothered to watch. Captain Metcalf described one of their initial encounters with Morag as follows. We did not believe there was anything large in the loch until about 1966. So when on a rather windy morning we saw 3 patches of light-coloured water moving across the bay from east to west against the wind. We got binoculars and examined the patches. Nothing broke the surface, and we concluded that they were caused by a pair of very large otters followed by their young. From then onwards, the light-coloured patches frequently appeared. They always came into sight close to the point on the east side of the bay and moved slowly across the edge of the deep water, a depth of about 30 feet. It would then pause for a few minutes as if feeding and move out of sight. The patches were oval in shape. The first or leading patch was about 12 feet long by 6 feet across. The second patch was about 7 feet, and the third patch was about 4 feet long and about 3 feet wide. The distance between the patches was about 9 feet, and this distance never varied. So that sort of expels the otter theory. If it was a series of otters, they'd be moving around, but this was static. The humps or the patches of
implying it's all
yeah,
one thing.
yeah, implying that it's all one big monster, and it must have been. So Metcalf continued. The first few sightings, we would call each other and examine the patches through binoculars, but as time went by, we would just call, "Oh, there's the monster again," and would not bother any further. It never broke the surface, so there was nothing more to see. It always followed the same track at approximately approximate speed of 2 to 3 knots. So yeah, look at that then. You know, you're seeing a mystery animal, and you see it so often that you just can't be arsed to watch anymore. Like, you know, if you've got Bigfoot coming into your back garden, you look out the window and you see it so often, you think, "Oh, there's Bigfoot. Fuck it, though. I can't be bothered to look."
It's just like Harry and the Hendersons.
Imagine that, eh? So,
Yeah.
So anyway, Loch Morar researcher Elizabeth Montgomery Campbell managed to interview Captain Metcalf. So, so, you know, obviously this is one of the best witnesses, so interviewed. So what we're going to do now, we're going to try do something a bit different. Going to, you know, put our method acting clothes on, and what we're going to do now is act out the interview. Dom will play the part of the interviewer, and I myself will play the part of Captain Metcalf. Let's take it away. Dom.
Okay. Did you see the objects at all times of the day, or only at certain times?
Mostly in the afternoons, when we were busy about the house. The patches of yellowish grey water were only seen from Swordland's lodge. I do not think you would see them from a boat unless you were very close.
Did you see the objects at all times of the year, or only certain times?
Yes, particularly in spring.
Have you any knowledge of anyone else reporting a similar sighting?
No.
Why do you think local shepherd Callum Cameron says he has not seen anything significant in the loch in 40 years?
Callum Cameron is a very, very busy man and has very little time to look at the loch. His eyes are on his sheep and cattle, or sawing firewood, planting or lifting potatoes. He saw many boats and drifting logs which he had not seen. He is genuine and truthful, one of the very best.
Was the sighting associated with any particular weather conditions?
No.
In fact, you specifically mentioned patches of light-coloured water. Can you actually say that these were caused by something solid below the water? Or would your experience lead you to support this?
I have already told you that the first sightings we thought it was a family of otters. Later, when the patches were always precisely the same formation and size, it was obviously that they were connected to each other.
How long did an average sighting take from beginning to end? In other words, can we establish a maximum time during which the creature did not surface to breathe air? I want the truth.
If we sighted the monster as it came past at the eastern point of the bay, it would be in sight for about a quarter of an hour. Sometimes it would be 3/4 of an hour. Sometimes it would be 3/4 of a way across before we noticed it, and it passed west for a few minutes.
Might the pattern have started before 1966 without you noticing it, or is this very unlikely?
Oh, improbable.
Was there ever a boat in the vicinity during one of those sightings? If so, did the creature react or not?
Yeah. Badgering the witness.
Did a sighting ever occur soon after a boat had passed, or only when the loch had been quiet for some time?
No. All through the winter, we only went down to the loch once or twice a week. There were very few boats on the loch, except in June, July and August, when there might be 4 or 5 in one day.
Was there ever a wash or a wake?
No, it went slowly.
Exactly, what do you mean by fairly frequently? Such as once every few weeks, 2 or 3 times a year, etc.?
Perhaps twice in 1 week, then not for a month.
From your knowledge of the bay, from which points do you think the objects could be seen, and from what height above the water? Do you think they would show up on film, assuming reasonable conditions and expertise?
My knowledge of professional photography is small, but you would require a telescopic lens with colour film to get any picture, and it would tell you nothing more than what I have described.
They're always better when they're blurry.
Do you think these patches tie up with reports of a multi-humped creature?
Yes, definitely.
Would you say the sizes you quote are actual sizes of subsurface objects, or would refraction make them appear smaller or bigger?
It is suggested that you refer to your elementary physics notebook for the angle of light at which a ray passes from the rarer to the denser medium. Looking down from Swordland's Lodge to the outer edge of the bay, the angle at the eye between the lines from the outer to the inner edges of the small patch of water would only be seconds of arc. The angle of incidence to the water would be practically the same, so the refraction would almost be the same, and not worth consideration.
Interesting. Anyway, have you ever formed a theory as to why the creature should only be seen to travel in one direction? If feeding, why should it not retrace its path later on? Why only shallow water on the outward trip, or did it come back at night?
No, impossible to answer.
Have you formed a theory as to what food supply attracted it?
I have often wondered why there are not many more trout in Loch Morar, which is a breeding ground. Herons get some. We have seen big trout eat baby trout. Does the monster feed on trout? Your guess is as good as mine.
Well, trout's tasty.
So so there we are. So that's the interview. So there we have it. A cagey interview by Captain.
I'd say that interview really shit pushed him, didn't it?
Yeah,
Well, I was trying to channel that woman that interviewed Jordan Peterson.
So what you're saying is,
But yeah, so it was a cagey interview by Captain Metcalf. Did he have something to hide?
don't know, that interview
Odd.
sounded like him a better, didn't he?
Yeah, well. Also, anyway, so Captain Metcalf was also asked if he would undergo a drugs test, but he said that was just taking the piss.
Ah.
Hey, they come in thick and fast, like. Good. All right. Okay. So yeah. So the plot thickens, doesn't it? Lochmarr, the evidence is building up, the witnesses. But anyway, so what we'll do? Let's go over to Dom, and he's going to tell us the more encounters. Lochmarr.
Kick it, Dom. Old school.
Right. So, on the 27th of August 1968, John McVarish, Lochmarr resident and barman at the Lochmarr Hotel, was out in his boat on the loch and gave the following account. I saw this thing coming. I thought it was a man standing in a boat, but as it got nearer I saw it was something coming out of the water. I tried to get close to it with the outboard motor, and what I saw was a long neck, 5 or 6 feet out of the water, with a small head on it. Oh wait, hang on. With a small head on it, dark in colour, coming quite slowly down the loch. When I got to about 300 yards of it, I turned off into the deep and settled down slowly into the loch out of sight. The neck was about 1.5 feet in diameter and tapered up to between 10 inches and 1 foot. I never saw any features, no eyes or anything like that. It was a snake-like head, very small compared to the size of the neck, flattish, a flat type of head. It seemed to have been very smooth skin, but at 300 yards it's difficult to tell. It was very dark, nearly black. It was 10 AM, dead calm, no wind, brilliant sunshine. I saw it for about 10 minutes, travelling very slowly. It didn't alter its angle to the water. It looked as if it was paddling itself along. There was very little movement of the water, just a small streak from the neck. I couldn't really see what was propelling it, but I think there was something at the sides more than behind it.
Interesting. So the flippers are coming into play there. Head, neck, and flippers.
Yeah, it seems like the classic Loch Ness type monster.
Loch Ness and many other lake monster theories. So yeah.
So on July the 8th, 1969, Robert Duff was fishing in his boat on the south shore of Lochmarr. He was doing about 2 knots and looking over the side. The water was about 16 feet deep and very clear. The bottom was almost white with leaves clearly visible on it. Suddenly, Robert saw on the bottom what he described as a monster lizard. It was not more than 20 feet long, motionless and looking up at him. The shock caused him to rev up and get away as fast as possible so that he only saw the creature briefly. Duff described the creature's head as snake-like, with eye slots but no ears. There were 4 legs with 3 digits visible per foot. He saw no neck as he was looking down on the creature from above. The body was rough like burnt coke. Hate that. When you get your coke and it's all sticky and you put it in the microwave, it just burns it.
Oh, coke, what is the stuff you burn in fires?
Yeah. Anyway, when friends assured him he had seen a log, Duff went back to look, but it was no longer there.
I would fucking shit myself if I saw that. So, so and that's the sort of sighting that you want, isn't it? Not just a distant sighting, that's a close up. Because
I'm not going to call the bloke for shitting himself on that one.
Yeah. the creature was looking up at him. Fucking hell, man. So
Does he not just get eaten? Take one for the team, like, so we can prove it's real.
Well, you know, if you know, unless he's lying, you know, it's difficult. It's difficult to say with this one. It could be could he mistake an otter, perhaps? But do otters do that? Do otters just sit at the bottom of the lake? You know, this is yeah, this one's a head fuck, isn't it? It's like what? Unless it's just a lie.
It's better than I gotta better than Loch Ness.
Loch Ness is shit compared to this, isn't it? So.
Loch Ness, more like Loch what a fucking mess. Am I right? Nah.
Yeah, but Loch Ness has got an adventure playground, so that's so that.
And a gift shop.
And a gift shop, yeah. I've not been to the gift shop.
I think Nessie's just.
You know,
Nessie's just a smoke screen. Nessie's a smoke screen for Morag.
Ah.
Yeah, Nessie's the distraction for Morag.
Oh well. We soldier on.
Over it.
In mid-July 1969, shop owner Bertie McLean had a similar sighting to Robert Duff. McLean was fishing his boat on the south shore. Looking over the side into the clear water about 20 feet down, he saw what he described as a great green shape on the bottom. He knew it was not a rock, but could not tell what it was. His friend who was controlling the boat would not take him seriously and would not stop the boat or turn back, so was unable to get a closer look at it, but was convinced it was something unusual.
What a wanker. So, there's a monster there, let's go back and have a look. Nah, we won't bother. Nah, let's carry on. So,
I mean,
order in here.
If I saw a great green shape on the bottom, I'd probably assume it was like a huge clump of like a lawn of seaweed or something.
Or it could be Morag, and surely by this point people would have known about the legend. So if someone says to you, "Oh, go back there, it's just a clump of seaweed, whatever," you're still going to go back and have a look, aren't you? That guy who was the driving it, he's a bit of a cunt, that bloke. Yeah, we'll give him a slap if we see him. Yeah. So anyway.
So yeah, okay. August 11th of the same year, fisherman James Hanratty and John Barninch.
When he the dude that burnt the Trump. That was Hanratty, wasn't it? He was the one that
Same surname.
Oh,
The last person to be hanged, wasn't it?
I think so.
So anyway, yeah, they were travelling up Loch Morar about noon in bright sunshine, no wind, and the loch surface was flat calm. John McVarnish may sound familiar, as it was him who had a head and neck sighting the previous year. About 500 yards away, they could see something big moving through the water. They turned their boat towards the object and gave chase. As they drew closer, they saw 3 light brown humps, each 3 or 4 feet out of the water. The shallow depression between each hump. The humps were not separated by the water. The middle hump appeared to be the largest, and the overall length was about 30 feet. By the time they had come close, the object had turned, leaving a big area of churning water as it did so, and was coming back towards them very fast below the surface, leaving a wake like a big outboard motor. Came quite close inshore, still submerged, past them at about 10 to 20 yards, and then disappeared in deep water. The 2 men saw no head or tail, and they were unable to describe the skin texture, although Mr. McVarnish was sure that it was light brown, lighter than the colour of the head and neck that he saw the year before.
So he had 2 sightings. That's a bit lucky, isn't it?
Yeah.
People spend 8 years looking for it, and they see fuck all, and then this guy has 2 sightings. Yeah.
And his name is Mr. McVanish as well, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Calling bullshit on this one, guys.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Mr.
so
Mr.
He
McBullshit.
really is polishing that. He really is polishing that turd, isn't he? Varnishing that turd, as the case may be.
okay, so now let's go to Ian, who'll tell us about the most well-known encounter, and you'll see why when he tells you.
Yeah, all right then. So all right, prepare yourself. Then.
I've got a conspiracy theory about this Lake Morag, or the Monster Morag. So I remember
Get it right.
CBBC had a puppet character called Morag, which was a cow. And I'm thinking to myself, they're trying to distract from the fact that, you know, like when Alex Jones went to the Bohemian Grove and he said, that's Moloch, and it was an owl statue, and it's like, no, it's not Moloch, but... So I'm thinking they're trying to confuse the issue by making Morag a cow, when it's like, no, Morag's a monster.
Or it could be a cow going for a swim and just be a mistaken identity.
A cow that looks like a dinosaur. That's dinosaur's conspiracy theory. A cow which looks like a dragon.
Cow with an erection.
Cow swimming on its back with an erection.
But then it's a bull. Yeah. I know my cows and bulls.
Well, the horns could be the head.
It's a hump thing to put.
Don't like cows too much. My mate punished John Kelly for the hump.
Like humps, it's the humps thing that like is getting me. It's not very dynamic in the water having humps. Why would it have humps?
Because
like, give it buoyancy. Maybe it's like a sea camel.
Exactly, yeah.
maybe it's one of those creatures that never should have existed, and therefore God hates it.
As far as a whale, if you look, a whale has a whale submerged does have even though it's his back, it is a hump.
Humps though, is it? It's not
Right, well,
The flood was supposed to do away with these creatures, but someone was like, yeah, I'm just going to, subsist on trout, and there's only going to be one of me left because that's how it works.
Well, maybe Scotland has a genetic experiments lab, and they just dump all the rejects in the locks.
Yeah.
Film alligator.
yeah, maybe someone flushed the monster down the toilet, and the sewage pipe is in Loch Ness or Loch Morar. Nuclear waste got into the loch. Now look what's happened. Makes sense. Anyway, all right then. Okay, so let's look at this one then. Let's move on to the next encounter with Morag. Okay. On August the 16th, 1969, Scottish fishermen Duncan MacDonald and William Simpson were casting their lines from their speedboat out into the loch. It was just after 9 p.m. and visibility was still good, but the men decided to finish for the day and return back to shore. All of a sudden, they heard a splash behind them. MacDonald, who was at the wheel, turned the boat to go and investigate what had caused the splash. To the men's astonishment, it turned out to be a large creature travelling directly at them at a speed of 20 to 30 miles per hour. Within seconds, the creature struck the side of the boat, then stopped. MacDonald got the impression that the collision had been an accident, but feared the creature's sheer bulk could easily capsize the boat. He grabbed an oar and tried to push the creature away, while Simpson rushed into the cabin to grab his rifle. The oar snapped, then Simpson fired a single shot at the creature, but it seemed unaffected by the blast and slowly submerged and moved away out of sight. So, no one actually shot the creature. Shortly afterwards, the men were interviewed by the BBC, ITV, and the Loch Ness Investigation Bureau. The men seemed genuinely shaken by the encounter and were credible. He described the creature as being 25 to 30 feet long with dirty brown rough skin. It had 3 large black humps and a snake-like head. They admitted they had been drinking whiskey, but insisted that they weren't pissed. Okay.
Well, I mean...
Hang on.
Yeah.
There's a Loch Ness Investigation Bureau.
Yeah, it's that was in the 60s and early and the 70s as well. There was.
I have cards. Are they the LIB? Are they the LIB? Right.
Yeah, basically, yeah. No, they will.
Will they run on taxpayer money? Or...
No, just sort of. I'm not sure who they were, but people investigating the Loch Ness phenomena, volunteers, those kind of people. But we'll come on to that. So, that encounter we've just heard there, that's what could have happened. You know. The monster rammed into the boat. They shot the monster. They hit it with an oar. They had a good sighting. It wasn't an otter. Wasn't a cow. Wasn't an eel. You know.
A really big otter. They could have been a really big otter, and there was ball lightning, and Venus was in the sky.
Yep, there you go.
Could have been a manatee.
Sorted.
Well, yeah, but not in Lochmara.
And narcolepsy. That's the other one, isn't it?
Conger eel, but then that wouldn't live in fresh water, would it? So.
I mean, drinking whiskey is not hallucinogenic, is it? You can drink whiskey and you won't see stuff.
Some whiskey has speed in it. Whiskey does have some whiskey has speed in it, but that's not really it.
It could be a massive freshwater eel. You seen that Jeremy Wade one in New Zealand where they're swimming up the sheep's ass?
Oh no!
I've seen most of the Jeremy Wade ones. I've not seen one where one swims up a sheep's ass.
You don't get to say it, mate.
You're watching animal porn, not rather than Jeremy. Is that what you're watching?
The sheep are crossing the creek, and he says the eels go up their ass and start eating their guts out.
Right.
Fucking disturbing, mate. Apparently they'll do it to you too, mate. Fuck.
A bit like that fish which swims up your pee hole because.
I've heard of that. Yeah, but yeah, all right. So, all right. Well,
the moral of the story is avoid natural bodies of water.
That encounter.
Just avoid nature. Avoid nature. Stay in your concrete flat.
Yeah, especially if you're an urbanite, you don't want to come to the countryside. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
Just don't take a boat out onto Loch Mara.
Don't upturn it either.
But no, listen to the last.
Do upturn it and have a bit of a laugh at the residents' expense.
But that last encounter, though, that is quite that's quite specific, and unless they're lying, then obviously that's very difficult to explain what happened there.
Wouldn't lie, would they?
No.
Well, they could lie.
Someone lie about something like that, Ian.
Well, people do lie. You know, it could be a lie, but
not about stuff like this.
You know what?
Anyway,
the wife
okay.
got suspicious, didn't they? And they asked like, "What were you doing out in the lake?" And they had to make that shit up because they were.
But anyway, okay. But that's all we've got, you know. That's all we've got to go on. But anyway, okay. But that's the money shot. That sighting. That's what really put this case on the map. Anyway, okay. Let's look at another encounter. So, in late August 1969, John Clement stayed.
Hang on, sorry. I just realised there's a shitload of stuff going on in '69, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's all the drugs. It's all the hallucinogens.
Yeah, in the 69 you do. Yeah, 69 you're like licking out. You're like getting sucked off. You're like rimming. You know. Yeah, it's all going on in the 69. Yeah. It's
also in 1969 as well.
Oh right, yeah.
You know the speed limit for a woman in bed, don't you, lads?
69.
68 because at 69 she blows a rod.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Got it.
I get it. Yeah. All right. Okay. So anyway, let's go back to this. So in late August 1969, John Clement stayed in a B&B on the banks of Loch Mara. Shortly after his arrival at the accommodation, Clements was looking out of the window at the loch when he saw a group of disturbances.
Didn't Ralph Mattel do that song, a B&B on the banks of Loch Mara?
Don't recall that now. So, disturbances on the flat, calm surface of the loch. This was happening a long way to the east and the opposite side.
As he continued to watch, the disturbances moved gradually westward and closer. They kept appearing and disappearing and reappearing in a synchronized manner. It looked as though they were three masses joined together by a pole, moving together. When the disturbances appeared almost opposite, he called his landlady, Mrs. Parks, and they went outside with binoculars for a closer look. They saw the disturbances disappear, and they did not appear again. Mrs. Clement estimated that each of the three patches was about the length of a small dinghy, with an equal distance between them. He could not say whether anything had actually broken the surface or not. So yeah.
Could have been the Scottish synchronised swimming team, couldn't it?
Could have been, but what were they doing in Lochmara rather than in an actual proper training pool? So
it was closed for maintenance.
Ooh ah Lochmara. Say ooh ah Lochmara.
Alright, actually, yeah, bleh. I can't even get my words out. What about like algal blooms? Wouldn't they form patches?
could have done. Maybe it was
undulating patches.
Anyway, okay, then let's go on to the next thing. Related. It's related. This is related. So, in February 1970...
Oh, that Ellie What's-Her-Face is too small, isn't she?
Anyway, in February 1970, Mrs. Parks, who was mentioned in the previous report, was lucky enough to have a second sighting of Morag. She was walking along the banks of the loch with her young nephew, about half a mile from her house. She looked across the flat, calm loch towards the sandy shore, about a mile into the distance, known locally as White Beach. About 30 yards out from the shore, she saw what first looked like 3 cows standing in water. 3 motionless black humps. They both saw the 3 humps clearly and watched until all 3 submerged simultaneously. Mrs. Parks hurried her child on, not wanting to frighten him, and told him that they must have been ducks. The child said, "They must have been awfully
You said
big
they were
ducks."
cows.
Yeah, they must have been awfully big ducks, Auntie. She estimated the total length to have been about 30 feet.
Why is it always 30 feet? Is this like some gematria thing or fucking...
Well, the monster must be 30 feet, isn't it? It's a big monster, 30 feet long.
Can we add the numbers?
She later had an instant. She later had an incident with the same small boy where he went in and found her naked after she had a shower. He said, "What's that?" She said, "It's my axe wound from God." He said, "Fucking good shot, but good shot. He hit you right in the cunt."
Yeah. It was kicked out of the Owl Reenactment Society. They didn't like my cavalier attitude. So anyway, let's get on with this. Let's get on with Alright, okay, let's get on with this. Okay, in May 1970, Mr. T.E.J., a retired schoolmaster living in a house overlooking the western end of the park, and his wife, yeah, exactly, saw a peculiar sight. No doubt he wanted to remain anonymous to avoid ridicule, so he gave his initials rather than his full name. You know.
IP3.
So yeah, that's probably a good idea to live with the fucking shame of what he's done. So they were looking.
What was he doing on that lake? That nobody wouldn't want anyone to know what he was up to.
They were looking out of their kitchen window at about 7:45 a.m. and they saw a V-shaped wake travelling slowly eastwards across the loch. Nothing broke the surface, and the wake continued to move in the same direction for about 15 minutes. No boat had passed. They saw nothing that could account for the wake. He later said they'd seen a similar wake on several occasions. So again, you know, we're getting multi-witnesses seeing, you know, the creature on multiple occasions. So interesting. The 14th of July 1970, members of the Loch Ness Phenomena Investigation Bureau got wind of what was going on at the Lochmara, so came to check it out for themselves. They were finding fuck all at Loch Ness. So, basically, yeah. So you know the people who were investigating Loch Ness got pissed off with that, so they came to Lochmara because they'd heard what was going on. 3 members of the group: Dr. Neil Bass, marine biologist; Philip Dionysic, a research technician, and William Parker, found what they were looking for. The three men were walking along the north shore of the loch when it started to piss down with rain. They sought refuge under some trees. There was a light breeze, and the loch surface was rippling. Although overcast, visibility was good. As the rain cleared, Dr. Bass looked out to the loch and reported the following. I noticed a hump-shaped black object which may have been there for rather longer than the time which I saw it. I called my companions. By the time they arrived, it had gone. It was about a third of the distance across the water. Following this, within half a mile, without reappearances of the hump. A disturbance was witnessed by all of us at the same place, and followed by a radiating water rings which travelled from a circle to at a maximum of 50 yards in diameter. So, Dr. Bass saw the object. His colleagues didn't, but they saw the disturbance that it caused. Dr. Bass described the object as black and smooth in colour. When it submerged, it went vertically down. Though the sighting was brief, it's one of the most important sightings as it was made by a practicing aquatic biologist. So yeah, you've got scientists now, not nutcases, scientists seeing it, objects.
Well, what about Professor Nutt, who was the former drugs advisor for the government?
I'm not sure if he had a sighting, but yeah. So the plot thickens. Experts are moving in. You know, what's going on? Let's go over to. Hey.
Still no photographs yet.
Well, you know, you don't get photographs. Not everyone. This was before the days of camera phones, so.
That's what
Anyway.
Does a lack of photographs make it more reputable or less?
Looking at the photographs that come from Loch Ness, I think it makes it more reputable if you look at the crap.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
All that does is discredit the monster.
Oh, is that where they got wise? And there's like, well, if we don't have any photographs, they can't say how shit they are.
Anyway, all right. Quite true. Let's go over to the Dom now.
Can't point out it's fake if there's no picture.
Should give Nata some tips.
It's not a something drawn on a picture then a photo taken again. Anyway, let's go over to the Dom now. He's going to tell some more tales from the early 70s as the mystery builds momentum. Okay, Dom, it's over to you.
So, from the very early 70s, July 1970. Mr. and Mrs. Adam Malcolm had their third sighting of the creature. It was 9:10 a.m. when Mr. Malcolm noticed a pattern of disturbed water moving across the waves. There was nothing visible above the surface. The disturbance moved steadily across the loch about 6 miles per hour. It was visible for about 20 minutes. I mean, did he have one of those police radar gun things? How does he know it's 6 miles an hour?
I suppose he could drive his car.
He has a good eye for it.
Yeah.
All Scotsmen can accurately ascertain the speed of a moving thing, and it's just one of those feats of Scotchness.
Scotchness.
They know where to find Shawbrand, but they know how to estimate speed and distance.
Yep.
Anyway, on the 4th of August 1970, Loch Ness investigation member and zoology student Alan Butterworth was scanning the east shore of the loch through binoculars at about 11:10 a.m. The water surface was flat, calm, and visibility was good, 3 or 4 miles. He spotted a dark-coloured hump in an inlet. It was about 15 feet long and 3 or 4 feet high. It was about 1.5 miles away. Mr. Butterworth reached for his camera, but when he looked again, the object had disappeared.
Och, nee.
For fuck's sake.
Wow,
no.
He's bang on it, this fella, isn't he?
Yeah.
The Loch Ness fucking bullshit society, more like, hey?
But on the 5th of August, day after Butterworth's sighting, at about 5 p.m.
Quote unquote sighting.
John McVarnish decided to go out in his boat.
Oh, that him again?
Him again, yep. He was about 3/4 of a mile from the eastern end of the lock when he saw a big disturbance in the water about 30 yards away from him. When the water settled, a wave of about 2 feet high spread out from it, well out into the lock. He knew of nothing this large in the lock that could have caused such a disturbance. On the 11th of September 1970, Charles Fishburne and Ian Mitchell were out in their small boat at dusk.
Are you off in the
9 p.m.
Matrix?
when they passed. Yeah, that's his dad.
Yeah.
It was 9 p.m. when they passed.
Leo, what if I was to tell you lock monsters are real?
Takes a blue pill. Doesn't want to know.
Yeah.
So it was at 9 p.m. when they passed Rinakori Island, a small island in the loch about 700 yards from the north shore. Fishburne reported the following. Suddenly I noticed 3 objects silhouetted in the water, 100 yards off the port bow, i.e. in the middle of the loch. The water was clear and smooth, and the objects were black and clearly protruding. My first reaction was that they were trees or maybe rocks, but then I realised that they were much more, and I know that there are no rocks in that area. Then I realised that the objects were moving. We got closer to them, and I could see that it was not a boat or something like that. At this point I could see that it was about 30 yards from us, and 3 large black humps were visible, moving quickly through the water. I alerted my friend Ian, who could not see anything, and said I was imagining things, but then we encountered 3 peculiar swells, unlike any boat wake I've ever seen. Each swell was deep and long, so that the boat rose and fell gradually with each rather than rocking or barging against them. My friend agreed that I did not imagine the swells, and they were very odd. At that point we got out of there and onto dry land.
Shit. We wouldn't want to be in that boat.
On trousers, Tom.
Yeah.
Blue trousers.
I'd soil myself too, yeah.
Donald, where's your trousers?
Mother sucks
Sold
cocks in
myself
hell.
for that. You manky Scotch kid.
Okay, let's go on.
Oh yeah, in November 1970, Angus Cameron, who was in charge of a small hydroelectric power station on the banks of the loch, was looking across the southern end of the loch when he saw a large brown object rushing across the water at a speed of 25 to 30 miles an hour. Initially he thought it was a boat, but on closer inspection it turned out to be a solid hump, about 4 feet high, rising to a small peak on top. He likened it to a policeman's helmet. A permanent helmet.
Yes.
He watched he watched the object as it went out of sight, leaving a light wake behind it. He checked if there had been any boats in the area at that time.
Was there a purplish hue to this wake?
Sorry?
Oh, doesn't matter. I was to say, was there a purplish hue to the wake?
Yeah, so, well, what was I? Yeah, so he checked if there had been any boats and with the harbour master, and there hadn't been, so yeah, that's it. So December the 21st, 3 school children were returning from their lessons at 3:30 p.m. As they passed the loch on their way home, they noticed a funny object in the water. Initially they saw one hump. As they watched, it turned right and a second hump became visible, forming a V-shaped division on the object. The object submerged very slowly and described it as moving like a caterpillar. They then ran home and told their parents, who didn't believe them. Later they were cross-examined by experts who classed them as reliable witnesses. April 3rd, 1971, it was the Gillies family who lived on the shore of the loch turned to encounter the Morag. Family's 12-year-old son John came running up to the house to say he had seen a strange creature in the water. whilst walking along the road to Morat. It was about 11 a.m. and weather conditions were good. Mr. Gillies went to see what the fuss was about and saw the monster about half a mile out from the shore. It was lying in the water, facing towards the east. It had a long neck, 3 or 4 feet long and fairly thick, sticking straight up and slightly curved at the top. The head was barely distinguishable. Behind the neck were 2 or 3 humps which appeared to be moving up and down, with very little movement of the water. The skin appeared black and shiny, and the total length was about 30 feet. Mr. Gillies had his camera and took 2 photos. The creature lowered its head, whole body straightened out, and it then sank straight down. Sighting lasted for about 8 minutes. The photos he took showed nothing much, which was a shame.
Ah, bloody hell. that's what we want. That's what we want, isn't it?
A
Photos,
surprise.
Yeah, you think that's a perfect storm there, but yeah, no. Fuck.
That's a big disappointment.
So, anyway, on the 8th of August 71, Sween MacDonald was working on the engine of his boat in a boathouse on the shore of the loch. Coming out of the boathouse, he saw a small disturbance on the surface of the water, 25 to 30 yards away from him. As he watched, some object moved away, barely breaking the surface and making a whitewash as it travelled. He could hear the swish of the water thrown aside as it moved, and he estimated the speed to be about 10 knots. The object zigzagged for about 200 yards before he lost sight of it. Now let's go over to Ian, who's going to tell us what happens when the experts...
I'm surprised. That's the first time I've heard someone estimating speed in knots and not land miles.
Yeah,
these
in
are
the
nautical
correct way.
people. Yeah, they're nautical people, aren't they? They know what they're they know what they're doing. But yeah, so a lot of cases there, aren't there? There's a lot of, the evidence is building up. So, the main thing that strikes us when we're looking at this is that these reports, that they're better ones than the ones that come from Loch Ness. The evidence suggests that it's more likely to be a monster in Loch Morar than there is in Loch Ness, and the witnesses seem to come from respectable backgrounds: doctors, army captains, headmasters, a barman. Many of the Loch Ness, Loch Ness witnesses.
Is barman a respectable?
It is, yeah. It is. I tell you what, I tell you what, barman is a good job to have. So I'm not going to go into that too much, but if you've been a barman in the past, you know what I mean. So, yeah. Whereas Loch Ness, the witnesses tend to be fruitcakes, don't they? Nutcases. Jobs. So.
Glory hounds. Glory hounds, aren't they?
So yeah. So anyway, as mentioned earlier, reports of Morag didn't escape the attention of the Loch Ness Investigation Bureau, a team of assorted biologists, zoologists, students, the unemployed, and nutters. Who are trying to solve the Loch Ness mystery. They headed to Loch Morar to get a piece of this action. I say nutters, but, in reality, we shouldn't laugh. Mental health isn't funny. It's fucking hilarious. So the clear waters of the loch would make it much easier to see a creature below the surface, unlike the peat-stained water of Loch Ness. So it was a JFK to carry out research at Loch Morar. It was a JFK.
JFK.
It was a JFK. No, it was a JFK to carry out research at Loch Morar. It was a no-brainer to carry out.
Oh, right, yeah.
I've used that, but come on, I've used that. That's my joke. Come on, I've used that before.
Oh, sorry, mate, I forgot.
Yeah, it was a no-brainer to carry out research at Loch Morar. So a JFK, because you were with me. He had
boom, boom.
Yeah.
Or did he? Or did he?
Yeah, we saw it on camera, didn't we? His brains went across the back of the car, didn't they? It's all there for see. So it was a no-brainer. So it was a JFK. That's what I mean. Yeah, with it. Yeah. So anyway, all right then. So basically, then, okay. So number of expeditions that took place in the 1970s, and the Loch Ness Investigation Bureau changed its name to the Loch Ness and Loch Murar Project because it was carrying out research at both
They're
lochs.
trying to discredit the Loch Murar monster now, are they?
Well, yeah, they were trying to prove both monsters, but it had disproved the Loch Ness monster.
Tart in the same peaty brush.
Yeah, so anyway, the project deployed video cameras into the depths so that it could capture a creature, and it could be observed on CCTV. A glass-bottom boat called Quad was used to search the bottom of the loch and find possible skeletal remains of the creature. Project leader Adrian Shine constructed an underwater observation chamber so that he could look up from the bottom of the loch and see a monster's profile. Let's go on to the next picture if you could, Hemi, and we'll have a look at this observation chamber. Let's have a look and see it, so people at home.
That's groovy, isn't it?
Let's have a look at that. So there he is.
Men in Sheds, the story of the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
Hey?
There he is.
Yes, it is.
It's fucking death trap. So taking a shit in there as well.
I wonder if he's killed any Norwegian journalists in that one.
I'm not sure, but he could kill himself in that. So
I wonder how many people get that joke. No, there was a billionaire that had his own submarine. He murdered a journalist and fucking dumped it at the bottom of the bay, didn't he?
Oh yeah, that was an unusual story.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, okay. So anyway, there we go. So many hours were spent observing the loch with many volunteers. Each year, a report was published on the project's findings from their research in the loch. So if you go to the next picture, Hemi, we'll have a look at the 1975 report. We'll have a look at that.
It's death trap, is it, in action?
There he is, there, and is that fucking idiot getting into that. Let's have a look at... that's a Darwin Award winner in potential Darwin Award winner, isn't it? So go to the next picture. Let's have a look at the 1976 report, and we'll have a look at that one there. Go to the next image 11. Have a look at the diver. So yeah, the reports were full of information about that year's research on the loch, and it tells you all about the things that they found. And do you know what they found?
Oh,
I'll tell you. I'll tell you what they found. I'll tell you what they found. Fuck all. That's what they found. Fuck all. So.
Wow, I'm so surprised by that revelation. Here I was looking for the HD pictures of a dragon of the deeps, and instead we just get. All I went was to Lake Moran. And I got this lousy tea cozy.
And I've got this lousy bath death trap looking thing.
Right. So that's what we got. So let's just calm. Okay, we'll take a minute. We'll just calm down now. Calm down.
The excitement is so much. I have palpitations.
Take a deep breath. So, all right. Though the scientists found nothing, the public was still having strange experiences at Loch Murar. In 1975, Charles Simpson and his brother Donald would drive in towards Barracona near Loch Murar on a bird-watching expedition.
I like bird watching.
Yeah.
I like great tits.
Me too.
Sometimes you get to see a shag on the cliffs, don't you?
Yeah, I know.
I like to watch a beaver, right? So yeah. So the Morar River, as it leaves the loch, flows over a narrow ridge of gravel, and it's only a couple of feet deep. So I'll tell you what then, we're going to have a look at this story. Let's go into the next picture there, Hemi. We'll look at the...
what do we got
let's
now?
Let's have a look at the gravel area of the loch. This is picture number 11. We'll have a look at that now. This is the area we're looking at for this encounter. At 3 p.m, just as the brothers were passing the spot, Charles, who was watching the road ahead, heard his brother, who was driving, suddenly gasp and choke as if he was unable to breathe. I was terrified. He'd had a heart attack, Charles said, but then he braked and pointed to the water. This will startle the world, was all that he could say at first. When I asked him what he meant, he said, "Did you not see it?" When what Donald had seen was a powerful 20-foot-long animal which rose out of the river, less than 40 feet from his car. It lurched across the gravel bar, sank into the deeper waters of the loch. The episode only lasted a few seconds, but left a deep impression on the man who had previously
I think I've heard
been
this story
skeptical.
before. I think that's what I was talking about when I was talking about Nessie walking from one place to another. I think that's what.
This is what we've got. So he had been very skeptical a bit more of the legend. He said the creature had smooth brown skin, powerful hindquarters, which were evident as it hauled itself over the gravel bar.
So not the appearance of burnt Coca-Cola.
But he said what looked like a trunk trailing alongside the body. So if you go to the next picture, Hemi,
Was it a whale penis?
It could be. Go to the next picture. Let's have a look at what he described.
Was that his donger? Was that his donger he was dragging along the floor there, was it?
Some kind of length, isn't it? Maybe it was John Holmes on his latest picture.
Does it say that?
That though.
We'll always have Lake Morat.
That's unusual, isn't it? That's not. That's what he saw. I'm not sure. That's very unusual.
Is that a fart cloud coming out his ass?
He dropped his guts. There was a terrible stench in the air, and he followed through. But yeah, so
it's not pink enough to be a whale penis, is it?
Oh no! I did actually see some whale penises that are black, so you get black ones as well.
Anyway,
good to know there's diversity in the whale community.
Well, we see some diversity coming up, so that's more of a modern sighting. So as the years went by, mysterious occurrences kept happening on the loch. So what we're going to do, let's go over to the Dom. He's going to tell us about some of these. Over to you.
Right, let's have a look at a more hang on.
Yeah, recent one.
More. Let's look at a more recent news report and see what antics Morag has been up to lately.
Oh yeah, so you're gonna get some evidence now.
Here we go.
Oh yeah, of course.
Of course. She can get some.
Get the next picture. Get the next picture up, Hemi. Let's have a look.
Just one picture. Come on.
Yeah, let's see what Morag has done.
Body in Loch Morag kayaker search named as Alexander Thorburn.
Yes, he's finally ate someone.
Stupid kayaks. The only good kayak's a dead kayak. I can't stand those shifty kayaks. Please carry on.
So, on the 29th of April 2013, 48-year-old Alex Thorburn was reported as missing during a canoeing trip on Loch Morat. Believers suggested that his body was snatched by Morag and dragged down to a watery grave. Body was later discovered and an autopsy found he had just drowned in an unfortunate accident, and there was no evidence suggest he was killed by a monster.
Nothing anti-Semitic about it. But Morag can't stand kayaks.
The thing is, though, it's a shame that because in 1952 on Loch Ness, John Cobb, who tried to break the world speed record on water, his boat hit a rogue wave at high speed. Cobb's body was thrown 50 yards, killing him. So the Loch Ness monster was actually blamed for that death. So it's a bit of a shame if Morag didn't carry out this. They both could have killed someone. So it's a bit of a
manslaughter.
Yeah, that's a bit shit.
Morag was on the rag. It weren't her fault. She's got a promising future ahead of her. So we won't put her in prison for this murder. What she done did in Oxford.
Morag said to me, "I'm not having sex with you tonight. Period." Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, but I think Morag's been around for a while now, hasn't she? So I imagine she's probably figured out how to make it look like an accident.
Knows what she's doing.
So, in August 2020, only last year, it seems like, I don't know.
A long time ago.
Retired oil industry engineer Doug Christie and his wife Charlotte were on holiday at Lochmara when he had the shock of his life. We can see a picture of them, please.
A lovely couple.
What was the shock of his life? She found him in bed with a black. He found her in bed.
Hang on.
Sweeties?
So yeah, we got the picture.
It's
there. They're up.
There's that. Okay. Yeah. So yeah.
They look like a couple of swingers, don't they?
Yep. And to earn a bit of money on the side, Doug would work as a Sid James lookalike. So yeah, Doug was not one to give in to flights of fancy, but could not believe his eyes when he saw a 20-foot black shape in the water. The couple saw the beast 3 times during their stay. Doug said it looked a bit like a submarine and about the same size. The longest sighting they had lasted for about 10 minutes before it submerged. Doug did manage to get a photo of the beast, so let's have a look.
I was literally seeing it every day for about 4 days, and he only got one photo. Oh, great! That's fantastic.
But when you see the photo, you'll be impressed.
Yeah, it's conclusive evidence. There we go.
Oh, that's it.
Absolutely.
Show's over. That's Morag. That's a real creature.
It's a 30-foot plesiosaur.
No, a dragon. Plesiosaur's a conspiracy theory, like climate crisis, emergency apocalypse.
There we go. So, yep.
Yeah.
Morag definitely
Conclusive
exists.
evidence.
Yes, finally, a blurry photo.
Morag the bullback.
Conclusive evidence.
Well,
not to miss out, miss out on cashing
Not
in
pished.
on their monster.
I'm not pished.
I'm not pished.
Our favourite couple are back.
Drugstable. So not to miss out on cashing in on their monster, let's have a look at a diverse couple and see what Morag merchandise you can waste your money on.
Oh, lovely.
Back again. Let's have a look. We saw
Dun,
them
dun,
last
dun, dun, dun. Do, 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 do.
He modelled the Bellnail's face.
These are the.
That's a seriously gay tattoo he's got there with those fucking roses, isn't it?
These are the indigenous races of Scotland.
Yes.
There we go.
An Asian man and a half black, half white woman. Yeah.
Excellent. So there we go. You have the monster of Lochmara. Real or not real?
Oh, totally.
You decide.
Whale penis.
Yeah.
Oh, shall I do? I don't mean. Can I show the picture on YouTube or not of the whale penis?
Over it.
I think you should. It needs to be shown in all its pink glory.
Oh dear, right.
For scientific veracity, we must show this because we have an inquiring audience of naturists.
Yeah. Basically, some comedian dude is.
Let's have a look at it then. This could explain sea serpents. If we ever see it.
Could explain seas. Yeah, it's one hell of a sea serpent.
I might buy it. You can buy with those t-shirts online though.
I gotta use this joke. I haven't found an opportunity yet. Is it as wet as an otter's pocket? It's one of those.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
Is it as big as a wizard sleeve?
Yeah.
Now, people are going to be very disturbed by the stuff I'm putting up now because I
Okay,
can't
go
find the
for it.
actual picture, so I'm going to have to show the whole fucking whale penis page.
I heard they made like stalls out of whale penis, like the swanky bars in Victoria near London. It'd be like you could sit on them.
Let's enlarge that so everyone can see it.
Why do you need to enlarge it? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So some dude said that could be the Loch Ness monster.
But it's the wrong shape.
Loch Ness.
So it's Loch Ness. The Loch Ness monster is he's very happy.
Is this get your dicks out for Morag?
Yeah, look, there's a black whale penis. The sperm whale has a black penis.
Well, what about a circumcised whale penis?
A permanent helmet penis.
Maybe that would look more like the Loch Ness monster.
How about this story I've just found? Whale penis by the pound. Although that's pork loin. The picture is pork loin, so fuck Flickr.
Hey, mate, I thought this was a serious stream. A whale can't get into Loch Ness.
Well, that's the bit I was wondering about.
Jeremy Wade reckons it's a Greenland shark.
Greenland shark. I don't think you can find a Greenland shark penis.
No, Jeremy Wade.
Let's have a look at the shark penis.
Is Greenland shark.
Maybe there's underwater caves linking all the lochs to the sea.
Yeah.
No, not underwater caves. It's openly fucking linked. Shit, man. It's Jeremy Wade. Jeremy Wade said it's a Greenland shark that swam in. That's his theory.
Well, that's why I wonder.
Sharks have two dicks.
Yeah.
Really?
There's a channel of a Japanese guy cutting it up. You should see it.
Oh, okay. Well,
teenage penis ripped off by shark while swimming. Oof.
Oh, that's. The last time you want your penis to be locked off at any age is when you're a teenage, because you just figured out what to do with it, and it's like,
yeah, that's just cruel.
What are you going to do with your summer? Oh dear, oh dear.
So apparently we're not discussing the Greenland shark theory. Fuck's sake! I thought this was a serious.
Well, yeah, okay.
Let's talk about it then.
But I would say that these lakes go down to hollow earth.
That's right. That's just his opinion. It's just Jeremy fucking Wade. He thinks he's so fucking hard in it. Anyway.
Well, if he's so hard, if he thinks he's so hard, why doesn't he wank off a Greenland shark?
No, it's because they live so long. It's like they're like 800 years or some ridiculous age. So the amount of sightings and the amount of times a Greenland shark could have come in and out is possible.
But does a Greenland shark have a large penis?
That is what the audience needs to know.
They've got those two weird ones, like Andy's talking about, two little spiky things that looks very odd.
Oh, kind of like a snake dick. They have two half willies.
Jeez, you guys just can't help yourselves tonight. Jeez, everyone's
We're
been on the
cock
piss
crazy.
I don't know, lads. I'm sold on the whale penis. I'm sold on the whale penis for theory.
Does anyone like fish sticks?
That's not getting into Loch Ness.
Who likes fish sticks?
Fish sticks.
In your mouth.
Who likes fish sticks?
You'll have Kanye West in my DMs, and I'll be in all kinds of trouble.
Does anyone like fish sticks?
In your mouth.
Man, bear, pig.
Yep.
Isn't that a tampon after a woman?
Apparently, Greenland sharks live in the deep mostly, though.
So that's what Jeremy Wade said as well. But he says it could be that it came in because it is deep in the loch as well, and it comes in and goes out. It comes in and goes out.
I saw that one. I think
surface a lot, though.
He's just saying that. I think Jeremy Wade has done better programs. I think he did a Loch Ness program, and he's just saying that to make it more interesting. I don't think there's a Greenland shark. I don't think the Greenland shark explains Loch Ness. I think it's just generally not there. But he's done better programs than Loch Ness. Though I do like the Loch Ness one. I like the mystery, but
That's
to be honest,
people swimming up the sheets bottoms, you know. So
he's done the one he did in Chernobyl was good. Because what happens if you wear Russian underpants.
Knob will fall off.
Your knob will fall. Your dick will fall off. Your knob will fall off.
Chnob will fall out.
Chnob will fall off. Penis will fall off. So yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah.
But no, he did.
Actually, I've got a theory. Do you think these humps in these locks? Do you think they might be actually fatbergs?
Fatbirds.
Yeah, but
No,
they...
you know, like the fatbergs you see in the sewers, like big balls of fat that are clogging up the sewers. Maybe
Got a theory. No, you got a theory. You got a theory. Tonight's going to be a good night. Tonight's going to be a good night.
Oh, what a horrible song.
I got a feeling.
Whoa.
Talk about the mystery. Do you want to talk about the mystery cube that points to the Nazi nuclear program? Well, why didn't they fucking do it then and nuke everybody?
Is it that they were spending too much time with like heavy water refining and like they should have done uranium instead, or?
Well, one of the few surviving relics from this era is what's known as a Heisenberg cube, a block of uranium held at the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory that has long been suspected as being a relic from Germany's nuclear program and has been the subject of study for decades, apparently. But why is it in America? I'd like to see the chain of custody on that.
Wait, just one random thing. Is Hobbit, you've been to Malta, right? Isn't there like a nuke in a museum in Malta that didn't go off?
Oh, I didn't know about that. No, that's completely news to me.
It might not be real. I thought I'd ask you. Anyway, go ahead, guys.
Cool.
Hemi,
do you think? I don't think they would. I think they'd have fucking let them loose, wouldn't they?
You have the Do you have the Loch Ness TripAdvisor review? Can we read that one?
Yes, we need the important things, Hemi.
If I can find it.
Next year I'm going to go to Disneyland. At least there you can see Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
Scotland, more like Snoreland.
It's in the Sun, and it found it. Loch Ness tourist leaves hilarious TripAdvisor review after failing to spot legendary monster. The writer, known as Ron, drove more than 400 miles with his family in search of the infamous creature. After spending hours in search of Nessie, the dad wrote a scathing review on TripAdvisor, telling of his bitter disappointment. He gave Loch Ness just 1 star, writing, "What a disappointment. We travelled 400 miles from Grimsby to see the Loch Ness monster, and it didn't show up. Don't go if you wanted to see it, because you'll end up bitterly disappointed like we were. Wife and 2 kids waited around it for hours. Viewpoints were crowded and dirty, and the weather was terrible. One moment sunshine, the next it was hard to keep up. I thought the whole experience was horrendous, I wish I hadn't bothered. It's just a tourist trap, and not sure why they would advertise the Loch Ness monster when it's all a big lie."
Yeah, but you can go there for other things. You're not necessarily going to see the monster, but
yeah,
you know, there's good castles there, good museums. You know, there's a monastery, graveyards.
It's like Dom's been there recently. Meanwhile, Dom Phillips commented, "Must be fake, surely."
Well, you know, it's a good place to go. And if you don't want to go there, go to Loch Morar. If you don't want to go there, go to Edinburgh. Loads of stuff there. Edinburgh's a great place. So yeah.
Have you seen the picture from April this year, Ian?
I've not. No. What have we got there then?
There you go. It's on screen now. It's a black line. It's a black line in the lake.
Yep, that's a dragon.
Getting better and better, don't they?
Yeah.
No one's heard of HD cameras yet, have they?
No, of course not.
That's just a conspiracy theory, Madfwaz.
No one's heard of 24-hour surveillance, have they? Motion tracking and. Yeah.
There is 24-hour surveillance at Loch Ness. You can go onto the Nessie cam and you can watch. You can watch Loch Ness 24 hours if you want.
That reminds me.
If you haven't got a girlfriend or something like that.
ISS all over again, isn't
Sounds about as interesting as SETI cam.
What's that silly excuse to investigate? That's what Jim Mars used to call it.
That reminds me of the first episode of Big Brother. First season, and there was this website called An Alternative to Big Brother, and it was literally a camera pointed at a wall where you could watch paint dry.
should do a Big Brother just for fat people, and call it Big Mother.
Big Bubba.
And all their challenges are food based.
Exactly, yeah.
That'd be easy.
Feds launch investigation into self-driving cars. You guys seen this one? Tesla's self-driving car technology has caused a number of road accidents involving emergency vehicles. Haya Rada, professor of electrical and computer engineering at Michigan State University, takes a look at exactly why the authorities are so interested in Tesla's autopilot technology. So they're saying it's shit, basically. Then.
Oh, speaking of Tesla, have you heard like Elon Musk has been tweeting weird like boots lately? Like he said one on a book about World War One, and then he said 9 rings to rule men. Like he's kind of predicting the end of the world or something.
Oh, so he's getting hobbit pilled. Good. Has he been smoking Joe Rogan's marijuana again?
It's just gonna. Everyone's gonna have a Tesla self-driving car. Then he's gonna go execute Order 66, isn't he? And then the car is just gonna kill everyone.
The cars just like crumple up into a square, and everyone is crushed.
Or just the batteries have a critical runaway event, and then thermal overload and burst into flames.
Actually, I've got an answer as to why the cars are crashing, because Americans are thick.
Dun 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 dun.
They think the car's literally Knight Rider when they're supposed to still be keeping an eye on shit.
It's like that time when those feminists built that bridge, wasn't it? You know.
They call themselves female architects.
When that yank was in his camper van, and he put it on cruise control and went in the back to make a cup of coffee.
The feminists built a bridge.
Yes.
I would have thought.
Here's one for you, Biarki. You seen this one? ABC.
I would have thought feminists would be more likely to build a dike.
I've seen that today. It's like 2 seconds.
Anyway.
The ABC News report is interrupted by satanic ritual.
Doing that today, and you wouldn't know how it came up. Some of the Wignats giving me shit for running coverage for satanic glow nigs. I'm like, I don't think so. It's because they're talking about what TRS is talking about at the moment. It's like, what? Apparently I'm a Satanist because I like black metal. Here, mate. You showed me this. I'm like, look.
The thing is though, it's probably
look at that. What that is at some goths at like high school. Yeah. Like what is that? That's not. How do you say?
Sloppy as fuck, isn't it?
Yeah, they're gonna run an article on it and got it mixed in there, editing or something.
They're probably filming something for that. They're probably filming something for their fucking satanic boss anyway, weren't they? Look, the girl there's got a fucking keyboard. I mean, they're not serious. No serious Satanists sat there with their keyboard about to do a tune, are they?
New Satanists, yeah, fucking.
Yeah, new way of Satanism.
The thing is, Satanism is now like a lefty thing, and it's like it's cyclical. Occult on the show is appropriate subject. On this occult, this is what you call it, your paranormal show here. Occult cycles are like cyclical in like 30-year cycles. They bring it around like every 25, 30 years, sort of like the wait until people have forgotten, and then they bring it back, and they bring it back again. It goes on and on and on.
So we're about to do some more satanic panic then, is that what you're saying?
Well, that was the most recent one in living memory, but before that, it's gone on and on. And it's been on hyperdrive for the last 200 years in particular.
Do you think they'll, like, what they'll do is when a lot of people start connecting the dots and go, hang on, there is devilry afoot here, and they'll just start, like, saying everything is of the devil, including, like, things like Pokemon, and so...
Look, Zechariah Sitchin was at that thing with that owl statue you were talking about.
Oh, Bohemian Grove.
So Zechariah Sitchin, one of them ones who like faked a translation of cuneiform, hangs out with a bunch of fucking neocons LARPing as ancient Canaanite occultists.
Hang on.
It's fake occultism.
Zechariah,
but it was real. Like,
just a minute. You said Zechariah Sitchin. Is that the guy who wrote the Gulag Archipelago?
No, he won't charity the gods.
Oh, that's Kurt Daniken.
Chariot of the Gods was Von Daniken.
Anyway, a bunch of like Americans, like talking about Moloch, whether it's Clinton or whoever. It's like they're trying to find a meaning in some ridiculous. It's like Masons who don't know what the symbology is. Like Freemasons, you could be like I knew one, a Scottish girl, and her dad was one, you know. And it's just like they don't really know what it all is. They just like think they're special with their wee book under their drawer, you know. Like, I got my manual here.
That reminds me of that tunnel opening in Switzerland where they had that like.
The Gothenburg tunnel thing.
Yeah.
Oh, the Swiss people are really weird. I mean, some people say that the first Jewish country wasn't Israel, it was Switzerland, and I'm starting to think...
You listen to Paranormies again, you fucking idiot. You need to stop.
Ah, yeah, the plagiarism.
You need to stop listening to Paranormies, Hobbit. We need to have an intervention.
But I like the tranny mania they have.
Acting like he knows about the Nephilim, he can't even name which of the different 3 books of Enoch for a starter. I know you like Flat Earth lately, Hobbit, but really, like, the shit they go on about, every single fucking actress and singer is trans, like, they've gone off the deep end, like, you have to admit.
Yeah, they have.
Well, I was thinking of that the other day because I was...
The thing is, they've been doing it. They've been doing it for twice as long as we have. They've run out of shit to talk about, haven't they?
Anything seriously? None of it. Like if we do another Bigfoot one, it'll be serious. Have they done one that's serious? Have they done anything that's serious? It's all dog botanies. Like they did this one about the Nephilim and clowns, right? I listened to it. And they're trying to say that our fear of clowns is related to seeing the teeth of the Nephilim that were like big and scary, teethy, kind of like the way they're drawn in this anime Attack on Titan and all this sort of stuff, right? The most realistic thing of that is actually going to be a big blocky 2 Sasquatch, and that we're afraid of big primates that bare their teeth when they want to be threatening, right? So, like, if we do have, like, an ancestral, like, thing about a big, grinny Cheshire cat smile...
Is that why Soy Jacks and Tony Blair are threatening? Because I always thought Tony Blair was creepy.
The other episode saying that our fear of clowns is because clowns are what the Nephilim look like. It's just like, come on.
I never heard
of... The fear of clowns is because you can't make out people's features properly. It's like a basic fucking human emotion, isn't it? The fear of clowns, but it's in some people it's turned into an irrational fear, isn't it?
Well, they deconstructed it about the smile, specifically with the teeth grinning, like a lot of teeth grinning.
John Wayne Gacy, the fear of clowns.
They talked about him as well. They brought up him and some band that had his art as their cover and all this other fucking shit. It's like.
Johnny Depp bought one of his paintings, didn't he?
But one of the best films of the 80s was Killer Clowns from Outer Space. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Anyway, Albert, I was just joking with you, mate.
Oh, that's okay. I don't mind. Put another shrimp on the Barbie.
Oh, no, we don't say shrimps, we say prawns, you dumb fuck.
I know, that's why I said shrimp.
According to the reps, I'm like, well, I couldn't even go back if I tried to. They're busy having, like, Ed 209s walking around the streets and shit.
Oh yeah. No, there was a story which made my blood boil about that. You know, about the dogs. I don't want to repeat it. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's like no one knows. People don't know here. And then again, people don't even know what Afghanistan was even about, this young generation, so you can't expect them to know.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of them are cheering the Taliban on. I'm just thinking, hang on, they blew up the statues of Buddha. I mean, yeah, okay, they've done a few funny memes, but they're still arseholes.
I have zero tolerance for any kebab praise whatsoever. I had fallen out with Wignats over this recently.
Yeah,
it's well, you know the root of it is Savitri Devi. So people, Hitler likes Savitri Devi, therefore Muslims are cool.
But
the thing Woods and Spencer ripped off was that Evola compared Jihad to Valhalla, and they went on with this sort of like warrior ethos similarities in it, and that's nothing pissed me about.
Sees that Faustian spirit.
He's like, they're going on about this Robert Seffer all the time. He told all his fans to report me on Twitter. He said, hey guys, everyone report this account. What a fucking cop jockey.
Really, Sepho?
Yeah. He said to all his fans report me because I said something about how I am like do something cryptically about them ones, and he's like, this account was trying to get me in trouble. Everyone report him. He's a big fucking lady.
Robert Sepher is very what's the word?
He's getting a lot of autisms on Twitter lately.
He's very ban happy, as is Alt Skull. Yeah. So.
I'm gonna wrap this stream up now because we're not talking about paranormal stuff anymore. Night all.
See ya.
Stay spooky.
Woo!
That's it. We're done.
Good show.
We're done. Go off, King Biaki. Go on.
So really, what is the problem?
Get back on your soapbox, Biaki. We're done now.
I think the main problem with them is they fraternise with alt.
Hey, what you talking about soapbox? I didn't get to chat off, and I have to make up for lost time.
Hey, where in Oz are you from?
Well, it's a bit complicated actually. Born in Canberra, moved to Darwin during the 80s, then back to Sydney. About the time I was 12.
Do you remember Funniest People on Channel 7, that program?
Funniest home videos or Red
People? I was on Funniest People. It was on in the 90s. I was on there. I was on there in the 90s. I was living in Sydney, and I went on there. It was great. I was on there twice actually. I got to the final. Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
So what were you doing then? Stand up or something, Ian?
No, well, yeah, I did a bit of stand up in the 90s, but I was doing like performance art, and then I applied to go on the program, and they filmed me, and then they put me on the studio. I got like some good money for it. Do you remember that program there, Ozzy?
No, I don't really can distinguish between that or like Hey Hate Saturday and something else. It sounds like some sort of.
I'll tell you what, there was real shit. There was real shit on the Australian TV, but it was really good. Yeah, it was really good.
I only consumed some content like Heartbreak High. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, it was
I remember Heartbreak High.
Yeah, no, I got, I was there. I was like basically.
You lived in Glebe. I talked to you in the chat once. You lived in inner city Hipsterville, which is.
I lived in. What happened was I was living in London, and I don't know. I was working in. I wasn't. It was the early '90s. I wasn't really. Didn't really have. I was working in the pub. I was ripping the pub off. I had not much going on, and at the time, if you were if you were under 25. Could get a year visa to go and live in work in Australia. So I thought, well, I got nothing going on here, so I'll go and just go and live there for a year. So I did. I just took advantage, and
lucky you had the adventure, mate.
Yeah, it was good. I went to Sydney. I basically went to Sydney. I worked in Sydney. I did a bit of travelling, but I did end up going on the Funniest People. It was on Channel 7. And I just said to them, I could do this, I could do these things, I could do, I could balance things on my face, and
was it like a radio phone in or something?
No, it was just like, I was just watching TV, and they said, if you can do something funny, then let us know. So I rang the number, and I said I can do.
Do you have it on VHS? Did someone record it for you?
I have got it on VHS. I have. I've got it on VHS, but that's all. I haven't got it on YouTube. But I'm a little bit pleased about it. But I tell you what, the money was good. The money was good.
If you guys have
I don't know if you. I don't know if you can do that now, get a year visa and do that, but yeah, it was great.
You should watch this show called Underbelly. It's this shows about real life mafia shit from Australia in the 2000s. These gang style drug dealers.
King's Cross, that kind of place. King's Cross.
Well, there's 3 different seasons, or maybe there's lots of them. There's one about wogs growing weed in the 70s. There's one about bringing heroin in from Asia, and then there's another one about the rise of the gang star and the death of the old silent criminal.
Is that Underbelly you're talking about?
Yeah. I'm in that and an extra, so you can try to figure out who. I won't tell you who.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I went to work to do extra work in the background of one of the seasons of Underbelly, and see they treat you like shit. They're like, stand over there, bro. And I was just like, oh, this is painful just for the cash, because I wasn't doing it to get into acting. I just wanted some money, and they had enough.
Are you gonna do a show one week for us?
Oh, I see. You're not the only one who's been on TV.
Yeah, he's our Bigfoot. He's our Bigfoot.
That'd be good. Yeah. I'll tell you what,
The info the other cunts, because I
Yowie,
figured out a lot more about what's happened now, and it seems to be that there's only a single inheritor of the old researchers. So just off the top of my head, you might know some of the names. Your man, what's your name, Ian? One is called Rene de Hinon. Another one's called he was in Byrne, Peter Byrne, maybe Peter Byrne is one.
Peter Byrne, I know him.
There's another one called John Green. Who wrote a book. There's a whole guard of researchers in the 50s, and I've figured out. I figured out who's the inheritor of all their information, the legitimate inheritor kind of thing. And he's got fed contacts that have told him about the different types and which ones are more dangerous.
We can look more into the I did like a general Bigfoot episode some time ago. We could do more.
Much worse than that.
If we got enough meat on the bone from a Yowie episode, we can look more into the
I can give you an update on the state of the situation in Australia, which is very hot at the moment.
We can do what I mean is do a Thursday night. We'll do a Thursday night 2 hour, go through the history of the Yowie and the current cases.
The thing about it is that I'm usually working. I just had tonight off because I told him I was over it. I called.
We can arrange some. Yeah, but that'd be good. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, I'm gonna. I think probably what we can do next time, American monsters. I was looking at. You've got the Jersey Devil, the Dover Demon, the Flatwoods Monster. There's
the Urban Ape.
Yeah, a few things. The Lizard Man. But I think next time we can.
Oh shit! What's the other? The Boggy Creek. The monster of Boggy Creek, is it?
That's more of a Bigfoot type creature. And,
that's the film about a Bigfoot situation.
That was supposed to vet people, weren't it?
No, I don't think it happened. It's good. I tell you what, it's a good film though. It's the actual original Legend of Boggy Creek film. If you could look at that from the early 70s,
what happened as well.
It's a really good film actually. It's a good low budget film, and it's things like that which made the Blair Witch Project. That comes from that genre. If you want to look at a little bit into filmmaking as well, but
the Skinwalker, which named after Luke Skinwalker, of course,
or the Foreskin Walker.
Have you guys laid eyes on the Skinwalker Ranch TV series yet?
I've seen a bit of it, but to be honest, I haven't had that much time on my hands to have a good look at it.
Or was that something else? What did I see?
But there's one on Skinwalker Ranch which looks good.
I think there's potential.
The curse of. It's the curse of Skinwalker Ranch, and they're scientifically investigating it.
Oh, I thought there was some sort of.
There's a few things going on there, UFO stuff and shit like that. But
I thought
mutilation as well.
Yeah. I like Finding Bigfoot. That's a good program. But yeah, I tell you what, we'll throw a few ideas around. Are you with me on Twitter there, Ozzy?
Yeah, I am. Did you say you like Finding Bigfoot? Didn't you listen to the first episode? How it talked about how they're grifting.
I have heard that. Yeah. Well, what we'll do, I gotta get off shortly, but I'll speak to you. Send me a message, and we'll try and see if we can knock something out.
I'll leave you. Chat to me on here or add me on here. I'm new to Discord. I'm a real boomer,
Yeah. Well, I tend to use Twitter. I'm old school, but yeah, leave me a message on there. And we'll see what We'll do a Yowie episode one week. Yeah.
I think I'm already follow you on Twitter, so you might not.
I think there's some Boy Scouts encountered Yowie, didn't they? I think things like that. The history of it. Probably originated from the Aboriginal time. We could look at that and then go in more into the modern day sightings. Just similar to what we did tonight. Similar sort of thing. Yeah. Do that. Yeah. Anyway, cool team. I got to get off anyway. Got things to do. So.
Roger.
I'll see you all soon. Yeah.
Yeah, you too, Ian.
Hello, boys.
Okay.
See you later,
Cheers.
You can tweet him which one is my Twitter. I think I follow him, but he might not follow me back, so I can't message.
Send me a message. I'm Fort Ian. Send me a message.
Yeah.
Ian. And send me a message, and I get back to you.
He's mutuals with me.
I suppose we ought to do an episode on Charles Fort at some point, haven't we?
Who's Charles Fort?
Where the word 14 comes from, Hobbit.
Oh, is he the vicar that rides around and stuff?
No, that's Lionel Fanthorpe.
Oh, okay.
Did you never wonder where the word 14 comes from?
I thought it was a play on the fucking 14 in the chat, man.
No, you don't know Charles Fort is either.
Is it got to do with the original 14 like magazine and all that sort of shit?
Yeah, that's where 14 times comes from.
Yeah.
There you go, boys.
Like the 14 words is like a joke, like 14. Yeah, but that's.
It's a double triple entendre, basically.
I thought it came from Mad Magazine.
That's it, Alfred from the front of the.
I thought.
Yeah, he did. He collected a lot of paranormal writings. I think he was like a rich guy that had lots of time on his hands.
I thought 14 was like an American thing because it's like you have a 40-ounce bottle of malt liqueur, and then weird things happen.
Yeah, no, it is. It is an American thing because Charles Hoy Fort is a Yank. He's from Albany, New York.
Oh, okay. But it's not due to like seeing things when you've drunk too much.
No.
Okay.
So what was his first issue? Was reporting on snake oil salesman.
Well, he's not actually anything to do with it. It's so basically he was around years and years and years ago. So Ford's collections of scientific anomalies, including the Book of the Damned in 1919. So like he was around at that sort of time, but then the 14 Times was founded in like 1973.
I'm still streaming this, so I should just close this all down. I should do this. Yeah, so thank you very much for watching the Dyson Sphering program. Fuck off. Right, there we go. That's over now.